your beautiful wife, Lu Ruan, is sleeping naked beside you, yet you only glance at her and turn your head to wipe the pig-killing knife placed under your pillow. This is because you have awakened a god-level knife master system after crossing into this world, but you must continuously defeat monsters to level up and earn rewards. However, for decades, you haven't even seen a single hair of a monster, and ultimately, you helplessly became a flashy pig butcher. At this moment, Lu Ruan wakes up and sees you holding the pig-killing knife. Instantly furious, I was really blind back then to have found such a useless person like you. She takes out the divorce agreement she had prepared long ago from the drawer, and you, with a cigarette in your mouth, directly sign your name on the last page. Why are you so quick today? A hint of suspicion flashed across Lu Ruan's face. I don't want to waste the rest of my life on a woman like you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan immediately pointed at your nose and scolded. Ever since we got married, all you do is hold your pig-killing knife. Every time I share a room with you, you pull out the pig-killing knife and show off a dazzling set of knife techniques. Do you know how disappointing that is? Hearing this, you looked astonished and said, you were the one who said you liked my incredible knife skills back then, so why are you complaining now? Unexpectedly, Lu Ruan suddenly glared at you. I did say that back then, but over the years, I don't know how many of my underwear you've cut up, and all the fabric has been sliced off. Do you treat me like the pork on a chopping board? An hour later, you and Lu Ruan arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, cursing at each other. In less than 20 minutes, both of you ended up with a divorce certificate in hand. I'll give you 3 days to pack your things and move out of my house. After throwing down this sentence, Lu Ruan immediately jumped into a new Xiaomi SU7 and left without looking back. Suddenly, a poster flew over with the strong wind and stuck right on your face. What the hell? You angrily tore off the poster. But the next second, your attention was drawn to the content on the poster. Recently, multiple secret realm entrances have suddenly appeared in the Dragon Country, causing many citizens to accidentally enter and lose their lives. The authorities have decided to recruit a death squad from society, leading everyone to directly experience the dangers of the secret realms through a nationwide live broadcast. An hour later, you take a taxi to the registration point for the secret realm adventure, where several beautiful women in OL uniforms are handling the procedures for the crazily signing up people. Please make way. You push through the crowd blocking in front of you and arrive at a recruitment table, saying, I want to sign up to join the death squad. The girl sitting behind the recruitment table quickly sizes you up and immediately shows a strange expression on her face. Sir, you do not meet the recruitment requirements for the death squad. We are looking for individuals with strong physical fitness. As soon as the girl finishes speaking, you expressionlessly lift the hem of your suit and decisively pull out a pig-killing knife from your waist. After a loud shout, you slash at the recruitment table in midair with a knife. With a bang, the marble recruitment table was unexpectedly split in half in an instant, and the surrounding crowd suddenly fell silent, each person wide-eyed in shock. After you finish that slash, you immediately insert the pig-killing knife into its leather sheath, looking expressionlessly at the girl in front of you. Now, do I qualify to become a member of the death squad? The girl's mouth had long been shaped like an O, and upon hearing your question, she finally came back to her senses. Sir, we really need experts like you in the death squad. I will immediately process your registration. At 10 a.m. the next day, almost all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom turned on their televisions at that moment. Good morning to all the viewers in front of the TV. I am your old friend Bing Bing. In the temporary studio, the beautiful host was introducing this adventure activity to everyone. In front of her, 7 chairs were lined up, and at that moment, 7 members of the death squad were sitting there, and you were among them. However, you felt a bit dazed at this moment, thinking that the ancient martial artists of this world had already been exterminated. Unexpectedly, signing up for the death squad allowed you to encounter your peers. At this moment, the beautiful host changed her tone. Now I have an exciting announcement for everyone. Among these 100 heroes, there are 7 ancient martial artists who have formed an elite team. Let me unveil the mystery of this team for everyone. Meanwhile, the cameraman also turned the camera directly towards these 7 ancient martial artists. The first to be introduced is the captain of the elite team, Miss Xiao Wanqing from the Xiao family in the north. You can see Captain Xiao carrying a fiery red long sword, which is rumored to be the family treasure of the Xiao family, the Fengling sword. After briefly introducing Xiao Wancheng, Bing Bing immediately shifted her gaze to the second ancient martial artist. Next is the vice captain of the elite team, who is also from the Xiao family in the north, a peerless master whose strength is second only to the current family head, Xiao Mei. Soon, the host finished introducing the information of the first 6 people, and at this moment, Bing Bing's gaze fell on you. At this moment, you suddenly felt a bit restless because the 6 teammates were all big shots, while you were just a pig butcher. At this moment in a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, you Lily, who is Lu Ruyan's good friend, is sitting in the VIP lounge of the 4S store, holding a phone and waving at Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, Today is the big day for the national live broadcast of the Secret Realm adventure. Everyone is watching the live stream, so I guess no one will come to buy a car. Let's sit down and watch the live stream together. Lu Ruan walked over and sat down next to Lily. Ruan, let me tell you, there are actually 7 ancient martial arts masters in the death squad recruited by the official this time. Really? Lu Ruan was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, are there really ancient martial arts masters in this world? Why would I lie to you? Lily glanced at Lu Ruan and then excitedly shouted, quick, look, the host is about to introduce the 7th ancient martial arts master. Just as Lu Ruan and Lily leaned together, both looking at the phone screen, the excited voice of the beautiful host Bing Bing floated into the ears of the two women. Next is the last member of the elite team. This person is very mysterious, and the official only learned his true identity after multiple verifications. He is the current head of the Jang family from the south, Jang Jing. At this moment, the photographer pointed the camera at you and even zoomed in for a close-up. At that moment, you were completely stunned. What's going on? How did I become the current head of the ancient martial arts family? The Jang family? Isn't that old John? Lily turned her head in surprise, looking at Lu Ruan, who was equally astonished. I don't know. Lu Ruan was truly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the phone screen. Ruan, that's your husband. The host introduced Jang Jing as a family of ancient martial arts from the south. What is going on here? Faced with Lily's continuous questioning, Lu Ruan only felt her head buzzing, with countless question marks flashing rapidly in her mind. Could it be that Jang Jing is a hidden ancient martial arts master in the folk? However, the host Bing Bing's introduction did not end there. It is rumored that Mr. Jiang was thrown into the perilous southern region of Miaojiang by the previous family head at the age of 6, armed only with a pig-killing knife, and he slaughtered all the beasts in the southern region of Miaojiang cleanly. In the southern region of Miaojiang, Mr. Jiang has a terrifying nickname, the Butcher of Rainy Nights. The host Bing Bing became more and more excited, completely ignoring your astonished face. Just as Bing Bing was about to continue boasting, a voice suddenly came from the earpiece reminding her, Alright, the program effect has been achieved. If you keep going, it will be exposed. On the other side, Lu Ruan was on the verge of collapse. Is this really my useless husband? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Ruan forcibly suppressed her inner unease and stared intently at the phone screen. It has begun. It has begun. The death squad is about to enter the secret realm. As a series of praying bullet comments popped up in the live broadcast room, the camera was pulled back significantly. At this moment, 100 members of the death squad stood in front of a stone door. And your number is Group 1, number 007. As the captain of the elite team, Xiao Wanqing scanned her teammates and took a deep breath before drawing her long sword. All members of the elite team, listen to my command. Set off. Without any hesitation, the 7 ancient martial artists of the elite team simultaneously lifted their feet and stepped directly through the stone door in front of them. You only feel a dizzying sensation, and in the next second, your feet land on a soft piece of land. You instinctively grip the pig-killing knife in your hand, and what you see around you is a very strange forest, with a thick fog lingering in the distance, making it impossible to see the road ahead. At this moment, Captain Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly floated into everyone's ears. Oh no! We have been transported to the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is an SSS-level forbidden area in the secret realm, and ordinary adventurers entering the Misty Forest are almost certain to die. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence, as everyone seemed to have not anticipated that their luck would be this bad. We must find a relatively safe place to settle down before dark. Once Xiao Wanqing said this, the group couldn't help but take her as their backbone and all looked at her with bated breath. No way! Xiao Wanqing was the eldest miss of the Xiao family, and Xiao Mei, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were naturally on her side. On top of that, Xiao Wanqing was the captain of the elite squad, and she also had some information about the situation in the secret realm. At this time, Suing Ruo, Xu Gang and Jang Jing, who were the loafers in the team, the wisest choice was to listen to Xiao Wanqing's arrangement. In this forest of crisis, it is definitely better to stay warm in a group than to go it alone. If you want to survive the secret world, you have to follow the one who has the power to keep everyone alive. Obviously, following Xiao Wanqing's command was the best choice for everyone at the moment. Old 3, Old 4, you two are in charge of taking the lead and scouting ahead. The second and the fifth follow me. Always keep an eye on both sides of the group, and also be ready to support the third and the fourth. Old 6 and Old 7 are in charge of breaking the back. After Xiao Wanqing quickly gave this order, all the squad members, including Jang Jing, all froze in place. Who's the third and fourth? And who are the second and fifth? Who are Old 6 and Old 7 again? Until Xiao Wanqing raised her left hand and pointed to the smart bracelet she wore on her wrist, showing her number in the process. It was at this moment that the crowd came to a realization. It turned out that Xiao Wanqing was using the numbers of the squad members and was addressing everyone. Jang Jing's number was a group 007. So he was the old 7 that Xiao Wanqing was talking about. Jang Jing didn't have much of an opinion on this title. But, Xu Gang, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but mutter, Itama is actually old 6. That's just it. Old 6 is old 6. Whatever the captain says. Follow the captain. 3 days hungry 9 meals. Oh no. Follow the captain. There is wine every day. Although Zhu Gang's muttering was small, it was still clearly heard by everyone in this silent forest. Xiao Wanchang and Xiao Mei didn't have much of a reaction. However, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu couldn't help but glare at Zhu Gang, as if warning him not to speak ill of their family's eldest miss behind their backs. Noticing Xiao Long and Xiao Hu's warning, Zhu Gang only smiled sarcastically and did not show any expression of annoyance. Seeing that everyone was ready, Xiao Wanqing did not hesitate to give the latest order. 12 o'clock. Forward. Just like that, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu took the lead. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei and Suingru followed closely. And at the end, Jang Jing and Zhu Gang were responsible for sweeping the tail. The squad members all maintained a high level of vigilance before slowly feeling their way towards the front. However, the few people who were in the secret realm didn't know it. At this moment, the outside of the secret realm had already exploded, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Almost every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom who was watching this live broadcast was turned green with fear, and the screams were even louder, because, except for the elite squad, which was not in danger for the time being, the other 9 groups of the Death Squad were all dealt a devastating blow. The 12 members of Daredevil's second group, they had just entered the secret realm when they were teleported into a dimly lit cave. Before they could get a clear picture of the scene, countless giant poisonous snakes poured out from all around them, dense and overwhelming. In less than a minute, the snakes had completely overwhelmed the 12 daredevils. The 10 members of the third group were teleported to a valley, and before they could start exploring their surroundings, countless fist-sized bees flew over, directly destroying them as a group. The fourth group was transported into a swamp and then torn to pieces by countless giant alligators. Group 5 was transported to a desert and then dragged into the dunes by countless giant scorpions. The sixth group, the seventh group, the 8th group, the 9th group, and the 10th group, without exception, were all teleported inside the monster's lair. To this point, members of Death Squads 2 through 10, all pawns, only the 7 ancient martial artists of the elite squad remained, groping their way cautiously through the misty forest. Chapter 8, Ruyan Lu regrets. This is the world in the secret realm? This is too terrifying. The members of the third group died a horrible death. Thousands and thousands of fist-sized bees. I can see my scalp tingling. The members of the second group died the worst deaths. They were directly transported to the snake's nest. They couldn't even run away. They could only watch themselves being drowned by the snakes. The members of the fourth group are even worse. Surrounded by hundreds of giant crocodiles, their bodies were torn to pieces. Oh, it's so bloody. I'm definitely gonna have nightmares tonight. Why do I feel that the world in the secret realm is like the era of prehistoric civilization? What prehistoric era? In my opinion, the secret realm is a proper metaphysical world. The internet has blown up. Many timid netizens, because they had witnessed the death of the Daredevil members with their own eyes, were scared pale, and so many of them even dared not continue to watch this live broadcast. The 100 live streams that were officially opened up have also gone out 93 times, leaving only the last 7 still broadcasting normally. Netizens flocked to the 7 live streams, resulting in more than 100 million online viewers in each of them, nearly bursting the servers. No way. Officials could only urgently add hundreds of servers, which barely kept the 7 live rooms running. That's right. These 7 live rooms were precisely the live rooms of the 7 ancient martial artists of the elite squad. They are also jokingly referred to by netizens as the last 7 seeds of this secret adventure. Mercedes-Benz 4S store, VIP lounge area in the lobby. Lily pounded on her phone for a while and finally entered Jiang Jing's live broadcast. Seeing that Jiang Jing was still alive and well, and that there didn't seem to be any dangerous situations around, not only was Lily relieved, even Lu Ruan, who was sitting beside her, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ruyan, I didn't expect old Jiang to look quite handsome in this black combat uniform. A woman's focus is never the same as a man's. The men were watching this live broadcast, focusing on the various dangerous situations in the secret realm and how the daredevils were going to deal with the various dangers. And women will only focus on whether the person is handsome or not, or the person looks like a certain celebrity, or the person's temperament does not match the clothes. Anyway, women never get the point. Lily, do you have eyes for river mirror? Lu Ruyan's face changed when she heard this, and her eyes flashed a touch of caution when she looked at Lily. If it was placed yesterday, if Lily had said that Jiang Jing was handsome, Lu Ruyan definitely wouldn't have taken it to heart and would have even scoffed at her. How handsome can a pig killer be? You're afraid you're blind to think a greasy pig killer is handsome. But, times are different now. Lu Ruyan also had to admit that Jiang Jing, who who had cut his hair, shaved his beard, put on the official special combat uniform, and exuded a stern aura all over his body, was really handsome and manly. That's the way people are. They're born cheap. What no one grabbed, she didn't care about. Once someone wants to compete with her for this item, she will think that this item is a treasure, and will immediately die to protect her food. Ruyan Lu is in this situation now. She had thrown Jang Jing as garbage with her front foot, but who knew that Jang Jing had backhandedly joined the Daredevil team, which had not only exploded all over the internet, but had also been pursued by thousands of young lasses. Lu Ruyan had already started to get jealous, and hadn't yet thought of how to respond, but it turned out that her own good girlfriend, Yu Lily, was also praising Jang Jing for being very handsome at this time without mincing words. Doesn't that just add fuel to the fire? No way. Definitely can't let Yu Lily know about my mom's divorce with Jang Jing. Otherwise, with the pissy nature of this little scratchy hoof of Yu Lily, she would definitely try to seduce Jang Jing in any way she could. Ruyan, are you kidding? Jang Jing is your husband, and you and I have been good girlfriends for so many years. How could I possibly look at my good girlfriend's man? I'm praising you for your good vision, taking Jang Jing early. In the future, when your wife is a husband, don't forget about me, your good best friend. Looking at the pleasing smile on Yu Lily's face, although Lu Ruyan pretended to be unconcerned, she couldn't help but feel a hint of bitterness in her heart. Wife by husband? The old lady wants to soar on her husband's back, too, but I'm already divorced from Jang Jing. How can I be a wife to my husband? No way. Definitely can't let go of such a great opportunity. When Jang Jing came out of the secret realm, he said that he would drag him to remarry. If he doesn't agree to remarry, I'll pull my daughter over. Jang Jing loves his daughter so much, I don't believe that for the sake of his daughter, he can still not agree to remarry? Ah, right at this moment, Yu Lily's cry of alarm suddenly startled Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan hurriedly turned her head to look at the cell phone screen, only to realize that Jang Jing and their elite squad seemed to be in danger at this moment as well. The secret world. Jang Jing and Zhu Gang walked at the very end of the group. The two of them advanced while still whispering something, completely unaware that a dark shadow was slowly approaching towards the two of them. 7. Can I ask you a question? What do you want to ask? Old 7. I can tell at a glance that this pig-killing knife in your hand is by no means extraordinary. Can you reveal what material this knife was forged from? Jang Jing's eyelids couldn't help but jump slightly when Zhu Gang said this. I didn't expect that this guy would be able to see the extraordinary nature of the dragon-slaying knife. Could it be that he was really a descendant of Gonsho and Mosie? Or maybe really a highly skilled blacksmith? Ahem. I only saw Jang Jing dryly cough twice, then holding the dragon-slaying knife in his hand, he quickly pulled a knife flower and said, this knife is called dragon slaying. It is forged with 10,000 years of cold iron. It is invulnerable and can cut down celestial beings. Holy, 10,000 years of cold iron? So awesome? Zhu Gang was first taken aback. Immediately afterward, his eyes became blazing. Not only did he stare at the killing knife in Jang Jing's hands, even a trace of saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Old 6, what's that look in your eyes? Old 7, can I make a deal with you and lend me your dragon-slaying sword for a bit of study? Old 6, you want to fart eat? Old 7, don't be so petty. I'm just borrowing it for a bit of research. I promise I won't break your sword. Whoosh! Just then, the dark shadow that had been trailing behind them suddenly sprang out of the grass, only to see this huge black shadow. Not only did it leap up high, but it also lunged down hard towards Zhu Gang's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Zhu Gang's reaction was quick, only to see that he didn't care. He backhanded the sledgehammer and blasted at this black shadow from bottom to top. Boo! After a muffled sound, the black shadow was unexpectedly blown directly into the sky by this hammer from Zhu Gang, and a miserable howl was emitted. It wasn't until this moment that Jang Jing saw clearly. This black shadow that sneaked up on Zhu Gang was actually a wolf that was bigger than a tiger. Seeing that this giant wolf was about to fall down, Zhu Gang was also ready to swing the hammer for the second time, seemingly wanting to smash the giant wolf to death with a single blow. It was too late, only to see a half-moon-shaped blade suddenly shoot over from a diagonal, grabbing Zhu Gang's hand before he could strike, and ruthlessly slashing at the giant wolf's stomach. Copper head, iron tail, tofu waist. The weakness of an animal like a wolf is in its loins. Put. Without any surprises, this giant wolf, which was bigger than a tiger, was cut in half on the spot by this blade aura. A large amount of blood spilled down from midair, and Zhu Gang's head, shoulders, and face were stained with a lot of wolf's blood because he couldn't dodge in time. Holy, 7, how can you be so violent? When the host introduced you just now, I didn't really believe it at all, but I didn't realize that you're really the Rainy Night Butcher. Chapter 9, Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Ding, host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value +2. Ding! Congratulations to the host's chi and blood value for breaking through to 500 points or more. and his rank is automatically raised to a 2-star martial artist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 skill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade pack. Please open it? After Jang Jing killed the mutant giant wolf, a series of system beeps immediately rang in his ears. At the same time, a long-lost warmth came from within his body, which was the feeling that his chi and blood values were increasing. 5 years. It's been 5 whole years. As early as 5 years ago, Jang Jing was stuck at the bottleneck of 499 points of chi and blood value, and since then, he had never tasted the feeling of increasing chi and blood value. Unexpectedly, this time, only just after entering the secret realm, he had raised his chi and blood values to over 500 points and managed to be promoted to a 2-star martial artist. Sure enough, the secret realm was an upgraded blessing tailor-made for him. By the way, the system has also rewarded you with an upgrade pack. Should I open it now to take a look? At this moment, the elite squad was decisively ordering the team to stop because of a sneak attack by a giant wolf, and the group was vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Jang Jing hesitated slightly, and immediately murmured in his heart, "System, open the upgrade gift pack for me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare talent Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Active activation of the bloodline can obtain the Dragon Soul Possession effect, consume a large amount of spiritual energy to increase one's combat power by more than 10 times in a short period of time. Passive effect, immunity to all illusions, curses, evil spirits, virulent poisons, etc. And one's own blood has an extremely strong restraining effect on evil things. As the system's beep sounded, a majestic energy flowed like a tidal wave through Jang Jing's strange meridians. The blood is boiling, the soul is roaring. Jang Jing's body was as if it had been forcefully transformed, and his entire body had a feeling of being transformed. At the same time, a blazing energy gathered in front of his chest, and in an instant, a mysterious and spectacular pattern of the ancestral dragon tattoo was outlined. Having said that, only 3 seconds of reality have passed. Not only had Jang Jing obtained the ancestral dragon bloodline, but he had also condensed a well-proportioned muscular body, exuding an ineffable androgynous charm all over his body. To sum it up, it's gotten better looking. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 2-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 501. Mental power, 100. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Stance, basic footwork. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade chi. Skill points, 3. Aha! What did I see? Was that the legendary sword aura just now? Handsome. So handsome. Uncle Jong's sword is simply dominating. My god. Is this an ancient martial artist? A single slash split such a large wolf in half. Rainy Night Butcher. Really lives up to his name. Uncle Jiang, may I ask if your old man still accepts disciples? Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. The youngest daughter is 18 years old, as beautiful as a flower, and obedient. May I ask if Uncle Jiang still lacks a little maid to warm the bed beside him? The internet blew up again. Jang Jing's domineering and incomparable slash just now was relayed in real time to all the netizens watching online. At this moment, the mystery of ancient martial artists was officially unveiled. Countless netizens witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and all of them were shocked by the strength of the ancient martial artist. Mercedes-Benz 4S store, VIP lounge area. Yu Lily widened her eyes and covered her mouth, looking at Jang Jing in the video with a face full of shock, then stammered and asked, "As, Ruyan, old Jiang he this is too powerful, right?" Ruyan Lu was already shocked beyond words. She had never dreamed that the husband that she had called a loser all day long was really a hidden supreme expert. Geez, that's a real sword breath. With a single slash, the wolf, which was bigger than a tiger, was directly cleaved into 2 halves. Suddenly, Ruyan Lu felt another pang of fear. If at first she scolded Jang Jing as a wimp when, if Jang Jing draws out the killing knife, to her also so come a bit, would she end up like this giant wolf, directly split in half? No, it won't. Jang Jing loves me so much, and I even gave him such a lovely daughter. How could he want to split me in half? Ruyan, a serious problem has suddenly occurred to me. Tell me the truth. Did you get with Mr. Lu or not? If you really betrayed Jang Jing, would he split both you and Mr. Lu in half in a fit of rage? Right at this moment, Yu Lily's voice once again drifted into Lu Ruyan's ears. Lu Ruyan was slightly stunned by what she heard and immediately shook her head and said, "Lily, what are you talking nonsense about? How could I possibly get involved with Mr. Lu? Really?" Yu Lily looked at Lu Ruyan with suspicious eyes, seeming to be a bit distrustful of her good best friend. "Lily, although Mr. Lu has been courting me all this time, but I didn't say yes to him. You also know that although I love money, I'm still a heavy face value controller. As far as Mr. Lu's looks and body are concerned, I can't get off the hook." Ruyan, Actually I think Jang Jing is quite good, although he didn't have much money before, but this time he signed up to join the Daredevil team. As long as he can come out alive from the secret realm, he will definitely soar. Lily, Jang Jing is the husband that I, Lu Ruan, have recognized in my life. I will never betray him. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Ruan Lu's mood was complicated. She regretted divorcing Jang Jing on impulse. At the same time, she was also calculating in her mind what methods she should use to coax Jang Jing back to remarry her. And, before remarrying Jang Jing, she must hide the matter of her divorce from Jang Jing, and absolutely must not let this little scratchy hoof of you Lily know about it. Fireproofing your girlfriends. Ruan Lu didn't want her best friend to steal her own crystal. The secret world. Jang Jing had just finished checking his personal attribute panel when a pattering sound was heard in his ears. It wasn't just Jang Jing who had discovered the abnormality. All the members of the entire elite squad had sensed that a dangerous aura had approached. Swish swish swish, the grass around them suddenly lit up with a green light. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a green light, but a pair of wolf eyes. Each pair of wolf eyes was as big as a human fist, not only glowing with an eerie green light, but also a bloodthirsty murderous aura. 1, 2, 3. In the vigilant eyes of the elite squad members, thousands of mutated giant wolves noiselessly burrowed out of the grass. At this moment, if one were to pull the camera into mid-air, one would realize that the entire elite squad had been surrounded by a dense pack of wolves. Put your back to that big tree and get ready to fight. Xiao Wanqing suddenly raised her hand and pointed at a large tree next to her that was hugged by 7 people, decisively giving the combat order. Whoosh! With hardly any hesitation, everyone rushed to the lower part of that big tree with lightning speed, then leaned their backs against the thick trunk and turned to face the wolves. At this moment, the official broadcast room immediately fell silent, and not a single pop-up screen scrolled across the public screen. It was as if the netizens were holding their breath, clenching their fists, and watching the scene taking place in the secret realm with incomparable nervousness. 7 ancient martial artists versus thousands of giant wolves. A battle of life and death is imminent. Chapter 10 Elite Squad. All masters. Ow ow ow. The wolves launched a fierce attack towards the elite squad. The 7 ancient martial artists, including Jang Jing, all took out their respective skills and ruthlessly launched counterattacks towards the wolves. Xiao Wanqing was holding a long sword, and the silver light rose at first, as if it were a flying dragon, as if the water was rippling, as if it were a fire tree, as if it were a snake, traveling all over the place, as if it were an eagle, flipping and soaring, floating sword, elegant posture, as well as a kill the wolf without blinking ruthlessness, so that Xiao Wanqing instant powder countless. Sister Wanqing is too valiant. I love it. Worthy of being the eldest miss of the Xiao family. The woman is very chivalrous and has a chivalrous demeanor. North of the Yangtze River, Wanqing is the most beautiful. As fast as lightning and as fast as the wind, the phantom shadows of the real and the imaginary are intertwined. The swords fly and sprinkle the moonlight, and the blue blade breaks through the air and cuts through the chaos of the waves. Sister Wanqing's swordsmanship. It's as if she's doing a stunning sword dance. It's pleasing to the eyes. Xiao Wanqing's ethereal swordplay had already made her a fan of countless people, but there was one person who was even more of a fan than her. She is Xiao Mei. If Xiao Wanqing was dancing with a sword, then Xiao Mei was purely harvesting wolf heads. At this moment, the sunlight spilled onto Xiao Mei's stunningly beautiful face through the gaps between the leaves. Looking at the dense pack of wolves in front of her, she didn't have a trace of timidity, as if she was a born king, standing proudly above all beings. The cherry red lips gently hooked, revealing a disdainful smile, and the black cold eyes instantly revealed a dangerous killing aura. Whoosh! Only to see her draw out the long whip hanging at her waist and casually swing it. In a matter of moments, the long whip drew a perfect arc in the air, flinging itself fiercely towards the wolves. Snap! A popping sound came from Xiao Mei as each of her whips landed on the body of the mutated giant wolf, and in just a blink of an eye, the neighborhood was already littered with wolf corpses. Battlefield harvester. The long whip in Xiao Mei's hand seemed to have transformed into a reaper. Any mutant giant wolf that was touched by the long whip was either sent flying or smashed into the dirt, and there was even a portion of unlucky mutant giant wolves that were actually cut in two by the waist. I didn't expect Xiao Mei, who was soft and charming in appearance, to be so ruthless. Mom wasn't wrong. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. Aha! Auntie Mei's strength is terrifying. Auntie Mei's anger will result in corpses all over the place. Brothers, to be honest, at first when I saw Xiao Mei holding a long whip, my mind also surfaced some images that should not be there. And now, I am a little afraid of fear. Dude, not every whip is a turn-on. I was holding a small whip in my hand, and I was so proud of myself that I didn't know how to fall all over the mud. Upstairs, how dare you sing? Do you believe that Auntie Mei will give you a whip and directly cut you in two? Xiao Wanqing's ethereal. Xiao Mei's ruthlessness had already brought a deep and incomparable impression to all the water friends watching online. But, the two brothers of the Xiao family, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, their performance was not at all inferior to Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Mei. Only to see the two brothers waving their lances, a powerful wind erupted in the air like a streak of lightning, shooting out sharply in all directions. As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. Under the cooperation of the two brothers, any mutant giant wolf that dared to approach their side was either swept to the ground or jerked out. In a short period of time, a vacuum was unexpectedly formed in the vicinity of the two brothers, and not a single mutant giant wolf was able to take half a step closer to their side. Good gun law. The dragon throws the world to pieces. The lone gun 9 times. The country's border is extinct. The ruthless world's 100 soldiers, condensing the way to the pit of 10,000 people. Is this the legendary 13 shots to kill? Long lovesickness is long memories. Short lovesickness is endless. The first shot. Lovesickness. How much love is there for one night? The ends of the earth are not yet long. Second shot. Broken heart. Aha. What handsome twin little brothers. If I could tie them both home as my husband, I'd be willing to live 10 years shorter. Upstairs nymphomaniac. It's not even dark yet and you're dreaming? The performance of the 4 ancient martial artists of the Xiao family could be said to be quite bright. The floating sword technique, the vicious whip technique, and the imposing spear technique killed the wolves with wailing. In just 1 tea's time, a field of mutated giant wolf corpses was left around. The northern Xiao family. It really is worthy of being an ancient martial arts family. But, Suing Ro, Zhu Gang and Jang Jing's performance didn't pull any crotches at all. Whoosh! Suingru didn't know what kind of stance she had performed. The whole person was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing among the wolves. Every time Suingru appeared, the dagger in her hand would definitely take away the life of a giant wolf. Throat slitting, backstabbing, strangulation, disembowelment, all sorts of assassination methods were about to be played out by Suingru. Watching her ghost-like figure, flexible and athletic posture, the unexpected assassination technique, especially when she was half squatting, her long legs outlined an extremely beautiful arc. A movie character, Catwoman, suddenly flashed through River Mirror's mind. That's right, Suing Ro was like a catgirl, with a body that was sexy and hot to the extreme. Faced with such a beautiful landscape, even Jang Jing, a 40-year-old man, couldn't help but take the time to take a few more glances. Aha! Shadowsoft's sister is so sexy. Love it, divine, dark, Nightwalker. I'm starting to believe a little now that Suingru is really an assassin. Shadowsoft is truly beautiful and valiant. 1 step kills a wolf. 1,000 miles do not leave a trail. After the matter whisks away the clothes, deep hiding body and name. What a cold woman. Even through the cell phone screen, I can sense the cold aura emanating from Suingru. Me too. I always feel a chill down my neck. I'm scared. Spicy next door. Go to hell for me. Fatty. Right at this moment, a bellowing cry instantly attracted everyone's attention. Shukong actually freaked out, only to see him waving his giant hammer with both hands. His entire body spun rapidly, like a gyroscope that had been pumped to the extreme, and plunged headlong into the wolves. Boom boom boom. Ouch. Shu Gang's move gyroscopic spin instantly caused immense destruction to the wolves. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of mutated giant wolves were smashed away. Some of these giant wolves had their heads smashed open, some had their vertebrae broken, some had their forelimbs or hind limbs broken, and some were directly smashed into a piece of meat cake. Wherever Zhu Gang passed through, any giant wolves that stood in his way were immediately cleared. When he went on such a rampage, the harvested wolf heads instantly surpassed Xiao Mei. Old Six is such a cowbeer? Looked away. I didn't realize Six was an expert. Invincible rotating sledgehammer. Thunderbolts and lightning create a cold light. Is this Zhong Wuyan's big move, Hurricane Hammer? In a word, heifer broke into an elephant herd. Cowbeer is big. Sixth brother is mighty. Sixth brother is domineering. I'm a fan now. Sixth brother's aura. A proper team MT. Chapter 11 Advanced Blade Technique. Mad Dragon Slash. The Secret World. The elite squad had their backs to a large tree and were fighting off an entire pack of wolves. Compared to the wonderful performance of his 6 teammates, Jang Jing was a bit mediocre at the moment. He just keeps throwing knives. But, with every strike of his blade, he was bound to slaughter a mutated giant wolf. The main focus is the word fast. Ding. Host kills the mutated giant wolf. +1 blood value. Ding. Host kills the mutated giant wolf. +1 blood value. Ding. Host kills the mutated giant wolf. +1 blood value. Listening to the system beeps constantly ringing in his ears. Feeling the rapidly increasing blood value in his body, Jang Jing's heart became more and more anxious. Before upgrading, Jang Jing could raise his blood value by 2 points by beheading a mutant giant wolf. However, after upgrading to a 2-star martial artist, Jang Jing could only raise his blood value by 1 point when he killed a mutated giant wolf. those aren't the point. The point was that both his blast wind blade technique and blade chi were single attack skills. To put it simply, Jang Jing could only decapitate one mutant giant wolf each time he struck his blade. Looking at the remaining 6 ancient martial artists of the elite squad, they were able to take away at least 2 or 3 mutant giant wolves with each strike, especially Zhu Gang. This reckless man, once his big move was on, he directly stuck into the wolves and started the harvesting mode. Although the wolves were numerous, there was always a moment when they were killed off, right? In Jang Jing's eyes, these mutant giant wolves could all be experience value. I'm sorry. By robbing me of my experience value, I am blocking me from raising my strength and leveling up. I can't stand my uncle, but I can't stand my aunt, brother Tuzi. I want to learn the advanced blade skill. Seeing that the number of wolves was decreasing, Jang Jing suddenly clenched his teeth and directly chanted silently in his heart. Ding! Will the host consume 3 skill points to automatically comprehend an advanced blade technique? The system's beep came from his ears, and Jang Jing barely hesitated, immediately answering in his mind. Yes, to comprehend a primary martial art, you only need to consume 1 skill point. To comprehend an intermediate level martial art, you need to consume 2 skill points. To comprehend advanced martial arts skills, you need to consume 3 skill points. On top of that, learning martial arts must be done in a gradual manner, without skipping levels. To put it simply, Jang Jing could only learn intermediate martial arts after learning primary martial arts, and then go on to learn advanced martial arts. Fortunately, he had already learned the beginner level martial skill, blast wind blade technique, as well as the intermediate level martial skill, blade chi. Now you only need to spend 3 skill points to learn an advanced blade technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 skill points and automatically comprehending and learning the advanced blade technique, Mad Dragon Slash. As the system's beep sounded in his ears once again, the 3 skill points that Jang Jing had just gained from upgrading were instantly consumed. At the same time, a huge wave of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. The Mad Dragon Slash is an explosive stance with great destructive power. When a sword comes out, heaven and earth change color, and the sword chi is like a raging storm, instantly sweeping in all directions. Wherever the blade goes, there are planes. Wherever the blade passes, it shakes the 4 directions. The blade is like fire, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The blade breaks through all things. Its power is infinite. In just an instant, Jang Jing had automatically comprehended the essence of the Mad Dragon Slash, and at the same time, he had completely mastered this incomparably powerful killing move. Ow ow ow. Right at this moment, the wolves that had just been killed and discarded their armor had reorganized themselves at this moment, and once again launched a fierce counterattack towards the elite squad. Jang Jing was instantly delighted. The opportunity to brush up on your experience value. Here it comes. Drink! Only to see Jang Jing suddenly shouted violently. The whole person suddenly leaped up in the air, the pig-killing knife in his hand, but also by his hands raised above his head. Mad Dragon Slash. As Jang Jing roared out, his body rotated 360 degrees in midair before he raised his pig-killing knife high and slashed down viciously towards the ground. Rumble! After a loud bang, the killing knife slammed heavily into the dense wolf pack with a thunderous force. Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, thousands of light red blade chi burst out from the pig-killing knife, then shot out in all directions in a fast and furious manner. Blow up! River Mirror's blade energy exploded. This scene was as if a bomb had been dropped on the wolves, and countless shrapnel exploded, taking away the lives of a large number of mutated giant wolves in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. River Mirror opened wide? Cow beer. Mighty. Bully. This knife, it simply lights up my dog's eyes. The Rainy Night Butcher really lives up to his name. Aha! My mirror brother. He's so handsome. Holy. Uncle Jong Slash directly cleared the wolves within a 50-meter radius. The 7 members of the elite squad, one is more terrifying than the other. One is more bullish than the other. Oh, I want to worship them so badly. Once again, the official broadcast room exploded. Jang Jing Slash just now. I don't know how many people's jaws were shocked off and how many people's eyes were lit up, and at the same time, it also allowed him to circle away a large wave of fans. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Lily Yu even screamed at the top of her voice. Aha! Old Jiang is also too handsome. This Slash is as terrifying as hell. No martial arts movie dares to shoot like this. Such a domineering and majestic man. Ruyan, you've picked up a treasure this time. Looking at you, Lily's face full of excitement. Lu Ruyan just smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to go about responding to this good girlfriend. At the same time, when Ruyan Lu looked at the cell phone screen, the bottom of her eyes were also colorful. I didn't realize that her husband of 18 years, with whom she had shared her bed, was ostensibly an ordinary butcher, but in fact a mighty and domineering master of the world. It felt like suddenly winning the lottery jackpot. But, Ruyan Lu, however, tore up this lottery ticket in advance. now that she knew that this lottery ticket had won the first prize. Ruyan Lu's intestines were almost green with remorse. Jang Jing, Jang Jing, you are obviously a supreme expert. Why are you hiding these things from me? Could I have divorced you if you had told me all this earlier? And, old mother accompanied you to eat so many years of suffering, did not enjoy your one day of blessings, and now only just divorced you. Turn your eyes, you are going to soar. No way. The seat of Mrs. Jung can only be mine. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly flashed a touch of determination, only to see her quickly took out her cell phone, quickly edited a WeChat, and then sent it to a friend named General Lu. Lu Ruyan, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry I can't promise you that thing you told me last time. I have my own family, and I love my husband very much. I will never betray him. After sending this WeChat, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, just ready to delete Mr. Lu from the friends list, but who knows, the other party gave her back a WeChat. Mr. Lu Ruyan, think carefully, your punk husband is just a pig killer. What can he give you? And I'm different. As long as you're willing to be my lover, I promise to give you at least $100,000 pocket money every month. Lu Ruyan, Mr. Lu, please treat my husband with respect. He's not a loser. Mr. Lu, haha, I'm a big boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and your husband is just a pig killer, and you're asking me to respect him? Are you being funny? Lu Ruyan, Lu Matzi, you shut up. Do you know who my husband is? I'll make sure you pee your pants when I tell you. Mr. Lu Ruyan, have you taken the wrong medicine today? 2 days ago, weren't you fine? You also said you would seriously consider whether you want to be my lover or not. Why did you suddenly change your mind today? Lu Ruyan, Lu Matzi, you do not take a piss and look at yourself. On your side of the virtue, want my mother to give you as a lover. You want to fart, eat it. Chapter 12, My Husband, the Rainy Night Butcher. When Ruyan Lu was young, she worked as a restaurant waitress, then switched to selling insurance, then went to work for a real estate agency, and finally became a car salesman. Mr. Lu, formerly known as Liu Dahai, is the boss of a network game company, and is nicknamed Lu Mazi because of his pockmarked face. Liu Dahai was buying a car in a BMW 4S store when he met Lu Ruyan, the sales manager responsible for receiving him. At that time, Liu Dahai took a first glance at Lu Ruyan. Although Ruyan Lu was already close to 40 years old, she had taken good care of herself and looked like a 30-year-old young woman. Exquisite and charming face, mature and plump body, bare waist, thin and fat buttocks, together with a pair of long legs. It is simply the ceiling of the young women's world. This kind of super invincible big mature woman is not only a huge killing force for young boys, but also has a fatal attraction to old men. Liu Dahai, who was already in his 50s, saw Lu Ruyan's twisting, fat buttocks, and a fire that could not be extinguished sprang up in his heart on the spot. Thus, Liu Dahai found a way to get to Lu Ruyan's WeChat, and then spent nearly half a year, slowly playing good relations with her. During this recent period of time, Liu Dahai even sends a bouquet of flowers to Lu Ruyan every day, and at the same time on WeChat, he does not skimp on sending all kinds of red envelopes to Lu Ruyan. Under the powerful money attack, Lu Ruyan slowly fell step by step, and it looked like she was about to be raided by him. Liu Dahai, even in advance in a 5-star hotel, booked a luxury couple's room, just waiting for Lu Ruyan initiative to send food to the door. Plans, cannot catch up with change. Liu Dahai never dreamed that Lu Ruyan suddenly sent him a WeChat, clearly rejecting his pursuit. Mr. Lu Ruyan, you know very well how I've been treating you all this time. If you don't like the money, I can give you $200,000 of pocket money every month, and as long as you're willing to be my lover, I'll agree to anything. Lu Ruyan, Lu Matzi, haven't I made myself clear enough? No matter how much money you give me, I will never betray my husband. Just die. Mr. Lu Ruyan, how much do you really need to be my lover? You just name your price. I promise I won't return the favor. Lu Ruyan, Lu Matzi, if you dare to say these rude words to me again, do you believe that my husband, in a fit of rage, will directly split you in half? Mr. Lu, oh, I'm the boss of such a big company. Would I be afraid of a pig killer? Lu Ruyan, don't say you're just a small boss. Even if you're a big CEO worth hundreds of billions of dollars, in front of my husband, you'll still have to do the same thing with your tail between your legs. Same time frame, Liu Dahai sat in his office. He only saw that he opened his computer and entered the official live broadcasting room, watching the live broadcast of the secret adventure while chatting with Lu Ruyan on WeChat. Mud. Lu Ruyan, the stinking cousin. In these 6 months, Lousy has spent almost $500,000 on her, and as a result, she won't even let me touch her. After spending so much money on me and refusing to sleep with me, where in heaven is such a cheap thing? The more Liu Dahai thought about it, the more angry he became, only to see him pick up his cell phone, quickly edited a WeChat and sent it directly to Lu Ruan. Mr. Lu Ruan, you've spent nearly $500,000 of my money in the past 6 months. How should this account be settled again? Willow Ruan, oh, you can find my husband to settle this account. Mr. Lu, are you sure you want me to go to your husband? Ruan Lu, if you have the guts, I can get my husband to compensate you tenfold. Seeing this WeChat sent by Lu Ruan, Liu Dahai's eyes narrowed, and his heart couldn't help but feel a wave of vigilance. Lu Ruan, this stinking cousin, is so emboldened. Is her husband some kind of great big shot? No way, absolutely not. When Liu Dahai first started contacting Lu Ruan, he had long had people investigate her family background. Ruan Lu's husband is a common pig killer, not a big shot at all. But, why was Ruan Lu so emboldened? Liu Dahai squinted his eyes and thought for a while. For insurance purposes, he still held back his anger and did not tear his face off with Lu Ruan on the spot, but instead sent a questioning WeChat to Lu Ruan. Mr. Lu Ruan, isn't your husband just an ordinary butcher? Doesn't he have some hidden identity? Lu Ruan, oh, my husband's name is Jang Jing. You search this name on the internet now, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Mr. Lu, Jang Jing? Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Like I've heard it somewhere before. Snap. When Liu Dahai saw the words Rainy Night Butcher, his hand shook, and his cell phone slipped down on the spot, falling on the desk surface. At the same time, his mouth directly opened into an O shape, and his eyes instantly stared blankly, as if he had seen a ghost, directly petrified in place. Rainy Night Butcher? River Mirror? It's not, is it? Could it be that Ruan Lu's husband was the 7th member of the Daredevil elite squad for the secret expedition, Jang Jing? Ruan Lu is Jang Jing's wife? I'm digging the Rainy Night Butcher's mirror? Drip! Right at this moment, Lu Ruan sent another WeChat to Liu Dahai. Oh, no, to be precise, Lu Ruan sent Liu Dahai a photo of her in Jang Jing's wedding photo. Liu Dahai clicked on the photo, and then stared at the eyes, scalp numb, back cold, staring at the photo of the man. The small heart is more plopping wildly jumped up. That's right, that's him, that murderous, Rainy Night Butcher, River Mirror. He's really Ruan Lu's husband. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu Dahai suddenly reacted, only to see a slight hesitation. He hastily edited several WeChat replies to Lu Ruan. Mr. Lu, MS. Lu, I'm sorry, I was blind before. I shouldn't have thought of you. Mr. Lu, Miss Lu. Oh no, Mrs. Jiang, you are generous. Don't get on my bad old man's bad side. I promise I will never harass you again. Mr. Lu, by the way, the 500,000 yuan I spent on you before, take it as my filial piety to your old man. I hope you treat me as a fart to let go. Never mention in front of Mr. Jiang that I have pursued you. Mr. Lu, how about this? I'll transfer another 1 million to you as my apology to you. I hope Mrs. Jiang will be magnanimous and spare me this time, okay? After Liu Dahai sent these WeChat messages, he did not hesitate to transfer 1 million to Lu Ruan. After the transfer, Liu Dahai tightly pinched the cell phone, eyes staring at the transfer page. The heart is also constantly praying, I drop it and hurry up and collect the money. Click to receive the transfer 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu Dahai had never felt that time could be so difficult. If Ruan Lu refused to accept the money, it would prove that this was not over. If this matter reaches the ears of Jang Jing, Liu Dahai cannot guarantee that he cannot withstand the wrath of the Rainy Night Butcher. Transfer received. I don't know how long it took, but the chat page suddenly popped up with a message reminder that Lu Ruan had received $1 million transfer from Liu Dahai. Seeing this scene, Liu Dahai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and his originally hanging heart slowly relaxed, only to see that he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and was just about to send a WeChat to Ruan Lu. Who knew that Ruan Lu had sent a WeChat over before him? Lu Ruan, I've taken the money, and I've forgiven you. From now on let's pretend we've never known each other and delete each other. Liu Dahai. Chapter 13, The Wolf King appears. A demonic beast that can spit wind blades. The secret world. Jang Jing held a pig-killing knife and unleashed a massacre on the wolves with impunity. Ding. Host kills the mutated giant wolf. +1 blood value. Ding. Host kills the mutated giant wolf. +1 blood value. Ding. Host kills the mutated giant wolf. +1 blood value. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his ears. Feeling the crazy increase in blood value in his body, Jang Jing became more and more excited, and his strikes became more and more vicious. The whole person was like a maniac. Rumble. Coincidentally, at this moment, the official live broadcast locked the camera on Jang Jing's body, while Jang Jing held his killing knife in his hand and quickly rushed into the wolves, casting another berserker dragon slash. With one blade, heaven and earth changed. Thousands of blood-red blade chi were like the scythe of the god of death, crazily harvesting the heads of the mutated giant wolves. Any mutated giant wolf that was touched by the blade chi was invariably split into two. A rain of blood sprinkled down from the sky. Not only did it dye Jang Jing into a bloody man, even his 6 teammates were not spared. All of them were drenched into a soupy mess. Aha! Old 7. You reckless man, why do you have to make the scene so bloody? Can't you strike a little lighter? Shu Gang's yelling suddenly came through. Jang Jing took the time to look back at him, and suddenly realized that apart from Zhu Gang, the other 5 teammates had all stopped attacking the wolves, and were all frantically dodging the rain of blood that was falling from the sky. Good chance! This big wave of experience value is all mine. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing suddenly lowered his head and sank his shoulders, then quickly ran around this big tree that was hugged by 7 people. Mad Dragon Slash! Jang Jing ran while waving the killing knife in his hand, and in the eyes of the stunned crowd, he once again started the mode of berserk slaughter. Shoo shoo shoo! Endless amounts of light red blade chi, as if they didn't want money, shot out sharply in all directions with Jang Jing as the center. Ouch! The wails from the wolves rose and fell, and wherever Jang Jing passed, the nearby mutated giant wolves were all cut off as if they were sliced through tofu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This trick again? Old 7, have you lost your mind? Shu Gang was so frightened that he hid behind the big tree. Not only was he dodging the rain of blood that fell from the sky, but he was also dodging Jiang Jing's sword chi that attacked indiscriminately. Whoosh! Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Suing Ro also followed Zhu Gang's example and all hid behind the big tree, and then stared at Jiang Jing in unison, full of astonishment. This isn't teaming up to kill monsters in a game. Jiang Jing's big move had such a terrifying killing power and such a wide range of attacks that he could be accidentally injured if he wasn't careful. If you don't dodge at this time, do you want to foolishly stand still and carry Jiang Jing's wide-range killing move? Holy, Old 7, the madman, has opened wide again. Just how much true chi does he have? How can it withstand such consumption? Also, does he have an undying grudge against these giant wolves? His eyes are all red from killing, and he doesn't see him stopping to rest for a while? The scene got a little comical for a moment. Jiang Jing was running frantically around the tree. While running, he executed the Mad Dragon Chop, as if it was a moving turret, constantly firing out densely packed blade chi in all directions. His 6 teammates, on the other hand, all hid behind the big tree. They were only seen staring at Jiang Jing's running route, adjusting their positions at any time, carefully dodging the sword chi that was roaming the sky in an indiscriminate attack. Aha! Brother Mirror is killing crazy. The Rainy Night Butcher is too ruthless. When he goes crazy, he doesn't even spare his own people. Brother Mirror was crowned a god in one battle. When the host introduced Jiang Jing before, I still don't believe it. How can one person and one sword kill through the southern region of Miaozhong? Now, I'm directly kneeling to Jiang Jing. The god of Kong is awesome. Gang god is domineering. I announce that from now on. Brother Mirror is my husband. Don't you guys steal from me. Little scratchy hoof upstairs. Get the hell out of here. Brother Mirror is mine. Ow. Suddenly, a loud and clear wolf howl came from the back of the pack. Jiang Jing, who was in the midst of a great killing spree, had an alarm bell ringing in his heart, as if he had a premonition of a strong crisis rapidly approaching. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Jing immediately stopped slaughtering the wolves, and then turned his killing knife across and blocked it in front of his chest, while his entire body quickly turned around. Boo! Just as Jiang Jing had just turned around, a light green-colored wind blade ruthlessly slammed into his killing blade. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Jing only had the time to let out a loud curse before he was hit by this wind blade and continuously retreated a dozen steps back. The soles of his shoes almost wore out, and in the end, he even crashed heavily into the trunk of a large tree. What the hell? Where did that wind blade come from? What son of a is doing a sneak attack? Through the rain of blood in the sky, Jiang Jing looked over in the direction where the wind blades had shot from, only to see that the wolves had automatically parted, making way for a 2-meter wide path. Immediately afterward, a giant wolf that was even larger than a bull, with snow-white fur all over its body, showed its teeth and fierce eyes as it stepped out from the back of the pack step by step. This is Wolf King? A wolf king that spits wind blades? Nima! Could it be that this wolf has cultivated into a spirit? Roar! Without any sign, the Wolf King suddenly opened his mouth and once again spat out a light green-colored wind blade that shot sharply directly towards Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing, who saw this scene, couldn't help but have his eyelids jump slightly, only to see that he immediately raised his killing knife, and from top to bottom, he ruthlessly slashed at this half-moon-shaped wind blade. Boo! After the slash, the wind blade was instantly split in half. But, the wind blade's momentum did not decrease, slashing through both sides of Jiang Jing's body, left and right, and finally blasted fiercely at the big tree behind him, and also left 2 deep scratches on top of the tree trunk. So strong, Jang Jing stared at this wolf king. The hands holding the pig-killing knife couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a trace of blood was vaguely flowing out of the tiger's mouth. Just now, with that slash, Jang Jing seemed to be very relaxed and casual, but in fact, he had already used all of his strength. However, he just barely managed to cut the wind blade in half. If the wolf king fired a wind blade towards him again, Jang Jing could only choose to dodge it, and would definitely not dare to go back to a hard catch. Everyone be careful. This is a powerful demonic beast. Never confront it head-on. Be careful of the wind blades that come out of its mouth. Old 6 and Old 7. You two find a way to stall it, and the rest of you follow me to attack from behind it. Right at this moment, Captain Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly drifted over. Jang Jing also knew that this moment was definitely not the time to be a hero, and that he had to gather the strength of the 7 members of the elite squad in order to be able to decapitate this wolf king. Thus, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on the wolf king's bloody mouth, ready to dodge at any time. Ow! The wolf king seemed to recognize Jang Jing, and after letting out a long whistle to the sky, he immediately came running towards him quickly. No way! Jang Jing had just killed several hundred mutant giant wolves in one breath. The hate value had already been filled by him. If the wolf king didn't look for his trouble, was he going to look for the water friends watching online in the live broadcast room? Whoosh! As he watched, the wolf king leapt into the air and pounced straight at Jang Jing. Old 7, get out of the way. Just then, Zhu Gang's voice suddenly came from behind the tree. Immediately after that, a sledgehammer also emerged from behind the tree, and ruthlessly smashed into the wolf king's head. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately shrunk his head and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the wolf king's sharp claws and teeth. When it was too late, it was too soon. Jang Jing had only just dodged out of the way when Old 6's giant hammer smashed into the wolf king's head. Boo! After a loud bang, the wolf king was smashed headfirst onto the ground. However, before Zhu Gang could let out an excited cry, the wolf king instantly bounced up from the ground, and also opened his mouth, spraying a wind blade towards Zhu Gang at close range. Nima! Zhu Gang was instantly startled and subconsciously raised his giant hammer, blocking it in front of his body. Boo! After another loud bang, more than 200 pounds of Zhu Gang unexpectedly, even with a hammer, together with the wind blade, was blown away, and finally also heavily smashed in another large tree not far away. Chapter 14, the best moves are used, and the Wolf King storms out. ********. The Wolf King boss has made his shining debut. A Wolf King that can spit wind blades? Is this damn thing in a big metaphysical movie? What kind of world is in the secret realm? Is it really the kind of metaphysical world in novels? Since there are wolves that spit wind blades, are there any fire-breathing dragons inside the secret realm? I don't know if there are any giant dragons, but I do know that if the elite squad can't do away with this Wolf King, it's a straight game over. Elite squad, go for it. The official livestream blew up again. Countless pop-ups were scrolling frantically on the public screen of the live broadcast room. This isn't a movie, it's a live broadcast. Of the entire 100 Daredevil members, 93 had been sacrificed so far, leaving only the last 7 ancient martial artists languishing in the secret realm. More importantly, this was only the first day that the Daredevil team entered the secret realm. There were still 9 days behind them, and there was no telling what kind of dangers the elite squad would encounter. That official jingle is not wrong. Cherish your life and stay away from the secret world. Ow! The Wolf King suddenly snapped, only to see it roar up to the sky, its fur standing up all over its body, and its pair of fist-sized eyes even turned blood red. Not good. The demonic beast has entered a violent state. Everyone don't hold back. I'll make the strongest strike for me. I'll focus on it for seconds. Xiao Wanqing decisively gave the order to attack with all her might, and at the same time, she also poured her entire body's true qi into her long sword. In an instant, the long sword suddenly trembled and even emitted a slight buzzing sound, as if it had been endowed with spirituality by its owner. Out of heaven, Xiao Wanqing chortled coldly. In the next second, she was holding a long sword, and her entire body leapt up in the air, then drew a graceful arc in midair before finally stabbing at the Wolf King with lightning speed. Out of this world? Isn't this Cool Sun Yes famous trick? Xiao Wanqing actually knows this trick? Jang Jing's eyes instantly widened in surprise and looked at Xiao Wanqing without blinking, seemingly shocked by this heavenly flying fairy move. Spirit Snake Dance. Just then, another dainty voice floated over. Xiao Mei lashed her long whip fiercely at the Wolf King, only heard a pop sound. The long whip was split into 9, instantly transformed into 9 very flexible pythons. Immediately after that, the 9 giant pythons opened their bloody mouths one after another, then spat out scarlet snake letters and bit at the Wolf King with open teeth and claws. Is this Xiao Mei's strongest strike? It's almost scary as hell. Rainstorm Pear Blossom Gun. Just as Jang Jing was greatly shocked, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, the twin brothers, also used their big moves in unison. Both lances were swung airtight. In a blink of an eye, thousands of gun shadows appeared, and then in a fan shape, carrying an unrelenting momentum, they fiercely blasted at the Wolf King. Holy, skyward flying fairy plus spiritual snake dance plus rainstorm pear blossom gun x2. All the people in the Shao family are really not simple. Ghost dance kill. Another petulant voice came out as Su Yingru also used her big move. In Jang Jing's dumbfounded eyes, Su Yingru instantly disappeared in place, and in the next second, unexpectedly appeared directly to the left of the Wolf King. Swish swish swish, only to see Su Yingru holding a dagger in each hand. She first stabbed the Wolf King's stomach viciously, and immediately after, her figure disappeared again. In the next second, Su Yingru's figure then appeared on the right side of the Wolf King, and at the same time, the dagger in her hand once again viciously stabbed at the Wolf King. After stabbing, Su Yingru's figure instantly disappeared again. By the time Su Yingru showed her form again, she unexpectedly came to the front of the Wolf King and slashed her dagger towards the Wolf King's neck. 1 second, 1 cut, 1 flash, combined with Su Yingru's elegant stance and floating steps, it was almost like dancing a delightful waltz. Ghost dance kill, as the name suggests. Thunderstruck. Just then, there was a loud bang in the sky and old six shone. That's right, Shu Gang's roar came from above his head. Jang Jing snapped his head up to see that at some point, Shu Gang had jumped into midair, only to see him holding a rounded stomach, with both hands holding a huge hammer high in the air. He descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the Wolf King. None of this is the point. The point was, above Zhu Gang's huge hammer, there was a dazzling ray of golden aura. This hammer definitely had the power of a thunderbolt. Whoever dares to carry it hard will surely be out of luck. Boom boom boom. After all that, only 3 seconds of reality had passed. In just a single breath of effort, Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, Su Yinglu and Zhu Gang, all used their respective great moves and blasted at the Wolf King who had already gone berserk. What's River Mirror doing? He was only slightly stunned, but he didn't realize that his teammates' big moves had already blasted at the Wolf King's body. The ground shook, smoke filled the air, dirt splatters, true chi shoots out in all directions. 6 ancient martial arts experts, each using their strongest strike. The destructive power caused was definitely not inferior to a small missile. However, when the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, a huge and incomparable figure gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. Wolf King, it's amazing it's still alive. Although it was covered in wounds at the moment, with blood staining its snow-white fur red, and even its left eye had been stabbed blind by Su Yingru. But, it didn't go down. It still stood tenaciously in its original position. Then with that intact right eye open, it stared ferociously at the 6 culprits who had just attacked it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This didn't even kill it? This is not scientific. Chu Kong couldn't help but yell out even though he was breathing heavily. It was too late. The Wolf King suddenly raised its neck and opened its bloody mouth. A dazzling light also lit up from its mouth. Shoo shoo shoo. In just an instant, countless wind blades were ejected from the Wolf King's mouth, and then shot sharply in all directions at lightning speed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy actually stole my stance? Jang Jing was instantly taken aback. Unexpectedly, the Wolf King spat out thousands of wind blades, as if it was his masterstroke, Wild Dragon Slash. All the wind blades were like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, indiscriminately shooting sharply in all directions. Whoosh, without the need for Xiao Wanqing's voice to remind them. Everyone, including Jang Jing, displayed their own body techniques and quickly dodged these wind blades. Swish! Jang Jing's luck was better because he had just been attacked by the Wolf King's sneak attack, which pushed him into a large tree that was hugged by 7 people. At this moment, he just dodged to the back of the big tree with a flash, easily avoiding those wind blades. Jang Jing dodged the Wolf King's move, but his teammates suffered. This was because the number of wind blades spat out by the Wolf King was too many and the speed was too fast. Apart from Jang Jing, the other 6 teammates were all hit in the face by these wind blades because they couldn't dodge in time. Only a muffled grunt was heard as Su Yingru was hit hard by a wind blade. Her entire body flew backwards and finally fell to a place less than 5 meters away from Jang Jing. Shoo shoo shoo. In just a blink of an eye, a dozen more wind blades followed. Despite Su Yingru's efforts to make evasive movements, there were still 7 or 8 wind blades that left bone-deep wounds on her body. Fresh blood seeped out, and Su Yingru's clothes were instantly dyed red. However, the Wolf King was still opening his bloody mouth, and as if he didn't want any money, he continued to launch countless wind blades in all directions. It's over. Looking at the densely packed wind blades in front of him, shooting sharply like a swarm of bees, Su Yingru couldn't help but wail. A look of despair appeared on her face, and a trace of strong unwillingness flashed under her eyes. Chapter 15, Dragon Soul Possession. White-haired river god not to be messed with. Su Yingru didn't expect it either. Her all-out strike only blinded one of the Wolf King's eyes and did not fatally injure it. But it was this strike that completely enraged the Wolf King. The remaining few teammates, at most, only had to face 7 or 8 wind blades alone, while Lu Ruan had more than 50 wind blades flying over in front of her. Under the Wolf King's focused care, even though Lu Ruan's stance was quite good, she still couldn't escape the intensive fire coverage, and ended up with a serious injury. Seeing the second wave of densely packed wind blades, with lightning speed, swept towards her again. At this moment, Lu Ruan's face suddenly calmed down, and her eyes were devoid of any emotional color, as if she was ready to die generously. However, Su Yingru had already given up resisting, but there was one person who didn't want her to die that early. Dragon Soul Possession. At the critical moment, an angry roar sounded from behind Su Yingru. Buzz. Immediately afterward, an immense and incomparable air-breaking sound came. The air around them seemed to vibrate, and the leaves of several large trees nearby were blown and snapped. Su Yingru was slightly stunned. Only her sight was slightly tilted to the left, as if she wanted to see. What in the world was this huge and incomparable sound of breaking air? Swish! It was also at this time that a 3-meter wide, half-moon-shaped blood-colored blade chi brushed against Su Yingru's body in a matter of moments. Boom boom boom. In Su Yingru's dumbfounded eyes, this blood-red blade chi unexpectedly split all the dozens of wind blades in front of her into pieces in an instant. That's not all. The blade chi went unabated, and after splitting the wind blades in the sky, it even ran towards the Wolf King. Boom! Without any surprises, the Wolf King was ruthlessly struck by this blade chi. A miserable wail came out of his mouth, and his body flew out dozens of meters backwards. At the same time, the Wolf King's move was forced to interrupt, and the wind blades sweeping across the sky finally stopped. Quiet. The scene was quiet. The leaves that had been snapped by the air currents just a moment ago were slowly quieting down at the moment. Swish! After Su Yingru froze for a moment, she hurriedly turned her head to look over. In the next second, her pupils snapped shut and a look of shock appeared on her face. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The quiet woods were suddenly filled with the sound of steady footsteps. Jang Jing carried a killing knife in one hand and stepped out from behind the tree. At this moment, Jang Jing's appearance had unexpectedly undergone a radical change. A head of black hair turned white. The original black pupils also turned blood red. The body was even wrapped up by a light blood-colored light. The whole person from head to toe exuded an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on with the river god? What did I just miss? Why did Egami's hair turn white, and his eyes turned blood red? So scary. Oh, my god. Blah 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 has changed. I have to say, Jiangshan's white hair and that pair of blood-colored pupils are really cool. I like it so much. I have a strong feeling that the river god is about to go berserk. Everyone, get out of the way. Be careful of splashing blood all over you. When the river god is angry, blood will flow. The official livestream blew up again. Seeing that Jang Jing had actually changed his look, all of a sudden, all sorts of pop-ups sprung up like rain. But, Netflix's hunch wasn't wrong. At this moment, Jang Jing had already taken the initiative to activate the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Next, it was time for his hunt. Whoosh! Jang Jing suddenly charged at the Wolf King with his sword. Because the speed was really too fast, Jang Jing actually left a series of residual shadows on the road as he ran. Ow! The Wolf King seemed to sense danger from Jang Jing, only to see it howl and immediately retreat quickly towards the back of the pack. Ouch! The wolves that were guarding the periphery to watch the battle just now, seemed to have received the Wolf King's order at this moment, and suddenly surrounded towards Jang Jing from the left and right sides. Drink! Jang Jing, who was running, simply ignored the wolves that were coming towards the encircling group, and instead raised the pig killing knife and slashed out a blood-red blade energy once again in the direction of the Wolf King's retreat. Put! 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 The blade chi went straight towards the Wolf King at an extremely fast speed, and any mutant giant wolf that was in the way was invariably split in half by this blade chi. In just a blink of an eye, with Jang Jing and the Wolf King as the 2 points, this straight line distance between them was actually cleared out into a vacuum zone. These are not the point. The point was that Jang Jing immediately caught up with this blade chi at an extremely fast speed after slashing it out. Blade chi opened the way, followed by River Mirror. The densely packed wolves around them did not have any effect on Jang Jing. All of them became ornamental objects. Ow! The Wolf King seemed to have sensed the approaching saber aura and immediately stopped retreating. Then with a turn, opened his bloody mouth and bit into this blood-colored saber aura. Ka-ching! A crisp sound came from the Wolf King's iron teeth, which had actually chewed up the knife chi that Jang Jing had slashed out. But, Jang Jing didn't expect this blade chi to cause fatal damage to the Wolf King. All he wanted was for the Wolf King to open his bloody mouth, because his killing move had been brewing for a long time. Ding! The Wolf King had just bitten into the knife chi that Jang Jing had slashed out, when he suddenly felt as if an extra hard object had come out of his mouth. This hard object, flat and icy, was still pointed at one end and very sharp, as if a fish splinter was stuck in its mouth. Ha 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 ha, die for me. Just then, Jang Jing's maniacal laughter suddenly rang in the Wolf King's ears. The Wolf King fixed his eyes and was shocked. At some point, Jang Jing actually took the pig-killing knife in his hand and shoved it directly into its mouth. Mad Dragon Slash. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing instantly cast his best move. This wasn't an ordinary Wild Dragon Slash, but a super move where Jang Jing had activated his Ancestral Dragon bloodline and gained a 10x combat power boost. More importantly, yes, Jang Jing shoved the killing knife into the Wolf King's mouth. That is to say, the thousands of blade chi generated by this move would explode inside the Wolf King's body. A series of muffled sounds emanated from within the Wolf King's body. It realized with horror that it seemed to be a bit out of breath, and a sharp pain like 1,000 cuts came from its abdomen. But it didn't take long for a blade chi to burrow out of the Wolf King's stomach, and at the same time, it brought out a large splash of blood. Immediately after that, the second blade chi, the third blade chi, and the fourth blade chi have shot out from the Wolf King's body, bloom after bloom of blood. The Wolf King's huge and incomparable body unexpectedly turned into a blood-colored fountain that leaked on all sides. Ow! Noticing that his life was rapidly passing away, the Wolf King wailed unwillingly, and his eyes rapidly dimmed. Wow! In the next second, hundreds of blade chi shot out from the Wolf King's body at the same time, directly dismembering this incomparably ferocious demonic beast into a pile of crumbs. Snapped! The wolf's blood and meat foam that floated down from the sky-colored Jang Jing into a bloody man. The breeze blew by, ruffling Jang Jing's white hair. Only Jang Jing retrieved the pig-killing knife, and an evil smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. It so happened that this smile was captured by the smart bracelet and relayed in real time to the 1 billion online viewers in the Dragon Kingdom. Why do I feel a chill running down my back when Jang Jing smiles like this? Aha! My scalp is splitting open. What a wicked smile. A smile that makes my heart tingle all the time. The white-haired river god is definitely a super scary and dangerous person. Nima, dismembering the Wolf King boss with a single slash. The white-haired river god is so ferocious. Rainy Night Butcher, white-haired river god, please take my knee. Mirror brother is simply handsome. I love you. Chapter 16. Things go awry and the wolves attack suicidally. Ding. Host kills the mutant Wolf King. Blood value plus 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host's chi and blood value for breaking through 1,000 points, and his rank is automatically raised to a 3-star martial artist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 skill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade pack. Please open it? After Jang Jing killed the Wolf King, a series of system beeps immediately rang in his ears. At the same time, a great warmth surged within his body, a sensation that his chi and blood values were increasing at a rapid rate. I'll go. Another upgrade? I didn't expect that beheading a Wolf King would boost his blood value by 100 points. One word, awesome. So it seems that if you want to level up quickly, you have to go after the bosses. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 3-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Blood value, 1000. Mental power, 100. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Stance, basic footwork. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade breath, mad dragon slash. Skill points, 3. Jang Jing quickly opened the personal information panel and hurriedly scanned it, suddenly feeling a dizzying sensation coming from his brain. This is a side effect of excessive mental energy consumption. Although the top of the personal information panel didn't show Jang Jing's current remaining mental power, he could clearly sense that his mental power was severely depleted and a very tired feeling was coming from his brain. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately stopped the bloodline activation state. In the next second, Jang Jing's dizziness disappeared. A head of white hair slowly returned to black, and the original blood-red pupils gradually returned to normal. Phew! Jang Jing took a deep breath and slightly adjusted his state, while also silently calculating the time in his heart. In the end, he was surprised to find that his 100 points of mental energy was only enough to maintain the bloodline activation state for 1 minute. Holy! The move of summoning a dragon spirit possession was indeed bull beer, but the amount of mental energy consumed was also too great. In the future, it's best not to use this trick lightly if you don't have to. Even if they were to use this move, they would have to time it right, and definitely not exhaust their mental power completely. This was because once the mental energy was depleted, the person would pass out on the spot. Imagine if one was in the middle of a battle with a ferocious beast and suddenly passed out. Wouldn't that be actively sending food to the door of the ferocious beast? Ding ding dong. Just then, a crisp sound drifted into Jang Jing's ears. Only when he looked down, he suddenly realized that there was a cyan-colored crystal core that rolled out of the slag of the Wolf King's corpse and ended up at his feet. What's that? Sparkling. It looked as if it was a gemstone, and it was also faintly emitting a great energy. Whoosh! Jang Jing bent down and picked up the crystal core, and was just about to hold it in his hand for a closer look, when a sharp wolf howl suddenly came to his ears. What the hell? Jang Jing hurriedly stuffed the crystal core into his pocket, then raised his head and looked around for a second. Never in a million years. The eyes of the surrounding mutated giant wolves actually turned blood red. Moreover, they were staring at Jang Jing in unison, as if Jang Jing was their father killer, and their eyes were glowing with ferocity and bloodlust. It's not scientific. This is not scientific at all. Jang Jing muttered a few words, and at the same time, he also clenched his killing knife and once again assumed a fighting stance. Jang Jing, who had been a human being for 2 lifetimes, was definitely no stranger to creatures like wolves, regardless of whether it was on Earth or on the blue planet. Wolves, a pack animal. As long as someone could kill their wolf king, the remaining wolf pups would absolutely scatter in a huff. But the wolves in front of them, however, were beyond Jang Jing's perception. Jang Jing had clearly killed the wolf king, but the remaining wolf pups, instead of dispersing in a flurry of activity, surrounded Jang Jing, with the attitude that they wouldn't stop until Jang Jing was broken into pieces. What the hell? What went wrong? Could it be that the wolf that just killed that could spit wind blades was not the king of this pack of wolf cubs? Nope. The system had clearly given a hint that Jang Jing had successfully killed the wolf king, increasing his blood value by 100 points. The one he had just decapitated was the wolf king. But, ow. Without waiting for Jang Jing to think clearly about the problem, the wolves once again launched a fierce attack towards him. This time, the fighting strength of the wolves seemed to have risen by a notch, as all of the mutated giant wolves launched a life-threatening attack towards Jang Jing. Jang Jing wasn't a wimp at all, and holding his beloved killing knife, he once again slaughtered the wolves. However, it was as if the wolves had gone crazy. Even though they knew they would be split in half, they still pounced forward and backward, without a hint of retreat, much less a hint of fear. Suicide attack? The word popped into Jang Jing's mind. The wolves in front of them seemed to have completely lost their minds. All the giant wolves seemed to have been brainwashed as if they had been brainwashed, lining up one after another and actively handing their heads under Jang Jing's butcher knife. Jang Jing wielded his killing knife as if he was cutting leeks. After killing one batch after another, his arms were starting to go numb, but he still didn't scare off the wolves. For some reason, as Jang Jing killed, his heart suddenly began to grow fuzzy. He only took the time to glance at his teammates and realized that they were all dealing with the wolves' suicidal attacks, and each of them had their hands full, their stamina and true chi depleting rapidly. After surveying the situation around them again, they suddenly realized that in the thick fog that filled the surroundings, an endless number of mutated giant wolves had sprung up, joining in a steady stream to encircle them. Mud. Where did all these wolf cubs come from? Have all the giant wolves in the entire misty forest converged here? Mad Dragon Slash. Seeing an opportunity, Jang Jing slashed out a big move, clearing out the mutant giant wolves within a dozen meters around him. Then he quickly ran in the direction of his teammates. When Jang Jing rejoined his teammates, the captain Xiao Wanqing suddenly shouted loudly, "The wolves are too numerous. If we continue to fight, sooner or later, we'll all be exhausted here." Captain, so what do we do now? Directly kill our way out and break out of the wolves' encirclement? Zhu Gang was panting as he wielded the heaven-breaking hammer. His forehead, face, and neck were all covered in bean-sized beads of sweat, and even his lips were starting to turn slightly white. It was obvious that he was severely overdrawn. Of course, the one in the worst situation in the elite squad was not Zhu Gang, but Su Qingru, who was seriously injured. At this moment, she was completely unable to perform the kind of ghostly stance she had before. He could only lean his back against the tree, one hand covering his bleeding abdomen, the other stubbornly holding up his dagger, and dealing with the wolves' attacks with a face full of exhaustion. Up the tree! Everyone hurry up to the tree! It was at this moment that Captain Xiao Wanqing handed down a wise and incomparable decision. Instead of rashly leading the elite squad to kill the wolves, she urged everyone to hurry up to the trees, using this to avoid the wolves' suicide attacks. Whoosh! As soon as Xiao Wanqing's words fell, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu immediately stopped their attacks, and without hesitation, they performed lightweight feats and instantly jumped onto the large tree in front of them, which was embraced by 7 people. Whoosh! Xiao Wanqing's movements weren't slow either, only to see her dodge to Su Rua's side, and then ruthlessly slash out her sword, decapitating the 5 giant wolves that surrounded her. Immediately after, Xiao Wanqing wrapped her arms around Su Rua's waist and jumped with vigor, her feet nodding twice on the trunk of the tree, finally taking Su Rua with her as she leaped onto the tree. Knock! 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 Right at this moment, a dull sound came and caught Jang Jing's attention. Only Jang Jing turned his head just in time to see Zhu Gang put the heaven-breaking hammer on his back. Then like a nimble monkey, he flew up the thick tree trunk and climbed upwards. In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Gang climbed to the first branch of the tree that was closest to the ground, but at least 7 meters high. This scene was a sight to behold for Jang Jing. Holy, is this a move that a 200+ pound fat guy can do? That's too flexible. Old 6. You're really 6. Chapter 17, The Embarrassment of Not Knowing Lightness of Being. Old 7. What are you still gawking at? Hurry up and come up. From the trees came the shouts of Yugo. At this moment, the 7 members of the entire elite squad, other than Jang Jing, the other 6 had already jumped onto the tree. But, Jang Jing did not follow everyone up the tree. Instead, he stood alone under the tree, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, because he doesn't know how to lighten up. Jang Jing took all the skill points and used them to learn sword techniques, not bothering to learn body techniques or boxing techniques. Jang Jing, who only had basic stances, couldn't even jump up the 7-meter tall tree. Ow ow ow. Right at this moment, the dense wolves swarmed up again. Because Jang Jing was the only one standing under the tree, almost all of the mutant giant wolves aimed their attacks at him. Mad Dragon Slash. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing once again slashed out a big move, instantly harvesting a large wave of wolf heads. Immediately after that, Jang Jing quickly retrieved the killing knife and inserted it inside the sheath hanging behind his waist. Then with a turn, he climbed up the thick tree trunk. But, Jang Jing's speed was not very fast, and his movements were even a bit clumsy. Looking like a novice climbing a tree for the first time, by the time the wolves swarmed over again, Jang Jing had already climbed as high as 6 meters, only missing the last meter to touch the first branch. However, accidents happen at this time. Just as Jang Jing reached out and grabbed the branch, he didn't realize that the branch looked sturdy, but it was actually very fragile. Ka-ching! Jang Jing had just grabbed the branch with both hands, and before his body could roll up, the branch suddenly snapped open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jang Jing only had time to let out a loud curse before his entire body fell downward along with the broken branches. Ow ow ow. The mutant giant wolves surrounding the tree unexpectedly howled in unison, only to see that each of them raised their heads, opened their bloody mouths, and their eyes were glowing with excitement as they stared at the falling Jang Jing. The scene was as if as soon as Jang Jing landed on the ground, the wolves were immediately going to tear him to pieces. Mud. This is too much luck, isn't it? Since I can't hide, I will fight with this group of people. Jang Jing, who was in mid-air, suddenly flashed a cold aura in his eyes, and his right hand flew to the back of his waist, gripping the hilt of the pig-killing knife. He had thought that a big battle was inevitable, but before Jang Jing's body hit the ground, a sharp sound of breaking air came to his ears. Whoosh! Only a whip shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and in the next second, Jang Jing felt that his male dog's waist, which had 8-pack abs, was wrapped around something to death. A feeling of weightlessness came immediately afterward. Jang Jing's waist was strangled to the point of raw pain, but his body was getting farther and farther away from the ground, as if it was being pulled upwards by a powerful force. In just a blink of an eye, Jang Jing was pulled to a tree branch and slammed into a warm embrace. A rich aroma flooded my nose. The head seemed to rest between two huge soft masses, hands also because of the subconscious movement, as if wrapped around a thin as willow waist. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Jang Jing, because when he was young, he slept with his wife, Ruan Lu, and almost always used this position to embrace each other. Only, Ruan Lu's wasn't as big or as barbecue. Are you okay? Suddenly, a seductive imperial voice rang in Jang Jing's ears. Whoosh! Jang Jing subconsciously looked up, only to realize that the woman he was holding in a death grip was actually the super mature woman in the team, Xiao Mei. The person who stepped in to save Jang Jing just now was her. That, looking at Xiao Mei's calm, watery eyes, Jang Jing couldn't help but blush with old age and hurriedly let go of her, while also sitting up straight and saying, "Thank you, you're welcome." Xiao Mei retrieved the long whip and hung it on her waist, then turned around and quickly straightened her slightly messy clothes. However, when Xiao Mei turned around again, she suddenly realized that Jang Jing was staring straight at her, and there seemed to be a flash of inexplicable light in her eyes. For some reason, Xiao Mei's pretty face suddenly flushed with a blush. Only Xiao Mei's red lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but just at this time, Captain Xiao Wanqing's voice drifted into everyone's ears. Everyone, seize the time to recover your physical strength and true qi. If the wolves refuse to disperse throughout, we must rush to kill our way out before nightfall. The moment Xiao Wanqing said this, a grave atmosphere immediately filled the team, and Xiao Mei also closed her mouth and did not pay any more attention to Jang Jing. Looking at the densely packed mutant giant wolves under the tree, the group's brows all couldn't help but wrinkle. Although everyone has hidden in the tree, and the mutant giant wolf can't attack the people in the tree, but this group is dead under the tree, not have to leave. When it gets dark, there's no telling what kind of monsters will pop up in the forest. Therefore, Xiao Wanqing's decision was not wrong. If the wolves never leave, everyone must rush to kill a bloody path out of here hard before it gets dark. Silence, no words. For the next period of time, all of them sat quietly on the tree, silently recovering their physical strength and true chi. Jang Jing also took the opportunity to tap on the main system page. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 3-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 1088. Mental power, 100. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Stance, basic footwork. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade breath, mad dragon slash. Skill points, 3. Looking at his pitiful 3 skill points, Jang Jing suddenly hesitated a bit. According to the system, martial arts were divided into 5 levels: elementary martial skills, intermediate martial skills, advanced martial skills, top martial skills, and divine martial skills. Learning primary martial arts costs 1 skill point, learning intermediate martial arts costs 2 skill points, and so on, and learning divine martial arts costs 5 skill points. Most importantly, you can't skip levels in learning martial arts. You have to progress step by step. In other words, Jang Jing had already learned the beginner, intermediate and advanced blade techniques, and if he wanted to learn the top blade technique next, he would have to spend 4 skill points. Obviously, the 3 skill points that Jang Jing currently had left were not enough for him to learn a top-tier blade technique. Logically speaking, Jang Jing could have kept these 3 skill points and waited until he had upgraded to a 4-star martial artist before learning a top-notch blade technique. But the current situation simply didn't allow Jang Jing to do so. Being in the midst of a crisis-ridden secret world, one never knows which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. What's more, the elite squad was still besieged by the wolves now, and later on, everyone would have to fight for their lives to kill their way out. At this moment, being able to raise 1 more point of strength was equal to 1 more point of hope of living. Brother Unicorn, I want to learn beginner's stance. Without much hesitation, Jang Jing gritted his teeth and made a decision right away. Ding! Will the host consume 1 skill point to automatically comprehend an elementary stance technique? The system's beep came from his ears, and Jang Jing decisively answered in his heart. Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 skill point and automatically comprehending and learning the primary stance technique, clear wind steps. With the system's beep ringing in his ears once again, Jang Jing's skill point was deducted by 1, and at the same time, a huge wave of information surged in his mind. Qingfeng steps is a light lifting technique. Simply by following a specific running route and pouring true chi on top of one's legs, one can increase one's movement speed. If you learn the clear wind steps, you can walk 800 miles in a day without feeling tired. Chapter 18 Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materia. The Secret World. Misty Forest. Jang Jing had automatically comprehended the essence of the clear wind steps in just an instant, and at the same time, he had also completely mastered this elementary body technique. However, Jang Jing wasn't satisfied, but continued to murmur in his heart. Brother Tuzi, I want to learn intermediate body technique. Ding! Will the host consume 2 skill points to automatically comprehend an intermediate level stance? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 2 skill points and automatically comprehending and learning the intermediate level stance technique, instantaneous flash. As the system's beep sounded in his ears once again, Jang Jing's skill points were instantly deducted, while another huge wave of information surged in his mind. Instantaneous flash is a bizarre displacement footwork. 1 step leaves a residual shadow in its place, but itself can instantly reach any place within 10 meters. The only disadvantage of this footwork is that it cannot penetrate obstacles, and can only reach its destination smoothly by trying to bypass obstacles on the way to displacement. In another split second of effort, Jang Jing automatically realized the essence of instantaneous flash, and thoroughly mastered this intermediate level stance. However, Jang Jing, felt a little disappointed, because the clear wind steps could only increase the speed of movement, and the instantaneous flash was also a displacement step. Neither of these 2 body techniques could allow Jang Jing to fly. It seemed that only advanced or above advanced stances could make one fly through the air and leap up in midair. Right. The system seemed to have rewarded an upgrade pack when the level was raised to a 3-star martial artist. As soon as he thought of this, Jang Jing's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly, and he immediately mumbled in his heart, Brother Tuzi, open the upgrade gift pack for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Treasures. Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Treasures. This book records detailed information on all heavenly materials and treasures in the universe, with relevant illustrations and videos. As the system's beep sounded, a majestic stream of information suddenly surged into Jang Jing's mind like a tidal wave. Good up. Head hurts. It felt as if someone was holding a pump and desperately trying to pump up their head. It's going to blow up. Jang Jing's face instantly turned a little pale, only to see that he couldn't help but stretch out his hands and cover his head in death, and his body couldn't stop trembling. However, the feeling comes and goes quickly. In just a blink of an eye, Jang Jing's head returned to its original state. and all the discomfort disappeared. Phew! Jang Jing repeatedly confirmed that his head wasn't broken, and then he couldn't help but let out a long breath. It's going to be dark soon. We must find a way to kill our way out. We definitely can't stay here for the night. Right at this moment, Captain Xiao Wanqing's voice drifted into the crowd's ears again. Jang Jing hurriedly looked up, only to realize that the sun, which was still hanging above his head, had shifted to the west at this moment, and was about to fall below the mountain. On top of that, the light in the entire misty forest had dimmed, and the temperature around them seemed to have dropped several degrees. If everyone has no other opinions, then get ready for battle and let's just kill our way out of here. Xiao Wanqing stared at the densely packed wolves under the tree and took a deep breath before gripping the long sword in her hand, and her eyes became stern. The remaining few members of the elite squad also picked up their weapons, ready to fight at any time. Wait! Just at this moment, a voice interrupted the crowd, only to see that after Jang Jing shouted this, in the eyes of the crowd's astonishment, he immediately climbed quickly up the trunk of the large tree. It didn't take long before Jang Jing climbed to a place more than 10 meters above the ground, and also sat on a tree branch and began to look around. 7. What are you doing? Shu Gang couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, while also watching Jang Jing's every move with a face full of curiosity. Of course, Zhu Gang was not the only one who felt curious. The rest of the people looked at Jang Jing with curious eyes. Where is it? Is it blocked by a tree? It shouldn't be. Hey, found it. Jang Jing ignored Zhu Gang's loud inquiry, only to see that he searched for himself and seemed to have discovered something about the situation. His mouth couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation, and his face also revealed an expression of excitement. Soon, Jang Jing climbed down from the tree and sat back down beside Xiao Mei. 7. What have you found? Shu Gang, who saw this scene, couldn't help but move over from the branch of the tree next to him. The remaining few people in the team, including the injured Lu Ruan, all followed Zhu Gang's example and surrounded towards Jang Jing. One good news and one bad news. Which would you all like to hear first? The corners of Jang Jing's mouth curled slightly, deliberately selling the idea. Old 7. What time is it? And you're still in the mood for jokes? Shu Gang glared disgruntledly at Jang Jing, and although he hit it well, Jang Jing still caught a look of eagerness to know the answer from his face. Let's hear the bad news first. What made the crowd slightly surprised was that Xiao Wanqing, the seemingly stern captain, instead of speaking out and accusing Jang Jing, was very cooperative with him and even took the initiative to pick out the bad news to be heard. Ahem. Jang Jing dryly coughed twice, then returned in a serious manner. The bad news is that we accidentally intruded into the guarded land of the mutant wolves. Before we leave this place, even if we decapitate the leader of the wolves, they will still launch an undying attack on us. As soon as Jang Jing said this, Shu Gang couldn't help but interject and ask, what is a guarded place? Are these wolf cubs guarding something important? Old 6. You're so smart. Jang Jing smiled faintly, then said, next, is the good news I want to tell everyone. What is a guarded place? To put it simply, a heavenly treasure was born in this place, and that's why the wolves were attracted to it. The wolves want to take the heavenly treasures for themselves, so naturally they see all intruders as enemies who want to snatch the treasures. Quiet. The trees were quiet. All of them, including Xiao Wanqing, all looked at Jang Jing with a kind of doubtful eyes, seemingly holding a half-believing and half-doubting attitude towards him. What? You guys don't believe me? Jang Jing cried and laughed as he shook his head. The reason he knew all this was all because he had digested a copy of the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Treasures. On top of that, Jang Jing had just climbed to the top of the tree and looked around, and had already spotted the light emanating from the heavenly material treasure, and had also determined its approximate location. Of course, Jang Jing definitely wouldn't make the secret of the system public. It was his biggest card. Even his precious daughter didn't know the secret. Jang Jing, our priority now is to find a way to get out of here, and then find a relatively safe place to spend tonight. As for the heavenly treasure you mentioned, do you think that with the strength of the 7 of us, we can take it away from the wolves? What's more, it's going to be dark soon. Once the sun goes down, the strength of these mutated giant wolves will go up several notches, and we won't be able to cope at all. Xiao Wanqing frowned, not being tempted by the heavenly treasures, but instead gave a very sensible analysis. However, Jang Jing, waved his hand in a carefree manner and said, I have a solution here that will allow everyone to get out of the trap without any problems. Do you guys want to hear it? What way? Chapter 19, People die for money. Birds die for food. I'll distract the wolves. You guys take the opportunity to escape. Jang Jing didn't give everyone any time to react, and after throwing down these words, he directly leapt down from the tree in front of the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. Boo! After landing on the ground, Jang Jing first made a wild dragon slash, clearing out all the giant wolves surrounding the tree, and then he performed the clear wind steps he had just learned, and sped off in a certain direction. Whoosh! Jang Jing was fast, The two body techniques, Qingfeng steps and instantaneous dodge, made him look like a living loach, constantly dodging left and right among the wolves. In just a blink of an eye, Jang Jing had rushed out hundreds of meters away, and the wolves hadn't even touched the corner of his coat. Holy, this stance of old 7, cow beer. Looking at Jang Jing's rapidly departing figure, Shu Gang couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration, then reacted and hurriedly shouted, AI, old 7, don't be impulsive, hurry back. At this moment, Jang Jing, who was already 500 meters away, couldn't hear Zhu Gang's shouts at all. Even if Jang Jing heard Zhu Gang's shouts, it was impossible for him to return. Ow. Right at this moment, the wolves seemed to sense something, only to see them turn their direction in unison, then chased after Jang Jing in the direction he had left. In just 3 seconds, the wolves that were still defending the tree were all gone, not even a single hair left behind. Quiet. The trees were quiet. All the members of the elite squad fell into silence as the group looked in the direction that Jang Jing had left, and every one of their faces was filled with complex expressions. Captain, what do we do now? Shu Gang swept a glance at the silent crowd and finally landed his gaze on Captain Xiao Wanqing's face. Phew! Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath and quickly glanced at Jang Jing's departing direction before she clenched her teeth and said, while old 7 has lured the wolves away, let's hurry and leave this place. After saying these words, Xiao Wanqing no longer hesitated and immediately jumped down from the tree, then hurried towards the opposite direction from the wolves. Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, and Xiao Hu also followed suit and jumped down from the tree, and followed closely behind Xiao Wanqing. Shu Gang hesitated for a moment, only to see that he couldn't help but let out a sigh before he decisively jumped down from the tree and quickly chased after Xiao Wanqing and the others. However, Shu just ran a few steps forward and suddenly remembered that there was another team member in the tree, Su Yingru. Swish! I only saw Zhu Gang stop his advance in a hurry, then turned around and shouted at Su Yingru. Old 5, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go. Quiet. The trees were quiet. No one responded. Until this moment, Zhu had just realized that the tree was surprisingly empty, and there was no figure of Su Yingru at all. Where are the people? Did old 5 just leave with the captain? Asterisk. Each one of you runs faster than a rabbit. Can't you take care of Fat Master's emotions? Shu Gang couldn't help but spit out a couple of sentences before he turned around and quickly chased towards Xiao Wanqing and the others. Did Su Yingru run in the wrong direction? Instead of running after the captain, why is she still chasing towards the river god's side? No way. Could it be that Su Yingru wants to go and support Jiangshan? Su Yingru has injuries on her body, and instead of choosing to leave at this time, she even ran over to support Jiangshan. Isn't this dragging Jiangshan's leg? What do you know? Jiangshan just saved Su Yingru's life. The little ninny is obviously worried about her savior. I can't repay you for saving my life, but I can only return the favor with my body. Nonsense. Su Yingru is simply fooling around. Dense pop-ups scrolled up on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Shu Gang didn't know where Su Yingru had gone, but his friends and viewers in the live broadcast room could see it clearly. Right at the moment when Xiao Wanqing gave the order to retreat, Su Yingru unexpectedly jumped down from the tree without hesitation, and then chased after Jang Jing in the direction he left. Of course, Jang Jing, at this moment, had no idea what had happened after he left, only to see him exerting the clear wind steps with all his might, coupled with the instantaneous flash and evasive stance. He hurriedly penetrated through the wolves as if he were loitering in his own backyard garden. Out of the densely packed wolves, surprisingly none of the mutated giant wolves were able to touch the corner of his coat. Swish! About 3 minutes later, a red light broke into River Mirror's line of sight. Only when he fixed his eyes, a short tree more than 2 meters tall appeared less than 10 meters ahead. The entire dwarf tree was dark red in color, and the tree bore more than a dozen blood-red fruits, and these fruits also emitted a faint layer of blood-colored light. In this gloomy forest, the blood-colored light emanating from the fruit was like a lantern in the darkness of the night, extraordinarily conspicuous and bright. This is ********. Surprisingly, it's a phoenix blood fruit, and there are a full 18 of them. Harry. Ha. The moment Jang Jing saw the phoenix blood fruit, his eyes instantly widened, and a look of shock and disbelief hung on his face. Immediately afterward, Jang Jing cast instantaneous flash, without hesitation, directly passing through the dense wolf pack and instantly arriving in front of the short tree. Ouch! Jang Jing's move naturally angered the wolves as well, only to see countless mutated giant wolves, roaring in anger while pouncing ferociously towards Jang Jing. Mad Dragon Slash! Jang Jing, who had long been prepared for battle, fiercely urged the true chi in his body and used his own big move right at the wolves. Whoosh! Thousands of saber chi burst out, then swept out in all directions, and in just a blink of an eye, a vacuum was cleared around them. Ding! Host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value +0.5. Ding! Host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value plus 0. 5. Ding. Host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value plus 0. 5. A series of system beeps came to his ears. Jang Jing, who had already been promoted to a 3-star martial artist, could only increase his chi blood by 0.5 now that he had hunted and killed a mutant giant wolf. That's not the point. The point was, Jang Jing didn't have any hesitation and immediately turned around to collect the phoenix blood fruit from the tree. Swish swish swish. Amidst the thunderous howls of the wolves, Jang Jing plucked all 18 phoenix blood fruits and quickly stuffed them into his backpack. However, just as Jang Jing put his backpack back on his body and was about to escape from this place, he suddenly realized that all of his paths were completely blocked by the wolves. Front and back, left and right, in all directions, they were all densely packed with mutated giant wolves. If one pulled the camera into mid-air, one would realize that the wolves had formed a circle, encircling Jang Jing within it. At this moment, another dense patch of pop-ups sprang up on the public screen of the official live broadcast room. It's over. Jiangshan is completely surrounded by wolves. Oh, no, the river god has made a big mistake. He shouldn't have picked those fruits. People die for money. Birds die for food. The river god is not exempt from this, but greed kills. Who the hell said my river god is finished? Don't forget the terror of the white-haired river god. As long as the river god transforms, he'll destroy these wolf cubs in minutes. With my years of experience in reading novels, Jiangshan transforms into a white-haired state. There must be numerous limitations, and the duration will definitely not be too long. So, everyone should understand, right? Whoops, my brother Mirror, nothing can happen to you. Chapter 20, It's dark. The wolves are demonized. Phew, a breeze blew by, ruffling the hair on the front of Jang Jing's forehead. Looking around at the densely packed wolves that were slowly encircling towards him, their number would definitely not be less than 100,000 heads. At this moment, Jang Jing's face didn't have any fear. Instead, he even gripped the killing knife tightly and pulled a beautiful knife flower in his hand. Ow! As the wolf pack's encirclement gradually narrowed, a mutant giant wolf at the forefront finally couldn't help but launch a ferocious attack towards Jang Jing. Immediately afterward, there was a second, third, and fourth mutated giant wolf that pounced towards him in unison from Jang Jing's left, right, and behind. Then again, the entire wolf pack was abuzz, only to see countless mutated giant wolves, overwhelming, forward and backward, surging and mountainous, pouncing towards Jang Jing. In the eyes of the wolves, Jang Jing had intruded into their territory, slaughtered their companions, and had stolen the phoenix blood fruit, a heavenly treasure they were guarding. I can't stand my uncle, but I can't stand my aunt. Therefore, no matter what, this outsider must be broken into pieces and the phoenix blood fruit must be snatched back. Mad Dragon Slash. Facing the siege of the wolves, Jang Jing did not hesitate to cast a big move. Thousands of blade chi swept out, and in an instant, a large blood mist was stirred up around him. Ding! Host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value plus 0.5. Ding! Host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value plus 0.5. Ding! Host kills mutant giant wolf. Blood value plus 0.5. Feeling the slowly increasing chi and blood values in his body, Jang Jing couldn't help but frown, and his heart flew into calculations. According to the density of the wolves at this moment, a single execution of Wild Dragon Slash could probably kill 100 mutant giant wolves, while also boosting one's own blood value by 50 points. Chi and blood value, a collective term for true chi value and life value. 100 points of chi value, including 100 points of true chi value and 100 points of life value. However, Jang Jing casted the Mad Dragon Slash once, yet he had to consume roughly 100 points of true chi. In other words, Jang Jing turned on his big move to hunt the mutant giant wolf, and he couldn't make ends meet. In order to conserve his true chi value, Jang Jing decided to still use the blistering wind blade technique and blade chi to deal with the wolves. Ow. Blades were flashing, wolves were snarling, and blood was splattering. Jang Jing's back was against the phoenix blood fruit tree, and the pig-killing knife in his hand was danced impervious to the wind, and all the mutant giant wolves that approached within 3 feet of his side were all cut in half by him, spilling blood on the spot. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. As time passed by, Jang Jing's side was already piled up with wolf corpses, and the nearby land was dyed scarlet by wolf blood, and a strong smell of blood was wafting in the air. But the wolves were still desperately attacking him. Tick. I don't know how long it took, but a drop of sweat slid down Jang Jing's forehead, slid down to his chin, and then dripped down from his chin to his feet. Tick, tick, tick-tock. A second, third, and fourth drop of sweat slid down immediately afterward. At this moment, Jang Jing's forehead was already covered with dense beads of sweat, and the right hand that was wielding the sword was beginning to go numb. None of this is the point. The point was, Jang Jing realized that his true chi value, without realizing it, had been consumed by 70%. Then he looked at the wolves in front of him, killing one batch after another, as if they could not be killed at all, still sweeping towards him in a skywide, forward and backward, surging and mountainous manner. Other than that, all the surrounding roads were blocked by packs of wolves. In this scene, the wolves were crowding the wolves, not leaving any gaps, and the skill, instantaneous flash, had no room to play. In other words, Jang Jing simply had no way to escape. Are you going to be consumed alive by a pack of wolf cubs today? What to do? Why don't you simply activate the ancestral dragon bloodline and summon the dragon soul to possess your body while you still have some spiritual power left, then forcefully kill your way out? Ow ow ow. Just as Jang Jing was preparing to fight to the death, a commotion suddenly came from the east of the wolves. Many of the mutant giant wolves that faced Jang Jing unexpectedly turned their direction and attacked towards their backs. Just as Jang Jing felt surprised, a woman's shout suddenly floated over. Big brother Jiang, I've come to help you. As soon as the words fell, a ghostly figure came out from the wolves, only to see her holding two daggers, her body swaying left and right, a step and a flash, a knife and a small knife, hard to the wolves of the circle, to tear a small mouth. Suing Zhua. Jang Jing never expected that this little ninny would actually drag her severely injured body and come to support him. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing hastily executed the instantaneous flash steps and arrived at Suing Rua's side in a matter of moments. Girl, what brings you here? Jang Jing swung out a powerful blade chi, consecutively decapitating 7 mutated giant wolves, while also inquiring at Suing Ru. I owe you my life. Suing Rua waved her dagger with both hands and slit the throats of the 2 mutant giant wolves that came at her head in unison, and at the same time, she quickly answered Jang Jing. It's too dangerous here and you were injured before. I owe you my life. Girl, I stepped in to save you before. It was just a passing thing. You don't have to. I owe you my life. Hey, are you a repeater? Is that the only thing you can say over and over again? I owe you my life. Jang Jing was speechless. He never thought that Su Yingru would be a dead brain. Seeing that the wolves were about to resurround the two of them, Jang Jing couldn't care less and directly shouted, don't get attached to the battle. Let's combine our efforts to kill out. Yes, Suing Rua didn't talk nonsense, and immediately executed Ghost Dance Kill, taking the initiative to walk in the front to be the trailblazer for Jang Jing. It had to be said that with Suing Rua in front to open the way, Jang Jing could perform the instantaneous flash steps without any fear. In the last second, Suing Rua had decapitated a mutated giant wolf in front of her. In the next second, Jang Jing utilized the instantaneous flash footwork and stepped directly on the location where the giant wolf had fallen. At the same time, the mutant giant wolves on both sides that wanted to sneak attack Su Yingru would also be mercilessly cut down by Jang Jing. And just like that, the two worked together seamlessly. Su Yingru just drove in front while Jang Jing covered her from behind. Coupled with the fact that both of them had ghostly stances, it was as if they were playing checkers on top of a chessboard, killing their way through the wolves. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He was about to break out of the wolves' encirclement, but an accident happened at this time. Jang Jing suddenly realized that the light around him was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the wolves seemed to have been affected in some way, and had all become violent and restless. Taking the time to glance at the sky above his head, Jang Jing instantly changed his face. No good. It's getting dark. These mutated giant wolves seem to have been affected in some way. Their strength has risen by more than a notch. Jang Jing slashed over a mutated giant wolf. Who knew that this giant wolf quickly got up from the ground again and then continued to launch a ferocious attack towards him. So Jang Jing increased his strength and once again gave this mutant giant wolf a slash. Who knows? The mutant giant wolf that had been slashed twice consecutively, once again jumped up like a nobody and lunged headlong towards Jang Jing again. Mud, die for me. In a fit of rage, Jang Jing directly slashed out a 2-meter-long blade chi, which cut off this mutant giant wolf. Ding! Host kills the dark giant wolf. Blood value plus 10. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Jang Jing's face became even more grave. Wasn't it a mutant wolf? How did you suddenly turn into a dark wolf? Moreover, beheading a dark giant wolf had actually increased his blood value by 10 points. Could it be that all these mutant giant wolves were demonized after dark? But then again, the increase in blood value from decapitating a dark giant wolf was 20 times that of decapitating a mutant giant wolf. Sure enough, high risk means high return. If it wasn't for the fact that the true chi in Jang Jing's body was severely depleted and wasn't enough to support him to continue fighting, he would have definitely stayed here to have a painful fight and take the opportunity to brush up his martial arts level. Chapter 21, 4-star martial artist. Advanced light skill. The secret world. It was completely dark. In Jang Jing's dumbfounded eyes, all of the mutated giant wolves, a black light emerged from their bodies, and their originally blood-red eyes turned grayish-white, deadly grayish kind of color, like a zombie's eyes. Those aren't the point. The point was, Jang Jing sensed an aura of danger in each of the mutated giant wolves. Sensing that the situation was not good, Jang Jing hurriedly shouted to Suing-ru in front of him, "Girl, quickly stop these mutant giant wolves." Ah! Before Jang Jing could finish his words, a miserable scream came from the front, as if Suing-ru had suffered some heavy blow. Her entire body flew backwards, while a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. Swish! Jang Jing was instantly startled, and quickly reached out to hug Suing-ru. Right at this moment, Jang Jing's corner of his eye suddenly glimpsed that 7 or 8 giant wolves pounced over in front of him. A dozen giant wolves pounced over on the left and right sides, and even behind him, there were several giant wolves launching sneak attacks. It was too late. Jang Jing didn't even think about it, and immediately instilled all of his true chi into the pig-killing knife, and then hugged Suing-ru and leaped high into the air, slamming the knife hard into the ground. Super Mad Dragon Slash. Densely dotted blade chi shot out sharply in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Ding! Host kills the dark giant wolf. Blood value plus 10. Ding! Host kills the dark giant wolf. Blood value plus 10. Ding! Host kills the dark giant wolf. Blood value plus 10. In just a split-second's effort, a vacuum appeared within a 50-meter radius with Jang Jing as the center. Corpses are everywhere, and blood is raining from the sky. This scene was like placing a meat grinder in the middle of a wolf pack, instantly harvesting a large wave of wolf heads. Ding! Congratulations to the host's chi and blood values for breaking through 2,000 points, and his rank is automatically raised to a 4-star martial artist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 skill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade pack. Please open it? Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Jang Jing was first slightly stunned, followed by an expression of surprise and joy on his face. I didn't expect it to escalate at a critical time. Mud. If it wasn't for the severe depletion of true chi, True Tama would have wanted to do it again. Ow ow ow. Jang Jing's frantic slaughter did not scare off the wolves. In just a blink of an eye, all the dark giant wolves once again surrounded towards Jang Jing and Suing-ru. At this moment, there was not much true chi value left in Jang Jing's body, and Suing-ru had also temporarily lost her combat power due to the siege from the dark giant wolf. If he continued to tangle with the wolves, sooner or later he would be exhausted here. So, Jang Jing made an immediate decision. Brother Unicorn, I want to learn advanced body techniques. Ding! Will the host consume 3 skill points to automatically comprehend an advanced stance technique? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 skill points and automatically comprehending and learning the advanced stance technique, Ladder Cloud Zone. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jang Jing's skill points were instantly deducted, while a huge wave of information surged in his mind. Ladder Cloud Vertical Stretching, which can be called the lightest of the lightweights. As long as there is a borrowing point, it is possible to lift itself up in mid-air, glide for a distance, and then make a 2-stage leap in the air. In just a moment's effort, Jang Jing had automatically comprehended the essence of the Ladder Cloud Vertical Stretching, and had completely mastered this one-of-a-kind divine light skill. At that exact moment, countless dark giant wolves also surrounded the area, once again launching an attack towards Jang Jing and Suing-ru. Ladder clouds. Jang Jing no longer hesitated, decisively holding Suing-ru, who had fallen into a weakened state, gently pointing his toes towards the ground, and rushing to catch the dark giant wolf before it pounced over. He leapt and flew into mid-air. Ow ow ow. Seeing that Jang Jing wanted to escape, quite a few dark giant wolves fought to leap up towards the sky, and at the same time opened their bloody mouths, as if they wanted to drag Jang Jing and Suing-ru down. However, Jang Jing, jumped higher than these dark giant wolves. He used these dark giant wolves that jumped into midair as a borrowing point, and his toes continuously stepped on the heads of the wolves, then flew towards the outside of the wolves' encirclement in a hurry. Whoosh! In just 1 T's time, Jang Jing flew out of the wolves' encirclement with Suing-ru in his arms. After landing, Jang Jing, without even looking at the wolves behind him, immediately exerted Qingfeng steps with full force and ran wildly through the foggy forest. Swish! While running, Jang Jing also took the time to look at the smart bracelet. Only on the screen of the smart bracelet, there were 2 yellow dots right in the middle, while 5 yellow dots appeared in the northwest direction of these 2 yellow dots, about 8 or 9 kilometers away. Thus, Jang Jing slightly changed his route as he ran, first running north for a long distance before turning around and hurrying quickly towards the west. Asterisk. Jiangshan is also too bullish. He can even get away with this. I thought Jiangshan's sword skill was enough, but I didn't realize that his light skill was even more bull beer. Jiangshan can actually make a 2-stage leap in midair after flying for some distance and without any borrowing points. This is too unscientific. Suingru is so miserable. She was seriously injured before, and now she's injured again. Adding injury to injury. I wonder if she can still hold out. Suingru is too weak. Compared to Jiang Shun, she's just a rookie. Upstairs, what do you know? Suingru is an assassin, specializing in assassination and stealth. This kind of breakout battle doesn't play to her strengths at all. The pop-ups in the official livestream, once again, exploded. Since it was already evening and most of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had already gone home from work, countless netizens had flocked to the official live broadcasting room, causing the number of online viewers to multiply several times. Marina University, Women's Dormitory Building. Jiang Mengmeng, who had just finished her military training, followed her 3 roommates back to the dormitory. Military training is finally over. This period of time can make me exhausted. The whole person is tanned a circle. Jiang Mengmeng dragged her tired body and directly lay down on the bed. Then she felt out a small mirror from under her pillow and shone it at her face. Ah! Suddenly, I don't know who exclaimed, instantly catching Jiang Mengmeng's attention. Yo, who are you scaring with all the fuss? Jiang Mengmeng turned her head to look, only to see that Yang Mengyao, who was sleeping opposite her, was holding a cell phone at the moment. Her mouth opened into an O shape, and her face was filled with a shocked expression. The 2 remaining roommates in the dormitory, named Xia Mo and Zhao Xian, both of their gazes, were also attracted by Yang Mengyao's voice. Aha! Meng, use your cell phone to log on to the official live broadcast of Marina City. Your dad's on TV. Nope, Uncle Jiang participated in this secret adventure, and he's also an ancient martial artist. Now, the netizens call Uncle Jiang as Jiang Shun. Yang Mengyao was a bit incoherent with excitement, and that pretty little face, because she said so many words in one breath, was flushed with a not-so-natural redness. Jiang Mengmeng froze in place, only to see that she hurriedly took out her own cell phone and quickly logged onto the official website of Binhai City Television and entered the only official live broadcasting room. However, when a familiar man's face appeared on the live broadcast screen, Jiang Mengmeng rubbed her eyes in disbelief and her entire body was petrified in place. Chapter 22. Jiang Mengmeng was angry. Yang Mengyao and Jiang Mengmeng are neighbors who grew up together, from elementary school to middle school and then to high school. Yang Mengyao and Jiang Mengmeng had always been in the same class, and in the end, the 2 of them even got into the same university. The Jiang family and the Yang family were neighbors. Yang Mengyao naturally knew Jiang Mengmeng's father, and usually when she saw Jang Jing, she would sweetly call out Uncle Jiang. Therefore, Yang Mengyao would definitely not recognize the wrong person. Meng, so your father is an ancient martial artist. Meng, we are good sisters who grew up together. Uncle Jiang is an ancient martial artist thing. You actually hid it from me. You didn't even tell me about it? If I had known that Uncle Jiang was so powerful, I should have worshipped him as a teacher when I was young, and now I might be a warrior woman. Mo, what are you gawking at? Are you listening to me? Jiang Mengmeng was angry. The consequences are dire. She had never dreamed that her dad had secretly signed up for the death squad without her knowledge and had entered the treacherous secret realm. What is the secret world? It was an otherworldly space. Not only are there all kinds of man-eating monsters inside, there are also all kinds of deadly poisonous insects. And after an ordinary person enters the secret realm, the survival rate is infinitely close to 0. Why would Dad do that? You just divorced your mom, didn't you? What's there to think about? These days, there are a lot of divorced couples. Can't Dad live without Mom? Jiang Mengmeng, after learning that Jang Jing entered the secret realm, the first thought that popped into his head was that the divorce between Dad and Mom had stimulated Dad to think for a moment and take the initiative to run to the secret realm to find death. However, when Jiang Mengmeng checked the replay of the live broadcast, she was finally surprised to find that her dad was actually an ancient martial artist with extraordinary skills. A casual slash can kill a large group of mutant giant wolves. With a woman in her arms, she can also come and go as she pleases surrounded by 100,000 giant wolves, without a single leaf touching her. There's a transformation play in the nick of time. A head of white hair, blood-colored pupils, all covered with the aura of murder. A knife will be the Wolf King split into a pile of meat foam slag. And who he is? Dad was obviously an ordinary pig killer. How did he suddenly become the rainy night butcher who kills people all over the southern Miao frontier? Is this my dad? Dad was so good? Why is it that I, as a daughter, never knew Dad was such a bully? Hiss. Jiang Mengmeng thought she was dreaming, so she fiercely pinched her arm, and was almost brought to tears by the pain. This is not a dream. Dad, he's really into the secret world. Moreover, he was really an ancient martial artist with extraordinary skills. Meng, is Jiangshun really your father? Mo, your dad is so handsome. I didn't expect that I would become roommates with Jiangshun's daughter. If I post this to my circle of friends, I don't know how many people will die of envy. Meng, your father is an ancient martial artist. So do you know martial arts too? Xia Mo and Zhao Xian both gathered around. The two women were holding their cell phones while watching the live broadcast, while chattering and asking questions, making so much noise that Jiang Mengming's head was about to explode. But, Jiang Mengming's face, however, was a bit ugly. It wasn't until this moment that she finally reacted to the fact that the 1 million Longhua coins that her dad had given her had actually come from settling in fee. The money is an official settlement for every daredevil. Jang Jing transferred all of the $1 million to Jiang Mengming and lied that he had won the lottery. But in fact, before he entered the secret realm, he had already prepared for the sacrifice. I'm going to the restroom. Jiang Mengming seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly pushed Xia Mo and Zhao Xin away, then rolled over and got out of bed, pinching her cell phone and hurriedly entered the restroom. Summer, Zhao Xian, Yang Mengyao, Jiang Mengming, who walked into the restroom, immediately locked the door and then dialed Lu Ruan's phone. Do. The phone rang 3 times and was soon answered. Jiang Mengming didn't wait for the other party to speak, and immediately asked in a fiery voice, "Mom, do you know where Dad is right now? I know. Your father, that old immodest one, is playing handsome in the secret realm at the moment." A mature female voice came from the other end of the phone, and her tone was a bit sour, as if she had spilled her vinegar. Jiang Mengming, Mom, why are you talking in a gloomy manner? Dad has entered the secret realm. I don't know if he'll come out alive. And you're actually saying he's playing it cool? Ruyan Lu, hey, damn girl, what kind of attitude is that? I'm your mom. How dare you talk to me in that tone? Jiang Mengming, Mom, if you hadn't insisted on divorcing Dad, would he have signed up for the death squad? Would he have gone into the secret world to explore? Lu Ruyan, your father signed up to join the death squad. That was a decision he made himself. What's it got to do with me? Jiang Mengming, I don't care. If anything happens to Dad, I will never forgive you. Do. Jiang Mengming argued with Lu Ruyan on the phone for a few sentences, and finally threw down a harsh sentence and hung up the phone of her own accord. As soon as he thought that his dad was fighting with various ferocious beasts in the secret realm, and that his life could be in danger at any time, Jiang Mengming was so anxious that she was close to shedding tears. But, the strong combat power that Jang Jing currently displayed brought a little comfort to Jiang Mengming. At least Dad still has the strength to defend himself for the time being, so as long as he doesn't encounter a super terrifying existence, he shouldn't be in danger. Right? Dad, why don't you discuss something as big as the secret adventure with me? Are you trying to piss me off? When you come out of the secret realm, let's see how I'll teach you a good lesson. Dad, you have to come out alive. I can't lose you. The secret world. Jang Jing held Suingru and ran wildly all the way. About half an hour later, the two of them unexpectedly broke out of the misty forest and came to the front of a cliff. Behind them was a thick foggy forest, and the howling of wolves could be vaguely heard. In front of him was a deep, bottomless canyon. The opposite side of the canyon was a cliff face, and because of the thick fog that filled the surroundings and overhead, Jang Jing couldn't see what was at the top of the cliff face. None of this is the point. The point was, according to the smart bracelet's localization, Xiao Wancheng and the other 5 teammates were currently located precisely on the opposite side of the canyon. Phew! Jang Jing took a deep breath and endeavored to open his eyes wide as he gazed out towards the opposite side of the canyon. It wasn't long before Jang Jing was surprised to find that a platform had protruded from the opposite cliff wall. Although the platform was less than 30 square feet, a cave appeared surprisingly on the cliff face at the back of the platform. No need to think. The team must be in that cave. Brother Jiang, put me down. I can walk by myself. Right at this moment, Su Yingru, who was being held in Jiang Jing's arms, gently shoved his chest and then struggled to jump down. Jiang Jing glanced down at Su Yingru. That youthful and pretty little face was still pale at the moment. Don't try to be brave. Can you jump over it in your current state? Jiang Jing nudged toward the opposite cliff wall, then explained, they're all on the opposite side of the canyon, so we'll have to jump over there in order to meet up with them. Silence, no words. Su Yingru turned her head to look at the canyon in front of her, and visually estimated that the width of the cliff was at least 20 meters. And so, she bit her lips lightly, stopped speaking, and didn't break free from Jiang Jing's embrace, seemingly acquiescing to Jiang Jing holding her and jumping over the top of this canyon. Phew! Only Jiang Jing took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice, hold me tight. I'm going to jump. Aha! Su Yingru gently nodded, her hands wrapped around Jiang Jing's neck, but a not-so-natural blush rose on that pretty little face. Chapter 23 Giving Yourself Freedom. Jiang Jing's death? Ladder clouds. Jiang Jing jogged for some distance with Su Yingru in his arms, and the moment he reached the edge of the cliff, he immediately performed a lightweight skill and jumped in the air to the opposite side. If the camera was pulled farther away, they would see Jiang Jing and Su Yingru in a parabola, flying towards that platform on the opposite side of the cliff face. However, this canyon was 20 meters wide, and Jang Jing was still holding an adult female in his arms, both of them together weighing over 200 pounds. Halfway through their flight, the two began to plummet downward. Drink! Only to hear Jang Jing suddenly let out a cold cry, violently revolving his true chi and performing the second leap of the ladder cloud zone in midair. Whoosh! Although there wasn't any borrowing point, it was as if Jang Jing had gained a new momentum and continued to fly towards the opposite side with Suingru in his arms. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Seeing that the two of them were less than 3 meters away from the platform on the opposite side of the cliff wall. Right at this moment, Jang Jing's body however plunged downwards, instantly losing all momentum. Exhausted. Although, ladder cloud vertical stretch was an advanced lightweight skill, Jang Jing was still holding a Suingru in his arms. Even if he used all his strength, he could only fly so far in the end. It looked like the two were about to fall off the cliff. Jang Jing didn't even think about it, and immediately threw Suingru violently upwards. While at the same time running the last trace of his true chi, he fiercely slapped his palm on the little ninny's hindquarters. The consequences of doing so are, Suingru flew in a parabola towards the platform on the cliff, while Jang Jing fell towards the bottom of the cliff rapidly due to the reaction force. Brother Jiang, Suingru, who reacted violently, turned her head toward the falling Jang Jing and shouted before the person even landed. However, instead, the canyon was filled with a thick fog, and in just a blink of an eye, Jang Jing's figure was completely engulfed. Boo! Suingru eventually fell safely onto the platform, but she ignored the pain on her body and immediately climbed to the edge of the cliff on her hands and knees, looking towards the bottom with a face full of anxiety. Big Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! A heartbreaking cry echoed out in the empty canyon. Perhaps because she couldn't get a response from Jang Jing for a long time, Suingru shouted. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and tears immediately flowed out uncontrollably. Asterisk 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 asterisk. River God fell off a cliff? No way. Jiangshan went offline just like that? Jiangshan willingly sacrificed himself and gave Suingru the chance to live. He is a hero who sacrifices himself for others. Oh, my mirror brother. It's all Suingru's fault. If she hadn't been dragging her feet, Brother Mirror wouldn't have fallen off the cliff at all. Everyone, don't blame Suingru. If it wasn't for her help in relieving the situation just now, Jiangshan would have been torn apart by the wolves. Jiangshan saved Suingru. Suingru saved Jiangshan. And now Jiangshan gave Suingru the chance to live. Is this love? At this moment, the pop-ups in the official broadcast room exploded again. Countless netizens are shocked by Jang Jing's self-sacrificing spirit, and at the same time feel sorry for his sacrifice. Marina del Rey, an upscale Western restaurant. Ruyan Lu and Lily Yu were eating steak and drinking red wine, while also placing their cell phones on the dining table to watch the official live broadcast in real time. However, when Lu Ruan saw that Jang Jing had voluntarily given up the chance to live for Suingru's sake, at this moment, the knife and fork in Lu Ruyan's hand suddenly fell down and smashed on the dinner plate, making a crisp sound. How come? Jang Jing, you big dummy, you don't even want your own life for a little splat? Lu Ruyan dead stared at the cell phone screen, the whole person as if struck by lightning. The heart is a violent pain, as if there is something important away from her. No way, old Jiang will be fine, he was so powerful, how could he just die? Yu Lily, who was sitting across from Lu Ruyan, had the same shocked expression on her face, but compared to Lu Ruyan, Yu Lily's face was even more miserable, only to see her desperately shaking her head, her eyes slightly red, as if she couldn't believe that Jang Jing had died just like that, and her entire body looked unusually disoriented. People who didn't know the situation thought it was Lily Yu who had lost her husband. Marina University, women's dormitory building. Jiang Mengmeng had just returned to her own bed, and before her but could even sit still, she heard her roommates exclaim in succession. Seemingly sensing something, Jiang Mengmeng immediately cupped her cell phone and looked at the screen in the official live broadcast room. At that exact moment, the image of Jang Jing throwing Suingru across the cliff, while he himself was rapidly falling towards the bottom of the cliff, was instantly reflected in Jiang Mengmeng's eyes. No, Dad! A terrified scream suddenly emanated from Jiang Mengmeng's mouth. In the next second, Jiang Mengmeng's cell phone fell to the ground, and she herself fainted directly on the bed as her eyes rolled over due to the rush of fire. Mo! What's wrong with you? Mo, don't scare us. Hurry and get Mo to the infirmary. Marina del Rey, Purple Garden Villa area. A flushed Liu Dahai, with a full body of alcohol, staggered back to his home. He was seen tugging at his collar, then laying down on the sofa, pulling out his cell phone and logging into the official live stream of Secret Adventure. However, Liu Dahai had just entered the live broadcast room when he saw the image of Jang Jing falling off the cliff. He was only slightly stunned and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, until he repeatedly confirmed several times that Jang Jing had really fallen off the cliff, and his face immediately revealed an expression of ecstasy. Ha ha, good death, Jang Jing, I thought you were so powerful. Turns out, you still died in the secret realm. Lu Ruan, ah Lu Ruan, you stinking cousin, how dare you fool me? Now that your husband is dead, I'll see if you still dare to be arrogant. First, I spent 500,000 on Lousy, and today, I received a transfer of 1,000,000 from Lousy. This account, I must slowly ask for it back on you. Ruan Lu, you wait for me. If I don't let you kneel in front of me and sing your conquests, I'll crawl backwards when I go out in the future. The secret world. Suingru sat alone on her knees at the edge of the cliff. Only her shoulders were shrugged, her mouth kept making sobbing noises, and tears were hanging all over her pretty face. Woohoo! Big brother Jang, I'm sorry. Oh, if I hadn't held you back, you wouldn't have died at all. It's all my fault. I'm the one who deserves to die. Woo! Suingru cried with pear blossoms and rain, and the previous beautiful and valiant Haikul image also collapsed instantly at this moment. Just then, a pattering sound suddenly came up from below the cliff. Immediately after that, Suingru heard a voice that made her surprised and delighted. Girl, what are you crying about? Hurry up and pull me up. Ouch. May Abe, I'm exhausted. Chapter 24 Mirror and Shadow CP. Ruan Lu freaks out. The cliffs. River Mirror had only just climbed up. Before he could figure out what was happening, he only saw a silhouette in front of him, and then a fragrant wind hit him, followed by a woman's deadly embrace. Brother Jiang, you're not dead. Great. Woohoo. Suingru completely disregarded her own image. Her whole body was attached to Jang Jing's body. Her arms tightly embraced him. Her tears were even more wildly surging out, wetting a large part of Jang Jing's clothes. Looking at Suingru, who jumped into his arms, Jang Jing raised his hands awkwardly, not knowing where to put his hands. Girl, what are you doing? Big brother Jiang, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, alright, aren't I fine? Don't cry, my clothes are all dirty from you. Sorry. Perhaps it was because he noticed the posture of the two of them, which seemed to be a little too ambiguous. Suingru hurriedly let go of Jang Jing, then turned her head and quickly wiped away her tears, but her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Silence, no words. River Mirror was organizing his clothes. Suingru, on the other hand, lowered her head and rubbed her fingers uneasily with both hands, as if she was somewhat afraid to look into Jang Jing's eyes. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Only after Jang Jing had organized his clothes did he turn his head to Suingru and ask, let's go into the cave to look for them, shall we? Aha! Suingru answered softly, perhaps remembering the scene of being held in Jang Jing's arms just now. Her pretty face, which had just returned to normal, couldn't help but blush again. At this moment, the pop-ups in the official broadcast room boiled over again. Aha! Brother Mirror isn't dead. That's great. What kind of man is the river god? How can a small cliff be difficult for him? Gangnam style cow beer. Ha! Suingru is actually blushing. There's definitely something wrong with this woman. Suingru shouldn't have moved on to Jiangshun, right? Jiangshun is so handsome, Suingru is so pretty, and both of them have experienced life and death together. Why am I suddenly looking forward to them holding hands successfully? I'm going to love it. From now on, I'm going to kowtow to Jiangshun and Suingru's CP. Jiangshun and Suingru are a pair of CPs. I think we should name them Mirror and Shadow Combination. Mirror-shadow combination? One mirror, one shadow? Ha, a mirror and a shadow forming a CP. Are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my flowers? Marina del Rey, an upscale Western restaurant. When they saw that Jang Jing did not fall off the cliff and die, but instead climbed up along the cliff wall, both Lu Ruan and Yu Lily revealed expressions of ecstasy. However, when she saw Suingru, despite everything, jumping into Jang Jing's arms and wailing, she also hugged Jang Jing to death. The cheapness was all taken up by her. At this moment, the faces of Ruan Lu and Lily Yu instantly became ugly again, especially when they saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. The netizens were actually kowtowing to Jang Jing and Suingru's CP. All of a sudden, a sour taste filled the table. Little girls nowadays are really shameless, especially this Suingru. Just by looking at her face alone, I can tell that she's an uncompromising little vixen. How dare she seduce the man of my mother? Who gave her the guts? Lu Ruan stared dead at the cell phone screen, looking at Jang Jing and Suingru who were hugging each other, and her whole body was about to explode with anger. On top of that, the knife and fork that Lu Ruan cupped in her hand, unknowingly used a lot of force, and the steak in the dinner plate was about to be poked and prodded by her. Ruan, you're right. This Suingru, at a glance, I know she's not a good person, hugging someone else's husband and crying and pouting, all green tea flavor, just shameless. Yu Lily couldn't help but follow Lu Ruan's words and scold Suingru a few times, but her eyes are staring at the video of Jang Jing, eyes flashed a touch of joy, the whole person also from the previous state of lost soul, instantly full-blooded resurrection over. People who didn't know the situation thought that Lily Yu's husband had come back to life. Marina del Rey, Purple Garden Villa area. Liu Dahai painfully took a hot shower, then draped himself in a robe, hummed a cheerful tune in his mouth, and reclined on the sofa. But, when he picked up his phone again and logged into the official live stream of the secret adventure, he was frozen in place by a familiar figure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. River mirror? This guy actually didn't die? How? Liu Dahai sat up violently from the sofa, his eyes staring dead at the cell phone screen, and his face was also covered with an expression of shock and disbelief. A moment later, Liu Dahai immediately operated on his cell phone. He only pulled the playback progress bar to 10 minutes ago, as if he wanted to check what had happened in the secret world during the time he had been in the shower. However, when he saw that Jang Jing was not killed by the fall, but climbed up the steep cliff wall unharmed, at this moment, Liu Dahai was like swallowing a dead fly. His face was as ugly as it could be. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This won't even kill you with a fall. Is the strength of an ancient martial artist that perverse? Ruan Liu, count yourself lucky to have found such a perverted husband. My $1.5 million. Woohoo. That's enough money to bag the entire Red Romance Leisure Club. Mud. Wealth goes to people's peace and quiet. This time it'll be a breakthrough. Ah shucks. What bad luck. Marina University. On-campus infirmary. Jiang Mengmeng had just woken up leisurely from her hospital bed when she heard her roommate's cheers filled with surprise. Uncle Jiang is not dead. Great. I didn't realize that Uncle Jiang slowly climbed up along the cliff face. I've known for a long time that Uncle Jiang is blessed with a great life. How could he lose his life so easily? Ha? Mo, you're awake? Mo, I have good news for you. Your dad didn't die. He climbed up from the bottom of the cliff. As soon as she heard her dad's news, Jiang Mengmeng instantly came to her senses, only to see her struggling to sit up in a hurry. She reached out and took the cell phone handed by Yang Mengyao, and her eyes quickly glanced at the screen. Upon seeing that Jang Jing was still alive and well, with no missing arms or legs, and no visible injuries on his body, at this moment, Jiang Mengmeng couldn't help but cover her mouth, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling from excitement and ecstasy. Mo, your dad is awesome. Mo, you have such a handsome, awesome hero dad. I'm envious of you. Meng, does your father still take goddaughters? What do you think about me being your godsister? Mo, I want to be your godsister too. Looking at Xia Mo and Zhao Xian, who were clustered around him and full of currying favor, as well as Yang Mengyao, who was standing on the side and full of envy. At the bottom of Jiang Mengmeng's heart, a sudden surge of pride emerged. Dad, although you secretly signed up for the death squad without my permission this time, even, you hid your identity as an ancient martial artist, 18 whole years, even I, my own daughter, didn't know about it, but, for the sake of you being such a face to me, I'll reluctantly forgive you this once, but, you must come out of the secret world alive for me. I don't want any glory, wealth or fame, as long as you are safe and healthy, and preferably stay by my side for the rest of your life, I will be satisfied. Chapter 25, Splitting the Spoils. Old Six gets furious. The secret world. Jang Jing and Su Yingru drilled into the cave one after the other. The cave was extremely narrow at first, but only through the people, and then dozens of steps. Open up. Jang Jing also didn't expect that inside was actually a very spacious cave, with strange stalagmites and stalactites everywhere. Fascinating and amazing. However, before Jang Jing had a chance to take a good look at the cave, he was caught by a sound of fighting and yelling, only to see that in the center of the cavern, there were actually 3 men fighting each other, and next to them, there were 2 women watching the battle. On top of that, by a stalagmite not far from the battle site, there was also a giant python with a reddish body lying. This python is really big. The body was thicker than a bucket, and visually it was at least 10 meters long, but it lay motionless, with a shocking pool of blood beneath its body. When Jang Jing moved his sight to the head of this giant python, he realized that the python's head had already been smashed to pieces. In other words, the python was as dead can be. Hey, no need to think. This must be Old Six's handiwork. Only his sledgehammer could have made such a fatal wound. Mard, you Shao family members don't talk about martial virtues. 2 of you beat me up. Shame on you. Old Six, whether we brothers are fighting 1 man or 1,000 armies, it's never the 2 of us together. I poo. After all is said and done, you're just too many people bullying the few. Old Six, if we really wanted to bully you, it wouldn't just be 2 against 1 for us brothers, but 4 against 1. Right at this moment, a burst of sparring curses once again drew Jang Jing's attention. That's right, the 3 men who were fighting were Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang versus Xiao Long and Xiao Hu. Although Zhu Gang was only 1 person and suffered a slight disadvantage in terms of numbers, he never fell into a disadvantage in the course of the engagement. On the contrary, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, the 2 brothers, being twins, worked so well together that they could even be said to have a heart-to-heart. But, the brothers were slow to take down Zhugong. On top of that, whenever Zhu Gang raised the sledgehammer over his head, the two brothers would subconsciously dodge, as if they had suffered a loss on this sledgehammer, thus creating scruples. If it wasn't for the fact that they were fighting 2 against 1, it was estimated that Xiao Long and Xiao Hu would have already lost to Zhu Gang. Just then, Zhu Gang seemed to be completely enraged, only to see him frantically working his true qi. The sledgehammer in his hand instantly glowed with a dazzling golden light. Marred, since you guys don't speak of martial virtues, then don't blame Fat Master for my ruthlessness. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were both taken aback, but the brothers were not at all abashed. Xiao Hu was even more arrogant as he shouted, "Fatty Zhu, do you think our brothers will be afraid of you? If you have any moves, you can just use them." Seeing that Zhu Gang, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu had all fought with real fire, both sides seemed to be ready to use their big moves to fight to the death. "Stop!" At the critical moment, Jang Jing hastily shouted out, "What are you all doing? Quiet!" The cave seemed to be quiet for a second. Immediately after that, Zhu Gang put down the sledgehammer in his hand, and Xiao Long and Xiao Hu also lowered the lances they had just raised. All three of them turned their heads and looked at Jang Jing and Suing Ru in unison. Of course, Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Mei, who had been watching the battle from the side just now, also cast their gazes over towards them. 7. Zhu Gang took a look at Jang Jing actually came back alive, and also brought the injured Suing Ru back along with him. Only seeing his eyes rolled, he immediately revealed an expression of excitement and ecstasy, and immediately afterward, he took a step and joyfully ran over towards Jang Jing's side. "Old 7, you're not dead? Great! Whoops, I thought you couldn't come back. Do you know, just now I have been worrying about you, lest you have any shortcomings. It's a good thing you're okay. Otherwise, I would have really died of sadness." Zhu Gang jogged all the way to Jang Jing's front, and also pulled his arm, checking him out from head to toe, and his face was even filled with a concerned expression. Jang Jing looked at Zhu Gang with an odd expression on his face, only to feel goosebumps falling all over his body. "What the hell? Do I know you well? You old 6, who are you showing that look to?" However, before Jang Jing could react, the next words that came out of Zhu Gang's mouth made him almost stagger and fall to the ground. "Old 7, I was just teamed up and bullied by these two assholes. They bullied me for being alone based on the fact that they were outnumbered. Old 7, you're my good brother. You have to help me in this matter. Later on, the two of us will join forces and teach them a hard lesson, and after it's done, I'll share half of the Lingji with you." Although Jiang Jing had yet to figure out what had happened, he had keenly captured one word from Zhu Gang's mouth, Lingji. "Old 6, wait a minute." Only Jiang Jing hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt Zhu Gang's words, then frowned and asked, "What Lingji? Also, why are you guys fighting here?" Just then, Xiao Wancheng and Xiao Mei both walked over. However, Zhu Gang's face changed as if he was watching out for Xiao Wanqing, and he immediately pulled Jiang Jing to the side. Xiao Wanqing, who saw this scene, didn't show any expression on her ice-cold face that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. She simply stopped her advance, then stood still and waited. "Old 7, let me tell you, this Xiao family is very selfish and self-serving. Don't let their appearance fool you." Zhu Gang was like a guard against thieves, first carefully glancing at the 4 people from the Xiao family before he came to Jiang Jing's ear and whispered out the sentence, "Old 6, what the hell is going on here? Can you stop talking nonsense and get to the point?" Jiang Jing could not wait to give Zhu Gang 2 slaps in the face. "Talking a lot of nonsense? Never said to the point." Ahem. Zhu Gang couldn't help but blush with his old face, before he hurriedly recounted what happened. The original. During the time that Jiang Jing and Su Yingru were drawing away the wolves, Xiao Wanqing led the remaining few people and ran wildly all the way, unknowingly arriving in front of that canyon. Those aren't the point either. The point is, a few people jumped over the cliff and entered this cave, and suddenly realized that there was a Ganoderma lucidum inside the cave that emitted a faint glow. But next to this Lingji plant, there was also a huge python with a purple-red body squatting and guarding it. Needless to think, this Lingji must be a heavenly treasure. Xiao Wanqing immediately gave the order to attack this giant python. Here's the problem. During the course of the battle, Zhu Gang had contributed the most, and it was even him who had smashed this giant python to death with a single hammer without sparing a great deal of his true qi. However, after everyone combined their efforts to finish off the giant python, Xiao Hu, however, snatched the Lingji and picked it off first. Zhu Gang stepped forward to claim his share of the loot, but was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Hu, and Xiao Hu also said that heavenly treasures belong to those who can get them. Whoever gets them first. Chu Kong was really angry. Why should he contribute the most and in the end not get any share of the benefits? Thus, Zhu Gang then clashed with Xiao Hu. Xiao Long, who was the older brother, couldn't see his younger brother being bullied, so he also joined the fight and helped Xiao Hu to fight against Zhu Gang. This incident is, in a nutshell, a case of dividing the spoils. Chapter 26, A City of Great Beauty. Just a table. Inside the cave, Jang Jing's brows were about to wrinkle into a Chuan character. If things are really like what Lao Lu said, then the Xiao family's people have to defend 5, 6, 7. I think it's time we had a squad meeting. Right at this moment, Captain Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly drifted over. Jang Jing turned his head to see that at some point, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu had already built a bonfire inside the cave. At this moment, all 4 members of the Xiao family were sitting around the campfire. Xiao Mei also took out a pan from her backpack and was cooking instant noodles on the campfire. Swish! Jang Jing first glanced at Zhu Gang, then without moving, he walked over to the campfire and picked a random spot and sat down. Su Yingru, who was following behind Jiang Jing, didn't say a word and directly sat on Jiang Jing's right-hand side. Zhu Gang huffed and puffed, glaring fiercely at Xiao Long and Xiao Hu before sitting on Jiang Jing's left-hand side. The scene was instantly divided into 2 small groups. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Asterisk. No way? The elite squad has infighting? On one side is the eldest lady of the Xiao family. On the other side is the head of the Jiang family. North Xiao and South Jiang. Are the 2 ancient martial arts families going to clash? I just went to Old Six's live room, and I also watched the live replay. This wave, I'm on Old Six's side. Honestly, Old Six made the most effort in the process of killing the python, and also accomplished the final blow. So why is it that he can't get any share of the loot at the end? The Xiao family is acting a bit overbearingly. There are no rules to speak of in the secret realm. This wave, I'm on Xiao Hu's side. Heavenly treasures are meant to belong to those who can get them. Whoever gets them first, of course, belongs to them. Although Zhu Gang contributed in the process of beheading the giant python, let's not forget that 4 people on the Xiao family's side have contributed. The pop-ups on the live feed exploded again. Many netizens were feeling bad for Zhu Gang, while many others were accusing the Xiao family of acting in the wrong way. Of course, whether it was Xiao Wancheng, Xiao Mei, or Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, there were quite a few fans who supported them. Thus, a war of spit and mutual spraying was vastly kicked off in the official live broadcasting room. Marina University, Women's Dormitory Building. Zhang Mengmeng and her 3 roommates had just returned to the dormitory when they saw the scene happening in the secret realm through the official live broadcast. The Xiao family is really too overbearing, especially this Xiao Hu. His tone of voice and attitude are extremely arrogant. It's really annoying. Yeah, I don't like this Xiao Hu either. Zhu just happens to be pitiful, fighting tooth and nail to kill the python. But in the end, he didn't gain a single benefit. Meng, why don't you give Uncle Jiang a call and ask him to help Zhu Gang? Xian, aren't you a bit stupid? The secret realm and the world we are in are not the same space. Can you call someone in the secret realm? Oops, aren't I just confused with anger? Zhang Mengmeng leaned back and sat on the head of the bed, her legs bent while also placing her cell phone on her knees, her eyes unblinking as she stared at Jiang Jing in the video. Perhaps seeing that Zhang Mengmeng didn't open her mouth for a long time, Yang Mengyao suddenly walked over, climbed onto Zhang Mengmeng's bed, and sat right next to her. Meng, do you think your dad will help Zhu Gang? Hearing Yang Mengyao's inquiring voice, Zhang Mengmeng hesitated slightly, then said with a slight hesitation, I don't think so. After all, my dad is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. At this moment, Xia Mo and Zhao Xian couldn't help but gather around, and everyone looked at Zhang Mengmeng with surprised eyes. However, Zhang Mengmeng just gently shook her head and didn't offer any explanation. Yang Mengyao looked at Zhang Mengmeng, then moved her eyes back to the cell phone screen before saying to herself, the elite squad's situation is clear at a glance. The 4 ancient martial artists of the Xiao family belonged to a group, while the remaining 3 ancient martial artists belonged to a motley army of their own. What's happening now is that the Xiao family is clearly relying on their large number of people and wanting to take the loot all by themselves. If I were Uncle Jiang, I would definitely bring both Zhu Gang and Su Yingru together, so that I can engage in a confrontation with the Xiao family, and hold a certain amount of power of speech, thus securing my own interests. When Yang Mengyao said this, she immediately gained the approval of Xia Mo and Zhao Xian. However, Zhang Mengmeng, shook her head once again and said, my dad hates hooking up, and he narrowed his eyes just now, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, which was suppressing his anger. Meng, since Uncle Jiang is very angry, I'm sure he'll definitely step in to teach the Xiaohuo a lesson, right? As soon as Yang Mengyao said this, Zhang Mengmeng shook her head again and said, no, when my dad gets angry, he only lifts the table and walks away. Looking at the stunned expressions on the faces of Yang Mengyao, Xia Mo and Zhao Xian, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in her heart. Jiang Jing was her father. How could she not understand Jiang Jing? Whenever Jiang Jing narrowed his eyes and a cold aura flashed in his eyes, he would soon do something like lifting the table and walking away. Zhang Mengmeng clearly remembers. Jiang Jing recently squinted his eyes flashed a cold aura. Is the night before he divorced with his mom? The secret world. Inside the cave, by the campfire, Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Wanqing immediately coughed lightly twice. Then with a very serious face, she opened her mouth and said, "Old 5, Old 6, and Old 7, I will now formally introduce myself to you. I am the Dragon Kingdom Martial Artist Security Administration, the captain of the Special Warfare Team 1, and I also hold the position of the Secret Township Guard Division of Black River City. Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, and Xiao Hu are all official members of the Special Warfare Team 1, and also hold the position of Black River City's Secret Realm Guards." Quiet. The cave was quiet. At this moment, even the official broadcast room was quiet. Not a single pop-up scrolling on the public screen. After listening to this introduction from Xiao Wanqing, Jang Jing was only slightly surprised for a moment, and his face quickly returned to normal. No wonder Xiao Wanqing knew the situation in the secret realm very well, so it turned out that she was an official herself. As for the Martial Artist Security Administration and the Secret Realm Guard, it looks like it should be a special department set up by the government. A department set up specifically for martial artists and secret worlds. After listening to Xiao Wanqing's self-introduction, the expression on Zhu Gang's face was similar to that of Jang Jing's. He was only slightly surprised for a moment, and his face immediately regained its calmness. As for Su Yingru, she kept her head down from start to finish, and didn't say a word. Jang Jing could clearly be able to sense that Su Yingru was currently restoring her injuries while regulating her breathing. Ahem. Perhaps seeing that Jang Jing's several people didn't have much of a reaction, Xiao Wanqing once again lightly coughed twice and said, "Some time ago, our Black River City Secret Realm Guard team encountered a large number of high-level ferocious beasts under siege. Quite a few of our colleagues died in that battle, and many others suffered heavy injuries, thus causing the meridians in their bodies to be severed, directly turning them into invalids. I'm leading a team into the secret realm of Marina City this time, and I actually want to search for a kind of heavenly treasure that can repair a martial artist's meridians. According to the speculation of the Dragon Academy of Science, only ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum type heavenly treasures can possibly repair a martial artist's meridians." So, hearing this, Jang Jing finally came to a realization. No wonder Xiao Wanqing would condone Xiao Hu and go to snatch the Lingji that appeared in the cave. So it turned out that she wanted to use this Lingji to save her team members. But Xiao Wanqing got the order wrong. If she had explained things clearly in the first place, she thought that Zhu Gang wouldn't have been so angry, and might even have voluntarily let them have the Lingji. Unfortunately, she didn't say a word and directly condoned Xiao Hu to grab the Lingji, with an attitude that she didn't put Zhu Gang in her eyes at all. Can Shu Kong not be angry? It was at this exact moment that Jiang Jing and Su Yingru rushed back. Zhu Gang was also a shrewd person. Immediately seizing the opportunity, he took the initiative to lean over to Jiang Jing's side, and also made Xiao Wanqing mistakenly think that the three of them had formed a small group. Seeing that things were getting bigger and seemed to be going beyond control, Xiao Wanqing had to gather everyone to sit down and then explain things clearly. To put it simply, Xiao Wanqing was bullying Zhu Gang from the very beginning. Later, seeing that Zhu Gang defected to Jiang Jing, she chose to sit down to negotiate, wanting to minimize the big deal, the small matter to be resolved. Through this matter, Jiang Jing was able to see Xiao Wanqing's character. Aha! She's a phenom, a mere watchman in a pretty skin. Oh's a plant. Chapter 27. In this world, there is never fairness. So, this Lingji, we will definitely not give it away. I hope you understand. After Xiao Wanqing finished her last sentence in a decisive manner, her eyes immediately stared at Jiang Jing in a deadly manner, as if she wanted to see through his inner thoughts at this moment through the subtle expressions on Jiang Jing's face. Throughout the entire elite squad, only Jiang Jing made Xiao Wanqing impervious, coupled with the fact that Jiang Jing also has a layer of Jiang family head identity, whether it is face or inside. Xiao Wanqing will have to be courteous to him. What is euphemistically called comedy is in fact scrupulosity. However, Jiang Jing's next move, surprised Xiao Wanqing. Swish, only to see Jiang Jing rummage out a box of cigarettes from his backpack, and then pulled out two of them, and handed one of them to Zhu Gang beside him. Zhu Gang was slightly stunned at the sight, and quickly reached out and took the cigarette, then moved very skillfully to hold it in his mouth. Aha! An old smoker at first glance. Next, Jiang Jing didn't know whether it was intentional or not. He didn't give Xiao Long and Xiao Hu cigarettes, and didn't even inquire about the two brothers. He directly took the remaining one in his hand and held it in his mouth. Barta! Zhu Gang was very understanding, and hurriedly took out a lighter from his pocket, reached out to Jiang Jing's mouth, and lit the cigarette for him with a face full of attentiveness. Phew! Jiang Jing took a hard drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, then directly nagged Zhu Gang in the eyes of the puzzled crowd. Jiang Jing, old 6. How old are you? Zhu Gang was slightly stunned. I just turned 25 this year. Jiang Jing, what? Only 25 years old? If you didn't say so, I thought you were 35. Zhu Gang's old face reddened. That, I look like this. It's true that I've grown a bit anxious. Just like that, Jang Jing first chatted with Shu Gang for a few moments, then his words turned to a serious tone. Old 6, you are also an adult. You should understand that there is no absolute fairness in this world at all. Silence, no words. Shu Gang's lips trembled several times, as if he wanted to say something to refute Jang Jing, but after he dawdled for a while, he never managed to utter a single word. Seeing that Zhu Gang's face became a bit ugly and his whole person was like a bereaved leather ball, Jang Jing, instead of comforting him, also ruthlessly added a knife. The law of the jungle, the weak are strong, and whoever has the biggest fist holds the power of speech. I don't think I need to teach you these truths, do I? Seeing that Jang Jing was getting harsher and harsher, Shu Gang couldn't help but mutter. I know, it's because I'm not strong enough. I can't blame anyone else. After saying these words, a flash of disappointment flashed across Zhu Gang's face, and his body moved to the side, subconsciously moving away from some of Jang Jing. Shu Gang was bullied by the Xiao family and wanted to rely on Jang Jing to get him back, but he didn't expect that instead of helping him, Jang Jing even gave him an educational lesson. At this moment, Shu Gang must have been disappointed in Jang Jing. When the 4 ancient martial artists from the Xiao family saw that Jang Jing did not help Zhu Gang out, but instead gave him an educational lesson, several of them could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Who knows? Jang Jing, however, suddenly turned his head and beckoned to Xiao Hu, saying, Old 4, can you take the lingji you just picked and show it to me? What are you doing? Xiao Hu subconsciously covered his backpack and looked at Jang Jing with a face full of vigilance, like an old sow protecting its food. Our Jiang family is not only an ancient martial arts family, but also a medicine family. There is a secret herbal book in the clan that has been passed down from the ancient times, which records many rare medicinal herbs from the ancient times. I just want to verify if the various heavenly treasures in the secret realm could be the rare medicinal herbs from the ancient times. The moment Jang Jing said this, all the members of the elite squad, including Zhu Gang who was still sulking, all showed surprised expressions. What does that mean? If the various treasures in the secret realm are the rare medicinal herbs of the ancient times, then Jang Jing, who is familiar with the secret books of herbs, is a professional treasure connoisseur. In an instant, Jang Jing's importance immediately rose several feet in the hearts of the crowd. Old 4, take out the lingji and show it to Mr. Jiang. Xiao Wanqing hesitated slightly and immediately gave Xiao Hu an order. At the same time, Xiao Wanqing's address to Jang Jing also changed from Old 7 to Mr. Jiang. Swish, Xiao Hu no longer hesitated, immediately opened his backpack and carefully held out a plastic bag from inside. Don't underestimate the plastic bag. This was the latest invention of the Dragon Academy of Science, which could ensure that the aura would not naturally evaporate from the heavenly treasures contained in the bag. Mr. Jiang, this is the Ganoderma that I just picked. Please palm your eyes. Xiao Hu got up and walked over to Jang Jing, then handed over the plastic bag containing the lingji. Respectfully, without saying a word, Jang Jing took the plastic bag and scrutinized it. This lingji is purple-red in color, as crystal clear as a purple emerald, with white translucent-like lines on it. If I remember correctly, this is a purple jade Ganoderma. When Jang Jing said this, everyone couldn't help but have their eyes light up, then looked at Jang Jing in unison. However, Jang Jing, made an unexpected move. Whoosh! Just without saying a word, he stuffed the purple jade Ganoderma into his backpack, and immediately afterward, he raised his head and said to everyone with a smile on his face, From now on, this Ganoderma plant belongs to me. Ha! Xiao Hu froze in place. Not only Xiao Hu, but also Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, Zhu Gang and Suing Rou, everyone who was present, other than Jiang Chen, the person in question. The rest were all frozen in place. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by this? Xiao Hu didn't seem to have reacted yet, and actually stammered out an inquiry, as if he had never dreamed that Jang Jing would dare to blatantly take away this lingji. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? I'm just robbing. Jang Jing rolled his eyes full of concern and at the same time showed a hint of contempt for Xiao Hu. You seek death. Xiao Hu was furious when he heard this, and immediately stretched out his hands, wanting to snatch Jang Jing's backpack back. Swish! It was too late. Just at the moment when Xiao Hu had just made a move, a pig-killing knife appeared in Jang Jing's hand, and it also ruthlessly slashed at Xiao Hu, who was close at hand, with a swift momentum. As things happened too suddenly, coupled with the fact that Jang Jing had long been prepared to cut people, as well as the position where Xiao Hu was standing, it was really too close to Jang Jing. So, Jang Jing's slash ruthlessly struck Xiao Hu's chest. The powerful blade chi was even on Xiao Hu's body, leaving a scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Put! Xiao Hu was instantly sent flying. A line of scarlet blood splattered on his chest, and finally his entire body fell heavily not far away. His life and death unknown. Chapter 28. Jang Jing is furious, and the captain is going to get punched. Brother! Seeing Xiaohu being cut over by Jang Jing, Xiaolong was immediately infuriated and his eyes turned red. He immediately hooked up the lance that was placed beside him with his foot, and then urged his true chi with all his might, making a move of pear blossom shot of stormy rain, which went straight to Jang Jing's head. Xiaolong, stop! Xiao Wanqing was instantly startled and immediately gave a cold shout, wanting to stop Xiaolong from striking at Jang Jing. However, Xiaolong, who had witnessed his brother being cut over with a knife, had been overwhelmed by anger and had completely lost his mind. Regarding Xiao Wanqing's stop, this guy directly chose to ignore it, and even increased his force by a few points, with an expression of even if I die, I'm going to kill Jang Jing on his face. But what made Xiaolong greatly surprised was that Jang Jing did not choose to dodge, allowing the lance in his hand to stab his body with 1,000 holes. That's it? Thought you had some good beer? In the end, he was still stabbed into a hornet's nest by my pear blossom spear. At this moment, a trace of disdain flashed under Xiaolong's eyes. Drink! Only Xiaolong roared and just wanted to stir his lance and directly tear Jang Jing's body into pieces. However, the next second, he froze in place, because the touch from the lance didn't feel like it had stabbed a person's body. Instead it felt like it had stabbed in a cloud of air. Not good. The person in front of me is only the residual shadow of the river mirror. Just after this thought flashed through his mind, Xiaolong heard what seemed to be a slight sound of breaking air coming from behind him. Whoosh! Xiaolong, who sensed the approaching danger, instinctively crouched downward, wanting to make a donkey roll to avoid the sneak attack behind him. However, Xiaolong's legs had only just been bent when a hint of icy cold and tingling sensation came from his back. Immediately after that, another huge force came, and Xiaolong was sent flying uncontrollably. Instantaneous flash. Jang Jing utilized the instantaneous flash steps to leave a residual shadow in place, while his real body came behind Xiaolong in a flash and also swung a half-moon-shaped blade chi at his back. But Xiaolong, who was viciously struck by the blade chi, directly stepped into Xiaohu's footsteps and fell heavily not far away, his life and death unknown. Jang Jing, you bully people too much. Witnessing two young celestial pride of the Xiao clan in succession being cut down to the ground by Jang Jing without any mercy like this, Xiao Wanqing was instantly furious. Choke! Only to see her draw the long sword in her hand, while at the same time, she executed an ethereal stance and came straight at Jang Jing. If you want to hurt big brother Jiang, you'll have to go through me first. Right at this moment, Suingrou's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and in the next second, the little ninny unexpectedly appeared at Xiao Wanqing's side. Asterisk 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 off. Xiao Wanqing, who was in a rage, didn't even think about it and instantly swung out a sword, heading straight for Suingruo's neck. Whoosh! Suingruo immediately executed Ghost Dance Kill, her figure swaying left and right, one step, one flash, 1 second, one dagger, respectively from 5 different angles, ruthlessly stabbing at Xiao Wanqing. Dang it! To Suingruo's great surprise, Xiao Wanqing suddenly swung the longsword in her hand sharply, forming a dense shadow of swords, and in the end, she hardened herself and blocked her surefire technique. A milquetoast little girl, how dare you stand in my lady's way? Are you looking for death? A flash of disdain appeared on Xiao Wanqing's face, and after blocking Suingruo's killing move, she immediately swung out a powerful sword chi to counterattack. Boo! It was too late. Xiao Wanqing's sword chi had just shot out sharply, but she didn't expect a sledgehammer to suddenly emerge from a diagonal, ruthlessly smashing onto this sword chi. Ka-ching! The hammer carried a thunderous force on it, easily smashing this sword chi to pieces. Immediately afterward, Shu Gang's voice drifted over. Mud! I've been looking at you for a long time. From the moment you entered the secret realm, you has been putting on a smelly face, making it seem like everyone owes you money. I'm tempted to ask, did you just die of your husband and become a widow? As soon as the words fell, Shu Gang's figure appeared on Suingruo's side, and the two of them blocked Xiao Wanqing's way, with a look of if you want to move the Jang Jing, pass me first. Yes, great. It's been years since anyone dared to speak to me in that tone. Shu Gang's words were just too damaging, and Xiao Wanqing was immediately infuriated and stormed, only to see her gritting her teeth and glaring angrily at Shu Gang, a pair of eye-catching headlights in front of her body, also rising and falling with her rapid breathing. Say that 100 times and you're still a widow's face. To one's surprise, right at this moment, Jang Jing's voice suddenly rang out from behind Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing, who had been irritated by Zhu Gang and was already furious to the extreme, didn't even notice that Jang Jing had once again performed the instantaneous flash steps and had silently arrived behind her. Boo! Without any surprises, Jang Jing slashed his knife hard on Xiao Wanqing's back, but the imagined blood splatter didn't happen. Instead, there was a rebound force coming from the blade, as if it had cut on a steel plate, and even a few wisps of sparks came out. Holy, you cheated! You're actually wearing a steel underwear under there? Don't you feel choked up? Jang Jing shouted a few times, taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Wanqing was staggered by a slash. He raised his right foot in the process, and decisively exerted 10% of his strength, kicking her hard on her arched tunic. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Xiao Wanqing was like a ball that had been jerked away by a kick. Her body not only rolled rapidly towards the front, but also smashed several stalagmites in the cave in a row. Ha ha. Seeing Xiao Wanqing in this wretched state, Jang Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who knows? The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Jang Jing hadn't laughed for long before 9 thick and long black shadows appeared behind him. These 9 black shadows, completely sealing Jang Jing's front, back, left, right, up and down, were like a huge cannibalistic flower, closing in at lightning speed, seemingly intending to devour Jang Jing in one bite. This was Xiaomei's best move, Spirit Snake Wild Dance, Mad Dragon Slash. Jang Jing immediately stopped laughing and cast a big move without hesitation. In an instant, thousands of blade chi erupted out, sharply meeting these 9 whip shadows. But to Jang Jing's dismay, the blade chi crashed into the whip shadows like fragile glass crashing into a steel plate, and instead of cutting through these whip shadows, it shattered apart. And the 9 huge whip shadows in front of him only paused for that much time before continuing to whip fiercely towards Jang Jing. Asterisk. What's going on? I just went to use the restroom. How come the elite squad is fighting? And it's still one of their own fighting one of their own? I'm confused too. I just answered a phone call, and I just turned around and saw Chang Wei calling blessing. Stop fighting. We're all on our own. Please stop fighting. It's just a Ganoderma lucidum, isn't it? Let's all sit down and share it equally. Why all the infighting? This wave? I'm on Jiang Shen's side. We must teach the overbearing Xiao family a lesson. I support Sister Wanqing in this wave. People have said that the Ganoderma lucidum is used to save people's lives, but Jiang Shen has to rob it hard. Isn't this proper banditry? Support Jiang Shen. Xiao Mei. Support Auntie Mei. Jiang Jing. Chapter 29, The Xiao Family Reunion. Thunderstruck. Seeing that Jiang Jing was enveloped by the heavy whip shadows, Xu Gang immediately leapt up and swung his sledgehammer to smash into these whip shadows. Rumble. Only a deafening loud sound was heard. The commotion caused by Xu Gang's hammer was indeed great, but it did not shatter the whip shadow. Instead, because of the strong reaction force, it directly bounced Xu Gang out with the hammer. Ghost Dance Kill. Suing Ro's movements weren't slow. A flash appeared next to the 9 whip shadows, and she was also wielding 2 daggers, trying to cut one of the whip shadows. Ding 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 ding. Only to hear a series of crunching sounds came. Suing Ru almost used all her strength, but could only make a few sparks. Simply cannot help this as a python like whip shadow. Having said that, only a few seconds of reality have passed. In the shocked eyes of Xu Gang and Suing Ruo, Jiang Jing was just engulfed by 9 huge whip shadows that directly engulfed him in place. The 9 whip shadows were like 9 huge pythons, directly wrapped into a round sphere. Immediately afterward, this huge sphere began to rotate, and at the same time, a series of popping noises came from inside, as if the noise came from a meat grinder running at full speed. None of this is the point. The point is, Jiang Jing is right in the center of this sphere. Life and death unknown. Brother Jiang, Old 7, Suing Ro and Xu Gang were both dumbfounded in place. They never thought that the 4 ancient martial artists of the Xiao family, the one with the most powerful hands was not Xiao Wanqing, but Xiao Mei, who had always been quiet. If you don't make a move, you make a move. This Xiao Mei is definitely a ruthless character. However, just as Suing Ro and Xu Gang were preparing to desperately rescue Jiang Jing, a faint light suddenly shot out from the sphere wrapped in the shadow of the whip. Although it was only a very faint light, and even compared to the 9 huge whip shadows, this light seemed very insignificant. But this light, however, caused Suing Ro and Xu Gang to stop advancing, and both of them couldn't help but stare at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly and quickly. Suing Ro and Xu Gang both stood in place nervously, subconsciously holding their breaths, and they could even clearly hear their heartbeats. Swish! It was just a short moment's effort, and that faint light from earlier had become incomparably translucent. Swish! In the eyes of Suing Ro and Xu Gang, who were stunned, another ray of light penetrated out from the sphere, and this second ray of light was even more dazzling than the first one. Swish swish swish! It was just a blink of an eye, and the third, fourth, and fifth, nth rays of light appeared one after another. Thousands of dazzling rays of light, one after another from the sphere body transmitting out, directly to this huge incomparable sphere, to the penetration of the ragged holes. Rumble. Finally, a deafening loud sound came out, and the sphere composed of 9 huge whip shadows unexpectedly exploded directly in place. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, a man so handsome that all the women couldn't breathe. soared out of the sphere and leapt directly into midair. A dazzling white hair, a pair of blood-colored pupils, a handsome face that was cold to the core, and a killing knife that glowed with a cold light. That's right, Jang Jing activated his natural bloodline at the critical moment. Blah 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 transformed. Phoenix danced to the 9 heavens. Just at that moment, a petulant voice came over. This was how a master's fight was like. There was no unnecessary nonsense, nor would he give his enemy any chance to catch his breath. Jang Jing had just broken through the ice from the sphere when Xiao Mei's second big move followed. Raspy, only a chirping sound similar to that of a phoenix rang out, and a huge mass of energy suddenly erupted from Xiao Mei's long whip. This massive energy instantly transformed into a fiery red phoenix, burning with a blazing flame, and shot sharply straight towards Jang Jing in midair. Jinchi transformation? Not good. This is at least a 5th grade expert. Old 7 is in danger. Zhu Gang immediately exclaimed in shock the moment he saw the appearance of the fire phoenix, and his face was covered with a grave expression. However, what made Zhu Gang feel even more surprised was that Jang Jing did not dodge and directly slashed out a knife in the air at this fire phoenix. Buzz! Only a loud buzzing sound was heard, and the air around them seemed to vibrate fiercely, and immediately afterward, a half-moon-shaped blade chi erupted from the pig-killing knife in Jang Jing's hand. What a big knife breath! About 9 meters long and 3 meters wide, it was like a huge and incomparable scythe that ruthlessly slashed at the fire phoenix in front of him. Put! In the heart-stopping eyes of Zhu Gang and Suing Ruo, the huge blade chi that Jang Jing slashed out unexpectedly split the fire phoenix sent out by Xiao Mei into 2 halves. That's not all. The knife chi went on unabated, and after splitting the fire phoenix, it continued to slash at the distant Xiao Mei with lightning speed. Boo! Ah! After a loud bang, Xiao Mei's miserable scream came along with it, only to see this poised great mature woman. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth, and her body was ruthlessly knocked out, heavily smashing on top of the wall of the cave, and her entire body was sunk in. Quiet. The cave was quiet. Zhu Gang and Suing Ruo both stared with wide eyes and open mouths, forgetting to breathe, and their faces were even filled with expressions of shock and disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the true strength of the river god? Quadra kill. I didn't realize that Jiang Shun, all by himself, had easily taken out 4 ancient martial arts experts of the Xiao family. Jiangshan Cao Beer. Jiangshan is awesome. Aha, my poor Auntie Mei. With this cut, your life is almost gone, isn't it? Sister Wanqing and Aunt Mei are both so beautiful, so temperament. Jang Jing this also under the hand? Simply a hot hand to destroy flowers. Ah, I'm so sorry. Jang Jing actually hit a woman? Is he still a man? What's wrong with hitting a woman? No matter if it's a man or a woman. As long as it's an enemy, there's no mercy. Supporting Jiang Shun, the Xiao family should be taught a hard lesson. The official livestream blew up again. Dense pop-ups, scrolling rapidly on the public screen, as if it was raining a downpour. It was impossible to see what the netizens were saying. Marina del Rey, an upscale Western restaurant. Ruyan Lu slammed the table and shouted with excitement. Well played, Xiao Mei, this shameless old woman. When she pulled my husband up the tree before, how dare she secretly take advantage of him? That's the way to teach her a hard lesson. She deserves to be beaten to death. Upon hearing this, Yu Lily almost spat out the red wine she had been drinking into her mouth. Xiao Mei secretly took advantage of Jiang Jing? Is there such a thing? People obviously pulled Jiang Jing with good intentions, and Jiang Jing subconsciously hugged Xiao Mei because of his unbalanced body. If he had to say who took advantage, it would be Jiang Jing who took advantage of Xiao Mei. How did it come to Lu Ruyan's mouth that Xiao Mei had turned into someone who was unsuspecting and secretly taking advantage of the situation? Sure enough, women are naturally jealous. Can't see my own man getting too close to other women. How handsome. This time, Yu Lily did not follow Lu Ruyan's words to scold Xiao Mei. She was seen staring intently at her cell phone, her eyes glowing slightly, a light spring-like smile at the corner of her mouth, and only Jiang Jing's handsome figure remained in her eyes. Chapter 30. I'm just learning from you guys. Snap. River Mirror fell from mid-air. The moment his feet stepped on the ground, his full head of white hair instantly turned back to black, and his blood-red pupils returned to normal, only to see that he first glanced at the wretched Xiao Mei. Then he made a turn and walked toward Xiao Wanqing, who was not far away. River Mirror, what are you doing? Don't you forget, we're all on the same team. Aren't you afraid of arousing the wrath of the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom by mutilating your teammates like this? Xiao Wanqing had only been kicked hard by Jiang Jing, and although her butt hurt terribly at the moment, it was much lighter than the injuries Xiao Mei, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu had suffered. Ta! Jiang Jing didn't say a word, just a cold face, walking step by step to Xiao Wanqing. Swish! Xiao Wanqing raised her longsword once again, seemingly ready to fight with Jiang Jing. However, what Jiang Jing said next, made her freeze in place. Captain Xiao, I think it's time we had a squad meeting. Jiang Jing said these words expressionlessly. Then with a dashing turn, he sat back down next to the campfire, and he also fished out a carton of cigarettes from his pocket. Quiet. The cave was quiet. Xiao Wanqing awkwardly held up her long sword, neither advancing nor retreating. She only hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and put away her longsword, then hurriedly ran towards Xiao Mei's side. About 10 minutes later, the entire elite squad, once again, sat around the campfire. Only, the 4 members of the Xiao family were all carrying injuries on their bodies. Their faces were all hard to see, and their eyes were even more filled with scorn when they looked at Jang Jing. Swish! Jang Jing finished the last puff of his cigarette and casually threw it into the fire. Then he spoke. Boss, second, third, fourth, there is something I must explain to you. After Jang Jing finished saying this, he casually opened his backpack and then took out that strain of purple jade Ganoderma. This lingji is called purple jade lingji, and on the surface, it exudes a rich spiritual qi all over its body, much like a spiritual herb that can be used as medicine. In fact, it is highly poisonous. If an ordinary person mistakenly eats the purple jade Ganoderma, they will definitely perish on the spot. Ancient martial artists who accidentally consume the purple jade Ganoderma, even if they don't die, they will become a cripple. After Jang Jing said these words, he immediately threw the purple jade Ganoderma on the ground, then drew out his pig-killing knife and directly split it into 2 halves. But, to the great surprise of the people, just as the purple jade Ganoderma was split in half, a strong stench instantly filled the air. The purple jade lingji that had just been crystal clear turned into a black lingji in an instant. As black as ink. No need to think about it. It's a poisonous lingji. This stuff is highly poisonous to us humans, but it's a great tonic for some snakes, insects, rats and ants. The reason I snatched this lingji is because I was worried that you guys would accidentally be poisoned to death. Now, can you understand my good intentions? Jang Jing finished chopping the purple jade Ganoderma, and immediately put the pig-killing knife on the campfire and roasted it. The sterilization work was done very well. Quiet. The cave was quiet. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the purple jade lingji, which had been split in half by Jang Jing, with shock on their faces. Everyone seemed to have not expected that this lingji, which seemed to be a heavenly treasure, would be highly poisonous. Jang Jing, then why didn't you explain yourself earlier? Xiao Wanqing suddenly glared her eyes at Jang Jing angrily. If Jang Jing had told everyone the truth earlier, how could Xiao Hu have made a move on him? If Xiao Hu didn't make a move, how could Xiao Long stand up for his brother? If Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were fine, it would be even more impossible for her and Xiao Mei to clash with Jang Jing. General, all of the people on his side had suffered great losses at the hands of Jang Jing. It's simply a basket case and a loss of money. However, Jang Jing, rolled his eyes and returned. You guys didn't explain clearly to Old Six earlier when you set out to snatch the purple jade Ganoderma. I'm just learning how you guys do things. What? Slap yourself in the face and finally feel the pain? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing's face instantly darkened, and her entire body was infuriated enough, only to see her glaring fiercely at Jang Jing. Her teeth were clenched to the point of cackling, and the pair of eye-catching car headlights in front of her chest were rising and falling with her rapid breathing. If eyes could kill, Jang Jing would have already been glared to death 100 times by Xiao Wanqing. Ha 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 ha. It was at this exact moment that Zhu Gang suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was seen covering his stomach with one hand and pounding the ground desperately with the other, the whole thing laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. Who was the one who bullied me just now based on the fact that there were so many people? Now you finally get a taste of being bullied, right? It's called retribution. Retribution comes fast. Ha 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 ha. The 4 ancient martial artists from the Xiao family had all been severely taught a lesson by Jang Jing, so they naturally didn't dare to get angry in front of Jang Jing. But, this brat Zhu Gang was gloating on the sidelines with a villainous look, instantly igniting the anger of the 4 members of the Xiao family. Fat ass, you got the guts to say that again? If we can't beat Old 7, can we not beat you? Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were both short-tempered and naturally couldn't stand the taunts of others, so they both glared at Zhu Gang. Zhu Gang is not a wimp at all. Immediately stood up his chest and glared back, with a one-word and then start fighting posture. Seeing the smell of gunpowder filling the scene again, Xiao Wanqing suddenly took a deep breath, then said to Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, Old 3 and Old 4, you two shut up. Upon hearing that Xiao Wanqing was angry, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu could only obediently shut their mouths in the end even though they had 1,000,001 dislikes in their hearts. Only Xiao Wanqing calmed down a little, then said to Zhu Gang, Old 6, I apologize to you for what happened just now. I'm sorry, I'm the one who did things without thinking. As the captain of our elite squad, I hereby guarantee that something like this will never happen again. The captain personally opened his mouth to apologize, and Zhu Gang was able to regain some face, only to see him arrogantly raise his chin and nod his head with his nostrils facing the sky. He said, alright, for the sake of Old 7, I'll reluctantly forgive you guys this time. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiangshan is so domineering. I thought that Jiangshan wanted to monopolize the purple jade Ganoderma, but after all this, it turns out that Jiangshan is changing his mind and giving the Shao family an educational lesson. Ha ha, it's called doing unto others as they do unto you. A slap on someone else won't feel pain, but only on yourself will you feel pain. I won't even hold up the wall. I'll obey Jiangshan, my mirror brother. He's simply handsome. Chapter 31. Open the gift bag. The storage ring. Night. A blood moon hung in the sky. There were all sorts of strange noises coming from the misty forest. There were howls, bites, battles, and footsteps made by ferocious beasts running wildly through the forest. General, the ferocious beasts made so much noise in the night that the entire earth seemed to be trembling slightly, causing all the members of the elite squad to be nervous for a long time. Fortunately, the location where the elite squad was located was very hidden, and as of now, for the time being, no ferocious beasts had discovered that they were hiding here. Snap. Sitting by the campfire, Jang Jing casually ate a bit of dry food for dinner, and then he habitually lit a cigarette for himself. Swish. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was busy with their own business and no one spoke up, Jang Jing decisively clicked on the main system page. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 4-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 20-30. Mental power, 100. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Body technique, Qingfeng steps, instantaneous flash. Ladder cloud vertical stance. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade breath, mad dragon slash. Skill points, 0. Jang Jing had just learned that the martial artists in this world were divided into 9 ranks through his casual conversation with Zhu Gang while eating dinner. The lowest rank was a 1st grade martial artist, and the highest was a 9th grade martial artist. The system also categorized martial artists into 9 ranks, with the lowest being a 1-star martial artist and the highest being a 9-star martial artist. The two differ only in their designation. Everything else is exactly the same. Those aren't the point. The point was that after Jang Jing had risen to a 4-star martial artist, the system also rewarded him with an upgrade gift pack. Jang Jing was so busy breaking out from the wolves earlier, then rejoining his teammates, followed by a series of events, that he didn't have time to open this gift pack. Now that I'm finally free, of course I'm going to open the gift bag and check it out. Brother Unicorn, open the upgrade packet for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage ring. Storage ring, upgradable, contains 100 cubic meters of independent space that can be used to store all inanimate objects. Note, this ring is automatically bound to the host. It cannot be dropped, traded, or destroyed, and once the host dies, the ring will automatically be retrieved by the system. Swish, above Jiang Jing's left little finger, a ring as black as ink suddenly appeared. The ring seemed to be made of pure iron. There was no pattern on it. It was just a bare circle. It looked like a piece of ground floor goods, giving people a very cheap feeling. However, an expression of ecstasy appeared on Jiang Jing's face. It's a storage ring. Carrying a private space with you, you can access all kinds of items at will, which is simply a godsend for traveling at home, transporting couriers, killing people and destroying corpses. Although this storage ring only had 100 cubic meters of space, it was clearly marked on the ring upgradable. Swish! Jiang Jing immediately moved his eyes to the 3 words upgradable, not realizing that the next second, a line of very small fonts popped up in his field of vision. Material required for upgrading, empty underworld stone X1. Suddenly seeing the words empty underworld stone, Jiang Jing was first slightly stunned, and his face soon revealed a crying and laughing expression. This was because in ordinary veins, Empyrean stones would not appear at all, and it was only in the deepest parts of some large veins that were nourished by rich spiritual chi that 1 or 2 pieces would occasionally be born. To put it simply, the empty plagioclase thing is a scarce commodity and not easy to get. But, even if the storage ring couldn't be upgraded for the time being, it still had 100 cubic meters of initial space, which was enough for Jiang Jing. Swish! With a sudden movement of his mind, Jiang Jing's backpack, which was placed beside him, was immediately received inside the storage ring. Swish! Jiang Jing once again moved his mind, and the backpack was taken out again, and placed back in its original position just now. Just seeing Jiang Jing thought briefly, he directly opened his backpack, then put his left hand into it. In the next second, the 18 phoenix blood fruits in the backpack, a wolf king's crystal core, as well as cigarettes, dry food, and some wilderness survival supplies, were all put away in the storage ring. A storage ring. It's really convenient. Put. Just as Jiang Jing was having a good time, a vomiting sound suddenly came from his side, and at the same time, a smell of blood quickly filled the air. Jiang Jing hurriedly turned his head to take a look, just in time to see a trace of blood hanging by the corner of Suing Ruo's mouth, and her small face turned deathly white. During the daytime, Suing Ruo was first heavily injured by the Wolf King, then dragged her heavily injured body to support Jiang Jing, and was injured again when she broke out, and in the end, she still managed to hold on and fight with Xiao Wanqing for 2 moves. Honestly, it was a miracle that Mei-san could hold back until now to spit out blood. Swish, only to see Jang Jing flip his wrist. A very strange fruit immediately appeared in his palm. The fruit was almost as big as a ping-pong ball and was blood-red in color. Through the crystal-clear skin, one could see that the interior of the fruit was covered with dark red silk threads, just like the blood vessels in the human body, densely spread out, and one couldn't help but feel a numbness in one's scalp. On top of that, the fruit also emitted a strong smell of blood, and when viewed from a distance, it looked like a ball of blood, which looked a bit oozy. Girl, eat this and you'll be full of blood immediately. Jang Jing suddenly got up and walked over to Suing Ruo's side, then handed over the phoenix blood fruit in his hand. Inside the peaceful and quiet cave, Jang Jing suddenly opened his mouth to speak, instantly attracting the attention of the remaining few people. Seeing Jang Jing holding a weird blood ball and also letting Suing Ru eat it. At this moment, all the people present could not remain calm. 7. What the hell are you holding? It's bloody and slimy and smells heavily of blood. Are you sure it's edible? This stuff isn't supposed to be poisonous, is it? Zhu Gang curiously came over and looked at the phoenix blood fruit in Jang Jing's hand, seemingly smelling the bloody odor emanating from the fruit. Zhu Gang suddenly changed his face and hastily covered his mouth and nose. Then like a frightened bunny, he instantly took several steps back. Other than Zhu Gang, the rest of the few people revealed expressions of disbelief. No way! The appearance of the phoenix blood fruit was simply too oozing, and it also exuded a strong smell of blood. A normal person would definitely not associate it in a good direction when they saw such a bizarre fruit. Old 6, what do you know? Jang Jing glared disgruntledly at Zhu Gang, then said without a trace of anger, this is a heavenly treasure guarded by the mutant wolves. If this thing is poisonous, how could I possibly let my girl eat it? Ha ha! Zhu Gang was slightly stunned at his words and laughed twice with a face full of embarrassment and said, you're right, Old 5 is now your most loyal little follower. How could you possibly harm her? However, as soon as Zhu Gang said this, someone immediately jumped out to sing against him. You can't say that. This thing is bloody and slimy and smells strongly of blood, so who knows if it's poisonous or not. Don't forget that the purple jade Lingji guarded by that giant python just now, isn't it a highly poisonous plant? In case this thing is also highly poisonous, who will be responsible for what happens to Old 5? Although Xiao Hu was disliking Zhu Gang, his eyes were looking towards Jang Jing, as if he was provoking him with these words, asking him to explain what this fruit was all about. However, Jang Jing, did not eat this set of things, and directly shoved the fruit into Suing Ruo's hands, then sat back to his original position and continued to smoke silently. Quiet. The cave was quiet. Seeing that Jang Jing refused to explain the origin of this fruit, Xiao Hu muttered twice in a self-interested manner, then closed his mouth and stopped talking. Soon, everyone's eyes were focused on Suing Ruo's hands. Looking at this bizarre and oozing fruit, Xiao Wanqing finally couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Old 5, you have to think about it, in case this fruit is poisonous. However, without waiting for Xiao Wanqing to finish her sentence, Suing Ru made an unexpected move. Ka-ching, only to see that she didn't even think about it, and instantly brought the fruit to her mouth and took a big bite, and also chewed it without any hurry, as if she was eating fruit after a meal. The main thing was a relaxed and casual. Xiao Wanqing. Crowd. Chapter 32, The Miraculous Phoenix Blood Fruit. Asterisk. It's not, is it? Suing Ru actually ate it without hesitation? How much trust is this in the river god? Is this love? Jiangshan has saved Suing Ru's life more than once. I'm sure he definitely won't harm Suing Ru. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. I mean, in case Jiangshan accidentally looks away and feeds the poisonous fruit to Suing Ru. I personally feel that Jang Jing is possibly using Suing Ru as a lab rat. He obviously picked a dozen or so fruits, but he didn't eat any of them himself. Instead, he took them to Suing Ru first. Everyone, savor, upstairs. Don't think of Jiangshan as so bad. How can a hero who can sacrifice himself to save others be a bad guy? There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that it's hard to paint a tiger's skin, but it's hard to paint a bone. And it's hard to know a man's face without knowing his heart. Upstairs, I'm going to the big house. The official livestream blew up again. Some people loved Jang Jing, and naturally, some people hated Jang Jing. Jang Jing's fans were embracing him, which also made some black fans extremely upset, especially Xiao Wancheng and Xiao Mei's brainwashed fans. They simply hated Jang Jing to the extreme. After all, witnessing his own goddess, who had been severely beaten by Jang Jing, how could he have a favorable impression of Jang Jing? The secret world. Suing Ru was eating the phoenix blood fruit with great relish. The rest of the group was looking at her with bated breath, and every single one of them couldn't help but have a hint of nervousness on their faces. Gulp! Just then, Shu Gang suddenly swallowed his saliva and asked, Old 5. What does this fruit taste like? Is it good? Quiet. The cave was quiet. Suing Ruwa didn't answer Zhu Gang, but instead stuffed all the remaining fruits into her mouth and then chewed them with a big mouthful. Phew! Under the group's gaze, Suing Ruwa swallowed all of the phoenix blood fruit before saying without haste, sour and sweet. The flavor is not bad. That's it? Zhu Gang was slightly stunned at his words, and was just about to ask something again, but who knew that Suing Ruwa suddenly frowned, and her originally pale and incomparably pale face instantly surfaced a not-so-natural blush. Zhu Gang snapped and asked, Old 5, what's wrong with you? Suing Rua's face became more and more odd, only to see her stuttering back, my body, seems to be. Zhu Gang, as if what? Why don't you hurry up and say it? Suingru, there seems to be a flame burning inside my body. And, Jug, and what? Facing Zhu Gang's repeated questions, Suing Ro was made to feel annoyed, only to see that she simply closed her eyes and sat down on her knees, ignoring whoever came to ask her questions next. At this moment, everyone, including Zhu Gang, couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Jang Jing, who was sitting on the side and smoking silently. Suing Ro's body is in trouble? Watch it and see. I've told you before. Fear not. Fear not. Jang Jing is really using Suing Rue as a guinea pig. Now everyone can see Jang Jing's true colors clearly, right? He's a hypocrite. Upstairs. Shut up. Brother Mirror is definitely not this kind of person. Suing Ru only said that there seems to be a flame burning inside her body, and she didn't say that she was poisoned. It's still a bit early to jump to conclusions. The body seems to be on fire. What is this if not poisoning? Oh, no. Suing Ru is going to be finished. Zhongshan must be responsible for this. The official livestream is blowing up once again double time. Many netizens who hated Jang Jing jumped out, loudly accusing him that he shouldn't have fed Suing Ro the poisonous fruit, and even cursing him as a hypocrite. Jang Jing's fans naturally wouldn't sit idly by and immediately launched a counterattack, disliking them fiercely. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room instantly divided into two camps, those who supported Jang Jing and those who hated Jang Jing. Two waves of people started a fierce war of words. Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. Ruyan Lu had just returned home when she heard Lily Yu cursing at the top of her lungs. I only saw that Lily was very agitated, as if she had been robbed of her husband, with a look of open teeth and claws and all her hairs had exploded. Ruyan Lu closed the door and turned around and walked over to Lily Yu's side, asking with a face full of curiosity, Lily, who are you cursing? Ruyan, look. Lily immediately raised her phone up, then pointed to the pop-up screen on the public screen and said, so many brainwashed people have suddenly appeared in the official live room, and they're all abusing Jang Jing. What? Ruyan Lu froze violently and hurriedly looked at Lily's cell phone screen. In the next second, a flash of anger flashed across her face. A bunch of unqualified. Dare to scold the old ladies, man? Are they all living out of patience? Lily, give me the phone. I'm going to curse back. Typing is too slow. Can you send voice? I'm going to spray all these black people to death in the live broadcast room. Lily Yu, Marina University, Women's Dormitory Building. Jiang Mengming's dorm room had already turned out the lights, and the room was quiet. But none of the four girls who lived in this dormitory slept, only to see each of them holding a cell phone, their hands rapidly clicking on the screen of the phone, then editing out one pop-up screen after another, and directly posting it on the public screen of the official live broadcast room. These black people are really hateful. How dare they speak out against Uncle Jiang? Let's see how I'll scold them to death. Meng. I forwarded it to the family group and called all my relatives and friends over. Let's scold these black people together. Mo. I called all my high school friends. I called all my elementary school classmates. And my kindergarten classmates. Today, we can't spare anyone who dares to curse Uncle Jiang. The secret world. After Suing Gru ate the phoenix blood fruit, her entire body sat motionless in place, as if she had fallen asleep in the past. Zhu Gang first looked at Suing Ro, then looked at Jang Jing, and finally couldn't help but ask out loud, Old 7, what the hell is that thing you gave Old 5 to eat? Old 5 she, 1TB okay, right? As soon as Zhu Gang said this, Jang Jing, who had originally been silent all along, finally reacted this time. Snap, only to see Jang Jing throw away the cigarette butt in his hand, raise his eyes to look at Suing Ru not far away. The corner of his mouth immediately hooked up a mysterious smile. The name of the fruit I gave this girl is called the phoenix blood fruit. Rumor has it that after a phoenix falls, there is a very small probability that a phoenix blood fruit tree will be birthed by nourishing the nearby soil with all its essence blood. That's why the phoenix blood fruit exudes a strong smell of blood, and its appearance resembles a blood ball. Jiang Jing deliberately paused when he said this. As expected, everyone, including Xiao Wanqing, cast their gazes over, and every single one of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Phoenix? This legendary beast, Does it really exist? Shu Gang was anxiously scratching his ears and immediately voiced out inquiring. Old 7, you go on to say, what exactly are the effects of the phoenix blood fruit? At this moment, not only was Zhu Gang filled with curiosity, the entire elite squad was looking at Jang Jing. Each and every one of them had their ears perked up. Ha! Jang Jing smiled gently and said without haste, as for the effects of the phoenix blood fruit, there are a total of 3. First, the phoenix blood fruit can cure internal injuries. No matter how much internal injuries you've suffered, as long as you swallow a phoenix blood fruit, you'll immediately recover. Secondly, the phoenix blood fruit can cleanse the marrow and veins, and the power of the phoenix true flame contained within the fruit can calcify all impurities within the body, drastically improving a martial artist's cultivation physique. Of course, compared to the last effect of the phoenix blood fruit, both of the above effects are inadequate, because the last effect of the phoenix blood fruit is just too counterintuitive. So counterintuitive that it can make people all over the world go crazy for it. Jang Jing said here and deliberately stopped, hanging the teammates' appetite, but also let the official live broadcast room of 1 billion online audience, anxious straight stomping feet. He couldn't wait to tie Jang Jing up and then torture him to force him to tell the last effect of the phoenix blood fruit. But Jang Jing only paused for a little while and immediately spoke. The last effect of the phoenix blood fruit is that it can allow one to be reborn in nirvana, return to old age, youthfulness and agelessness. Chapter 33, Suing Rose Nirvana Rebirth. What did Jiangshan just say? The phoenix blood fruit can make people return to their old age and youthfulness? Really? Jiangshan shouldn't be bragging, right? Hasn't Suing Ru already eaten the phoenix blood fruit? Whether it's true or not, the answer will be revealed immediately. Personally, I feel that Jiangshan would never lie to anyone. If phoenix blood really has such heaven-defying effects, then Jiangshan was not wrong when he said that the whole world would go crazy for it. Brother Mirror, I am your most good, obedient, and meek little wife. I want the phoenix blood fruit. Can you send me one? Mirror brother, I am 18 years old. I look like a flower. In the hall, in the kitchen, outside is a noblewoman. In bed is, you shameless little hoofs. Jang Jing is my husband. You're not allowed to seduce him. Hubby, don't mind them. Give me the phoenix blood fruit. I'll keep it for you. The official livestream blew up once again. Jang Jing's sentence returned to old age, youth forever, as if a shocking thunderbolt, directly to the entire dragon country caused a big earthquake. Netizens watching online have dropped countless jaws, concerned about this live broadcast of all walks of life bigwigs, but also have been jaw-dropping. The official top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were also greatly shocked. But, among these people, the one who was the most excited, thrilled, happy and ecstatic was Jang Jing's ex-wife, Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan, who had just come out of the shower, was only wearing a black lace halter nightgown. Then she couldn't wait to climb onto the bed and hold up her cell phone. Although Ruyan Lu is scummy, splashy, green tea, gold digging and arrogant, but it was undeniable that she had a foxy face and a sexy body that was mature and plump to the core. The tiny lace halter dress couldn't even wrap around her proud capital, at least AD going up. Whenever she wears a low neckline, she immediately shows off a deep career line, coupled with the weak wind and willow-like small waist, giving people a kind of thin branches hanging fruit a strong sense of impact. In addition, Lu Ruyan, in order to maintain the body shape, all year round are insisting on practicing yoga, has long been practiced to make countless women envious and jealous, to make countless men salivating peach ton, sexy beauty, beautiful ants, goddesses of the microfat world, the ceiling of the young women's world. These are the labels attached to Ruyan Lu. If Ruyan Lu wasn't a stunning beauty on earth, how could Jang Jing let the system go unused and instead marry her and have a child, and still intend to live out this life in a peaceful manner? Back to the main topic. Even if Ruyan Lu was a stunning beauty on earth, but at nearly 40 years old, her appearance had long since gone. At this moment, he suddenly heard that the phoenix blood fruit could make people return to their old age and youthfulness. The first thought that popped into Lu Ruyan's mind was that no matter what, she had to ask for a phoenix blood fruit from Jang Jing's hands. Thus, Lu Ruyan immediately clicked on WeChat and edited a long text message, then deleted and cut it down until she was sure that the content satisfied her. Then she carefully sent it to Jang Jing. However, when a red exclamation mark appeared on the chat interface, Ruyan Lu's entire body was dumbfounded in place. How can it be? Jang Jing, this asshole, actually pulled the plug on me? Didn't I just divorce you once? You're a big man. How can you be so petty? In the past, every time we had a fight, it was you who came and took the initiative to come over and coax me. So why can't you come and coax me like you used to this time? Dead Jang Jing, stinking Jang Jing, asshole Jang Jing. Men, really none of them are good. The secret world. Inside the empty cave, Suing Rua sat cross-legged by the campfire, and a full 10 minutes had already passed. During this time, everyone in the entire elite squad, including Jiang Jing, was staring at Suing-ru in death. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Suing-ru's body. Not only did this energy turn into a red flame, firmly clinging to the surface of Suing-ru's body, but it was also tossing and turning, like a flame that was blazing. True Chi transformation. Old 5, this is a realm breakthrough? Shu Gang suddenly exclaimed in shock. His eyes instantly flashed with a blazing light, only to see him fiercely turn his head, his eyes glowing as he looked at Jang Jing. That look! No need to guess to know that he looked at Jang Jing's phoenix blood fruit. However, Shu Gang's lips had only just twitched a little bit, and he hadn't even uttered the first word yet, when another abnormal situation appeared on Suing-ru's side, only to see the flames on Suing-ru's body have drilled into her body, and in a moment it disappeared cleanly. In the next second, the large and small wounds on Suing-ru's body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than half a minute, the dozens of wounds on Suing-ru's body miraculously all disappeared. Not even a tiny scar was left. Swish! It was also at this time that Suing-ru slowly opened her eyes instantly bursting out with 2 streams of refined light. Old 5, how do you feel now? Shu Gang smacked his lips, and his eyes couldn't help but gawk at Suing-ru. It had to be said that Suing-ru was definitely a rare and great beauty. A standard melon face, willow eyebrows and almond eyes, agar nose and cherry lips. Exquisite features are like anime goddesses in the secondary yuan, completely unable to pick any flaws. Sexy and hot body, even with the loose combat uniform on, she couldn't hide her tantalizing S-shaped curves. A bear with a big waist and a thin tunica. That's all there is to it. On the contrary, she also had a pair of long legs that were the envy of countless women. It's all legs from the neck down. Speaking of leggy people like Suing-ru, none of this is the point. The point was that Suing-ru, who had eaten the phoenix blood fruit, her entire aura had undergone a radical change. If the previous Suing-ru was a haughty and wild little beauty, then the current Suing-ru was a cold fairy with a dusty temperament. Aha! Cold and stunning, with a hint of flirtation. It felt as if the charisma value was instantly magnified 10,000 times after the transformation of the American Girl Warrior. Whoosh! What was slightly surprising was that Suing-ru did not answer Zhu Gang's question. Instead, she stood up from her spot and walked quickly to Jang Jing's front. Brother Jiang, thank you. After Suing-ru said these words, her pretty face suddenly flushed with a hint of redness, and a complex look flashed through her beautiful eyes. Although Suing-ru had just been in meditation, the voices of the bystanders had drifted into her ears without missing a word. She had never expected that the phoenix blood fruit that Jang Jing had given her was actually the heavenly treasure that the group of mutated giant wolves had guarded before. One must know that Jang Jing, in order to get the phoenix blood fruit, he had braved the wolves' lair alone and almost lost his life there. And now, Suing-ru only spat out a mouthful of blood. Jang Jing surprisingly didn't even frown, and immediately gave her the phoenix blood fruit that he had fought for his life to get back, without hesitation. Plus, Jang Jing had come out to save her life 3 times. Although the hero saving a woman's life was very cliched and dogmatic, but it is undeniable that the hero is the quickest and most effective way to capture the heart of a beautiful woman. Therefore, how could Suing-ru not be touched? You're welcome. Looking at Suing-ru, whose pretty face was slightly flushed and whose beautiful eyes were rippling with water, Jang Jing just nodded casually, and then he once again touched out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Brother Jiang, can I sit down beside you? Could be. Big Brother Jiang, can I call you Mirror Brother from now on? Can. Brother Mirror, try to smoke less in the future. Smoking affects your health. Chapter 34, 20-year-old Jang Jing, peak of face value. I'm going. Suing-ru has really been reborn in Nirvana? Suing-ru's injuries have surprisingly all recovered, and her whole person has become in high spirits, and her temperament has also changed dramatically. The phoenix blood fruit can actually make a seriously injured person, in just a few minutes of time, directly instant to full blood resurrection. This fruit is also too magical. Didn't Jiangshan say that the phoenix blood fruit can make people return to their old age and youthfulness? Why didn't Suing-ru become younger? Upstairs, are you retarded? Suing-ru was only 20 years old, already very young. Do you want her to turn back into a 3-year-old child? Wow. Mirror and Shadow CP's feelings are heating up fast. Suing-ru calls Jiangshan as Brother Mirror. Is Jiangshan going to call Suing-ru as Zoe's sister? Any fans who are knocking Mirror and Shadow CP, get out of my way. Right now everyone is discussing the phoenix blood fruit. They don't have time to pay attention to you. As per the usual rule, the official broadcast room blew up again. Countless netizens marveled at the immediate healing effect of the phoenix blood fruit. Of course, there is also a part of the netizens, but they are questioning the efficacy of the phoenix blood fruit to make people rejuvenate and youthful. After all, eat phoenix blood fruit of Suing-ru. Just recovered the body's injuries. The person also became spirited. As for the return to old age and youth forever, from Suing-ru's body, there was no visible change at all. It's not just the netizens who have questioned it. The entire elite squad, with the exception of Su Yingru, the rest of them maintained a half-hearted attitude towards what Jang Jing said. Old 7. You said that the phoenix bloodfruit can cure internal injuries. This I believe. You said that the phoenix bloodfruit can cleanse the marrow and cut down the veins, drastically enhancing a martial artist's cultivation physique. This I also believe. But you said that the phoenix bloodfruit can make people return to their old age and youthfulness. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Xiao Wanqing hadn't said anything from beginning to end, and had been silently focusing on Su Yingruo's condition. Seeing that Su Yingruo's injuries had recovered, and that she had also broken through the realm, her strength had advanced even further. It could be said that the first two effects of the phoenix bloodfruit were all confirmed. But, the last effect of the phoenix bloodfruit, and the one that most moved Xiao Wanqing's heart, was not clearly revealed. Therefore, Xiao Wanqing couldn't remain calm. Not only Xiao Wanqing, even the mature and steady Xiao Mei's eyes lit up. Old 7. You should have obtained more than just one phoenix bloodfruit, right? Perhaps unable to resist the temptation of returning to old age and eternal youth, Xiao Mei reached out and ran her hand through the hair on her cheeks before she cheekily inquired to Jang Jing. Ha! Jang Jing suddenly smiled gently, and with a flip of his wrist, a phoenix bloodfruit instantly appeared in his palm. Eldest, you guessed right. I still have a phoenix bloodfruit in my hand. As soon as Jang Jing said this, everyone, including Su Yingruo, couldn't help but drop their gazes on this phoenix bloodfruit. Su Yingruo's expression was fairly normal. After all, she had just eaten a phoenix bloodfruit, so naturally, she was immune to the second phoenix bloodfruit. But, Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Zhu Gang, however, all couldn't help but breathe heavily the moment they saw the phoenix bloodfruit. However, without waiting for the crowd to open their mouths to speak, Jang Jing stuffed the phoenix bloodfruit into his mouth and then chewed it in a big gulp. Old 7. You. Zhu Gang was dumbfounded. Xiao Wanqing was also dumbfounded. Xiao Mei was even dumbfounded in place. Everyone was gawking at Jang Jing. For a moment, an absolute silence fell over the scene. What are you all looking at me for? Is there a flower on my face? Jang Jing swallowed the phoenix bloodfruit in 3 or 2 bites, then even touched his face and looked at the crowd in confusion. Old 7. Do you still have the phoenix bloodfruit in your hand? Nope. No more? You're not lying to us, are you? I only got a total of 2 phoenix bloodfruits. One was given to old 5 and one I ate myself. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Such a simple arithmetic problem. Can't you all do the math? Jang Jing lied. It was called a face without redness, without gasping for breath. If the majority of netizens hadn't seen with their own eyes that Jang Jing had plucked 18 phoenix bloodfruits from the tree, at this moment, they would have definitely been fooled by his acting skills. After all, in his last life on Earth, Jang Jing was a professional actor who ran on movie sets during the day and worked as a resident singer in bars at night. Life is all about acting. Buzz. Just as the crowd fell silent, a powerful energy aura suddenly erupted from Jang Jing's body. Not only did this energy turn into a red flame that firmly clung to the surface of Jang Jing's body, but it was also flipping and flopping, like a flame that was burning. At this moment, Jang Jing hastily stopped talking and also closed his eyes, as if he was trying to digest the medicinal power of the phoenix bloodfruit. True Qi transformation again? Could it be that old 7 has broken through as well? Shu Gang first exclaimed in shock, then he associated something and immediately changed his tone and shouted, "That's not right. This is not a true Qi transformation, but a special effect that comes with the phoenix bloodfruit. Only the very best heavenly materials and earthly treasures will show this special effect similar to the transformation of true Qi. The powerful energy that erupted from the phoenix bloodfruit is transforming old 7's body." Quiet. The cave was quiet. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Zhu Gang all stared at Jang Jing with a look of envy and jealousy, as if they were going to eat Jang Jing the next moment. Su Yingru sensed the change in the crowd's mood, and immediately drew her dagger from inside her military boots, then blocked in front of Jang Jing's body. Looking at the crowd with a guarded face, seeing Su Yingru being so sensitive, the crowd all looked speechless. Please, the phoenix bloodfruit had all been swallowed by Jang Jing. Even if we had a mind to grab it, it's all too late now. What's more, Jang Jing, the perverted rainy night butcher, can easily dry out several of them by himself. Unless one was out of their mind, they would not offend Jang Jing. Swish! In less than half a minute, the red flames attached to the surface of Jang Jing's body were drilled into his body. Because they had been shrouded in firelight just now, everyone couldn't see Jang Jing's face for the time being. But, as the firelight disappeared like an ebbing tide, in an instant, a handsome face that was so handsome that it would make women all over the world unable to breathe was suddenly reflected in everyone's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 7. You've really gotten younger? I'll go. The phoenix bloodfruit can really make people return to their old age. Old 7. The way you look now, I look at least 20 years younger. Brother Mirror, I didn't expect you to be so handsome when you were young. It's simply amazing. Old 7. I'll ask you one last time. Do you still have any phoenix blood fruit in your hand? If there is, I'm willing to exchange my entire fortune with you. The entire elite squad was agitated, because after Jang Jing ate the phoenix blood fruit, he unexpectedly changed from a 40-year-old uncle to a young 20-year-old in just a few minutes. To know, the 20-year-old river mirror. That's the peak of his face. Even a woman as arrogant as Lu Ruan was mesmerized by the 20-year-old Jang Jing. At this moment, Jang Jing, who had returned to the age of 20, naturally made everyone envious. None of this is the point. The point was that Jang Jing's temperament had also changed radically. If the previous Jang Jing was a handsome uncle who was mature and a little bit gangly, then the current Jang Jing was an aristocratic son of extraordinary temperament, elegant and classy with a hint of gangliness. It felt as if the glamour value had instantly exploded after the nightgown masquerade transformation. Seeing Jang Jing and Su Ru standing together, the minds of the crowd couldn't help but conjure up an ancient poem. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. Chapter 35. Dad, you are also your daughter's heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiangshen has really gotten younger. Jiangshen isn't playing a trick, is he? Could it be that phoenix blood really has the effect of returning old age and youthfulness to the body? The truth is right in front of us. First there was Su Ru's full-blooded resurrection in situ, and then there was Jiangshen's rejuvenation, instantly turning into a young 20-year-old. There's no doubt about the efficacy of the phoenix blood fruit. Aha! Brother Mirror, I didn't realize you were so handsome in your youth. I'm going to pass out from you. Father River God, I'm really your long-lost daughter. Please, give me a phoenix blood fruit. My daughter will definitely honor you. River God, may I ask if you are interested in selling the phoenix blood fruit? I'm willing to offer 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins to buy it. You want to buy the phoenix blood fruit for $100 million? Upstairs, you want to eat. I'm willing to pay 1 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. I'll give you 1.5 billion. I'll give you $2 billion. Marina del Rey, Orchid Park neighborhood. You Lily drank some wine tonight. Lu Ruan was worried that it was not safe for her to go home alone, so she simply left her to spend the night in her house. In the face of her best friend's generous retention, Yu Lily cannot refuse. It wasn't the first time she had spent the night at Ruan Lu's house anyway, so she stayed at ease. 11 p.m. Just finished showering out of the Yu Lily. Saw Lu Ruan lying on the bed, eyes glowing staring at the cell phone screen. Mouth is constantly chanting, hair, this time really big. Ruan, what has made you so happy? Yu Lily walked over while rubbing her half-dried hair and casually sat next to Lu Ruan, then also poked her head to look at her cell phone screen. However, look no further. On Lu Ruan's cell phone screen, a handsome face that was so handsome that it made women all over the world unable to breathe appeared. None of this is the point. The point was that Lily Yu was incredibly familiar with this face. Even on countless lonely nights, this face would always appear in her dreams and become the only male protagonist in her spring-like beauty dream. That's right, Yu Lily saw Jang Jing in her youth. The little prince of pork, as he was called, was handsome, suave, elegant, and unrivaled. Think of the year, if not Lu Ruan took the initiative to take the first step to confess with Jang Jing, and then also launched a fierce pursuit of Jang Jing, and Yu Lily but take into account the feelings of girlfriends, embarrassed and Lu Ruan to compete. Maybe, Jang Jing's wife is not necessarily Lu Ruan yet. After all, whether it was her looks, or her figure, Yu Lily didn't lose to Ruan Lu at all. And Yu Lily also cooks a good handful of dishes. On the hall, down to the kitchen, out of the house is a noblewoman. That is, Lily, I'm really going to get rich this time. $2 billion. Someone online has offered $2 billion for a phoenix blood fruit. There are still 16 phoenix blood fruits in Jang Jing's hand. Give me one to eat. Then give one to my precious daughter. There are still 14 left. 2 billion times 14. That's 28 billion Longwood dollars. Geez, so much money. I'm going to be a rich woman soon. Ha 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 ha. Ruan Lu had already fallen into a huge fantasy. Her mouth kept chanting about the phoenix blood fruit and 28 billion, and her entire pretty face was also reddened beyond recognition due to her excitement to the extreme. Ruan, what's going on? What are you chanting about? Also, how did he suddenly become younger? Jang Jing? Lily Yu is a bear of a woman. Even though Ruan Lu had revealed a lot of information, she still couldn't guess that it was all because of the phoenix blood fruit in Jang Jing's hand, until Lu Ruan patiently told Yu Lily what happened. In the next second, Yu Lily's mouth opened into an O shape, and her pair of charming peach blossom eyes also became miserably bright. Hoo hoo hoo. The sound of rapid breathing suddenly rang out, and Yu Lily, who was even better than Lu Ruan and had at least an E+ proud capital, was also undulating up and down and trembling as she breathed. Can phoenix blood really make people return to their old age and youthfulness? Geez, there's actually such a magical fruit in the secret realm? If If I ask Jang Jing for a phoenix blood fruit, will he give it to me? Not only am I Lu Ruan's best friend, but I'm also Mo's godmother. Over the years, I've always treated Meng Meng as my own daughter, and Jang Jing is so precious to his daughter. As the saying goes, don't look at the face of the monk. As long as I take the initiative to ask Jang Jing for a phoenix blood fruit in my capacity as Meng Meng's godmother, he should be too embarrassed to refuse me, right? Marina University. Women's Dormitory Building, Dorm Room 206. Although it was already close to midnight at this moment, all 4 girls in the dormitory had not yet fallen asleep, and instead, they even let out an exclamation and a scream, all of them looking unusually excited. Meng Meng, your dad has actually gotten really young. Yeah. I didn't realize your dad was so handsome when he was young. Meng Meng, Uncle Jiang looks about the same age as you now. If the two of you were to walk down the street, people who don't know the situation would think you're brother and sister. Aha! How wonderful it would be if I had such a handsome father. It would be nice if I had such a handsome boyfriend. Mo, I have to ask, is your dad single? 18-year-old girls are at the age of love. Jiang Mingming's 3 roommates, after seeing Jiang Jing become a young man of 20 years old, they were all ruthlessly electrified by his handsome face, and their little hearts couldn't help but plop and plop. Silence, no words. Jiang Mengmeng had completely frozen in place. She only saw her staring stupidly at the river mirror on her cell phone screen, and her mind couldn't help but recall some past events. Dad was really handsome when he was young. At that time, it seemed like there were a lot of pretty ants gathered around Dad's pork stall, winking at him both explicitly and implicitly. Jiang Mengmeng was still young at that time, and thought that the pork sold by his father was very popular, and then grew up a bit to realize that the drunkenness was not wine. Those ants didn't even come to buy pork. They came for Dad. But, Dad was a very principled man, incredibly loyal to his family and his marriage. Despite the tempting price offered by many pretty ants, they failed to impress Dad, and for so many years, Mom was the only woman around him. Jiang Mengmeng had always thought that her father and mother would be together forever, and that they would surely live out their lives lovingly and happily. But, and then I don't know what happened. Mom began to dislike Dad in all kinds of ways, disliking him for being poor, disliking him for being incompetent, disliking him for not knowing how to be romantic, disliking him for only being able to kill pigs day after day, year after year. Sometimes Jiang Mengmeng wanted to tell her mom. Dad worked early and hard every day to make money for the sake of the family, and even turned down a number of ants' advances. Dad has quietly given so much to this family and never had a single complaint, so how can Mom dislike him? But, whenever Jiang Mengmeng tried to talk to Lu Ruan about this matter, just as she opened her mouth, she would be met with Lu Ruan's abuse. Over time, Jiang Mengmeng did not dare to mention this matter in front of Lu Ruan, and at the same time also more heartbroken Dad. More for Dad feel worthless. Nowadays, Jiang Mengmeng finally grew into an adult. She no longer fear Lu Ruan, but also finally have the courage to accuse Lu Ruan's mistakes. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Dad and Mom are still divorced. But, while Jiang Mengmeng was sad, she was also quite happy for her father, because Dad finally broke free of his chains and left the cage without having to be trapped in this bad marriage for the rest of his life. On top of that, Dad has rebooted his own life. Isn't that something to be happy about? When she was young, Jang Jing often hugged Jiang Mengmeng and whispered in her ear, "My precious daughter, your daddy's heart." Thinking of this, Jiang Mengmeng's eyes suddenly reddened, only to see that she raised a hand, her fingertips gently stroking the cell phone screen, as if she wanted to touch the Jiang Jing on the screen. Only after a long time did Jiang Mengmeng murmur in a low voice, "Dad, you must come out of the secret realm alive because you're a daughter's heart." 2. Chapter 36 Brother Mirror. I want to sleep next to you. Approaching midnight, everyone in the elite squad felt sleepiness coming on. After all, after a whole day of intense killing and fleeing for their lives, even if everyone was an ancient martial artist and their physical qualities far exceeded those of ordinary people, they would still be tired and exhausted. Snap! Just then, Xiao Wanqing clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. She only saw her glance at the time and said, "It's almost 12 midnight now. Everyone must be tired after a whole day of fighting. Next, I'll arrange who will be on watch tonight. The oldest 3 and the 4th guard the first shift, from now until 2 a.m. Aunt May and I guard the second shift, from 2 to 4 a.m. Old 6 and 7 guard the third shift, from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. As Xiao Wanqing was speaking, Jang Jing keenly captured an epithet. Auntie May? Xiao Wanqing actually called Xiao Mei an aunt? Don't they have the same last name? Since they are of the same race and surname, why don't they call them aunties, or aunts, instead? Isn't Xiao Mei a member of the Northern Xiao family? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Jiang Jing cried and laughed and shook his head, quickly putting the thought behind him. It's none of his business if Xiao Mei is a member of the Xiao family or not. What he should be thinking about now was how to utilize the remaining 9 days to hunt more ferocious beasts and quickly raise his martial rank. After all, the world's #1 swordsman is not that easy to be. Captain, what about me? Right at this moment, Suing Rua's voice suddenly rang out. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized afterward that Xiao Wanqing had not arranged a night watch for Suing Ru. The oldest 5 are on rotation tonight and don't have to keep watch. Xiao Wanqing just casually glanced at Suing Rua before making the arrangement lightly. It would have been a good thing to have a short turn, and who wants to work hard on a night watch when they can get a good night's rest? But, Suing Ru, however, frowned and said, Captain, I don't want to take a turn, I want to keep watch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing first froze slightly before opening her mouth and explaining, Old 5, there is no need for so many people to keep watch. It's completely enough for us to split into 3 shifts. There are 7 of us on the team, and when someone is on watch, someone is bound to take a turn. If you take a turn tonight, it'll be someone else's turn tomorrow night, and we'll have to spend 9 more days in the secret realm, each with a turn. The moment Xiao Wanqing said this, Suing Ru fell into silence. However, Suing Ru did not give up on the idea of keeping watch, only to see her eyes roll back in her head. She suddenly got up and walked to Zhu Gang's face. Old 6, I'll switch shifts with you. Tonight you'll take your turn and I'll go on watch with Brother Mirror's group. When Suing Rua said this, not only Zhu Gang froze in place, everyone in the elite squad froze for a moment. Only Zhu Gang raised his eyes to look at Suing Ru, then turned his head to look at Jang Jing, and in the next second, as if he had understood something, an ambiguous smile immediately appeared on his face. Okay, I'll switch with you. After Zhu Gang finished saying this, he suddenly turned his head to Jang Jing and shouted, Old 7, I'll leave Old 5 to you tonight. You have to treat them well. Don't let Old 5 down for you. Quiet. The cave was quiet. Immediately afterward, there was a light laughter. Ha! Everyone was made to stifle their laughter by Zhu Gang's words, and even the way they looked at Jang Jing and Suing Ru became odd and ambiguous. Old 6, you, Suing Ru couldn't help but blush, then glared fiercely at Zhu Gang and said, If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not I'll take advantage of you falling asleep in the middle of the night and directly poke 2 holes in your body? After saying these words, Suing Ru shook her hands and 2 daggers instantly slid out of her sleeves, only to see her holding 2 cold and shiny daggers. She gestured a few times in the air at Zhu Gang, and finally aimed the daggers at his crotch intentionally or unintentionally. Zhu Gang immediately felt a cool chill underneath his body, as if something was going to fly away, and my little bird of youth did not come back once it was gone. Old 5, I was just joking, why are you still in a hurry? Okay, I'll pay attention next time and definitely not make any jokes. I'm going to bed. Good night everyone. After Zhu Gang finished saying these words, he immediately got up and changed his position, moving away from Suing Ru, with a look that he was afraid of being stabbed in the back. After all, Suing Ru was an assassin. If it was an open and honest sparring match, Zhu Gang wouldn't wimp out on Suing Ru at all. However, if Suing Ru were to engage in a sneak attack or assassination, Zhu Gang couldn't guarantee that he would be able to defend against Suing Ru. A man is a man who can give and take. Just because you concede today doesn't mean you'll concede for the rest of your life. What's more, it's okay to wimp out a little bit when the bird is more important than anything else. Swish! Seeing that Zhu Gang had fled in a windy manner, Suing Ru also put away her dagger and returned to Jang Jing's side. Brother Mirror, I want to keep watch with you, okay? Suing Ru's attitude when facing Jang Jing was completely different from when she faced other people. All the members of the elite squad could see it. The more than 1 billion online viewers of the official livestream also looked out. Suing Ru always had a cold look when facing others. Only when facing Jang Jing, not only was her tone very gentle, but she would also reveal a small woman's posture, and would even blush and be shy when she didn't move. Isn't it obvious? As long as one wasn't blind, they could tell that Suing Ru was interested in Jang Jing. Yeah, Jang Jing faintly smiled, then took out a waterproof blanket from his backpack and quickly spread it on the ground, and the person followed and laid on it. Perhaps seeing that Suing Ru was still standing next to her, Jang Jing couldn't help but speak out. It's getting late. You should also hurry up and go rest. I'll wake you up at 4 a.m. on time. Aha! Suing Ru nodded obediently. Then in Jang Jing's stunned eyes, she also took out a waterproof blanket from her backpack, and also spread it beside Jang Jing. Girl, don't you sleep with the captain and co-captain and the girls? Brother Mirror, I want to sleep next to you. Brother Mirror, don't worry. I don't snore when I sleep. It definitely won't affect you. River Mirror, solid hammer. Suing Ru is in love with Jiang Shun. Mirror and Shadow CP's feelings are heating up fast. This is all sleeping together. Tomorrow will be the official announcement of being together. The pair of CPs, Jiang Shen and Suing Ru, are really a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A man and a woman. A match made in heaven. CP fans all get out of my way. What's so great about Suing Ru? I'm prettier than her. My body is better than hers. And my bear is bigger than hers. Jiangshan is the right choice to be with me. River God's great aunt, upstairs. Look at my ID name. Egami's second aunt, hee. River God's third aunt, hands a little slow. Only grabbed the youngest. River God's ninth aunt, Laosan. You're already fast enough. I'm number 9 in line. River God's aunt 108. 966, did I say something? Asterisk. How come there are all Jiangshan's wife's fans? And they've even numbered themselves? Oh, woman. Chapter 37. The little girls nowadays are not to be trifled with. The second half of the night. In the secret realm, the misty forest, the sky suddenly pattered with light rain. Jang Jing was sleeping soundly when he suddenly sensed that someone had approached his side, and immediately opened his eyes, while his right hand quickly gripped the killing knife. Relax, it's me. Right at this moment, a high and cold imperial voice drifted into Jang Jing's ears. Jang Jing couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and after getting a good look at Xiao Wanqing's overwhelmingly beautiful face, his tense body gradually relaxed. Of course, Xiao Wanqing's voice also woke up Suing Ru. The little ninny snapped her eyes open. Then as Jang Jing did, not only did she quickly draw her dagger, she even took a defensive stance. It's time, it's your turn to keep watch. After Xiao Wanqing threw down these words, she only glanced faintly at Jang Jing before turning around and walking over to the campfire to sit down. Jang Jing first rubbed his eyes, then raised his wrist to look at the smart bracelet. 4 a.m. Sharp, not a penny more, not a penny less. That's pretty much right on time. Gulp. Suing Ru, perhaps a little thirsty, pulled out a water bottle from the side pocket of her backpack, unscrewed the cap and drank. Jang Jing yawned and stretched a big waist, and his eyes also quickly scanned the situation inside the cave. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu slept on the west side of the bonfire pile, Shu Gang slept on the north side of the bonfire pile, and Xiao Wanchang and Xiao Mei had just returned from the night watch and were currently laying down waterproof blankets on the east side of the bonfire pile. However, Jang Jing had only casually swept a glance, but in the next second, his eyes seemed to be drawn to something. Right in front of Jang Jing's right side, Xiao Wanqing had already sat down and placed both her hands on the campfire pile to keep warm. As for Xiao Mei, she was currently turning her back to Jang Jing's side, half kneeling on the ground and pouting as she spread the waterproof blanket. It's important to know that most middle-aged women have one thing in common, a big butt, and Xiao Mei is one of the best. The baggy combat pants froze and she wore them tight. Looking over from Jang Jing's angle, he could just see a blasted in full arc, giving a feeling of fatness. If Ruyan Lu's was a peach, then Xiao Mei's was a peach. Big beautiful woman. Fruit of the loom beer. Brother Mirror, would you like some water? Right at this moment, Suing Ruwa suddenly handed over the water bottle, only to see a hint of anticipation on her face, her eyes unblinking as she looked towards Jang Jing. Thanks. Jang Jing, who had come back to his senses, hastily withdrew his gaze, and at the same time took the water bottle handed by Suing Ru. Gollum. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing held up the kettle and took a big gulp, but only halfway through the drink, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. How come this water tastes better and better? And so on. Where's the scent coming from? Swish. Jang Jing hurriedly took the water bottle away from his mouth, looked down, and was finally surprised to find that there was actually a lipstick mark remaining on the mouth of the bottle. It was only at this moment that Jang Jing reacted violently. Su Yingru had just used this kettle to drink water, and that lipstick mark on the mouth of the bottle was also left by her. Is this the same as indirect kissing? No wonder it smells so good. Or strawberry. Brother Mirror, what's wrong? Seeing that Jang Jing drank halfway but stopped, and also noticed the lipstick mark she left on the mouth of the bottle, Suing Ro's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, and her pretty face couldn't help but emerge a touch of redness. Nothing. This water is pretty good. Jang Jing pursed his lips in embarrassment, then lifted the water bottle and drank a few more mouthfuls of water before handing it back to Suing Ru. Seeing that Jang Jing didn't dislike her lipstick marks, Suing Rua's face instantly flashed with a touch of delight. Brother Mirror, why don't we go to the cave entrance and keep watch then? Okay. Although it's already 4 o'clock in the morning, there are still quite a few night owls squatting in the official broadcast room. These people seem to want to see if the elite squad would run into any surprises during the latter part of the night. Results. Couldn't wait for the unexpected situation, but waited for Jiangshan and Suing Ro's dog food. At this moment, the official live broadcasting room, which had been silent for quite some time, immediately became boisterous again. Jiangshan and Suing Ro drink the same bottle of water. The two of them are considered to be indirectly kissing, right? Mirror and Shadow CP aren't going to be together for real, are they? Suing Ro likes Jiangshan, and Jiangshan is also quite fond of Suing Ro. I think these two have a chance. Mother is against this marriage. Brother Mirror is mine. We drank the same bottle of water, didn't we? It's not like we're sleeping in the same bed, so what's the big deal? Suing is too young, and Brother Mirror might just think of her as a younger sister. Yes, Brother Mirror won't be with Suing. I'm going. Jongshan's wife fans are so scary. It's this time of the day, and they're all still up? The secret world. Jang Jing and Suing came near the entrance of the cave. There was also a bunch of small bonfires here, which Xiao Wanqing had asked Xiao Long and Xiao Hu to prepare in order to make it easier for the teammates on watch to keep warm. Jang Jing sat down next to the small campfire and turned his head to look out of the cave, only to see that it was pitch black outside, and the sky was drizzling, so it was impossible to see what was going on outside. On top of that, the misty forest, which was very noisy in the first half of the night, was completely quiet in the second half of the night, and not even a single insect or frog could be heard. Anyway, the misty forest in the latter part of the night can only be described by the word spooky. Swish! Right at this moment, Suing Rual also sat down by the campfire. Without saying a word, she reached down and took off her coat. At this moment, Jang Jing's eyelids couldn't help but jump slightly, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Suing Ru's body. Suing Ru, who had taken off her jacket, revealed a black sports underwear inside. Under the illumination of the campfire, Suing Rua's white jade-like skin seemed to be colored with a faint reddish haze. Swan-like jade neck, small and delicate shoulders, exquisite and charming collarbone, clearly visible waistline. None of this is the point. Jang Jing never thought that Suing was the kind of extreme woman who was thin in clothes and material in clothes. The car's headlights are at least derated by eye, coupled with a section of the waist as thin as a willow. Immediately has a kind of thin branches hanging fruit feeling. Hey, are all the little girls growing up so well these days? It's really something. Swish! In Jang Jing's surprised and puzzled eyes, Suing Ru pulled out a needle and thread box from her bag. Then holding her jacket, she began to sew and mend it under the illumination of the campfire. So, she was mending her clothes. Jang Jing looked at Suing Ru, who was seriously mending her clothes, and after a slight hesitation, he took off his own jacket and casually threw it to Suing Ru. Girl, put my clothes on first. It's a bit cold near the cave entrance. Be careful of catching a cold. River Mirror was still wearing a black undershirt underneath. Even though this undershirt wasn't warm, Jang Jing's powerful qi and blood values were enough to allow him to withstand this cold. Brother Mirror, I'm not cold, so hurry up and put your clothes on. Suing Rua's face changed slightly and immediately threw back Jang Jing's clothes. If you're told to wear it, you wear it, and do as you're told. With a cold face, Jang Jing threw the clothes over again, and his tone became extraordinarily serious. Then, well, Suing Ru hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she chose to be obedient and draped Jang Jing's jacket over herself. But, Suing Ru, however, sped up her sewing. It seemed that he wanted to mend the clothes earlier, so he could return the jacket to Jang Jing earlier, and he could let Jang Jing suffer a little less cold. Chapter 38, Jang Jing, my shoulders are a little sore. Barta. Jang Jing lit a cigarette for himself and just sat by the campfire, smoking while quietly watching Suing Ru sewing her clothes. Under the illumination of the firelight, Suing Rua's body exuded a gentle and virtuous aura, and at a fierce glance, she looked like a little dainty wife who was doing household chores. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Just then, a light footstep came from far away. Jang Jing had just turned his head away when he saw a silhouette in front of him, and another woman sat down beside him. River Mirror, can I ask you for something? Xiao Wanqing reached out and picked up a branch, ruffling the campfire in front of her, then turned her head to look at Jang Jing with an expression of desire to speak. What is it? Jang Jing's eyes narrowed and he looked at Xiao Wanqing without moving, and his mind couldn't help but recall what happened in the evening. At that time, Jang Jing kicked Xiao Wanqing's back tunic. That amazing bouncing power was a bit of a flashback for Jang Jing until now. Doesn't your Jiang clan have a secret book of herbs that records many rare medicinal herbs from the ancient times? I would like to ask, in a situation like a martial artist having all their meridians broken, which kind of spirit herb is needed to repair them? Xiao Wanqing had taken the initiative to put down her stature to beg Jang Jing for the sake of her subordinates, and from this point of view, her heart was actually not bad. It was only that she was the eldest miss of the Xiao family, born with a golden key, and had a slightly haughty temper. Ouch! My shoulders are a little sore and uncomfortable. At this time of year, if anyone can squeeze my shoulders, maybe I'll be in a good mood and I'll answer whatever people ask. The corners of Jang Jing's mouth hooked up in a gangly and handsome smile. He was not a good person, nor did he care to be good. If Xiao Wanqing wanted to get information from him, how could Jang Jing tell her for free without paying something? Silence, no words. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips tightly, her face shifting for a moment. She never thought that she had taken the initiative to put herself down and beg Jang Jing, but this man took the opportunity to deliberately make things difficult for her. As the eldest miss of the Xiao family, when had she ever received this kind of birdish anger? First, he was kicked hard by Jang Jing, and he was still kicked in the ass. This matter Xiao Wanqing also conceded. After all, Jang Jing's strength is there. She can't beat Jang Jing, she can only choose to endure. But, she had merely asked a question, which was very simple to Jang Jing, and she didn't expect the other party to get the better of her. Sore shoulders? You want me to squeeze your shoulders? Do you really use me as your maid? Xiao Wanqing had wanted to brush her sleeve away, but on second thought, the dozen or so members of the Black River City's secret town guard were still lying on hospital beds at this moment. If they are not effectively treated, they will be completely wasted for the rest of their lives. Phew! A moment later, Xiao Wanqing suddenly took a deep breath and tried to calm her emotions, then said with a dark face, "Fine, I'll pinch your shoulders." Xiao Wanqing, who had said these words, immediately got up and came behind Jang Jing, stretching out a pair of white jade-like small hands and gently pressing them on his shoulders. "It's too light. The intensity could be heavier." "Hiss, that's too heavy. Are you trying to crush my shoulder? Captain, you really suck at this massage." Xiao Wanqing was about to go crazy. Jang Jing clearly had a look of enjoyment on his face, but his mouth was deliberately saying some exasperating words and belittling her as worthless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a request to make, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had her heart set on her injured team member, Xiao Wanqing would have definitely swung out a slap without hesitation and directly slapped Jang Jing to death here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Xiao Wanqing's hands were a bit sore from pressing, and her feet were almost numb from squatting, but Jang Jing didn't half shout to stop. Thus, Xiao Wanqing knelt down and sat behind Jang Jing, so that she could let her numb legs slightly get some rest. Swish! At that exact moment, Jang Jing seemed to be feeling a little sore in his neck and couldn't help but angling his head. Results: Jang Jing instantly felt like the back of his head, as if he was resting on 2 sponge pillows, when he raised his head this way. "Barbecue bomb! You!" Xiao Wanqing's exclamation came from his ears, and Jang Jing also reacted violently. He seemed to have gotten into trouble. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately sat up straight, then quickly said, "Captain, like this situation where a martial artist's meridians are all broken, there are actually a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits that can repair them." Xiao Wanqing was already on the verge of losing her temper. After all, she had never been taken advantage of by any man in her entire life, let alone had her head rested on her body. However, what Jang Jing said next instantly diverted her attention and made her put the matter of Jang Jing taking advantage of her behind her. In terms of effectiveness, the best is the Dragon Emperor ginseng. This kind of ginseng grows in the land of extreme sunshine, and will emerge during the day to absorb the essence of the sun, while at night it will burrow beneath the earth. If an ordinary martial artist takes a small slice of Dragon Emperor ginseng, not only can it repair broken meridians, but it can also drastically increase the value of qi and blood, and it can even strengthen the body and forge the physical body. Xiao Wanqing got a satisfactory answer and immediately shook off Jang Jing, then walked into the cave without looking back. When asked for something, she stuck her eye out. After utilizing it, it is immediately discarded. This is a perfect example of tearing down a bridge and killing a donkey. Jang Jing was directly speechless, but Xiao Wanqing did not pursue Jang Jing for taking advantage of her, which made Jang Jing slightly relieved. Barta! Only Jang Jing lit a cigarette once again and was about to enjoy the taste of nicotine. Who knows? There was another footstep in his ear. Immediately afterward, a fragrant wind came, and another woman sat down beside Jang Jing. "Xiao Mei?" Jang Jing glanced at the woman beside him, and an odd expression surfaced on his face as well. "River Mirror, I want to ask you something." Xiao Mei stroked the hair on her cheeks, and her pretty face seemed to be flushed with a faint blush, as if there was something that was difficult to talk about. "What is it?" Jang Jing's eyelids slightly jumped, not knowing what came to his mind. The corner of his mouth immediately hooked up a gangly and handsome smile. "That, can I talk to you alone?" Xiao Mei glanced at Suing Ru, who was still mending her clothes, and the blush on her face became more pronounced. Silence, no words. Jang Jing cocked his head and sized up Xiao Mei from head to toe. It was only after a long time that he turned his head to Suing Ru and said, "Girl, I'm a little hungry. Can you help me go cook a bowl of instant noodles?" "Okay." Suing Ru scanned back and forth over Jang Jing and Xiao Mei with an odd look before she got up and walked into the cave. "Thanks." Xiao Mei gave a thank you and a relieved expression appeared on her face. "Well, if there's anything, just say it." Jang Jing spat out a smoke ring unhurriedly, but in his heart, he couldn't help but mutter, "If it wasn't for your Xiongda's face, I wouldn't bother to give a damn about you." That's right, Xiao Mei is a super unbeatable dare beauty auntie. Visual inspection is at least an F. Even if she just sat there quietly and did nothing, that horrible as hell exaggerated silhouette could instantly catch a man's eye. The first time Jang Jing saw Xiao Mei, a series of labels came to his mind. Men's graves, born with a bubble shelf, the great goblin who wreaks havoc on the nation, the source of all evil. Chapter 39, I have a friend who really isn't me. 5 a.m. Outside the cave the rain was dripping and still falling. Jang Jing added a few branches to the bonfire, then turned his head and looked at Xiao Mei and asked, "What's the matter? Can you say it now?" Xiao Mei's eyes flashed with a complex look, and under the illumination of the bonfire, a faint blush seemed to rise on that mature and charming face. I have a friend whose body, congenitally, has some unspeakable hidden diseases. Wait. Without waiting for Xiao Mei to finish her sentence, Jang Jing interjected and asked, "This friend you're talking about, it can't be yourself, right?" Ha! Xiao Mei was first slightly stunned, and immediately afterward, she desperately shook her head and denied, "It's not me. How can it be me? The person I'm talking about is my friend." Looking at the increasingly obvious blush on Xiao Mei's face and listening to her pale and feeble defense, Jang Jing almost couldn't help but squirt out a laugh. "Ah yes. The person you're talking about is either yourself or your friend. You bear, whatever you say." "Okay." Jang Jing forced a smile and nodded, asking, "You go on. What kind of congenital hidden disease is this friend of yours suffering from?" Silence. No words. Xiao Mei first blushed and glared at Jang Jing, then reached out and ran her hand through the hair on her cheeks, only to see her lips twitch several times, but she was never able to utter a single word. Seeing Xiao Mei reveal this expression, Jang Jing's curiosity was immediately aroused. "Are you trying to ask me if there are any heavenly treasures in the secret realm that can cure this friend of yours of his hidden illness? Aha! Then you should hurry up and say it. This friend of yours, what kind of congenital hidden disease is she suffering from? If you don't say, how will I know which heavenly material to use for her?" In the face of Jang Jing's repeated questions, Xiao Mei stammered for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. "This friend of mine is a stone woman." Ha! Jang Jing was first slightly stunned, and immediately after, he moved his gaze away from Xiao Mei's face before quickly moving down to look at her pants. "What are you doing looking at me? This person I'm talking about is my friend, not me." Noticing Jang Jing's strange eyes, Xiao Mei was instantly disgraced, only to see that she quickly merged her legs together, and tightly, and a layer of scarlet clouds colored that mature and charming face. "Ahem." Jang Jing hurriedly coughed dryly twice while withdrawing his gaze, then said with slight embarrassment, "Isn't it just a stone girl? With our Dragon Kingdom's current medical treatment, it should be easily cured, right? The situation is not that simple." Xiao Mei sighed, then patiently explained, "This friend of mine, not only is she a stone woman, she also has congenital uterine atrophy. As much as she wants to be a whole woman, it's not like she wants to have surgery, much less transplant someone else's uterus. After all, there's a big difference in nature between owning and borrowing from someone else." Since she had already said it, Xiao Mei no longer squirmed and simply told Jang Jing everything in her head. "Oh, so that's it." Jang Jing nodded, then looked at Xiao Mei with a smirk and said, "It seems that this friend of yours, more or less, has some psychological cleanliness." Swish! Xiao Mei's pretty face couldn't help but redden again, but she quickly adjusted her emotions before asking with a serious face, "Jang Jing, can you help me with this friend?" Silence. No words. Jang Jing didn't answer Xiao Mei at first, but stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Xiao Mei didn't bother Jang Jing, she just sat quietly beside him, her eyes staring straight at him, and her eyes were also glowing with a hint of anticipation. After half a day, Jang Jing suddenly let out an ouch, and then patted his thighs and said, "I've been running for a day, and my legs are sore. If someone could give me a whack on the leg, maybe I could remember any heavenly treasures that could help your friend here." When Jang Jing said this, his eyes were looking straight at Xiao Mei, so he thought that the meaning had been expressed very clearly. "You." Xiao Mei was first slightly stunned, then she glared at Jang Jing in a good-natured and amused manner and said, "Fine, I'll help you pound your legs." After saying these words, Xiao Mei pursed her lips and squatted by Jang Jing's side after a slight hesitation. "Wait." Jang Jing hurriedly laid down on the ground and stretched both of his legs out straight, while crossing his arms behind his head. Xiao Mei. Inside the cave, Xiao Wanqing seemed to still be waiting for Xiao Mei to come back, so she hadn't slept yet, only to be seen sitting peacefully by the campfire, her eyes glancing towards Jang Jing and Xiao Mei's side from time to time. Suing Ro was busy in the process of cooking noodles. Only in the process of cooking noodles, the little ninny would also occasionally sneak a glance towards Jang Jing's side. However, what made the two women unexpected was that Jang Jing and Xiao Mei were chatting and suddenly lay on the ground while Xiao Mei squatted by his side. Immediately afterward, Xiao Mei acted like a maid and obediently whacked Jang Jing's leg. Xiao Wanqing. Su Yin grew. Time passes by. Jang Jing was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep in the past. It had to be said that Xiao Mei's attitude was much stronger than Xiao Wanqing's. Not only is she more patient than Xiao Wanqing, but she will also take the initiative to ask Jang Jing if the strength is appropriate. And where is the soreness? Do you want to help you in pinching the shoulders, pressing the back and so on? The main focus is a gentle and thoughtful one. Say whatever it takes to serve Jang Jing well. Jang Jing, who was lying on the ground, could take in Xiao Mei's flank with just a slight lift of his eyelids. The mountains are different from each other, and the heights are different from each other. It had to be said that Xiao Mei, who was mature and plump to the extreme, looked over from the side, and her hip curves were especially exaggerated. It's like printing a lowercase c on a balloon and then blowing up that balloon, so that lowercase c immediately becomes a capital C. In rural terms, a woman like Xiao Mei is definitely good to have. Xiao Mei, in fact, this disease of yours, it's very easy to heal. Just eat 1 earth heartfire lotus flower. It will take care of your hidden disease in minutes, and it will even give you a stronger body. The moment Jang Jing said this, Xiao Mei's leg pounding immediately stopped, only to see her hastily turn her head towards Jang Jing, inquiring in a very urgent tone, "Really? What you said about the earth heartfire lotus flower, can it really cure my hidden disease?" Ha! Jang Jing couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Mei had previously said that it was her friend who suffered from a hidden disease, but it turned out that Jang Jing had only lured her with words for a bit, and the woman had revealed her footing. You, looking at Jang Jing with a bad smile on his face and his eyes still looking towards between her legs from time to time, Xiao Mei also reacted violently. She only saw her glaring at Jang Jing in a shy and anxious manner, and at the same time reached out and pinched him hard on his thigh. "Not me. I'm talking about a friend of mine. It really wasn't me. Hey, where are your eyes looking? You want to try looking at me again? I'll kick your ass." Chapter 40. You bear, you're right about everything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I see? Auntie Mei is actually blushing? Could it be that Auntie Mei is also in love with Zhongshan? I see clearly. Aunt Mei's eyes have the wind, the moon, the sky full of stars, and the river god. Only there is no me. Woo woo. Auntie Mei is so pitiful. To have this kind of congenital hidden disease. Didn't the river god say that? As long as we find the earth's heartfire lotus, we can completely cure Auntie Mei in minutes. Why do I think that Aunt Mei and Zhongshan are quite compatible? Ha ha. Mirror Shadow CP, Mirror Wan CP, and Mirror Mei CP. Which pair do you all favor more? Multiple choice questions are for kids. If it were me, I'd take them all. The official livestream is blowing up again double time. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Xiao Mei's knitted brows and smile, any action, an expression, a subtle change of demeanor, have not escaped the netizens' keen eyes. There's a saying on the internet that's true. A woman can't hide the way she likes a man's eyes. Jang Jing wanted face value, had face value, wanted strength, had strength, and was also very knowledgeable about all kinds of heavenly materials. What woman wouldn't like such a good man? On top of that, Jang Jing and Xiao Mei were about the same age and belonged to the same generation, so there wouldn't be any generation gap. Look at it this way. It seemed that within the elite squad, only Xiao Mei was the most suitable to speculate CP with Jang Jing. For a while, the internet was a hot mess. Mirror Mei CP is officially online. The topic of Jang Jing and Xiao Mei was also fired up to the top 3 hotspots. The secret world. Xiao Mei viciously threatened Jang Jing before she opened her mouth to inquire once again. "Jang Jing, can you tell me where I can look for the earthly heartfire lotus?" Once he heard this, Jang Jing's expression became serious as well, only to see him touching his chin and said, "The earth heartfire lotus flower is a very magical spirit grass that usually only appears in the vicinity of volcanic lava. The earth firepower contained in the earth heartfire lotus flower can quench a person's body, including the skin, flesh, sinews and bones, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, all of which can be quenched once again. To put it simply, by taking 1 earth heartfire lotus flower, you will be able to regain a healthy and perfect body." After listening to Jang Jing's patient explanation, Xiao Mei's eyes instantly lit up, only to see her pursing her lips. Her pretty face said with a hint of redness, "Jang Jing, on behalf of that friend of mine, I thank you. You're welcome." Jang Jing rolled his eyes, and his face showed an expression of "You're pretending. Just keep pretending." Xiao Mei was immediately infuriated, but she did not dare to go back to Jang Jing's trouble, for fear that if she said 2 more sentences, she would reveal her foot. However, just as Xiao Mei was about to get up and leave, Jang Jing's next words caused her to instantly freeze in place. In fact, besides the earth heartfire lotus, there are several other heavenly treasures that can cure your hidden illness. Swish! Xiao Mei made a sharp turn, her eyes staring straight at Jang Jing as if she was expecting him to continue. Jang Jing didn't try to make things difficult for Xiao Mei anymore, and then he spoke. "The phoenix blood fruit that old 5 and I ate earlier will be able to quench the flesh and cause one to be reborn in nirvana. After all, the power of the phoenix true flame contained within the phoenix blood fruit can be stronger than the power of earth fire by more than 1 level. The phoenix blood fruit, in itself, is a heavenly treasure that is more advanced than the earth heartfire lotus." Quiet. The scene was quiet. Xiao Mei's eyes instantly widened, her mouth slightly opened, and even her breathing became rapid. Jang Jing wanted this effect. After all, Xiao Mei was a super invincible dare beauty auntie. as she breathed in sharply. A picture of surging, rising waves instantly unfolded before Jang Jing's eyes. River Mirror was a bit dizzy. Got carsick. Whoosh! A fragrant breeze hit him, and before Jang Jing could slow down from his motion sickness, Xiaomei sat beside him once again. Brother Mirror, are your shoulders sore? Do you want me to pinch your shoulders and press your back, little sister? Or maybe give you a full body massage? What made Jang Jing drop his eyes was that Xiaomei not only called out to him as Brother Mirror in a whiny voice, very carnal, and she even took the initiative to stick over, wrapping her hands around one of Jang Jing's arms and gently shaking it several times. What a tea flavor, please! Jang Jing cried and laughed as he shook his head, although the two huge soft masses coming from his arms aggravated his motion sickness for a few moments. But, as a strong-willed swordsman, how can he be charmed by beauty? You're 40 years old, so beauty tricks and all that seems a bit out of place for you, doesn't it? When Jang Jing said this, Xiaomei's smile instantly stiffened on her face. Only her pupils gradually dilated. The corners of her eyes twitched slightly, and a trace of consternation flooded her eyes, as if a black line had also floated in front of her forehead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiaomei suddenly trembled her lips, then inquired in a suppressed voice. Jang Jing, do you mean, you think I am old? Not worthy of using the beauty trick anymore? At this moment, Jang Jing suddenly detected a cold aura, and his heart couldn't help but shiver, so he immediately spoke up and said, You're not old, really, you don't look old at all. Jang Jing, if you hadn't eaten a phoenix blood fruit, you'd be older than me. Ah yes, you bear, you're right about everything. Jang Jing, why don't you go die? I'll die if you tell me to? How disgraceful for me then. Xiaomei's lungs were about to explode with anger. She never expected that Jang Jing's mouth would be so poisonous, especially Jang Jing's sentence you bear big. You say alright, is not in a corner to say that she bear big brainless? If it was someone else who dared to talk to her like this, Xiaomei would have long ago thrown a whip over and directly take this person's life. But, that's a different story when it comes from River Mirror. Xiaomei not only couldn't beat Jang Jing, but also had a request from him, so she could only choose to swallow her breath and pretend that nothing had happened, and even had to continue to maintain her smile, not daring to offend Jang Jing to death. Phew, only to see Xiaomei continuously take several deep breaths, which slowly suppressed her anger, and her mind, which had been swept away by her anger, gradually calmed down. Jang Jing, I don't want to argue with you, it doesn't make any sense. Xiaomei glanced at Jang Jing with a complicated face before continuing. Just make a direct offer. I want to buy you a phoenix blood fruit. Jang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly and he said without blushing, Xiaomei, although I sympathize with you and want to help you, I no longer have any phoenix blood fruit in my hand. Jang Jing, you can fool them, but you can't fool me. Xiaomei rolled her eyes, then looked at Jang Jing with a look of contempt and said, When you were organizing your backpack earlier, I inadvertently glanced at it and found that there were at least a dozen phoenix blood fruits inside. Your backpack, you're looking at it wrong. I only have 2 phoenix blood fruits in total. I'll never be wrong. Ah yes, you bear, you're right about everything. Jang Jing, you're an asshole. Chapter 41, Suing Rose Story. It stopped raining. Xiaomei was also pissed off. What made Jang Jing somewhat cry and laugh was that Xiaomei didn't return to rest inside the cave, but instead ran outside the cave alone to blow the cold wind. At this moment, she was full of anger, so I guess the only way to slowly extinguish it was to be blown by the cold wind, right? Oh, you're 40 years old, why are you still like a little girl, hiding away and sulking when you can't move? Simply speechless, Jang Jing stretched a big lazy waist and just wanted to find something to do, but a light footsteps once again came to his ears, and his nose also smelled a strong fragrance. Turning her head to look, it turned out to be Suing Ru walking over with a bowl of instant noodles. Brother Mirror, the noodles are already cooked. Hurry up and eat them while they're hot? Suing Ru handed over the bowl with instant noodles directly. Her gaze was gentle and watery as she looked at Jang Jing, while her face held a hint of anticipation. Girl, thank you. Jang Jing nonchalantly took the noodle bowl, then took a big bite. You're welcome. Suing Ru smiled lightly, then sat down next to Jang Jing, only to see her holding her chin with both hands, her eyes staring straight at Jang Jing who was eating noodles, not knowing what she associated with. The corners of the little ninny's mouth quickly hooked up into a nice-looking arc. Quiet. The cave was quiet. Other than the sound of the campfire burning, the only sound left was the sound made by River Mirror eating noodles. When Jang Jing finished the instant noodles, Suing Ru snatched away the bowls and chopsticks in Jang Jing's hand and casually put them aside. Immediately afterward, she pulled out a combat jacket from behind her, as if by magic. Brother Mirror, your clothes are also torn a few times. I've already mended them for you, so hurry up and put your jacket on. Be careful of catching a cold. Suing Ru said as she took her jacket and walked behind Jang Jing, and was also very considerate in draping the clothes over his body. Girl, how is this a good idea? What's there to be embarrassed about? I just mended your clothes in passing. Compared to the favor you've done me, this little thing is nothing at all. Yo, that's a pretty well mended shirt. Girl, thanks, brother mirror. In fact, you don't have to be so polite with me. In the future, if you have anything, just order me to do it. Oh, what if my brother uses you like a cow or a horse? As long as it's you, I'll do it. Under the illumination of the campfire, Suingrua's pretty face was colored with another layer of scarlet clouds. Her long eyelashes had been gently trembling, and her eyes seemed to have layers of water waves rippling in them. Jang Jing had just touched Suingrua's eyes, and that heart, which had been completely frozen, suddenly and inexplicably jumped. Ahem! Only to see Jang Jing hastily dry cough twice, immediately fished out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth. However, when Jang Jing once again touched his lighter and was about to light his cigarette, a cold wind blew in from outside the cave, extinguishing the fire that spewed out from the lighter. Snap! Jang Jing tried to light the fire again, but several times in a row, the fire was blown out by the cold wind just as soon as it appeared. Right at this moment, Suingru made an unexpected move. Swish! Only to see that she quickly leaned over, then unzipped her jacket and cupped the open clothes in both hands, shielding Jang Jing from the cold wind blowing from outside the cave. Quiet! Time seemed to have stopped in this moment, since the two of them were too close. A black sports underwear, two proud headlights, and a deep career line took up almost the entire field of vision of Jang Jing. Swish! Jang Jing couldn't help but blush with his old face, and just as he raised his head, he met Suingru's eyes that were gazing with affection. Brother mirror, hurry up and light a cigarette. Ha! The corner of Suingru's mouth slightly hooked, revealing a shallow smile once again. Oh, well, Jang Jing really wanted to slap himself. His 2 lifetimes had added up to an age of over 60 years. How can you be electrocuted so hard by a 20-year-old girl? As a swordsman with such a weak willpower, what the hell is the point of practicing swordsmanship? Barta! Jang Jing finally lit the cigarette, and Suingru also rebuttoned her clothes. Brother mirror, can I ask you something? Just as Jang Jing was prettily smoking a cigarette, Suingrua's voice once again drifted into his ears. What is it? Jang Jing glanced at Suingru, only to see that on the little ninny's face, there was a faint trace of sadness, as if she had encountered something troubling. Phew! Suingru took a deep breath, hesitated for a long time, and finally opened her mouth as if she had gathered enough courage. Brother mirror, in fact, I only have a short 2-year memory. It's a shock not to hear it. Jang Jing almost choked on his cigarette, and with a stunned expression on his face, he turned his head to look at Suingru and asked, Girl, what do you mean? What do you mean by only having 2 years of memory? Silence, no words. Suingru revealed a helpless and heartbreaking smile, only to see her pick up a branch and rattle it in the campfire, and her eyes gradually lost focus, seemingly falling into some sort of memories. Jang Jing also did not urge Suingru, but just smoked a cigarette silently on the side, and the expression on his face was also a bit gloomy. I don't know how much time has passed. Suingru finally came back to her senses and gave Jang Jing an embarrassed smile before she spoke again. Brother Jing, you know what? On the first day I had a memory. I was lying on a cold hospital bed. I don't remember who I am. I don't remember how I ended up in the hospital bed. I seem to have forgotten everything, and with all the strange faces around me, I was really scared. Later, I learned from their conversations that an organization of assassins called the Black Wolves had arranged for me to have an operation to insert a chip into my head. The only thing this chip does is that it allows me to follow the organization's orders unconditionally and never betray it. Hearing this, Jang Jing's eyelids couldn't help but jump slightly. Although Suingrua's story hadn't been told yet, he had already guessed the ending. Fruity, Suingrua continued. Although I forgot who I am in the first 18 years of my life, I have skills in fighting, assassination, stealth, camouflage, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and ancient martial arts cultivation etc., 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 deeply engraved in my mind. On top of that, I found that chip in my brain that seems to be failing for some reason. So, under the instinctive survival reaction, I ostensibly pretended that the operation was successful and very obediently cooperated with all the organization's arrangements. Secretly, however, I was secretly investigating my origins while preparing to leave the organization. It was all going very well, and I got advanced access to the database by gaining the trust of the organization. But, just as I was trying to open the database, there was a little accident, and it was that accident that exposed me. Hearing this, Jang Jing's eyes narrowed as he asked curiously, and then? You then escaped? No. To Jang Jing's slight surprise, Suingru shook her head and said, The organization does not allow any betrayer to appear. All betrayers will only end up in one place, and that is death. Jang Jing trembled his lips and just wanted to ask something. Who knows? Suingro's next sentence directly froze Jang Jing in place. I didn't want to die, so I wiped out the organization without leaving any of them alive. Put. Jang Jing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't expect Suingru to be so fierce. One person had wiped out the entire assassin organization. This assassin organization is too much of a noob, isn't it? Wanting to use high technology to manipulate powerful ancient martial artists. He didn't expect that he would end up lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. It's called retribution. Chapter 42. Something happened to Xiaomei. Inside the cave, the campfire was burning, and every now and then there would be a slight pop or two. Suingrua suddenly pursed her lips and looked towards Jang Jing with some nervousness and uneasiness. Brother Mirror, would you think that I am a murderess with blood on my hands? Jang Jing was slightly stunned at his words, not realizing that Suingru also had an inferiority complex, so he shook his head decisively and said, Girl, you mustn't think like that. Those people were bad people who deserved to die. You killed them well. If it were me, I would not only destroy them all, but I would also go to their homes, dig out all their ancestors, and kill them all again. Put. Suingru, who was still a bit jittery, was directly amused by Jang Jing's last sentence. Brother Mirror can think of this too. Not only do you have to kill people, but you also have to go digging up people's ancestral graves. The Rainy Night Butcher really lives up to his name. It seems that Brother Mirror and I are in the same category. That's nice. Girl, the past is in the past. People have to move on. You're still so young. There's still a long road ahead. Never let a small bad memory interfere with a lifetime of happiness and joy. There are dark places in this world, but there are still large swaths of light. Listening to Jang Jing's gentle and delicate voice, and looking at the expression of care and affection on Jang Jing's face, Suingro's heart suddenly flowed with a trace of warmth, and her pair of big beautiful eyes gradually became mesmerized. In fact, Suingrua still had some things she hadn't told Jang Jing. For example, after she exterminated the Assassin's organization and returned to the Dragon Kingdom, she found herself unable to integrate into the lives of ordinary people. Her strange and withdrawn character makes her suffer from the cold eyes of the bystanders from time to time. Once, Suingru was molested by a few hooligans, and with just a slight strike, she almost took the other party's life. After this incident spread, the surrounding neighbors all avoided her for fear of accidentally offending her and ending up crippled or perishing on the spot. This also led to the fact that, after Suingru returned to ordinary society, she didn't have a single friend since the beginning, much less anyone who would care about her, understand her, or help her, until River Mirror came along. Brother Mirror, thank you. Suingrua's eyes flooded with a hint of tears. Her tone was also a bit choked, and her body couldn't stop trembling. I was born in darkness and have never seen the light. But, Brother Mirror, you came along and showed me firsthand what the light is. You are the only light in my life. Silly girl, you've called me brother. Why are you thanking me? Jang Jing smiled, and at the same time moved towards Suingrua's side, then gently wrapped her in his arms, just like when he was holding his daughter Jiang Mengmeng when he was a child, his palm gently caressing her head. Brother Mirror. Suingru was shy and touched as she leaned in Jang Jing's arms, smelling the faint smell of tobacco on his body and listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. The whole person was almost drunk. Time passes by. After about 10 minutes, Suingrua's emotions gradually smoothed out. Jang Jing also released her at the right time, then asked out loud, Girl, are you trying to find a spiritual herb that can restore your memory, cure your amnesia, and recall your own birth? Aha. Suingru gently nodded, then looked straight into Jang Jing's eyes with a nervous but expectant look. Ice Soul Grass. Jang Jing pondered briefly and directly named a herb. Ice Soul Grass? Can this heavenly treasure restore my memory? Suingru recited the name of the Ice Soul Grass before eyeing Jang Jing again. The Ice Soul Grass grows in a place of extreme cold. It is a very fragile spirit grass. A slight touch will cause it to shatter into a pile of ice slag. But after picking it in a special way and storing it properly, the Ice Soul Grass immediately turns into an Ice Soul Seed. As long as you take this Ice Soul Seed, it will be able to repair your damaged brain, as well as restore all your memories. When Jang Jing was recounting the properties of the Ice Soul Grass, Suingru listened very attentively, as if she was trying to memorize every word that Jang Jing said. However, just then, a rush of footsteps came over. Jang Jing and Suingru turned their heads almost simultaneously, only to realize that it was Xiao Wanqing who had walked over quickly. Xiao Wanqing walked near the entrance of the cave, and when she saw Jang Jing and Suingru sitting together, and did not see Xiaomei's figure, her entire body froze. Jang Jing, isn't Aunt Mei with you? Where is she? Jang Jing slapped his forehead and pointed outside the cave in tears and laughter. Xiaomei ran outside alone to blow the cold wind. Blowing cold? Xiao Wanqing's eyes instantly narrowed. and her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction as she asked, "You made her angry? Pissed her off?" Jang Jing scratched his ears in embarrassment. He really didn't think that Xiaomei, who was all of 40 years old, would still engage in childish behavior like a little girl. "It's not, is it? Hasn't Xiaomei lost her temper yet? Was it to wait for daddy to coax her? Lean, women are still a pain in the ass." Just then, a cry of alarm came from outside the cave. Immediately afterward, there was another dragging sound, as if something had fallen off a cliff. Xiao Wanqing, Jang Jing, and Suing Rui all involuntarily tightened their expressions before they darted towards the outside of the cave in unison. Although the speed of the three of them was already very fast, when they arrived at the platform outside the cave, Xiaomei's figure had long since disappeared here. But, at the end of the platform near the cliff, a small flashlight had fallen. Through the light coming from the flashlight, it was clear to see on the ground a line of animal footprints and a drag trail that extended to the edge of the cliff. Whoosh! Xiao Wanqing didn't even think about it and ran directly to the edge of the cliff, then poked her head towards the bottom of the canyon. But, the canyon was filled with thick fog, and it was impossible to see what was going on underneath. Swish! Jang Jing, on the other hand, quickly squatted down to the ground and scrutinized the line of animal footprints. "Brother Mirror, these look like tiger footprints." Suingru merely swept a glance and immediately judged that the animal footprints on the ground, 8 out of 10 were left by tigers. However, Jang Jing, shook his head quickly and said, "Not a tiger, but a civet cat." Suingru sniffed and froze slightly, then reacted violently. "Everything is big in the misty forest. The trees are big, the grass is big, and the animals are big. If there really was a tiger, it would have been bigger and more massive than a normal tiger, so the footprints wouldn't have been so small." Whoosh! Just as Suingru was pondering, Jang Jing suddenly got up and rushed to the edge of the cliff without saying a word. In the stunned eyes of Xiao Wanqing and Suingru, Jang Jing flipped over and hung on the edge of the cliff, then followed the cliff wall and quickly climbed towards the bottom. "Brother Mirror, Jang Jing, it's dangerous down there. Hurry back!" Suingru and Xiao Wanqing both shouted out in a hurry, especially Suingru. If it wasn't for Xiao Wanqing pulling her to her death, it was estimated that she would have followed Jang Jing and jumped down together. "Xiaomei was pissed off by me. This is my responsibility and I will definitely not run away from it. You don't have to worry about me. I'll bring her back. Girl, do as you're told and don't follow me here." Jang Jing's voice echoed in the canyon while his figure became smaller and smaller, and in just a blink of an eye, Jang Jing completely disappeared into the thick fog. Xiao Wanqing, Suingru, Chapter 43, 1,000-year-old cat demon? I'll kill it with one cut. My god, what the hell happened? Why is Auntie Mei missing? Master, it's not good. Xiaomei has been captured by a demon. My poor Aunt Mei. What would I do if anything happened to you? Boing boing. God bless. Auntie Mei will be fine. The god of Zhang has already gone to rescue Aunt Mei. With the god of Zhang, I'm sure Aunt Mei will return safely. Zhangshan is really fierce. He jumped off such a steep cliff without even frowning. He's really a role model for our generation. The secret world. The cliffs were wet everywhere due to a light rain that had just fallen and looked like they should be very slippery. But, Jang Jing, however, was like a flexible cat, scaling the cliff wall quickly without the slightest pause, practically walking on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Although a thick fog floated above the canyon, the further down it went, the lighter it became. In less than 2 minutes, Jang Jing had a clear view of the situation at the bottom of the canyon through the light mist. At the bottom of the valley there is a jumble of rocks. At this moment, a huge black shadow with the size of a bull was peacefully squatting on a flat boulder. At the feet of the dark figure lay an unconscious woman. The woman was wearing a rather loose combat suit, but she couldn't hide her voluptuous to the extreme figure, especially the proud capital of F+, which was particularly dazzling. No need to think, this woman was none other than Xiaomei. Swish! Jang Jing suddenly performed the ladder cloud vertical and jumped directly off the cliff wall. The moment his feet had just landed on the ground, the huge black shadow in front of him opened his eyes, then stared straight at Jang Jing. Holy, Sheriff, is that you? For some reason, a children's song instantly surfaced in Jang Jing's mind. Eyes as wide as brass bells, shooting out lightning shrewdness, ears perked up like antennae, alert to all suspicious sounds. River Mirror squinted his eyes and adjusted to the dark surroundings. Soon, he then got a good look at the creature's true face, and at the same time was taken aback. Why do you say it's a monster? Because although this guy had the paws, tail, body, and fur of a cat, he was wearing a face that looked like a human, not a cat, and was extremely ugly and unpleasant. Catman? Half man, half cat? Or, perhaps, a cat demon that just evolved a human-like face? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is this? The civet cat has become a spirit? How many mice does a cat this big bigger than even a tiger. Have to eat in one meal to fill its stomach? With a human face and a cat body, and eyes that emit a ghostly green light. This is definitely a cat demon that has been cultivated for 1,000 years. River God, hurry up and cut it down. Don't give it any chance to flip. The official livestream blew up again. Countless pop-ups sprung up like rain. But Jang Jing couldn't see the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. And even if he could see the pop-ups posted by the netizens, he didn't have the time to pay attention to them at the moment, because the cat demon had already rushed towards him. At the same time, Jang Jing's nose smelled a strong scratchy odor. This odor is not good. Poisonous. Jang Jing's face changed slightly, and he just wanted to close his mouth and nose to not smell this strong scratchy odor. However, the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern on his chest, emitted a hot current at this moment, then swallowed the poisonous gas that Jang Jing had just inhaled into his lungs cleanly. River Mirror reacted violently. His talent, ancestral dragon bloodline. The passive effect was that he was immune to all illusions, curses, evil spirits, virulent poisons, and so on, and his own blood also had an extremely strong restraining effect on evil things. Having said that, only a second of reality has passed. Seeing that the cat demon had already pounced in front of him, Jang Jing drew out his pig-killing knife without saying a word and ruthlessly slashed down towards the cat demon's head. Dang! Only to see a spark flash by. Jang Jing's pig-killing knife did not hit the cat demon's head, but instead slashed on one of the cat demon's raised front paw. Needless to say, the cat demon's claws were pretty tough. This guy took a hard hit from Jang Jing and actually only dropped a few cat hairs, not even leaving a small wound. Meow. The cat demon was slashed back by Jang Jing's slash, and seemed to feel a bit embarrassed about his face, and immediately let out a roar from his mouth. Only, the roar it gave was rather odd. The first half of the sound was like a cat's purr, but the second half was like a tiger's roar, giving it a disconcerting sound. Noisy. Jang Jing was a little annoyed by what he heard, and immediately raised the pig-killing knife in his hand and slashed a half-moon-shaped blade chi in the air at the cat demon. Only heard a muffled sound of buzz. The air around them all trembled fiercely for a moment, and the light red blade gas went straight to the cat demon's head with lightning speed. I had thought that this lightning-fast blade chi would be able to cause some damage to the cat demon. Unexpectedly, the cat demon's stance was very flexible. It just jumped lightly to the side and perfectly dodged the blade chi. However, River Mirror's backstroke followed closely. After slashing out the blade chi, Jang Jing immediately executed the instantaneous flash footwork and arrived directly in front of the cat demon. Meow. Seeing Jang Jing, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, the cat demon seemed to be startled, and his fur stood up all over his body, and his eyes even flashed with a color of shock. I only saw that the cat demon did not think about it, and immediately opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs, and then sprayed a ball of green gas toward Jang Jing's eyes. That's right. The cat demon spewed out a cloud of dark green gas. In a flash, a foul stench filled the air, and a burning tingling sensation came from Jang Jing's skin when it was only tainted with a little bit of green gas. No need to think about it. This green gas is poisonous. If it was an ordinary martial artist, facing a cat demon's close-range poisonous gas attack, he would definitely choose to dodge it, and would definitely not dare to fight it head-on. However, Jang Jing was no ordinary person. His ancestral dragon bloodline wasn't just blown out of proportion. Drink! Only to hear Jang Jing bellow, not retreating but advancing. His entire body slammed into this mass of dark green gas. Immediately afterward, the pig-killing knife in Jang Jing's hand passed through the poisonous gas, and then in a swift motion, it was shoved into the cat demon's mouth that hadn't had time to close. That's right, there's that trick again. Jang Jing had used this move when he had killed the mutant Wolf King. This was because most of the ferocious beasts in the secret realm had skin and flesh as hard as iron, while their internal organs were extremely fragile. So, this move by Jang Jing was just too good. It's fast and furious, saves time and effort, and is simply the best way to deal with bosses. Mad Dragon Slash. Without any hesitation, the moment the pig-killing knife was stuffed into the cat demon's mouth, Jang Jing immediately frantically urged his body's true chi and directly made a big move. Swish swish swish, thousands and thousands of blade chi suddenly burst out, and a large portion of them followed the cat demon's mouth and quickly drilled into its body. Please. In just an instant, the cat demon's body was penetrated with 1,000 holes and blood splattered everywhere, directly turning into a blood-stained hornet's nest. Ding! Host kills cat demon, demonized. Blood value plus 200. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his ears. A faint smile also appeared on Jang Jing's face. Asterisk. Jang Jing came with this move again? This picture is too cruel. Rainy Night Butcher really lives up to his name. Do you remember the beautiful host of Binhai TV? How she introduced Jang Jing at that time? Rumor has it that every time the river god draws his sword, a shower of blood falls from the sky. That's the blood of the enemy. Everyone who has seen the river god draw his sword has been reincarnated in the Yellow Springs. River god, bull beer, river god, mighty. Chapter 44, Xiaomei is poisoned. Jang Jing cuts flesh and feeds it to blood. Secret world, canyon bottom. After Jang Jing beheaded the cat demon, he quickly dug out a black crystal core from its head. This stuff is good stuff. Not only can it be used to make medicine, it can also be used to make weapons. And even after purification through special means, martial artists can directly absorb the energy inside the crystal core to enhance their own chi and blood value. None of this is the point. The point was, Jang Jing realized that Xiaomei seemed to be poisoned. Not only was the in a coma, but she was flushed and sweating like she was drunk. Swish! Jang Jing squatted beside Xiaomei and reached out to touch her forehead, realizing that her body temperature was also abnormally high, as if she had a fever. So without saying a word, he immediately carried Xiaomei on his back and prepared to climb back along the cliff face. However, just the moment Jang Jing turned around, he glimpsed a faint glow out of the corner of his eye. The glow was really faint and still dark green. If it weren't for Jang Jing's very sharp eyes, it would have probably been overlooked. Ha! What's this? Jang Jing hurriedly put Xiaomei down. Then with a flash, he came directly to the gap between two huge boulders not far away, only to see a dark green-colored lotus flower, growing alone in the cracks of the stone, and even beside the lotus flower, there was an emerald green lotus flower. I'll go. Ink leaf lotus? No wonder that cat demon wanted to take Xiaomei captive. It turns out that she's in heat and wants to give birth to a child in her womb. Luckily, Xiaomei is a stone girl. Otherwise, Jang Jing seemed to have thought of some indescribable image, and a bad smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterward, he plucked the dark green lotus flower and put it away in his storage ring. Sure, Zhangshan didn't forget about the live broadcast. He first pretended to stuff the ink leaf lotus into his arms before stowing it away in his storage ring, which would also prevent others from discovering the secret of the storage ring. I'm going. Zhangshan has found another heavenly treasure? Ink leaf lotus? What exactly is the effect of this lotus flower? Why is the river god smiling so silver-danglingly? With my years of experience in reading metaphysical novels, I can responsibly tell you that this ink leaf lotus is definitely not something good. Upstairs, you're wrong. This ink leaf lotus is definitely something good. Oops. Zhangshan, what are you still dawdling? Auntie May is like this. Why don't you rush to save her? Did you all notice a problem? Aunt May was poisoned and passed out, but Zhangshan was not poisoned. The cat demon has just sprayed a large cloud of poisonous gas at Zhangshan, but Zhangshan is not at all hurt until now. It's really strange. How can a man who can be called a god be an average person? The secret world. Jang Jing carried Xiaomei back the same way, and in less than half a quarter of an hour, he climbed up to the platform on the cliff face. Seeing Jang Jing returning safely with Xiaomei on his back, Suing Ro and Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Jang Jing, Aunt Mei Shi, what's wrong with her? Perhaps realizing that Xiaomei had fallen into a coma and her physical condition was abnormal, Xiao Wanqing frowned and hurriedly walked over to check up on Xiaomei. Let's go back to the cave first. Jang Jing's face was a bit grave, just simply said such a sentence, and immediately carried Xiaomei and walked quickly into the cave. When the three of them returned to the cave one after another, Jang Jing immediately placed Xiaomei by the campfire and then explained to Xiao Wanqing, Xiaomei should have been poisoned. Have you brought any antidotes? Poisoned? Xiao Wanqing was slightly stunned by what she heard and hurriedly rummaged around in her backpack for a while, finally taking out a bottle of lavender potion. Under the watchful eyes of Jang Jing and Suing Ru, Xiao Wanqing poured the entire bottle of potion into Xiaomei's mouth. Immediately after, Xiao Wanqing squatted beside Xiaomei and carefully observed the changes in her body. Of course, the commotion made by a few people also woke up Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Zhu Gang who were sleeping. All three of the older men rubbed their hazel sleepy eyes and gathered around with curious faces, and whispered questions about what was happening here. Jang Jing quickly explained the matter, then also walked over and squatted by Xiaomei's side, carefully observing her condition. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. What made Jang Jing slightly surprised was that Xiaomei, who had drunk the antidote potion, instead of getting better, her condition even became more and more serious. First of all, Xiaomei's body temperature became higher and higher, and bean-sized beads of sweat all hung on her forehead, face, and neck. Secondly, Xiaomei's breathing and heartbeat were also getting faster and faster, and at the back, it even gave people a feeling that they couldn't catch their breath. Then, Xiaomei's pretty face was also getting redder and redder, white and red, black and white, and finally even a faint trace of death. Captain, what kind of potion did you feed Xiaomei? Jang Jing couldn't help but frown as he turned his head towards Xiao Wanqing and asked, why do I feel that Xiaomei's situation is getting worse? What I fed Aunt Mei is the latest research invented by the Dragon Academy of Science, the Universal Antidote Potion. This potion can antidote 99% of the toxins in the world. But, How come it didn't work after Auntie May drank it? Xiao Wanqing was also a bit flustered, only to see that she reached out and picked up Xiao Mei, resting her head on her lap, and her face was also filled with an expression of anxiety and worry. Could it be because the poisoning is too deep and the dose of antidote potion is not enough? Should we no longer feed Aunt May a bottle of antidote to try? Xiao Long stroked his chin and gave a suggestion. After Xiao Hu heard this, he immediately took out a bottle of antidote potion from his own backpack before handing it over to Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing couldn't care less and quickly unscrewed the cap of the bottle and poured it into Xiao Mei's mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed minute by minute, the faces of all the people showed a grave expression, because Xiao Mei did not get a little better, but instead, the abnormal condition of her body aggravated a few more points. In other words, this what's-his-name universal antidote potion couldn't solve the poison on Xiao Mei's body at all. What to do? Auntie May seems to be getting worse. Everyone, think quickly. What else can be done to cure Aunt May's poison? Seeing that Xiao Mei's situation was getting more and more serious, with the possibility of dying at any time, Xiao Wanqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and her hands holding Xiao Mei couldn't stop trembling. Let me try. Just then, a calm male voice suddenly drifted into the ears of the crowd. The group turned their heads in unison to see that the person who had spoken was Jang Jing. I don't know when. Jang Jing actually squatted by the campfire, only to see that he was holding a pig-killing knife in his hand, and had placed the blade on the fire for a while. Immediately afterward, Jang Jing walked back with the pig-killing knife and resumed squatting by Xiao Mei's side. River Mirror, what are you doing? Xiao Wanqing subconsciously hugged Xiao Mei and moved back, while at the same time looking at Jang Jing with wary eyes. However, Jang Jing, made an unexpected move. Swish! Without saying a word, he saw Jang Jing holding the blade of the pig-killing knife with his left hand. Then with a gentle stroke of his right hand, he instantly cut a slit in the palm of his left hand. Tick, tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood dripped down Jang Jing's palm. Jang Jing hurriedly put his palm to Xiao Mei's mouth, and then poured his own blood, all of it, into Xiao Mei's mouth. Xiao Wanqing, the rest of you? Chapter 45. Xiao Mei's thoughts are written all over her face. When Xiao Mei opened her eyes, she realized that she had already returned to the cave. Her head was still resting on Xiao Wanqing's leg, and Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were both surrounding her. Aunt May, you're finally awake. Is there anything else physically wrong? You scared the hell out of us just now when you were unconscious. As Xiao Wanqing's anxious inquiry came from her ears, Xiao Mei subconsciously pursed her lips and suddenly felt a salty taste coming from her mouth. Taking a closer look, he realized that the taste in his mouth was actually blood. Wanqing, what's wrong with me? Xiao Mei struggled to sit up. Her eyes glanced around and realized that Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were all looking at her with concerned eyes. The other side of the campfire pile, Suing Ro and Zhu Gang both surrounded Jang Jing's side. Jang Jing passed a hand in front of Suing Ro, only to see Suing Ro's face with a hint of a heartbroken expression as she was silently wrapping gauze around Jang Jing's left hand. Zhu Gang, on the other hand, was asking Jang Jing one after another. Old 7, why is it that your blood can antidote Old 2's poison? Ahem. Jang Jing dryly coughed twice, then returned without blushing, because I took a special spirit herb when I was a child. Since then, my physique has undergone a radical change. Not only am I immune to most toxins, but my own blood can also detoxify 100 poisons. Zhu Gang immediately widened his eyes and gave a thumbs up saying, Old 7, you're so awesome. Right at this moment, Xiao Wanqing glanced at Jang Jing with a complicated face before she came to Xiao Mei's ear and softly told Xiao Mei all about what had just happened. I heard that it was Jang Jing who jumped off the cliff at all costs and saved her from the hands of the cat demon, and then cut her flesh and fed her blood to cure the poison in her body. Xiao Mei's entire body froze in place. She never expected that Jang Jing, who was all gangly, spoke very venomously, and was particularly petty, would rise to the occasion and save her life. In an instant, Xiao Mei's perception of Jang Jing changed drastically. It was also at this instant that an inexplicable throbbing also crept into Xiao Mei's heart. Seeing that Su Yingru had already bandaged Jang Jing's wound, Xiao Mei hesitated a little before she stood up and walked quickly to Jang Jing's front. River Mirror, thank you. Xiao Mei lightly bit her lips and looked at Jang Jing with an extremely complicated look. Under the illumination of the campfire, Jang Jing's handsome face that was so handsome that he couldn't pick any faults and had no flaws was like a phantom, exuding a fatal attraction. Poof, poof, poof. Xiao Mei could clearly hear that her heartbeat had sped up by a few points, and her cheeks couldn't help but get a little slightly hotter. No need to thank me. Jang Jing first waved his hand casually, then his tone changed, and the corner of his mouth revealed a plucky smile and said, We are all children of the Jianghu. We must learn to give our lives to each other. Quiet. The cave was quiet for a moment. This was followed by several spurts of laughter in quick succession. Put, 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 ha 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 ha. Zhu Gang, Suing Rue, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and even Xiao Wanqing were all amused by Jang Jing's words. Swish! At this moment, Xiao Mei's pretty face instantly turned incredibly red, and a deep blush rose under her eyes. Old immodesty. The touching feeling that had just welled up in Xiao Mei's heart also instantly dissipated with Jang Jing's flirtatious words, only to see her stomp her foot, spit a little in her mouth, and her eyes glared fiercely at Jang Jing, before she turned around and returned to her position. But, as soon as Xiao Mei sat down, she noticed that the crowd was staring straight at her face with a strange look. Swish! Only to see Xiao Mei slightly flustered, she stretched out a hand and touched her face, only to realize that her cheeks were very hot, and she must have been as red as a monkey's. But at this moment, what are you all looking at? What's there to see? Look again, and believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. The annoyed Xiao Mei suddenly raised her willow eyebrows and huffed as she yelled something at everyone. However, instead of scaring everyone, Xiao Mei's words with strong threats caused even more laughter. Xiao Mei, asterisk. Auntie Mei's blush is pretty cute, isn't it? Hammered. Once again, the hammer is solid. Auntie Mei has really fallen for Jiangshan. Her face is red like this. Auntie Mei's little mind. Anyone who isn't blind can see it. Aha, my Aunt Mei. You've been conquered by Jiangshan just like that? Gangnam style cow beer. River God, please accept my knee. Mirror Mei CP. Feelings are heating up in a hurry. Marina del Rey. Orchid Garden neighborhood. Ruyan Lu didn't sleep well all night, because she had a long dream. In her dream, she and Jang Jing successfully remarried and not only became Mrs. Jiang, who was envied by thousands of women, but also lived a luxurious life that she can only dream of. However, good dreams don't last long. Ruyan Lu had only just tasted happiness when immediately a beautiful young woman jumped out and tried to steal her husband from her. So, Lu Ruyan took out 12% of her strength, used all kinds of means, and finally defeated this mistress and successfully guarded her husband. But what Lu Ruyan never expected was that although little 3 was driven away, but then little 4, little 5, little 6, little 7 came out. Ruyan Lu was furious. Just see her hand holding 2 kitchen knives, dead guard at the door of Jiang Jing's bedroom. Come 1 to kill 1, come 2 to kill a pair. If one woman is in charge, 10,000 women will not be able to open the door. Just like that, as Lu Ruyan was killing, she suddenly heard the charming sounds of men and women coming from the bedroom. Lu Ruyan, who was full of consternation, hurriedly pushed open the bedroom door, only to realize with horror that her own crystal had been stolen. The bedroom floor was strewn with the clothes of men and women, and on the big bed in the bedroom, River Mirror was being held down by a woman, and the two of them were in the middle of one of their deepest exchanges. Just the moment Lu Ruyan pushed the door open, the woman on the bed also turned her head. Ruyan Lu saw the woman's face clearly. Lily, you? How come it's you? Lu Ruyan exclaimed. Her face suddenly turned pale, and her eyes flashed a touch of heartache of being betrayed by her bosom friend. Ruyan, I've actually liked Jang Jing for a long time. Can you let me have Jang Jing? No, there's absolutely no way I'm going to let you have the River Mirror. But, Jang Jing and I are already together. Lily, you stinking cousin, get off my husband. I'm not coming down. What can you do to me? Mad. I'll chop you to death. Just like that, Ruyan Lu and Lily Yu were arguing and suddenly woke up from their sleep. Reaching out, his own forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and his entire back was drenched in sweat. Hoo. At that exact moment, there was a sound of even breathing at his side. Lu Ruyan turned her head to look, and only then did she realize that lying beside her was none other than her good best friend. Yu Lily. A thin blanket covered only Yu Lily's slender waist, the plump legs, the plump rear tunic, and the capital that was even more arrogant than Lu Ruyan's were all exposed outside the blanket. The thing that made Lu Ruyan most angry was that Yu Lily was sleeping so dishonestly that her nightgown was almost flipped up to her waist. A big, red, super sexy, cut-out lace pattern was just so greatly exposed. Pop. Lu Ruyan, who was furious, immediately reached out and slapped Yu Lily's arched tunic, fiercely. Shameless little scratchy hoof. You actually dared to seduce my husband in your dreams? See if I don't beat you to death. Stop it. Sleepy. Yawn. Yu Lily, who had been slapped, just yawned and rolled over before continuing to fall asleep beautifully. Ruyan Lu. Chapter 46 Luck. Millennium Bell Milk Liquid. 6 a.m. The sky in the secret realm was also blowing slightly. Perhaps it was because of the rain that fell last night. This morning, a fog that was even thicker than yesterday's filled the inside of the forest. How thick is this fog? Visibility is definitely no more than a meter. Reach for the sky. On top of that, in the foggy forest, there were also the low roars and biting sounds of various ferocious beasts, as well as the commotion made by various snakes, insects, rats and ants as they crawled. It felt as if there were countless demons and devils hidden in the forest, swarming and rampaging. Jang Jing just wandered around the cave entrance and immediately returned to the cave, and also said, The yellow calendar says that it's not advisable to go out today, and going out will surely result in a bloodbath. After saying this, Jang Jing lazily laid down by the campfire, intending to take a nap. The remaining few members of the elite squad, one after another, also walked near the entrance of the cave and took a closer look at the situation outside. Finally, the crowd had to retreat back inside the cave and sat around the campfire in unison, silently launching themselves into a daze. Jang Jing was not wrong. It is not advisable to go out today, with such a thick fog filling the outside, and the ferocious beasts in the forest rioting. Going out at this time would be no different than looking for death. But it seems like another bit of a waste of time for everyone to sit around dry, wide-eyed, doing nothing. Then look at Jang Jing and Su Yingru. Jang Jing slept soundly, with a heartless look. Su Yingru, on the other hand, silently guarded Jang Jing's side, as if she was quite happy to accompany Jang Jing in this way, completely like a love brain. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, about 2 hours later, the fog outside still hadn't lifted, and someone in the elite squad finally couldn't sit still. Swish, Shu Gang suddenly arose, then wandered around inside the cave. He was seen walking around, groping for something, and occasionally picking up his sledgehammer and banging it against a particular spot. Just then, a figure swung to Zhu Gang's side. Immediately after, an icy voice rang in Zhu Gang's ears. 6. What are you up to? I'm warning you, keep your voice down for me. Don't disturb Brother Mirror's sleep. If you dare wake up Brother Mirror, watch out for me to poke 2 holes in you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gang's hands, which were holding up the hammer, instantly stiffened in mid-air, and a hint of a crying and laughing expression appeared on his face. He was just about to say something when he saw his lips quivering. But, in the next second, Zhu Gang's face changed violently, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Wait, I think I found something. Zhu Gang hurriedly left Su Yingru alone and quickly squatted in front of a stalagmite, and his nose twitched violently a few times, as if he was a hound dog, smelling something that excited him. Dang! Only to see Zhu Gang wielding his hammer once again. He struck at the stalagmite not lightly, and the stalagmite immediately let out a crisp sound. Empty. This stalagmite is empty. It was as if Zhu Gang had discovered some new continent, and an expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face. Next, in Su Yingru's puzzled eyes, Zhu Gang violently stood up, quickly swung his sledgehammer, and ruthlessly smashed into the stalagmite. Boo! After hearing only a muffled sound, the stalagmite suddenly broke open. What made Su Yingru unexpected was that the moment the stalagmite broke, an incomparably rich aura instantly filled the air. Immediately after that, a milky white liquid also emerged from the stalagmite's break. Such a rich aura. No need to think. This must be a spiritual liquid. Harry. Ha 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 ha. Chu Kong was all happy. He only saw that he hurriedly took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and quickly poured out all the water in the bottle before he picked up the milky white liquid in an empty bottle. After doing this, Zhu Gang quickly set his eyes on another stalagmite. However, without waiting for Zhu Gang to make a move, there was a person whose speed was faster than his, and the other party actually came to that stalagmite before him. That's right, this person was none other than Su Yingru. The moment she saw the spiritual liquid, Su Yingru reacted violently and occupied an immense and incomparable stalagmite with lightning speed. Brother Mirror, get up, we've found a heavenly treasure. To Zhu Gang's dismay, Su Yingru, who had occupied this huge stalagmite, did not go to knock it open in the first place. Instead, she even shouted out to Jang Jing, as if she wanted to share this joy with her mirror brother at the first opportunity. Holy, all day long the mirror brother is long and the mirror brother is short. Suppose you can't live without Brother Mirror? It's hopeless when it comes to women with love brains. The extremely speechless Zhu Gang just gave Su Yingru a look of contempt before flying towards another stalagmite. Of course, this voice of Su Yingru not only woke up the sleeping Jang Jing, but also attracted the attention of Xiao Wanqing and the others. Seeing that Zhu Gang had cracked open another stalagmite and collected some milky liquid, a faint aura spread over as well. The moment, whether it was Jang Jing, or Xiao Wanqing, or Xiao Mei, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, the crowd all reacted. Those strange stalagmites have treasures inside. Whoosh! Without the need for anyone's reminder, everyone, including Jang Jing, instantly dispersed in all directions, staring at the stalagmites within the cave. Boom boom boom. Only a dull sound was heard, and the originally peaceful and quiet cave was instantly turned into a bustling quarry. What a rich aura! These milky white liquids, couldn't they be the legendary spiritual liquid? I don't know if this is a spiritual liquid, but I just drank a drop of it and felt my own chi and blood values rise by a large margin. Holy, one drop can make the blood value go up by a large margin? So powerful? Say nothing more. Hurry up and collect the spirit liquid. Half an hour later, the stalagmites in the cave were all smashed. In addition to the stalagmites, the walls around them were smashed out with a number of craters. When everyone sat around the campfire again, every single face was filled with expressions of happiness and joy. It was because every single person in the elite squad had collected at least 2 bottles of spirit liquid. As for Zhu Gang and Suing Ru, who were the first to discover the spiritual liquid, the 2 of them had each collected 3 bottles. Brother Mirror, I'll give you all my spirit liquid. Suing Ru held 3 bottles filled with spirit liquid and handed them over to Jang Jing as if offering treasure. However, Jang Jing, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Girl, I don't need this. It's better for you to keep it for yourself." Brother Mirror, the spiritual liquid can raise a martial artist's chi and blood values. How could you not need it? A trace of loss suddenly flashed under Suing Ru's eyes, as if she was sad and upset that Jang Jing had rejected her good intentions. Of course, any expression on the little ninny's face didn't escape Jang Jing's sharp eyes. Only Jang Jing stroked his chin in thought, then patiently explained, "This is not a spiritual liquid, but 1,000-year-old bell milk. Taking 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid can indeed raise a martial artist's chi and blood values. But, as I said before, I took a special spirit herb when I was a child, and my physique underwent a radical change. Therefore, the 1,000-year bell milk liquid is ineffective against me and cannot raise my chi and blood values, so giving it to me would be a waste of resources." Although Jang Jing was making up lies, there was one thing that he didn't lie to Suing Ru. Because the system clearly stipulated that the host could only rely on fighting monsters to raise the chi and blood values, no matter if they were taking heavenly herbs and earthly treasures, or with the help of external objects, they could not raise the chi and blood values. What goes around comes around. Jang Jing didn't dwell on this point. After all, he was already upgrading as fast as a rocket by fighting monsters to raise his chi and blood values. One cannot be too greedy. Greed is no good. So this isn't a spiritual liquid, but 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid? After listening to Jang Jing's explanation, Suing Ru somehow let out a slight sigh of relief, and the loss in the bottom of her eyes disappeared. Only seeing her blink her eyes, she looked towards the 3 bottles of 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid in her hand, and she couldn't help but have some thoughts bubbling up in her heart as well. With these 1,000-year-old bell milk liquids, one would be able to rapidly increase one's strength, and one should soon be able to catch up with Brother Mirror in the path of martial arts, right? Come on, Su Young-Su, you can't be a burden to Brother Mirror. If you want to do it, be Brother Mirror's best helper. Chapter 47, Jang Jing live streaming with goods. The whole internet boils. Inside the cave, aside from Jang Jing, the rest of them began to meditate and cultivate. To a martial artist, a 1,000-year-old bell jar is definitely considered a treasure for cultivation. Not only could it help martial artists quickly boost their chi and blood values, but it would not leave any after effects. But, the 1,000-year bell's milk liquid was not some superb heavenly treasure. In the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Treasures, it was only ranked in the middle to upper reaches, not even in the top 100, not even comparable to the ink leaf lotus that Jang Jing had picked at the bottom of the canyon last night. At the bottom of the canyon, ink leaf lotus, a top-grade heavenly treasure. Its shape is dark green throughout the body. 16 petals have a strong aphrodisiac effect. Ordinary people eat, can strengthen both kidneys, replenish the essence, benefit the gas, nourish the spirit. Those aren't the point. The point is, the lotus seeds of the ink leaf lotus can increase longevity. One lotus seed increases longevity by 1 year, and it can be taken repeatedly without any upper limit. Theoretically, if you could get your hands on an infinite number of ink leaf lotus seeds, then you could live forever. Swish! Taking advantage of the fact that the group was meditating and cultivating, Jang Jing quietly took the lotus seed pod of the ink leaf lotus, and took it out of his storage ring. 1, 2, 3, after a careful count, there were actually 12 lotus seeds on the rosette. The corners of Jang Jing's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. If the efficacy of this ink leaf lotus was publicized, it could definitely cause quite a stir. This is a heavenly treasure that increases longevity. Who doesn't want to live a few more years? Who can stand the temptation of eternal life? If Jang Jing was willing to sell the ink leaf lotus seed, he didn't know how many rich people would squeeze their heads to desperately scramble for it, and it would surely be able to sell at an unimaginable sky-high price. Swish! Jang Jing stroked his chin in thought, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glanced at the smart bracelet on his wrist, and a bad smile immediately appeared on his face. Why did he enter the secret realm? One was to raise their martial arts rank, and the other was to get rich. No way. There was still a baby daughter at home, waiting for Jang Jing to feed her. No matter how hard it is, you can't suffer your children. So, it shouldn't be too much for River Mirror to want to make a little money, right? Ahem. Only Jang Jing suddenly coughed dryly twice before taking the ink leaf lotus out of his storage ring as well. Good morning to all of you on the air. Excuse me, I'm going to make a little advertisement here. Has everyone seen this lotus flower in my hand? This lotus flower is called the ink leaf lotus, belonging to the top grade heavenly treasures, and its petals and lotus seeds both possess miraculous efficacy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Is Jiangshan live streaming a bandwagon here? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Jiangshan's appearance of carrying goods in a serious manner, I was instantly amused. Wait, what did the river god just say? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The petals of the ink leaf lotus can strengthen both kidneys, and the lotus seeds of the ink leaf lotus can increase longevity. Really? There have been rumors on the internet before that there are spiritual fruits in the secret realm that can increase longevity. I didn't expect that I would finally see it with my own eyes today. Ink leaf lotus seeds. 1 increases longevity by 1 year. Jiangshan has 12 lotus seeds in his hand, and he wants to pack them up and sell them together? Jiangshan, if what you say is true, I'm willing to pay 100 million for all of your ink leaf lotus seeds. You want to buy 12 lotus seeds for $100 million? You want to eat it? I'll give you $1 billion. I'll give you $2 billion. Don't argue with me, all of you. I'll give you $5 billion. The official broadcast room was really blowing up this time. It simply exploded in place. Jang Jing live with goods caused a sensation. Definitely no less than a 12 magnitude earthquake, because what he was selling was not ordinary goods, but heavenly treasures that could increase longevity. At this moment, most of the top tycoons in the Dragon Kingdom were almost all paying attention to this live event. Among these top tycoons, there is no shortage of senile old men who are approaching the end of their lives. Just at this moment, Jang Jing but suddenly took out the ink leaf lotus seeds ready to sell. How could it not let these tycoons go crazy? The pop-ups in the official broadcast room were almost all taken over by various bids. The price of 12 ink leaf lotus seeds, even more so, climbed rapidly from 100 million Dragon Country dollars to 10 billion, and the price continued to rise, with no intention of stopping at all. However, just as the major tycoons were frantically bidding to compete, Jang Jing's voice once again sounded in the live broadcast room. I hereby solemnly promise that the efficacy of the ink leaf lotus is absolutely true, and if it's fake, I'll compensate you for it. In addition, I will state one more thing. If I can walk out of the secret realm alive, I will take this ink leaf lotus and get it to the auction house for public auction. If I accidentally die in the secret realm, then I'll just have to say sorry to everyone. After Jang Jing said these words, he pretended to stuff the ink leaf lotus back into his backpack, but in reality, he put it into his storage ring. Although he couldn't see what was going on in the official live room, he could guess that the official live room must be very lively at this moment. Jang Jing also thought about whether or not to keep the ink leaf lotus for himself. But, martial artists themselves live longer than ordinary people. Moreover, after breaking through to a 4-star martial artist, each subsequent leveling up would increase the martial artist's longevity by a large amount. Breaking through to a 5-star martial artist can add 10 years to your lifespan, and breaking through to a 6-star martial artist can add 20 years to your lifespan. By analogy, a 7-star martial artist increases his lifespan by 40 years, an 8-star martial artist increases his lifespan by 80 years, and a 9-star martial artist increases his lifespan by 160 years. Altogether, that's 310 years of longevity. Now that we look back at the ink leaf lotus, doesn't it seem a bit insignificant that 12 lotus seeds can only increase your lifespan by a total of 12 years? Speaking of practicing, Jang Jing suddenly came to life. Before, when he was outside the secret realm, there were simply no monsters to use for upgrading, which was why he was stuck at the peak realm of a 1-star martial artist. Now that he had come to the secret realm and seen so many ferocious beasts, this was all white-collar experience value. It can't go to waste. Definitely can't waste this great opportunity. Swish! Only Jang Jing glanced at his teammates who were meditating and practicing. Then after a little contemplation, he quietly slipped out of the cave alone. Outside the cave, fog filled the air. Jang Jing couldn't even see the canyon in front of him. But, still step by step, carefully, he felt his way to the edge of the platform. Phew! Jang Jing suddenly took a deep breath, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed across the bottom of his eyes, followed by him following the cliff wall at the edge of the platform and began to slowly climb down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is the river god up to? With such a thick fog around us, with visibility of no more than 1 meter, how dare the river god go out and sneak around alone? Brother Mirror, what the hell are you fooling around with? Brother Mirror, hurry back. Doesn't it smell good to stay obediently in the cave? Jiangshan, although I know you're very powerful, can we be a bit more indecent? Don't make waves. It's over. Jiangshan was a bit bloated. He dares to go out alone in this kind of weather. He doesn't take his life seriously. My precious husband, what would I do if anything happened to you? Oh, Chapter 48, Barking at 1,000 Dogs with a Butcher's Knife. The Secret World. Canyon Bottom. Jang Jing crouched behind a boulder with a face full of vigilance. He was seen poking his head around and giving his surroundings a quick scan, perhaps realizing that there were no shadows of ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Jang Jing then slowly stood up straight, and at the same time, he also took the pig-killing knife in his hand and inserted it back into the sheath. As Jang Jing expected, this canyon seemed to be a bit special. The higher up the canyon, the thicker the fog became. Instead, the further down the canyon, the lighter the fog became. At this moment, Jang Jing, who was standing at the bottom of the canyon, could clearly see everything within dozens of meters around him. In other words, walking in the bottom of the canyon, the effects of the fog can be completely ignored. Ta-ta-ta-ta. In the empty canyon, Jang Jing took unhurried steps and carefully explored from south to north. On the way, Jang Jing had passed by the cat demon's corpse, as well as the place where the ink leaf lotus was growing, and had even passed through the piles of messy rocks, but had never found any traces of the ferocious beasts. It's not, is it? Such a big canyon, and not a single ferocious beast? Have all the beasts gone to the forest for a meeting? As Jang Jing walked, he couldn't help but touch a cigarette from his pants pocket and held it in his mouth, then skillfully touched the lighter again, ready to light the cigarette. Coincidentally, at that moment, there was a near 90-degree turn ahead. Jang Jing quickly lit the cigarette, smoothly stuffed the lighter back into his pants pocket, and immediately turned down the curve. However, in the next second, Jang Jing's entire body stiffened in place. Only his pupils were violently dilated. His mouth was also slightly open, and his face was even filled with a stunned expression. And the cigarette he had just lit slipped from the corner of his mouth and fell straight to the ground. Feral beasts. So many ferocious beasts. It was dense and black. They were all crowded in this section of the canyon. Shoulder to shoulder, heel to heel, chest to back, tightly united together. A glance simply could not see the end. None of this is the point. The point was that Jang Jing, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, had never seen such a ferocious beast with an extremely strange appearance, whether in reality or in a movie. The size of these ferocious beasts in front of him was not very large, almost just slightly larger than a hound. But, these ferocious beasts had a lizard-like head, their bodies and limbs were very slender, without any hair on their bodies, and the top of their bright red, blood-like skin was covered with bumps that bulged like toads. On top of that, these ferocious beasts had a long tentacle growing on each side of their cheeks. To sum it up in 4 words, ugly as hell. Suddenly, it was unknown which ferocious beast had discovered Jang Jing, and a roar like a baby's cry immediately escaped from its mouth. Immediately afterward, the dense group of ferocious beasts in front of them almost turned their heads in unison towards Jang Jing's side. Awkward. Embarrassment with a capital C. Suddenly was tens of thousands of pairs of eyes so straight staring. Even if Jang Jing's skin is thicker, at this moment is also a bit overwhelmed. Oops. I'm sorry, am I interrupting your meeting? If you don't welcome me, so I go? After Jiang Chen finished his last sentence, he immediately made a turn and tried to return the same way, not even bothering to pick up the cigarette that fell on the ground. Although it is said that a single spark can start a prairie fire, arson burns the mountain, and the bottom of the prison will sit through. But, at this point, who the hell cares? Staying alive is most important. In legal terms, it's called emergency shelter. The moment Jang Jing turned around, thousands of ear-piercing hisses suddenly rang out behind him. Jang Jing stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He knew that he had stirred up a hornet's nest this time, and it was clearly impossible to slip away quietly. Swish! Only Jang Jing quickly scanned the surroundings and soon realized that on the cliff wall not far ahead, there was a not too big and not too small notch. The alcove was generally rectangular in shape, and there wasn't a lot of room inside, almost enough for 2 people to stand in side by side. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing suddenly accelerated and rushed directly into this alcove, while also drawing his own killing knife and turning around to prepare for battle. Rumble! A deafening sound suddenly came, and Jang Jing clearly sensed that the earth beneath his feet was shaking viciously. The next second, not far ahead of the corner, a large dense tentacle monster. They were like zombies going crazy in a movie, adopting a stacked approach and surging towards Jang Jing like a tidal wave. I'm Gonlin Grains. I'll fight you all. Jang Jing subconsciously gulped and somewhat nervously raised the killing knife. After all, these strange-looking beasts in front of him were unknown creatures that he had never met before. And in the case of not being able to figure out the strength of the other party, Jang Jing's heart actually didn't have a clue. You, eat me. In less than a moment's time, the first tentacle monster ran in front of Jang Jing, and without hesitation, Jang Jing slashed out a knife, heading straight for the tentacle monster's head. Put! A blood flower bloomed open, and Jang Jing was overjoyed. He never expected that this blade would easily and effortlessly split the tentacle monster's head in half. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jang Jing's ears. Ding! The host kills the hell demon dog. +2 to his blood value. I'll go. It turned out that the name of these ugly and ungainly tentacle monsters was Hell Demon Dogs. The name is quite scary. Demon Dog from Hell. It sounds like it should be a very scary and ferocious beast, right? Results. Casually chopped to death. It's not much of a strength. After the first Hell Devil Dog was killed by Jang Jing, there were immediately two more hell devil dogs, one on the left and one on the right, pouncing towards him. No way! River Mirror hid inside an alcove, meticulously. Even though there were thousands of hell devil dogs, only two hell devil dogs at most could attack him at a time. Put! Put! Jang Jing quickly swung out two knives. In a flash, two blood flowers bloomed in unison. Following the first hell devil dog, two more hell devil dogs died under Jang Jing's knife. Ding! The host kills the hell demon dog, +2 to his blood value. Ding! The host kills the hell demon dog, +2 to his blood value. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears once again, and looking at the three corpses of hell devil dogs at his feet, Jang Jing's heart, which was still somewhat suspended, was completely put down at this moment. Mud, thought you guys had some good beer? Results, on this? Come on, you guys come over here, let's see how I'm going to hack you to death. Grandpa, Jang Jing was instantly excited. Although he could only raise his blood value by 2 points for every hell devil dog he killed, it couldn't be helped that there were a lot of hell devil dogs. If we killed all the hell demon dogs in front of us, we would be able to ascend at least 2 or 3 levels, right? Thus, Jang Jing decisively turned on the slaughter mode. For a moment, blood floated and limbs flew about. Jang Jing was like a supreme god of killing, mercilessly harvesting the heads of the hell demon dogs. A butcher's knife cuts down 10,000 dogs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. River God Bold Beer. Aha! The river god is on slaughter mode again. My blood is boiling. Holy, I thought Jiangshan was going to be finished this time, but I didn't expect the plot to reverse so quickly. So many ferocious beasts. My scalp is about to split. In the face of tens of thousands of horrible beasts, Jiangshan is not a wimp at all. Life and death is not a matter of concern. If you don't serve, then do it. I'm going to directly give Jiangshan an E. Rainy Night Butcher really lives up to his name. Mirror brother, go for it. Brother Mirror, the way you kill monsters. You're really handsome. Chapter 49 Official Announcement. The era of universal martial cultivation has arrived. 12 noon. The official Dragon Kingdom suddenly released an announcement. Full text of provisional program on opening ancient martial arts training to citizens of the Dragon State. Annex 1 Classification of ancient martial artists. Annex 2 Basic requirements of the Ancient Martial Arts Authority for recruitment of martial artists for the entire country. Annex 3 Precautions related to the testing of gas and blood values. Annex 4 Generalized Chi Training Technique. Basic Fist Technique. Basic Stance Technique. Basic Weapons. Shocker! A million shocks! When this announcement was made, the whole country was in an uproar. Everyone hadn't expected that the official government would make public the method of practicing ancient martial arts at this time, and also officially announced that they had entered the era of universal martial arts cultivation. According to the officially published data, ancient martial artists were divided into a total of 10 grades. A person with a blood value of 100 points or more is a martial apprentice. A chi and blood value of 200 points or more is a first-grade martial artist. With a chi and blood value of 500 points or more, he or she is a second-grade martial artist. A person with a blood value of 1,000 points or more is a third-grade martial artist. With a blood value of 2,000 points or more, you are a fourth-grade martial artist. A martial artist of the fifth grade with a blood value of 5,000 points or more. A person with a blood value of 10,000 points or more is a sixth-grade martial artist. A chi and blood value of 20,000 points or more is a seventh-grade martial artist. A person with a blood value of 50,000 points or more is an eighth-grade martial artist. A person with a blood value of 100,000 points or more is a ninth-grade martial artist. As for the blood value of ordinary people, it was usually under 100 points. The generalized chi practicing technique is an internal martial art suitable for all people to practice, and practicing this technique for a long period of time can increase one's chi and blood values. Of course, different people have different body types. Those with good talent who cultivated the generalized chi practicing skill would naturally increase their chi and blood values faster, and those with poor talent who cultivated the generalized chi practicing skill would naturally increase their chi and blood values slower. As for the basic fist technique, basic body technique and basic weaponry, they were all introductory martial arts techniques for ancient martial artists. On top of that, a special department, the Martial Arts Administration, was officially announced. What is the Martial Arts Authority? Simply put, all ancient martial artists within the Dragon Kingdom are under the jurisdiction of this department, which also has the power to mobilize all local armed forces. On the first day of its shiny debut, the Martial Arts Authority went on a recruiting spree online. Any martial artist who meets the recruitment requirements and successfully passes the examination will be able to become an official on-staff member of the Martial Arts Administration. Lastly, there is the method of testing for chakra values. The latest invention of the Dragon Academy of Science was a special test paper. which only required a drop of blood to be dropped onto the test paper to immediately know what one's chi and blood values were. Crazy. All the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom went crazy. In less than an hour, all the major hospitals, all the major pharmacies, the chi and blood value test papers that had just hit the shelves were instantly snatched up. The officially announced generalized chi practicing technique, basic fist technique, basic stance technique, and basic weaponry had directly exceeded 1 billion downloads. The official website of the Martial Arts Authority, due to the large number of netizens pouring in, the page was directly paralyzed. On this day, countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom took leave to go home, and then opened up their ancient martial arts cultivation according to the generalized chi practicing technique. On this day, there were many well-talented people whose chi and blood values broke through to over 100 points and were officially declared martial apprentices. On this day, the officials dispatched a large number of police forces to maintain order on the streets, as if they were worried that these people who had just practiced ancient martial arts would not be able to control their excitement and thus cause some kind of turmoil in the society. All in all, today's Dragon Kingdom was particularly lively, literally 100 times more lively than the New Year. Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. Lu Ruan, who was in an OL outfit, huffed and puffed as she returned home, casually throwing her bag on the sofa before she couldn't help but crack up. What a bunch of people. When I said I was Jang Jing's wife, instead of believing me, they laughed at me for being a toad trying to eat swan meat. Am I the toad? Obviously I'm the swan. Lily, you're my good best friend. Why didn't you help me out just now? What are you doing standing around all by yourself stupidly fuming? Lu Ruan exasperatedly poured herself a cup of water, and just after taking a small sip, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at Yu Lily who was following her. Yu Lily, who was also in an OL outfit, had a body that was obviously a few points plumper than Lu Ruan's, especially that modest wraparound skirt, froze with a feeling of being so tight that it was going to blow up at any moment. Ruan, we're going to buy chi and blood value test paper, not to fight with others. Even if we win the fight, it won't mean anything. Yu Lily cried and laughed as she looked at Lu Ruan. Then she opened her bag and took out a box of test paper that she had just bought back from the pharmacy. But I'm obviously Jang Jing's wife. I also gave Jang Jing a daughter. I'm Jang Jing's legal wife. As Ruan Lu spoke, she seemed to have thought of something. Her voice ended abruptly, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Oops, almost forgot. My mom has divorced Jang Jing. Just at this instant, a flash of panic suddenly surged into Lu Ruan's heart, and she began to get scared. Jang Jing was no longer the Jang Jing from before. He was now a household name as the Rainy Night Butcher, the absolute god of war, and even the national husband in the hearts of thousands of young girls. Countless girls love him, adore him, and even clamor to marry him and give him monkeys. And then look at yourself. A middle-aged woman who is nearly 40 years old. Her face has aged and her body has begun to deform. And it is still me who has been disliking Jang Jing, even forcing Jang Jing to go through the divorce procedure. So why would River Mirror still want me? As soon as she thought of this, Lu Ruan became even more fidgety, always feeling that something important had been lost by her, and that she wouldn't be able to get it back for the rest of her life. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lily Yu's voice drifted over again. Ruan, it's an indisputable fact that you are Jang Jing's legal wife. By the time those people know your true identity, they naturally won't dare to treat you with this kind of attitude anymore. Alright, don't be angry. Let's just take a chi and blood value test, shall we? I've heard that some people are born with higher chi and blood values, and are 1 in a million wizards in practicing martial arts. So maybe there's one of us? Yu Lily took a box of test paper and smiled as she sat down next to Lu Ruan, then unpacked the box and handed over one of the pieces of test paper. Silence, no words. Ruan Lu hastily adjusted her emotions and reached out to take the test paper. The so-called chakra value test paper looks a lot like an auntie's napkin, only in the very center of the test paper, there was a long strip made of special material with a scale of 0 to 100 drawn next to it. Next, the two women followed the instructions on how to use it and stuck a needle in their own fingers, then dripped the blood onto the test paper. In less than half a minute, both test papers changed, only to see that the special material made of long strip gradually was dyed with a layer of bright red, as if in the measurement of body temperature. Bright red color along the scale slowly increased up. Finally, Lily Yu's scale meter stayed at about 75, while Ruan Lu's scale meter stayed at about 70. In other words, the two of them were not some 1 in a million martial arts practicing wizards. They were just two ordinary middle-aged women. Ruan Lu, Lily Yu, Chapter 55 Star Martial Artist, True Chi Transformation, Marina University, Women's Dormitory Building. Jiang Mengmeng and her 3 housemates were also testing their chi blood values at this moment. After a series of operations, the first person to measure the results was Yang Mengao. Aha! I actually have 90 points of chi blood value, only 10 points short of becoming a martial apprentice. Yang Mengyao was full of excitement as she held up the test paper, and then showed the test results in front of the eyes of several roommates, with a pair of lovely big eyes that were about to smile into 2 crescent moons. I only have 85 points of blood value. Xia Mo glanced at her own test paper and then at Yang Mengyao's test paper, and a look of envy appeared on her face as well. 85 points of blood value is already pretty good. I'm even weaker than you, with only 80 points of blood value. A flash of loss flashed across Zhao Xian's face, but she quickly adjusted her emotions before looking at Jiang Mengmeng, who had yet to produce a result. At this moment, not only Zhao Xian, but also Yang Mengyao and Xia Mo, everyone landed their eyes on Jiang Mengmeng. Mo, how many points of blood value do you have? No results yet? You're the daughter of the river god, so your blood value definitely won't be low. Meng Meng, quickly let us take a look at your test paper. We're really curious as to how much your chi and blood values are. Silence, no words. Jiang Mengmeng didn't answer her roommate's questions, but stared at the test paper in her hand in a slight daze. Seeing this scene, Yang Mengyao, Zhao Xian and Xia Mo couldn't help but come over. However, in the next second, the dormitory resounded with the 3 women's exclamations of surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Meng Meng, you actually have 100 points of blood value? Aha! The scale bars are full. It's leaking out. Let's not forget that 100 blood value points is just the upper limit of the test paper. It doesn't mean that's the upper limit of Mo. Meng Meng, you are truly worthy of being Jiangshan's daughter. A tiger's father is not a dog's daughter. Meng Meng, when you get rich in the future, you must remember us good sisters. Yang Mengyao, Xia Mo and Zhao Xian all revealed envious expressions. Envious that Jiang Mengmeng was born with a strong chi and blood value, a good material for practicing martial arts. And even more so, envious that Jiang Mengmeng had a good father. If it wasn't for Jiangshan's bloodline, Jiang Mengmeng would just be an ordinary girl. So how could she possess a chi blood value of over 100 points? Right. According to the official announcement, as long as the chi blood value reaches 100 points or more, you can learn basic fist technique, basic stance technique and basic weaponry. Mo, have you thought this through yet? Which martial art do you plan to learn first? Yang Mengyao picked up her cell phone and inquired before looking up at Jiang Mengmeng, a curious expression also surfacing on her face. I want to learn the sword technique. Without any hesitation, Jiang Mengmeng immediately said what was on her mind. At the same time, a magnificent figure that stood proudly between heaven and earth, facing thousands of ferocious beasts without changing his face, holding a pig-killing knife, killing gods when they met gods and demons when they met demons, like a god of killing descending to the world, also surfaced in Jiang Mengmeng's mind. Dad, I want to be a swordsman too. I'd also like to develop a godly skill with a sword. I'd rather be a hero like you. I don't suppose you'd object? Marina TV. The beautiful host, Shun Man, who had just finished broadcasting the midday news, walked into a separate lounge and unlocked the door of the room with her hand, only to see her head to the couch. She quickly pulled out her cell phone, then logged into the official live stream of Secret Adventure. Welcome Jiangshan's sister-in-law to the broadcasting room. A golden welcome message lit up the public screen of the broadcast room. Shin Man didn't bother to look at the pop-ups on the public screen, but instead looked at the man who appeared within the live streaming camera in the first place. When he saw Jang Jing, one man and one sword, killing the hell demon dogs to the point of losing their armor and screaming, Shin Man's face immediately surfaced a touch of adoration, and a pair of charming Danfang eyes gradually became infatuated, and her eyes even rippled with layers of water waves. That's right, Shin Man had a thumping feeling at the first sight of Jang Jing. Thus, Jang Jing had just stepped into the secret realm. Shin Man immediately changed her screen name to Jiangshan's great-aunt. The first time we met on the coastal radio station, we were mistaken for life at first sight of the river mirror. The secret world. Jang Jing was like a tireless brute bull, killing from the morning until the afternoon, without resting for half a minute during that time. In front of him, the corpses of the hell devil dogs were almost piled up into a small mountain. The nearby earth was dyed red with blood, and a strong smell of blood was wafting in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host's chi and blood value for breaking through 5,000 points, and his rank is automatically raised to 5-star martial artist. Suddenly, a series of system beeps rang in Jang Jing's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 skill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for automatically comprehending Qigong True Qi transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade pack. Please open it. To Jang Jing's great surprise, this upgrade not only gained 3 skill points, as well as an upgrade gift pack, but also automatically comprehended a Qigong True Qi transformation. Coincidentally, at this time, the Hell Devil dogs, who had already been killed and discarded their armor, suddenly regrouped and once again organized a siege against Jang Jing. All of you, go to hell. Jang Jing didn't hesitate to push his true chi with all his might, then backhandedly held the pig-killing knife. and from right to left, he slashed fiercely towards the group of hell demon dogs. Boom! Only a deafening buzzing sound rang out, and the air around them seemed to tremble fiercely, and in the next second, a blinding light lit up from the killing knife. Whoosh! In Jang Jing's shocked and delighted eyes, a giant blade chi that was about 9 meters long, 3 meters wide, and half a meter thick burst out from the pig killing knife in an instant. That's not all. The moment the knife chi had just detached from the blade, it immediately transformed into a giant scythe, and then from right to left, as fast as lightning, it mercilessly slashed at the group of hell demon dogs. Put, put, put. In just a blink of an eye, countless blood flowers blossomed out, and the hundreds of hell demon dogs in front of Jang Jing were unexpectedly cut off in unison. I'll go. Is this the power of true chi transformations? The attack power seems to have instantly doubled or tripled. At this moment, Jang Jing was completely confident that he could press Xiao Mei to the ground and rub her hard even without activating his natural bloodline. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiangshan, this knife, I trampled directly kneel. The giant scythe that the river god slashed out just now, is it the legendary true chi transforming into a form? That's right, it's definitely a true chi transformation. I remember that old Six said earlier that only martial artists above the 5th grade can transform their true chi into form. So, Jiangshan is a 5th grade martial artist, right? Xiao Mei is also a 5th grade martial artist, but she was rubbed on the ground by Jiangshan. I bet Jiangshan is at least a 6th grade or higher martial artist. Brother Mirror, you've been killing all day, hurry up and take a rest. Brother Mirror, if you're exhausted, my sister will be heartbroken. Baby husband, I want to discuss something with you. The rice in my hometown is ripe, and I need a giant sickle to harvest it. Upstairs, you want to eat. Chapter 51 Encyclopedia of Monsters. Jang Jing was indulging in the joy of the upgrade when a sharp hissing sound suddenly came from his ears. In the next second, the group of hell demon dogs that were frantically surrounding Jang Jing immediately fled as if they had received an order to retreat. In just one breath's effort, Jang Jing could no longer see a single hell demon dog in his line of sight. All that was left of the empty canyon was a field of mutilated dog corpses, the blood-soaked earth, and the enduring smell of blood in the air. Phew! Jang Jing didn't go after these hell demon dogs. Instead, he casually found a seat and sat down, then fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. I did get a little tired after killing dogs all day. Have a cigarette first to slow down. Jang Jing lit the cigarette and took a beautiful drag, and instantly also opened the personal information panel with his mind. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 5-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 5120. Mental power, 100. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Body technique, Qingfeng steps, instantaneous flash. Ladder cloud vertical stance. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade breath, mad dragon slash. Qigong, true chi transformation. Skill points, 3. The personal information panel underwent a small change. Underneath the column of blade technique, there was an additional Qigong, as well as the skill that Jang Jing had just automatically comprehended, true chi transformation. Swish! Jang Jing just casually scanned the information before closing his personal panel and mumbled in his heart, Brother Tuanzi, open the upgrade pack for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Monster Encyclopedia. As the system's beeps rang in his ears, a huge wave of information flooded into Jang Jing's mind. Encyclopedia of Monsters. This book contains detailed information on all the monsters in the universe, with relevant illustrations and videos. At this moment, Jang Jing's eyes widened, his mouth opened slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's a good book. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. With this monster encyclopedia, Mom no longer needs to worry about Jang Jing, like a blind man who can't feel the enemy's bottom. Phew! Only Jang Jing took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and immersed himself in the sea of knowledge of the Monster Encyclopedia. According to this book, all monsters in the universe are roughly categorized into 3 types: fierce beasts, demonic beasts and spirit beasts. What's a ferocious beast? To put it simply, the mutant giant wolf that Jang Jing had encountered before, as well as the hell demon dogs that he had slaughtered today, all belong to the fierce beasts. Fierce beasts are characterized by only one thing, and that is fierceness. They are very bloodthirsty and brutal beasts, and will immediately unleash the most ferocious attacks on any foreign creatures once they realize that they have intruded into their territory. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. The ferocious beast took this ancient saying of the Dragon Kingdom and put it to good use. Then, what is a demonic beast? Simply put, demonic beasts are bosses. The mutant wolf king and cat demon that Jang Jing had killed earlier, as well as the giant python that the elite squad had encountered in the cave, all belonged to demonic beasts. The characteristics of the demonic beasts are also very obvious. Their heads produced a crystal core, and also has a certain intelligence, and can even self-cultivation upgrade. More like human martial artists can send out the true chi means of attack. Goblin, eat my old son's stick. Demonic beasts are like the goblins in Journey to the West. They are incredibly powerful. There were even some high-grade demonic beasts that could take on human form and spit out human language, looking no different from humans on the outside. Finally, what is a spirit animal? To put it simply, a spirit animal is a good version of a demonic beast. Fierce beasts and demonic beasts are bloodthirsty and brutal by nature, and live their entire lives in the midst of killing, which can be labeled as evil. Spirit beasts were different. Their nature was inherently gentle, and although they didn't like to kill, their own strength wasn't weak at all compared to demonic beasts. In addition to that, spirit beasts had another distinctive feature. They could sign a contract with humans and become their fighting partners. Of course, this contract is not that easy to sign, unless one has gained the recognition of the spirit beasts and made them willingly recognize you as their master. Otherwise, even if you bullied it, insulted it, tortured it, or even beat it to death, it would not be able to sign a contract with you. The main one is that one should never go against a woman's wishes. A few minutes later, Jang Jing extinguished his cigarette and casually threw it on the ground. He was seen stretching a great deal and lifting his wrist to look at the time, realizing that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the moment. Time is still early. Why Don? We walk further down this canyon and see if we can find any heavenly treasures? As soon as he thought of it, Jang Jing hurriedly stood up, took a step, and carefully walked down the canyon toward the front. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jang Jing had walked a distance of about 400 to 500 meters when he suddenly realized that a cave had appeared in front of him, and there was water vapor coming out of it. On top of that, the further Jang Jing went, the more he felt the temperature around him become higher and higher. Is there a volcano up ahead? This thought suddenly flashed through Jang Jing's mind, and at the same time, he quickened his pace and headed straight for the cave that was steaming with water vapor. Soon, River Mirror then came outside the cave entrance. He was seen carrying a chilling killing knife, carefully poking his head into the cave and squinting his eyes to survey the cave's interior. To Jang Jing's great surprise, this cave wasn't very big. It was only about 100 square feet. But, inside the cave, however, there was a large pool of water, and there was a thick layer of water vapor floating on the surface of the water, as if it were a bath in a bathhouse. Asterisk. This isn't a natural hot spring, is it? Jang Jing's face carried a hint of hesitation, but his feet were not slow, only to see him walk into the cave and squat beside the water pool, even using his hand to test the water temperature. That's right, this is the hot springs. Looking at the crystal clear water pool in front of him and smelling the sulfur odor wafting in the air, Jang Jing was incomparably certain that this was a natural hot spring. Jang Jing had been fighting for 2 days in a row. Yesterday he was killing wolves, today he was killing dogs. He didn't know how much blood of monsters had been stained on his body, and he didn't know how much sweat he had shed. Right now, see a natural hot spring right in front of you. Grandma's leg. If you don't take a shower now, when will you? Swish swish swish. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing hastily removed the backpack and threw it to the side, then proceeded to take off his clothes. Asterisk. What is the river got up to? No way? Could it be that Jiangshan wants to take a bath live in front of thousands of netizens in a big way? Aha! Brother Mirror is undressing. I'm so excited. Mirror brother has an awesome body. Emoticon, Shibuya. Husband, you're confused. Have you forgotten that you're on national broadcast? Holy, there's a dragon tattooed on Jiangshan's body. What a bossy tattoo. Love it. I've already taken a screenshot and saved it. I'll go to a tattoo parlor tomorrow and get a tattoo of the same pattern as Jiangshan. The official livestream blew up again. Seeing that Jang Jing was taking off his clothes, looking like he was going to jump into the water pool to take a bath, many of Jang Jing's wife's fans couldn't help but scream. However, Jang Jing had just taken off his top and was about to reach for his pants when his movements came to a violent halt. He only saw him squinting his eyes and thought, then suddenly raised his wrist and turned off his smart bracelet. Immediately after that, Jang Jing took off his pants quickly, and put the smart bracelet and the removed clothes and pants into the storage ring together. The consequences of doing so are, the official live broadcast platform, Jang Jing's live room, immediately turned pitch black. What's going on? Is the live signal down? I haven't even seen how many abs Jiangshan has yet. I haven't seen clearly how many abs the river god has. And at the critical moment, how come the line suddenly cuts off? Administrator, hurry up and come out and explain to me what the hell is going on? Asterisk. I've taken off my skirt and you're telling me it's disconnected? Jiangshan's wife fans, stop arguing. Just now it was obviously Jiangshan himself who turned off his smart bracelet and didn't want you to see him bathing only. What does this have to do with the administrators? I don't care. I want to see Jiangshan take a bath. Administrator, I limit you to immediately restore the signal of Jiangshan's live room within 1 minute, or I'll go to the official website to complain about you. Women, indeed, are all unreasonable creatures. Chapter 52, Looking for River Mirror? Which is not as important as taking a bath. The Secret World. Inside a cave on a cliff face, Xiao Mei, who was in the middle of meditating and cultivating, suddenly slowly opened her eyes, and a nice-looking arc curved up along the corners of her mouth. Phew! Only to see her gently exhale a mouthful of turbid air, then lifted her right hand, palm facing upwards, 5 fingers spread out. Swish! Suddenly, a wisp of light golden true qi erupted from his palm and quickly coalesced into a small snake. Under Xiao Mei's astonished and joyful gaze, the small snake with a golden body not only hovered over her wrist, but also raised its small head and spat its letters at Xiao Mei non-stop. 6th grade martial artist. Only a martial artist of the 6th grade or above would be able to utilize the true qi transformation to such a fine degree of realism. Xiao Mei, upgrade. In her excitement and thrill, Xiao Mei couldn't help but raise her eyes and scan around the cavern. Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, Su Yinglu and Zhu Gang were all meditating and cultivating in peace. Judging from the rising aura on their bodies, each one's strength was growing by leaps and bounds. 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid. It's worthy of being a treasure for cultivation. Xiao Mei couldn't help but sigh in her heart, and immediately afterward, she realized that something seemed to be missing from the cave. Only Xiao Mei stared wide-eyed, once again scanned the situation inside the cave, and was finally surprised to find, river mirror is gone. Swish! Without hardly any hesitation, Xiao Mei hurriedly got up and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the cave. However, the platform outside the cave was empty, and there was no Jang Jing's figure at all. Where are the people? Where did you go? This guy is not inside the cave, nor is he outside the cave. Did he fall below the cliff? Or was dragged off the cliff by some monster? Because Xiao Mei had the experience of being dragged off a cliff by a monster once. At this moment, when she suddenly realized that Jang Jing had disappeared, her first reaction was that Jang Jing had also been dragged off the cliff by a monster. Swish! Only Xiao Mei turned her head to look at the cavern. Her red lips twitched a few times, and a flash of hesitation flashed across her face. After a moment, Xiao Mei finally made a shocking decision. She didn't bother to disturb her teammates' cultivation. Instead, she walked to the edge of the platform by herself and leaped straight down. Phew! The wind whistles in my ears and the fog fills my eyes. Xiao Mei exerted her lightness with all her might, making herself as light as a swallow, and finally landed lightly at the bottom of the canyon. At the first moment, Xiao Mei drew out the long whip hanging at her waist and assumed a defensive posture. However, the bottom of the canyon, was silent and there was not even a ghost shadow around, which made Xiao Mei slightly relieved. Next, it was time for Xiao Mei to make her choice. This canyon ran from south to north, and she couldn't see the edge on either side, and she didn't know if Jang Jing was in the north, or in the south. But, just as Xiao Mei saw a very familiar pile of rocks, almost subconsciously, she lifted her feet and walked towards the north. Soon, Xiao Mei discovered the corpse of a cat demon in a pile of rocks. Immediately afterward, she noticed a series of human footprints on the ground. No need to think, Jang Jing must have gone to the north. And, from the footprints left behind by Jang Jing, it appeared that he wasn't dragged away by the monster. Instead, it was as if he was taking a stroll, walking slowly towards the north side of the canyon. After obtaining this conclusion, Xiao Mei immediately let out a slight sigh of relief, and her originally hanging heart slowly relaxed. At the same time, Xiao Mei couldn't help but get curious. What the hell did River Mirror go and do? Why did he head north of the canyon instead of south? Did he find any more heavenly treasures? Ta. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Mei immediately followed the footprints left by Jang Jing and quickly chased after them towards the north side of the canyon. Not long after, the canyon ahead appeared a curve close to 90 degrees. Xiao Mei just turned this curve. Immediately was a sharp stop, and then full of shock. Frozen in place. The body. Lots and lots of monster corpses. The scene in front of him was literally littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Limbs and severed arms were spread all over the ground, and the smell of blood in the air persisted for a long time. River Mirror had a big battle with a monster here? Geez, with so many monster corpses, there must be tens of thousands at least. Jang Jinghe, will something happen? At this moment, Xiao Mei's heart, which had just been put down, was instantly raised in mid-air again. Whoosh! Only to see her quicken her pace, rushing into the pile of monster corpses and then searching around. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Xiao Mei searched the battlefield carefully and did not see Jiang Jing's body. Instead, she also found Jiang Jing's footprints on the ground where he left. This string of footprints was still heading towards the north, still as slow as a walk. In addition to this, Xiao Mei also found a cigarette butt left by Jiang Jing on the ground. Phew! At this moment, Xiao Mei couldn't help but let out a long breath, and her heart, which had just been lifted in mid-air, was slowly put down again. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Next, Xiaomei still lifted her foot towards the north and continued to chase over. She would like to see. Jang Jing sneaked out alone. In the end, went to do something bad. About a minute later, Xiaomei's advancing steps suddenly stopped as a cave appeared right in her line of sight, and water vapor was still rising outward from the entrance. The sudden appearance of such a conspicuous cave in this quiet canyon naturally caught Xiaomei's attention and curiosity as well. She only hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached the cave, and then she probed and looked towards the inside. What surprised Xiaomei was that the interior of the cave was not very spacious, but there was a large pool of water, and there was also thick water vapor floating on the surface of the water. There's actually a natural hot spring here. Perhaps realizing that there wasn't any danger inside the cave, Xiaomei also relaxed her guard, then quickly walked in and crouched down next to the pool of water. Wow! Only Xiaomei reached out to test the temperature of the water and realized that the temperature was just right, and a light smile immediately appeared on her face. She hadn't bathed in 2 days. Yesterday, after a day of killing wolves in the forest, I was dragged away by a cat demon in the latter part of the night, and I was poisoned and sweating. Although I didn't exercise much today, I meditated and practiced all day and didn't sweat much on my body. But, Xiaomei always felt dirty all over. Now there is a natural hot spring in front of you and the water temperature is so right. If you don't take a shower now, when will you? As for the river mirror, he was so strong that he couldn't move without turning on his slaughter mode, harvesting all sorts of ferocious beasts in pieces. On top of that, his stance was also very powerful. Even if he couldn't beat the ferocious beast, wouldn't he still know how to escape? He's 40 years old. Where do I need to worry about his safety? Better take a shower first. It doesn't seem too late to search for river mirror after taking a shower. Swish swish swish. Xiaomei immediately stood up and took off her jacket, revealing a sexy little black lace camisole inside. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiaomei suddenly stopped the action of taking off her pants, then quickly raised her wrist and directly closed the smart bracelet. It's being broadcast live across the country. If we don't turn off the smart bracelet and interrupt the live signal, wouldn't it be the same as staging a restricted movie in front of 1 billion viewers? Swish! After turning off the smart bracelet, Xiaomei removed all her clothes in 3 tries. Finally, only to hear plop a light sound. Nothing to where Xiaomei, with an incomparable elegant diving posture, directly jumped into the mouth of the water mist-filled hot springs in front of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Auntie May's live signal has been interrupted as well? I don't think so. The way I saw Auntie May just now, it looks like she wants to go down to the hot springs. I didn't realize that inside Aunt May's, she was wearing such a sexy little lace camisole. I love it. I love it. That's not the point. Brothers, have you forgotten that Jiangshan is also here in the hot spring? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I almost forgot about this if you didn't tell me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiangshan and Aunt May soaking in a hot spring together? This picture, just can't dare to imagine. I have a question. Why didn't Aunt May realize that the river god was also in the water hole? I guess the water vapor was too thick, and Auntie May didn't notice the Jiangshan's presence in a moment of negligence. I have a strong premonition that the mirror May CP will soon be raw. Chapter 53 Jang Jing, you have to be responsible for me. Jang Jing was a curious person. He was comfortably soaking in the hot springs when a bubble suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, instantly attracting his attention. After a brief moment of daze, Jang Jing thought that there was some heavenly treasure under the water, so he sank to the bottom of the pool with a dive. Next, Jang Jing held his breath and gave the bottom of the pool to search back and forth several times. The results, nothing was found. Wow! Just then, Jang Jing suddenly heard a movement coming from the water, as if something had fallen into the water pool. It's not a demonic beast attacking, is it? Jang Jing's heart snapped, and he immediately fought to swim up towards the surface. However, right after Jang Jing surfaced, he realized that the surroundings were empty. Not to mention the demonic beasts, there was not even a single ghost shadow. What's the situation? Did I just hear it wrong? No way. Absolutely not. How could I mishear such a loud sound of falling water? I'm not deaf. How could I mishear it? Swish! Jang Jing secretly raised his guard in his heart, and at the same time carefully looked around. Soon, he realized something was wrong. Not far from the shore, there was a surprisingly neat stack of clothes. And, still, women's clothing. Pressed to the bottom of the pile was a black official combat suit. The center one appears to be a small black camisole, and at the top of the pile, surprisingly, was a set of extraordinarily conspicuous, large, red, lace-laden lampshades. What the hell? What's with all the extra piles of women's clothes all of a sudden? Is it a hallucination? Wow! Jang Jing was a particularly curious person. With just a twitch of his brain, he swam over and came right up to the pile of clothes. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing reached out and picked up the topmost piece of the large lampshade, as if to confirm whether he was really hallucinating or not. However, in the next second, Jang Jing froze in place. The soft fabric, hollow design, hot style and so on, all prove that this is a very expensive underwear. On top of that, the nifty is too big. In your hand, you can use it as a vegetable bowl, and it looks like it can hold at least 10 pounds of rice. G-rated. Identification complete. It was also at this moment that a mature and plump figure suddenly surfaced in Jang Jing's mind. Xiao Mei. In the entire elite squad, only a big beautiful woman like Xiao Mei could match this underwear. For the rest of you, I'm afraid you'll have to use this thing as a helmet. Wow! Just as Jang Jing faintly froze, something unexpected happened. A woman suddenly emerged from the otherwise quiet water. She just appeared, greatly and unobtrusively, less than 3 meters away from Jang Jing. Clear water out of hibiscus, naturally unadorned. She only raised her hands and gathered all the hair in front of her forehead behind her head, then wiped it on her face before slowly opening her tightly closed eyes. Quiet. The scene was quiet. It was as if time had been pressed on pause by the god of creation in this moment. Jang Jing foolishly looked at Xiao Mei, and his entire body was petrified. It had to be said that although Xiao Mei was already a 40-year-old woman, she didn't look much different from a 30-year-old young woman. Her charming face couldn't help but make one's heart pound, especially the beauty mole at the corner of her eye, which added a bit of softness and charm. Mature and plump to the extreme body, fine branches hanging fruit, even just a slight glance, immediately have a kind of let a person in place to explode feeling. It's simply a great demon that wreaks havoc on the country. Of course, Xiao Mei was also gawking at Jang Jing. It must be said that Jang Jing, who ate the phoenix blood fruit, his face value returned to the peak age of 20. A simple word handsome is not enough to describe his demonic appearance. Plus, Jang Jing had a well-proportioned muscular body, especially the 8-pack abs on the male dog's waist, which was simply the biggest killer for women. Even though Xiao Mei was a mature woman, she was ruthlessly electrified by Jang Jing's charm at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Mei suddenly screamed, covered her body with both hands, and quickly sank, leaving only a head exposed on the surface of the water. At the same time, her pretty face also swish sound became red, not only from her face to the bottom of the neck, even the tip of the 2 ears, also stained a layer of scarlet clouds. Jang Jing, why are you here? Despite being too ashamed to raise her head, Xiao Mei stammered and questioned Jang Jing. Holy, I haven't even asked you how you came to be here. You asked me first instead? Jang Jing also sank his body into the water, leaving only his head exposed to the surface of the water, and then cried and laughed as he looked at Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, when I came here, there was no one here at all. River mirror, hey, coincidentally, there was no one here when I came. Xiao Mei, Jang Jing, can you turn around first? Jang Jing, why should I turn around? Why don't you turn around? Do you want to peek at my bath? Xiao Mei, you're an asshole. River mirror, yes, you bear. You're right about everything. Originally, Xiao Mei had already been so humiliated that she couldn't raise her head. Not only did her speech become stilted, her eyes also dodged and flickered, completely unsure of how to face Jang Jing. But, the last words that Jang Jing uttered were as if they carried some sort of magic spell, instantly igniting Xiao Mei's anger. Wow! Only to see Xiao Mei's face turn cold, she instantly did not care and directly stood up from the water pool. Just as Jang Jing was dumbfounded, Xiao Mei didn't say a word and immediately jumped to the shore by exercising her light power. Next, ignoring Jang Jing's strange look, Xiao Mei ran her true chi and evaporated the water droplets all over her body. Then she put on her clothes one by one. During the entire process, Xiao Mei was not avoiding Jang Jing's gaze at all. There seems to be a sense of brokenness. Seeing this scene, even if Jang Jing was as thick-skinned as he was, he felt a little embarrassed. Thus, Jang Jing also performed a light skill and jumped to the bank on the other side of the water pool. He only saw that he followed Xiao Mei's example and first used his true chi to steam dry the water droplets all over his body, then took out his clothes from his storage ring and quickly put them on. 2 minutes later, Jang Jing, who was fully dressed, had just turned around when his gaze met Xiao Mei's peach blossom eyes that contained hidden anger. Silence, no words. Xiao Mei didn't say a word, but only blocked Jang Jing's body, staring straight into his eyes, looking as if she was raising an accusation. Ahem. Jang Jing hurriedly coughed dryly and just wanted to open his mouth to say something. Who knows? Xiao Mei's next words, however, caused Jang Jing to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Jang Jing, since you looked at my body, you have to be responsible for me. If you won't take responsibility, either I kill you or you kill me. Are you still a man? Be quick about it. Give me a quick word. Chapter 54. That's right. I'm the scum. The wind blows the peach forest full of flowers. and the magpies chirp on the branches. The brother of the pig killer a go peach blossom luck. Big Thunder's sisters see him. Bottom of the canyon, inside the cave, by the waterhole. In the face of Xiao Mei's aggressiveness, Jang Jing was first slightly stunned before revealing a gangly and handsome smile. Jang Jing, Xiao Mei, are you for real? Xiao Mei rolled her eyes. What do you think? Jang Jing, both of us are over 80 years old combined. We're no longer 17 or 8-year-old kids. There's no need to play such childish tricks, right? Xiao Mei, although I'm 40 years old this year, it's still the first time I've been shown naked by a man. Do you think I can be generous? Hearing this, Jang Jing couldn't help but narrow his eyes and asked with a face full of suspicion. No? Could it be that you have never had a boyfriend in 40 years? That's right. Xiao Mei nodded her head decisively, her gaze still dead set on Jang Jing, and said, I haven't fallen in love once since I was born, and I haven't even had my hand touched by a man. River mirror. Seeing that Jang Jing was silent again, and his face also had a look of not quite believing it, Xiao Mei was immediately ashamed and angry, and she could not wait to pinch Jang Jing's ear and twist him 360 degrees. Perhaps thinking of something important, Xiao Mei's face suddenly surfaced another flash of worry, only to see her pursing her lips. She carefully opened her mouth and asked, Jang Jing, are you already married? In Xiao Mei's opinion, Jang Jing was so outstanding that there must be no shortage of various suitors around him. Plus, Jang Jing was already 40 years old, and a man of his age would normally have already gotten married and had children. So, wasn't he a little too impulsive just now? Going to force him like this without asking him clearly, in case Jang Jing has already started a family? Wouldn't you be breaking up someone else's family by doing this? Well, I'm married. Jang Jing's light reply immediately caused Xiao Mei's eyes to dim, but, without waiting for Xiao Mei to come back to her senses, Jang Jing's next words caused her eyes, which had dimmed, to blossom with a dazzling light again, but, left again. When Jang Jing said this, Xiao Mei's heartbeat sped up a few points and her breathing became rapid. Jang Jing, you must be responsible for me. This time, Xiao Mei almost lifted up her chest and said these words without any worries and with a strong bottom. Xiao Mei, you're 40 years old, why do you still look like a little girl who hasn't grown up? Jang Jing, don't just talk about me. Ever since you ate the phoenix blood fruit, not only have you become younger in appearance, your mind has become as childish as a child's. I call that, a man is a teenager until he dies. I call it, women will always have the same innocence they once had. Quiet. The cave was quiet. A moment later, Jang Jing used an odd look to survey Xiao Mei from head to toe, then said without a clue, I'm sick. Ha? Xiao Mei was slightly stunned at the words, and almost subconsciously, with a little nervousness and worry, she quickly opened her mouth and asked, what kind of disease? If I wasn't sick, why would I look at a stone girl like you? Jang Jing rolled his eyes and admitted his mind in a big way, and a bad smile hooked up at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Mei froze in place. Jang Jing's sudden scratching almost flashed Xiao Mei's waist. After a short period of frothing, Xiao Mei's pretty face turned red with a swish, only to see her shyly glancing at Jang Jing, and then immediately withdrew her gaze in a panic. Although it was only a glimpse, Jang Jing clearly saw that Xiao Mei's flirtatious peach blossom eyes and her beautiful eyes had already swirled with layers of water waves. Jang Jing, what do you mean by that? What made Jang Jing feel greatly amused was that Xiao Mei was still a raging expression just now, but he didn't expect that at this moment. He had turned into a shy little girl, and his speech was once again stammered. Don't you hold me responsible? Jang Jing suddenly straightened his clothes and then took a step in front of Xiao Mei. It was only until the distance between the two of them rapidly closed, infinitely approaching zero, that Jang Jing stopped. Whoosh! Without any sign, Jang Jing suddenly stretched out a hand and wrapped it around Xiao Mei's waist that was as thin as a willow, and also pulled it towards his arms with force. What do you want? Xiao Mei let out a soft cry. Her whole body slammed into Jang Jing's arms, only to see that she subconsciously raised her two hands and pressed them against Jang Jing's chest, and her little heart couldn't help thumping. Jang Jing just leaned over to Xiao Mei's ear and gently spat out a word, and in the next second, this mature and plump anti-dare in his arms was once again made a big red face. Just like that, Jang Jing wrapped one arm around Xiao Mei and lifted the other hand smoothly. Only Xiao Mei's body trembled violently, and immediately afterward, she buried her head in Jang Jing's arms, unable to raise her head again from shame. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jang Jing and Xiao Mei just quietly hugged each other. Time seemed to have stopped, and the picture seemed to be frozen in this moment forever. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Mei forcefully held back the shyness in her heart. The corner of her mouth hooked up a happy smile. Her tone with a hint of anticipation asked, Jang Jing, so, then when do you plan to marry me? Who knows? Jang Jing, however, was filled with consternation as he returned. When did I ever say the words I want to marry you? Quiet. The cave was quiet for a moment, Immediately afterward, Xiaomei raised her head violently, glaring at Jang Jing with shame and anger and asked, "You don't intend to marry me, so why did you put your hand into my clothes?" In the face of Xiaomei's questioning, Jang Jing, however, explained without haste, "I just want to see if there is enemy in your heart." Xiaomei was instantly furious, "Bastard, hurry up and take your hands off me." Jang Jing smiled playfully and said back, Didn't we have a good chat just now? Why are you so angry all of a sudden?" Xiaomei gritted her teeth and said, "I kind of understand, so you're a complete and utter dead scum." Jang Jing smiled faintly and said, "Oh, since you already know that I'm a scum, do you still want me to be responsible for you?" Silence, no words, the cave was quiet again. Xiaomei pinched Jang Jing's wrist and yanked it a few times, as if she wanted to yank his hand out of his clothes. However, Jang Jing's strength was so great that it was like a lock made of steel that could not be undone when it was fastened. Xiaomei repeated her attempts several times and was never able to tug Jang Jing, so she gritted her teeth and reached out to pinch Jang Jing's ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch. Hurry up and let go. You let go first. You melon, you want to murder your own husband? What kind of husband are you, when you're not even going to marry me?" Xiaomei's mood at the moment was contradictory. On the one hand, she really wanted to whip out her long whip and split Jang Jing into 5 pieces on the spot. After all, her innocence was ruined in the hands of Jang Jing, and the other party not only refused to take responsibility, but even wanted to take advantage of her even further. On the other hand, Xiaomei was a bit reluctant to give up. After all, Jang Jing was the only man who made her heart flutter in her entire life. She really couldn't lay her hands on him. On the occasion of Xiaomei felt all tangled, Jang Jing but suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If not, we first have a try?" Upon hearing these words, a flash of joy flashed across Xiaomei's eyes, and the hand that was pinching Jang Jing's ear couldn't help but loosen a bit. Whoosh! It was at this instant that Jang Jing suddenly tilted his head, hastily allowing his ears to escape from under Xiaomei's clutches. "Let me make it clear that I'm only in love with you, not married. If you have to force me to get married, then break up." The moment Jang Jing said this, Xiaomei's mood, which had just turned cloudy, instantly turned from sunny to stormy. "Jang Jing, you dead scum, I'm going to shark you. If you can kill me, what's the harm in me standing and letting you do it? Look at the whip. Are you for real? Good good good. Eat my knife." Spirit Snake Dance, Mad Dragon Slash. Chapter 55, Netizen, Jongshin and Aunt May are both very wrong. Canyon bottom, knives flashed, whips and shadows were heavy. Jang Jing and Xiaomei were both holding their breath, and both sides fought back and forth. Boo! After another head-on confrontation, both Jang Jing and Xiaomei seemed to have fought with real fire, only to see the two of them stop unanimously, and then frantically activate their true chi, as if they were both brewing their respective big moves, preparing to deal the heaviest blow to the other party. However, just at this incredibly critical moment, suddenly there were 2 different cries, coming from the south side of the canyon. "Auntie May, Brother Mirror, what are you doing here?" Jang Jing and Xiaomei, who were in the process of brewing a big move, first froze slightly, then turned their heads in unison to follow the sound and looked over, only to see 2 graceful and elegant silhouettes that were rapidly rushing towards their side. It turned out to be Xiao Wanqing and Suing Ru. At this moment, Jang Jing and Xiaomei quickly glanced at each other and immediately stopped fighting at the same time with a heartfelt understanding, and also acted as if nothing had happened. "Brother Mirror, are you okay?" Suing Ru executed her light power and arrived in front of Jang Jing with a flash, then even pulled his arm and sized him up from head to toe. "Auntie May, are you alright?" Xiao Wanqing, on the other hand, came to Xiaomei's side and similarly took her arm, checking her out from head to toe. I'm fine. Jang Jing and Xiaomei uttered these words almost simultaneously, and after a slight blink of an eye, the two of them also coincidentally looked at each other. But, their eyes only slightly touched in mid-air, and in the next second, each side averted their gaze. At this moment, both Xiao Wanqing and Suing Ruo sensed that something was a bit off. Something's really wrong. Jang Jing and Xiaomei were both very wrong, but it was hard to tell what was wrong with the two of them. Just then, Jang Jing looked up at the sky and realized that the sun had already set, and the light around him was becoming darker and darker. Thus, Jang Jing spoke directly. "It's going to be dark, girl, let's go back?" "Aha." Suing Ru nodded her head obediently, then followed closely behind Jang Jing like a follower. Seeing this scene, Xiaomei's eyelids trembled slightly, and her eyes flashed with a complex look. Only her red lips lightly trembled as if she wanted to say something. But, until Jang Jing and Suing Ru walked away, Xiaomei was never able to utter a single word. "Auntie May, shall we go back too?" "Aha. By the way, Aunt May, were you and Jiang Jing fighting just now?" "No, you're looking at it wrong." "Yes? Could it be that I'm seeing things differently?" "Well, you must have been mistaken." The time passed into the evening. Xiao Wanqing, who was the captain, started arranging the night watch duties again. Only, Xiao Wanqing had taken the method of drawing lots this time, allowing everyone to form teams based on their luck, 2 by 2, 3 groups in total, and the one who drew a blank lot would get to take a turn to rest. When the draw was complete, everyone revealed their signatures at the same time. What made Jang Jing's eyes drop was that he actually drew the same group as Xiao Mei and was in charge of the third shift of the night watch. Xiao Wancheng and Su Yingru drew the same group and were responsible for the first shift of the night watch. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu drew the same group and were responsible for the second shift of the night watch. As for Zhu Gang, the oldest 6, he was actually lucky enough to draw a blank signature, so he could take another turn to rest tonight. Swish! Right at this moment, Su Yingru took the sign she drew and quickly walked over to Xiao Mei. Aunt Mei, can I switch the sign with you? I want to keep watch with Brother Mirror. Quiet. The cave went quiet. At this moment, everyone expected Xiao Mei to nod her head in agreement. After all, the entire elite squad knew that Su Yingru's relationship with Jang Jing was not ordinary. However, to the crowd's great surprise, Xiao Mei shook her head and refused. I'm sorry, I can't switch with you. Su Yingru frowned. Why? Xiao Mei returned expressionlessly. Because I have a very important matter to talk to your Brother Mirror alone. Su Yingru's brows frowned even tighter as she continued to ask. Is there anything you can't talk about now? Do we have to wait until the vigil to talk? Xiao Mei laughed, intentionally glanced at Jang Jing, and said, then go ask your brother Jing. See if he's willing to talk to me right now? If he's willing, I'll immediately switch signatures with you. Su Yingru, River Mirror, the rest of you? Seeing that Su Yingru stood frozen in place and did not leave because of Xiao Mei's refusal, she seemed to want to say something else, with an appearance of not wanting to give up. Ahem! Jang Jing hurriedly coughed dryly and shouted at Su Yingru. Girl, come over here for a moment. I have something to say to you. Oh, Su Yingru bit her lip and glanced at Xiao Mei very unwillingly before she obediently walked back to Jang Jing's side and asked softly, Brother Jing, what are you going to say to me? Jang Jing raised his eyes and scanned the circle, realizing that everyone was looking at him and Su Yingru, and everyone had a eat melon expression on their faces. Thus, Jang Jing then hooked his finger at Su Yingru, signaling her to come closer, as if he had something to whisper to her. Su Yingru couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. However, she still obediently took a seat beside Jang Jing, and then tilted her body as far as she could towards Jang Jing's side, and at the same time, she also perked up her ears, while a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. Swish! Jang Jing raised a hand to block his mouth, then pressed against Su Yingru's ear and whispered something. It was clearly visible that the expression on Su Yingru's face was slightly stunned, and there was also a reluctant beeping of her mouth, and a slight frown on her brow. But in the end, Su Yingru still nodded her head obediently. In front of Jang Jing, it was as if she was always a well-behaved and obedient kitten. Next, Su Yingru obediently sat beside Jang Jing, did not go back to Xiao Mei to change her signature, nor did she say anything more. The whole person was quiet like a porcelain doll. Whoosh! Just then, Shu Gang suddenly came to Jang Jing's side. He only saw him patting Jang Jing's arm and inquiring in a low voice. Old 7, should we switch signatures? I'll keep watch for you tonight, so you can have a good night's rest. No need. 6. Jang Jing smiled and shook his head, directly rejecting his good intentions. Thus, Shu Gang turned his head again and looked at Su Yingru and asked, Old 5, why don't I switch signatures with you? You kept watch for me last night, why don't you get a good night's rest tonight in my place? Who knows? Su Yingru also shook her head, then followed Jang Jing's tone and returned. No need. Old 6. Jugon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is going on right now? Why am I a bit confused? Between Jiang Shen and Aunt Mei, what exactly happened? Something's wrong. It's very wrong. Why do I feel that both Jiang Shen and Aunt Mei are very wrong? Everyone pay attention to Aunt Mei's eyes. Every time she looks at Jiang Shen, she seems to be very sultry. I'm going to go. Aunt Mei wouldn't have been given that by the river god, would she? Impossible. Jiang Shen is definitely not this kind of person. As the saying goes, you don't know the face of a man. So who knows what kind of face is hidden behind Zhang Jing's back? The black guy upstairs. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 56, A City of Smoke and Rain. A building, a flower only for a tree. 4:30 a.m. Inside the cave, River Mirror is huffing and puffing. Suddenly there was an icy cold sensation with a hint of tickling on his neck. Jiang Jing, who was sleeping in a daze, immediately reached out and scratched his neck. Who knows? The next second, the fingers touched a cool, soft, long object, and the long object was still writhing. Swish! Jiang Jing was startled violently and immediately opened his eyes. Looked no further, only to see a small snake with a light golden color all over its body, not only crawling up to his neck, but also spitting scarlet letters and opening a pair of green eyes, staring straight at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jang Jing instantly winced and goosebumps rose all over his body. Almost subconsciously, Jang Jing flashily stretched out a hand and directly pinched the small snake that didn't know how to die. Ka-ching! Just as Jang Jing was about to slap this little snake to death, he didn't expect it to suddenly disintegrate, instantly turning into a cloud of powder, and finally fusing with the air, disappearing without a trace. Quiet. The cave was quiet for a moment. Jang Jing, who had just woken up from his sleep, seemed to have a brain that was a little bit sluggish, but after 3 seconds, he reacted violently. It's not a real snake. Rather, it's a fake thing created by ancient martial artists using true chi to transform. Who? What kind of well-fed asshole dares to tease me? You want to die? Ha! Right at this moment, a very soft laughter suddenly came from Jang Jing's ears. This laughter, with 3 mischievous, 3 fool, 3 cannot help but laugh, and 91% of the revenge sense of pleasure. Whoosh! Jang Jing was instantly furious and immediately turned his head to look over. However, in the next second, a mature and flirtatious face came into his eyes. Xiao Mei. At this moment, Xiao Mei was sitting less than 3 meters away from Jang Jing, only to see her covering her mouth with more than a light laugh. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes, all bent into 2 crescent moons. Perhaps worried about waking up her teammates, Xiao Mei tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from letting out too much laughter, with a look of enduring it. But, as her shoulders shook, the pair of large, extraordinarily striking headlights trembled along with her body. It's a wobbly scene. Jang Jing's attention was instantly attracted, and the anger that had just bubbled up was thrown out of his mind. Lean, why is my head a little dizzy? Getting carsick? Swish! Just as Jang Jing faintly froze, Xiao Mei's laughter stopped. Only Xiao Mei gestured at Jang Jing and then pointed in the direction of the cave entrance. Immediately afterward, she stood up silently and walked straight toward the small campfire at the entrance of the cave. Phew! Jang Jing adjusted his breathing and rubbed his face with both hands before raising his eyes and scanning the surroundings. At the moment, the guys are sleeping. Even Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, who had just returned from the night watch, were already lying down by the campfire and were letting out light snores. Jang Jing hastily looked at the time. Unexpectedly, it was already 4:30 a.m. And Jang Jing, who was in charge of the 3rd shift of the night watch, was already a full half-hour late. Lean, no wonder Xiao Mei wanted to wake me up with this trick. It's going to be dawn if we keep sleeping. Whoosh! Jang Jing stopped dawdling and immediately got up and walked towards the cave entrance. However, Jang Jing had just arrived at the cave entrance and sat down next to the small campfire, and immediately noticed 2 blazing gazes that were dead set on his body. Jang Jing, you're responsible for me. Pust! Xiao Mei's opening line almost caused Jang Jing to resist spitting out a large mouthful of blood, only to see Jang Jing raise his head violently, while his lips twitched a few times, as if he wanted to say something. However, in the next second, his entire body froze in place. For, he saw a pair of red eyes. At this moment, Xiao Mei's eyes were already red, and a hint of tears had risen from the bottom of her eyes, and her face was even filled with a heartbroken expression. The look was like that of a downtrodden woman who had been tragically abandoned by her husband, had her heart broken, and then was wandering the streets, homeless. Okay, I didn't say I wouldn't be responsible for you. Why are you crying? Jang Jing sighed with a face full of helplessness. In his last life, he was a runner. Oh no, he was a professional actor. So, how could he not see that Xiao Mei was deliberately putting on such a show for him? Swish! Xiao Mei wiped the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes and immediately got up and walked over, sitting on her but beside Jang Jing, then also stretched out her hands and hugged Jang Jing's arm to death. And when do you intend to marry me? No, I said Xiao Mei. Why can't you get married in every sentence? Just hear me out first. Before Jang Jing could finish his words, Xiao Mei suddenly raised a hand and quickly covered his mouth. Next, Xiao Mei's pretty face inexplicably flushed with a hint of redness. She only saw her stroke the hair around her cheeks, then said in a slightly seductive tone, Jang Jing, if you marry me, there will be unexpected surprises. What surprise? Jang Jing was slightly stunned, and his curiosity was instantly aroused. I'll tell you if you promise to take me as your wife first. No way. Explain to me first, what do you mean by unexpected surprise? I'll go. Xiao Mei, you're not trying to cheat on the marriage, are you? A flash of intense skepticism appeared on Jang Jing's face. He even moved to the side, pulling away the distance between himself and Xiao Mei, as if he had become very wary of Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, who saw this scene, was so anxious and angry that she couldn't wait to directly pounce on him and then take 2 hard bites on Jang Jing. Phew. I only saw Xiao Mei take 3 consecutive deep breaths and try to adjust her emotions before she slowly opened her mouth and said, the surprise is, I will be your rightful wife after you marry me in marriage. As for you wanting to take concubines in the future, who and how many, I won't object. In short, You must take me as your wife." After saying these words, Xiaomei was already too shamed to raise her head, and a layer of scarlet clouds were colored above the tips of both ears. Look again at the river mirror. His entire body froze in place. Not only were his eyes wide open, his mouth was also opened into an O shape, and his face was filled with an expression of shock and disbelief. A few moments later, Jang Jing suddenly took a deep breath, then carefully asked, "Xiaomei, are you a woman who crossed over from ancient times?" Silence, no words. The scene was quiet for so many seconds before the sound of Xiaomei's answering voice in a ghostly tone resounded. "I'm not traveling from ancient times, but I'm a very feudal and traditional woman at heart. A city of smoke and rain, a building, a flower only for a tree, a bright moon and a pool of night, a tea only in a pot of arms. I allowed you to take a concubine. This is already my biggest concession. If you still refuse to marry me, then I have no choice but to die." Chapter 57, Phoenix Bloodfruit as Bride Price. Marrying wife Xiaomei. A city of smoke and rain, a building, a flower only for a tree to bloom, a bright moon and a pool of night, a tea only into the arms of a pot. The meaning of these two lines of poetry in Xiaomei's mouth was actually not difficult to understand. A loft is so rooted in a city that it doesn't mind that there are other buildings in the city. A flower grows on a tree. It doesn't mind that there are other flowers on the tree. A bright moon hangs high in the night sky. It does not mind the stars in the sky to share this night sky with it. Pouring tea into the pot. Wouldn't mind adding some more goji berries, honey, ginseng, deer antler or whatever. As long as the pot is big, you can add whatever you want. Aha! There's nothing wrong with understanding it that way. That's what Xiaomei expressed. "Jang Jing, give me a quick word. Are you willing to marry me?" Just then, Xiaomei's voice floated over once again. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her exquisite face, emaciated with a sense of weakness and powerlessness, the pair of charming and seductive peach blossom eyes, at this moment also all a pleading color. Phew! Jang Jing suddenly let out a long breath. Then with a flip of his wrist, he directly took out a phoenix blood fruit from his storage ring. In Xiaomei's puzzled eyes, Jang Jing handed the phoenix blood fruit to her and said in a flat tone, "Take it, it's for you." Quiet. The scene was quiet. The expression on Xiaomei's face was changing dramatically. First there was dismay, then anger, then disappointment, and finally it turned into a thick unraveling wave of sadness and sorrow. "Jang Jing, do you think I'm dying to marry you because of the phoenix blood fruit?" Xiaomei's eyes completely dimmed. She only saw that she casually waved her hand and slapped away Jang Jing's hand that was holding the phoenix blood fruit, and then powerlessly lowered her head and silently looked at the bonfire in front of her, her entire body looking a little dead. However, what Jang Jing said next, however, caused Xiaomei to faintly freeze, and then she jerked her head up. "This is my bride price for you. You really don't want it?" Under the illumination of the campfire, Jang Jing's eyes, which were deep, charming, and full of vicissitudes of life, were currently radiating a breathtaking charm. On top of that, the plucky smile by the corner of Jang Jing's mouth was like a naughty kitten that burrowed into Xiaomei's heart, and it kept scratching at her heart. Jang Jing, what do you mean by this?" At this moment, Xiaomei's pretty face instantly became incredibly red, and her speech began to stutter again. "Have I not expressed myself clearly enough?" Jang Jing cried and laughed as he glared at Xiaomei, then handed the phoenix blood fruit to her once again and said, I'm marrying. This phoenix blood fruit is my bride price for you. A bride price. Do you want it?" Upon hearing these words, Xiaomei's eyes violently blossomed with a flash of surprise, only to see her reach out and snatch the phoenix blood fruit without saying a word. It seemed to be worried that Jang Jing would backtrack. Xiaomei merely hesitated for a moment and immediately brought the phoenix blood fruit to her mouth and took a big bite. River mirror. Less than a minute. Xiaomei then ate the phoenix blood fruit, only to see her take out a tissue from her pocket and wipe her mouth with a very elegant movement. Then she turned her head to look at Jang Jing, who was full of shock. Perhaps it was because she noticed that Jang Jing was staring straight at her. Xiaomei couldn't help but blush with her pretty face, but her eyes were very firm as she looked at Jang Jing and said, "I've already received your bride price, so our marriage is finalized. Oh, even if you back out now, it's too late, because your bride price has been eaten by me. If the bride price is not returned, the marriage will not be broken up. From now on, I am your Jang Jing's person in life and your Jang Jing's ghost in death. You can't get rid of me in this lifetime." For some reason, looking at Xiaomei's serious oath of sovereignty, although Jang Jing felt amused, a trace of inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Of course, just a touch of emotion. As a swordsman, it's just a matter of having fun. How can you be bound by your feelings? Oh, dragon sword, look, I've found you another sister. Later, you can go back to chopping up erotic lingerie and stockings. Cheer up, hair all chopped up for her, not a single one left. Looking at the bad smile at the corner of Jang Jing's mouth, Xiaomei inexplicably shivered, and in her heart, she always felt that her husband was a bit strange, but she couldn't tell why. Only Xiaomei trembled her lips and just wanted to say something, but in the next second, her face changed violently. Swish! Without any hesitation, Xiaomei immediately sat down on her knees. Immediately after that, a powerful aura erupted from her body. Only a piece of red light was seen, firmly clinging to the surface of Xiaomei's body, and it was still tossing and turning, like a flame that was blazing. That's right, the medicinal power of the phoenix blood fruit completely exploded. Xiaomei is about to be reborn in nirvana. At this moment, Jang Jing was suddenly a bit nervous, and there was a bit of anticipation in the nervousness. I wonder if Xiaomei's appearance will be as beautiful as it is now when she becomes younger. Does the body lose weight? G-class headlights. They don't shrink, do they? The heavens are full of spirits. The earth is full of spirits, and all the gods and goddesses are manifesting themselves. Don't ever shrink. I can lose weight everywhere else, and it's okay to look ugly, but I absolutely cannot accept shrinkage. It's worse than sharking me. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In Jang Jing's apprehensive eyes, the energy flames on Xiaomei's body drilled into her body, and soon disappeared cleanly. The moment the light faded away, a face that was so beautiful and beautiful was clearly reflected in Jang Jing's eyes. Melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, agape nose and cherry lips, exquisite features, as if it was a perfect goddess created by AI. No flaws could be picked out at all. A pair of soul-seducing peach blossom eyes, and there was still a mole of tears below the corner of her right eye, which added a bit of softness and flirtatiousness to her already flirtatious and charming face. What a big soft and charming siren. Looks had sealed the deal, favoring her body to do the same. A pair of eye-catching headlights, not shrunken as River Mirror imagined, are still located in the peak realm of the G-class, coupled with a section of weak wind willow-like waist, giving people a kind of thin branches hanging fruit a strong sense of impact. None of this is the point. The point was that Xiaomei, who had eaten the phoenix blood fruit, was not only 20 years younger, but her temperament had also changed drastically. If the previous Xiaomei was a mature and gorgeous little aunt, then the current Xiaomei was an imperial sister who came out of an anime and exuded a sexy and flirtatious aura all over her body. Aha! Simply charming to the bone with a hint of nobility. The charm value was instantly magnified 10,000 times. Looking at the beautiful young and hot Xiaomei in front of him, Jang Jing's mind couldn't help but conjure up an ancient poem. The clouds want to dress up and the flowers want to look beautiful. The spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it from the top of the Jade Mountain, I would have met it under the moon on the Yao Tai platform. Chapter 58. Ruyan Lu was furious. Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. Lu Ruyan purposely set an alarm clock and woke up at 4 a.m. Then picked up her phone and logged into the official live streaming platform. She wanted to see what Jang Jing and Xiaomei were up to. Yesterday afternoon, Jang Jing turned off his smart bracelet before taking a shower, causing the signal of his live broadcast to be interrupted. Ryu understood. After all, she didn't want to let her friends and viewers across the country to appreciate the river mirror bathing in a big way. However, Ruyan Lu never expected that after Jang Jing, Xiaomei also came to that cave. Not only did Xiaomei test the water temperature, but she also took off her jacket and seemed to be ready to jump into the water pool for a bath as well. Next, in Lu Ruyan's shocked and angry eyes, Xiaomei turned off the smart bracelet and interrupted the live signal. Time passes by. Lu Ruyan waited and waited anxiously until the flowers were all gone. However, neither Jang Jing nor Xiaomei had reopened the smart bracelet, and both of their live broadcasts were in a closed state, and they had never regained their connection. What's going on? What the hell are Jang Jing and Xiaomei doing? A man and a woman, sharing a room, and both of them have their clothes off and are soaking in the same pool. The image, full of mosaic, is unimaginable. Anxious and angry Lu Ruyan, she couldn't wait to fly to the secret realm on the spot and then carry Xiaomei out and beat her violently. Are you blind? My husband, a living man, is taking a bath in the water hole, and you pretend not to see him, and you even want to go down and take a bath with him? Can you order some Billiken? How in the world did you do something so unconscionable and shameless? Just when Lu Ruyan was so anxious that she wanted to go crazy, she suddenly saw the figures of Jang Jing and Xiaomei from Suing Rua's live broadcast. Although it was a bit far away, Lu Ruyan still saw it clearly. Jang Jing and Xiaomei are fighting. The two of them fought so hard that they used every vicious trick in the book, looking as if they had an undying grudge. At that moment, Ruyan Lu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they were fighting outside a cave, not in a watering hole. The live feed was not mosaicked, both were dressed normally, and everything was up to scrutiny. However, Ruyan Lu, keenly noticed that the way Xiaomei looked at Jang Jing was very wrong. How? When Lu Ruyan was young, the kind of look in her eyes when she first saw Jang Jing playing with a sword was exactly the same as the look in Xiaomei's eyes at this moment. Not good. This old with two watermelons on top, who walks wobbly, who will fall if she is not careful, and who likes to show off her style. She even looks at my husband. Ruyan Lu was already angry because she experienced an unprecedented sense of crisis. However, what made Lu Ruyan even more angry was that Xiao Mei and Jang Jing actually drew the same group to keep watch together tonight. Su Yingruo was going to switch signatures with Xiao Mei, but she was rejected. Jang Jing even shouted Su Yingruo over, not letting Su Yingruo continue to exchange signatures with Xiao Mei, seemingly tacitly agreeing to spend time alone with Xiao Mei tonight. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's teeth were about to be clenched. There are ghosts. There is definitely a ghost between Jang Jing and Xiao Mei. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate. Xiao Mei, this old vixen, definitely wants to do something bad to Jang Jing. However, Ruyan Lu climbed out of bed at 4 a.m. and quickly logged onto the official live streaming platform. In the end, he was horrified to find that whether it was Jang Jing or Xiao Mei, both of their live rooms were still in a disconnected state. Aha, Xiao Mei, you shameless old woman. I'm warning you, Jang Jing is my husband. You're not allowed to have any ungrateful thoughts about him. If you touch him, I'm not done with you. The secret world. Jang Jing didn't even know that his ex-wife, Lu Ruyan, was insanely jealous and had cursed Xiao Mei from head to toe. At this moment, he had already taken Xiao Mei into his arms, and by the way, he was also probing whether Xiao Mei had him in her heart or not. Ah Mei, your congenital hidden disease, has it been completely eradicated yet? Jang Jing suddenly brought his mouth to Xiao Mei's ear and softly asked the curiosity in his heart. Xiao Mei was already flushed with shame. At this moment, he heard Jang Jing's inquiry and asked such a personal question. In an instant, Xiao Mei shrunk her head into Jang Jing's arms for a long time, unable to lift it up, and her two cute little ears were so red that they were about to drip blood. Yes? Jang Jing's eyes lit up slightly, then said with a bad smile, I'm still a little uneasy. Why Don, you let me check it out? Don't. There are outsiders here. Xiao Mei first froze slightly, then quickly glanced at her teammates who were sleeping, while her head shook like a rattle drum, saying that she refused to let Jang Jing do the examination. It's okay, they're all asleep. No one will see, Jang Jing said as he moved his hand to inspect it, frightening Xiao Mei so much that she hurriedly broke away from his arms, then stood up and walked quickly towards the outside of the cave. Where are you going? Jang Jing immediately got up and chased after him, and as soon as he did, he took Xiao Mei's hand. I'd like to take a shower, Xiao Mei stammered, not daring to raise her head to look into Jang Jing's eyes, but with her head lowered, she couldn't see her toes either. Therefore, she could only try to look at Jang Jing's toes. Jang Jing asked with a face full of surprise, didn't you already take a bath yesterday evening? Now you're going to take a bath again? Xiao Mei pursed her lips and explained with a hint of shyness in her tone. Yesterday, as soon as I jumped into the pool of water, you surfaced, and it was simply too late to take a bath. Jang Jing suddenly smiled badly. Then I'll accompany you to wash it? No, Xiao Mei hastily shook her head, then explained, if we both go to take a bath, who will keep watch? The teammates are all sleeping. If a demonic beast comes to sneak attack at this time, won't it harm them? River mirror. Perhaps seeing Jang Jing's unhappy face, Xiao Mei couldn't help but let out a light laugh before she stood on her tiptoes, raised her chin, and took the initiative to place a kiss on Jang Jing's face. Honey, be good. I'll wash it with you next time. After saying this, Xiao Mei pinched Jang Jing's ear with a face full of favor before turning around and walking out of the cave. When Xiao Mei left, Jang Jing's heart never calmed down. After about a couple minutes, Jang Jing suddenly arose, walked back into the cave, and wordlessly came to Zhu Gang's side. Wake up, Six. Wake up. What's going on? Old Six, keep watch for me for a bit while I go out and run some errands. What happened? Zhu Gang, who had been forcibly slapped awake, first rubbed his hazy sleeping eyes before looking at Jang Jing with a puzzled expression. Ahem. Jang Jing lightly coughed twice and babbled in a serious manner. There seems to be an incredibly powerful demonic beast coming from outside, and we seem to have been targeted by it, so I want to go out and check out the situation. Zhu Gang faintly said. I'll accompany you. Jang Jing shook his head. No need. You help me guard the entrance of the cave. Don't go out, just in case this is a demonic beast's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. Zhu Gang, then be careful and make sure you stay safe. Jang Jing reached out and patted Zhu Gang's shoulder, saying with a serious face, good brother, the task of guarding the home is in your hands. Zhu Gang hurriedly sat up straight and said with a straight face, good brother, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you gave me beautifully. Chapter 59, A Sweet Little Stepford Wife. The night is like ink and the moon is like a hook. After Jang Jing left the cave, he lightly climbed to the bottom of the cliff, only to see him performing the clear wind steps. He passed through the jumble of rocks and turned a corner close to 90 degrees to the outside of the cave that was steaming with water vapor. At this moment, a sound of water rippling faintly came from inside the cave. Jang Jing subconsciously held his breath, lightened his footsteps, and slipped in noiselessly, just like an Afe. Just entering the cave, the first thing Jang Jing saw was a pile of clothes, neatly arranged by the waterhole. Pressed to the bottom of the pile was still an official combat suit. In the center, a small black garter belt. The one at the top was the one Jang Jing was more familiar with. The big red one with sultry lace that could hold 10 pounds of rice in a super large lampshade. Swish! Jang Jing's heartbeat suddenly sped up a few points. He hastily moved his eyes into the pool of water, and in the next second, a shapely back figure came into view. Nirvana reborn Xiaomei. Although the body has slimmed down a bit, but still belongs to the category of microfat, always giving a feeling of richness and roundness. At this moment, she was standing within a shallow area of water with her back to the river mirror. The water had just submerged her legs, not reaching her waist, and even most of Mython was floating on the surface. From the shoulders down, that S-shaped arc violently shrunk to half at the waist, then violently expanded again twice as much at the tunic, like a goddess in a secondary anime, completely unscientific. Even though Jang Jing had placed his footsteps very lightly, while also holding his breath, his arrival still caused Xiaomei to be alerted. Wow! Only Xiaomei crouched down with lightning speed, revealing only a head floating on the surface of the water, while also turning around quickly. Relax, it's me. Jang Jing smiled faintly, and then just in Xiaomei's shocked and shy eyes, he took off his clothes generously. Honey, what are you doing here? A blush surfaced on Xiaomei's pretty face, seeing Jang Jing has taken off his shirt, revealing the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern on his chest, as well as the 8-pack abs that have made countless women greedy. Xiaomei also anticipated what would happen next, and her expression suddenly became a bit tense. But, the moment River Mirror jumped down into the pool of water and was swimming towards her, Xiaomei's heartbeat violently doubled, her breathing also became rapid, and the little look she gave Jang Jing was practically on the verge of being drawn out. I'm sure I don't feel comfortable with my wife taking a bath here all by herself. So, I'm going to come in hot. Oh no, I'm here to be an escort. Jang Jing wrapped his arms around Xiaomei, staring at her overwhelming face from close range, and his eyes blossomed with two blazing rays of light. Honey, so, who's on watch over there? In the cave? Looking at Jang Jing's blazing eyes, smelling the faint smell of tobacco on Jang Jing's body, listening to Jang Jing's strong and powerful heartbeat, and feeling the warmth coming from Jang Jing's body, Xiaomei was at once nervous and at a loss for words. Don't worry, I've woken up old Six. He'll keep watch for us, Jang Jing said as he raised a hand and slowly hooked Xiaomei's chin. Xiaomei's pretty face was getting redder and redder, and although she was so shamed that she closed her eyes, her hands gently hugged Jang Jing. Swish! Without any words, Jang Jing suddenly lowered his head and kissed Xiaomei's delicate red lips. Embrace and kiss each other. Time seemed to stand still. The air around them seemed to be tinted with an ambiguous color. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There was a sudden wave in the pool of water. Xiaomei quickly hummed out a euphonious song after she exclaimed. An hour later, Jang Jing leaned against the edge of the water pool with a big grin. The upper half of his body was exposed to the water. A cigarette was still in his mouth, and his eyebrows were completely stretched out. Xiaomei, on the other hand, snuggled up to Jang Jing obediently, but her face still remains a touch of red. The corners of her mouth is also hung with a trace of happy smile. Looking at the river mirror of that small eyes, tender, water waves rippling, the eyes were filled with Jang Jing's figure. It was as if the whole heart could only accommodate the river mirror, and could no longer accommodate the rest. Honey, why don't I rub your back? Even though Xiaomei had just experienced a storm and her body was already tired, she gritted her teeth and reached over to bring a small bottle of bath soap from the shore. No, you. Jang Jing shook his head, originally wanting to let Xiaomei have a good rest and not toss and turn so much. But, Xiaomei had already poured the bath solution onto her hands and rubbed out the foam. Then again, she gently stroked her soft little hands onto Jang Jing's back. Honey, be good. Oh, turn your body around. Listening to Xiaomei's tone of voice that was like coaxing a small child, Jang Jing cried and laughed, but at the same time, a trace of warmth flowed through his heart. Immediately, Jang Jing turned his body around and directly plopped down on the edge of the water pool. Quiet. The cave was completely quiet. Xiaomei's white jade-like hands gently stroked over Jang Jing's back, up and down, carefully and gently rubbing, pinching and pressing him as if he were treating a treasure he especially cherished. Jang Jing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I didn't expect Xiaomei to be so gentle that she would melt his entire being. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiaomei's voice drifted over once again. Hubby, I see that your hair seems to be a bit dirty. Why don't I help you wash it again? Jang Jing gave a soft Xiaomei immediately made some shampoo and lightly caressed Jang Jing's head, then rubbed the foam left, and right, and her 10 slender fingers pinched his scalp. Jang Jing comfortably closed his eyes, and with a feeling in his heart, he casually recited. 2 tales of peach blossoms brewed as wine. 10,000 cups are not as gentle as you. Quiet. The scene was quiet. Xiaomei's movements as she was washing Jang Jing's hair paused slightly. Immediately after, it was as if she had gained some kind of supreme honor, and she immediately became even more energetic. The moment Xiaomei finished washing Jang Jing's head, Jang Jing turned his body around. Xiaomei suddenly used a voice that was gentle to the extreme and said, "Hubby, why don't I rub your feet again?" "Ha, that won't be necessary." Jang Jing sniffed slightly and subconsciously pulled his foot back a bit. "Who knows?" Xiaomei, however, said with incomparable seriousness, "Serving one's husband is an obligation that every wife should fulfill, and as long as you're happy, I'll be happy as well." Jiang Jing, is this the legendary, particularly feudal and traditional woman? How is it that all the merits of feudal traditions have been preserved while none of the demerits have been left? At this moment, a passage suddenly surfaced in Jiang Jing's mind. To truly love someone is to feel inferior. She would be afraid that she wasn't good enough, wasn't pretty enough, wasn't good enough, didn't give enough, didn't deserve the one she loved. Perhaps Xiaomei is in the same state of mind now, isn't she? Wow! In Jiang Jing's dumbfounded eyes, Xiaomei suddenly took a deep breath and quickly sank under the water, then also pinched his feet. Immediately, Xiaomei began to pinch Jiang Jing's feet very attentively, before and after, back and forth. Every toe was not spared. Jiang Jing cried and laughed as he looked at the splash of silhouette in the water. Visually, physically and psychologically, he was greatly satisfied. LOL. You can't find such a sweet little stepford wife by beating your head against the wall. What more can a man ask for when he has a wife like this? Chapter 60 Monster at the bottom of the waterhole? Gulp. A very soft sound suddenly came from within the quiet cave. Jiang Jing, who was enjoying his wife's attentive service, snapped his eyes open, and his gaze was as quick as lightning as he quickly looked towards the center of the water pool. There, on the surface of the water, surprisingly, another bubble came up. Why does River Mirror use the word again? Because yesterday when he was taking a dip here, a bubble came out of the water as well. At that time, Jiang Jing even deliberately sank into the water out of curiosity and searched the entire bottom of the pool back and forth several times. But, Jiang Jing did not find anything, but instead also played a time difference with Xiaomei, causing a series of subsequent things, and finally came together with Xiaomei by mistake. At this moment, a bubble was seen rising out of the water again. Jiang Jing was incomparably certain that there must be something hidden underneath this pool of water. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Jing scooped up Xiaomei in the water. Without waiting for Xiaomei to open her mouth to speak, Jiang Jing quickly said, "Wife, you take a rest first. I'm going to dive into the bottom of the pool to investigate." Ha! Xiaomei was slightly stunned by what she heard, and hurriedly glanced at the calm and incomparable water, then asked with a frown, "Hubby, could it be that you found something in the water?" "Nothing yet." Jiang Jing shook his head and smiled back, "But just dive down and see." After saying these words, Jiang Jing immediately plunged into the water with a jerk, and in less than a moment's time, the whole person sank to the bottom of the pool. As far as the eye could see, there was a rocky sand. At the bottom of the entire pool of water, not a single plant grew. In other words, that bubble on the surface of the water just now was definitely not made by some algae or other plant. On top of that, there wasn't any crack in the ground at the bottom of the pool, and the entire pool of hot spring water was flowing out of a small opening in the stone wall of the cave. Not a plant, not a crack in the ground, not a water inlet. So the bubbles that were just there, how did they come out? Could it be that there's a monster hiding under this pool of water? The thought that there might be a monster hiding under the water pool, and neither Jiang Jing nor Xiaomei had any awareness of it, and even the two had just caved in the water pool. At this moment, Jiang Jing's face suddenly darkened. Even though the other party was a monster, not a human, Jiang Jing still had the feeling of being spied on. Grandma's leg. I'm going to find this monster today, no matter what I say. First gouge out its eyes, then skin it, draw it, fry it, slice it, in a nutshell. Next, Jiang Jing searched the bottom of the pool back and forth several times, but he never found anything. Swish! Jiang Jing, who was gradually losing his patience, suddenly flipped his wrist and took the pig-killing knife out of his storage ring. Immediately after that, Jiang Jing continuously slashed his blade energy at the rocky sand at the bottom of the pool, opening an indiscriminate bombardment mode. Boom boom boom. Whoosh! Under Jiang Jing's continuous bombardment, there was suddenly a snow-white figure that burrowed out of the rocky sand at the bottom of the pool, then swam to the surface again with lightning speed. This snow-white figure was probably only as big as a palm of an adult, but the other party's speed was so fast that it was like an arrow off the string, and in just a blink of an eye, it flashed past Jiang Jing's side. Want to run? It's not that easy. Jiang Jing roared in his heart. It was so hard to find this guy, and how could he let this peeping Tom slip out from under his nose? Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately executed the instantaneous flash step. In the last second, the river mirror that was still at the bottom of the water hole. In the next second, it appeared on the surface of the water and stopped the little monster in its tracks. Squeak! To Jang Jing's slight surprise, the little monster let out a mouse-like squeal, and its tiny body forcefully twisted in midair. Immediately afterward, it made a very silky turn and sped toward the cave's entrance location. Lost pupil phantom sable. No wonder it's so well hidden. Even I was almost fooled by you, little master. Jang Jing had digested all the contents of the monster encyclopedia, and at this moment, he recognized what species of monster the other party was with just a glance. Misty pupil phantom sable, rare class spirit beast, speed as fast as lightning, strength and physique on the weak side, specializes in the use of illusions and mental attacks. But, why is it hiding in a puddle? Was it just to spy on Jang Jing and Xiaomei? Nope, it was in this pool of water yesterday. Only Jang Jing didn't find it yesterday until today. In other words, it was Jang Jing and Xiaomei who had disturbed the little guy. The little guy was leisurely soaking in the hot springs, but the arrival of Jang Jing and Xiaomei scared it into hiding under the water. What was even more excessive was that Jang Jing and Xiaomei even performed the human cave-in in front of it. I don't think the little guy can read it, can he? Mud, shame on you. Seeing that the misty pupil mirage sable was about to fly out of this cave, Jang Jing immediately threw away the random thoughts in his head before shouting at Xiaomei, "Quickly stop it, pop!" As soon as Jang Jing's words fell, a whip shadow appeared at the location of the cave entrance. Just as Jang Jing sank to the bottom of the water, Xiaomei had jumped to the shore, got dressed, and went on alert. At this moment, a small mink was suddenly seen coming out of the water and trying to escape towards the cave. Without the need for Jang Jing to make a sound to remind him, Xiaomei waved her long whip and lashed out at the misty pupil mirage sable in a swift manner. Squeak! The misty pupil phantom sable just screamed as its body forcefully twisted once again, not only dodging Xiaomei's attack, but also flying towards the outside of the cave at an even faster speed. However, Xiaomei's tactics were more than that. Just when the mystic pupil phantom sable thought that he could escape without any problems, 8 long whip shadows suddenly dangled down above the cave entrance. Each whip shadow transformed into a golden python, which then intertwined with each other, laying a huge net that directly blocked the hole. The misty pupil phantom sable was only slightly stunned for a moment before the 9th whip shadow emerged from behind it and viciously lashed at its head. Pop! After a crisp sound, the misty pupil phantom sable screamed miserably, and its small body was smashed to the ground by the whip. At that exact moment, Jang Jing arrived underneath it with an instantaneous flash, then struck out with lightning speed and directly pinched the little neck of the misty pupil mirage sable. Squeak! The misty pupil phantom sable was instantly startled. Not only was it stomping its limbs desperately, its body was also twisting madly, and its mouth was emitting a series of screams. Be quiet! Jang Jing frowned, then threatened viciously. Try making one more noise? Believe it or not, I'll chop you into mincemeat? Perhaps understanding the human language, the pupil phantom sable immediately stiffened in place, a pair of ruby-like eyes, but also looked at Jang Jing in horror. The small body also could not stop trembling. However, in the next second, Jang Jing's head was slightly dizzy, and his vision suddenly became blurry. What's going on? Why is there a sudden feeling of wanting to sleep? River Mirror shook his head violently, trying to keep himself awake, but when he once again looked at the misty calcupal phantom sable, he was horrified to find that what he was pinching in his hand was not a misty calcupal phantom sable at all, but the neck of his precious daughter Jiang Mengmeng. Daddy, you're pinching me so hard. Oh, Jiang Mengmeng looked at Jiang Jing pitifully, her eyes red, a look of aggrieved blah, which can Jiang Jing gave heartache bad. However, just as Jiang Jing was about to let go of Jiang Mengmeng, the ancestral dragon tattoo on his chest suddenly became hot, and in the next second, a wave of warmth surged into his brain. Ka-ching! In just an instant, the image in front of Jiang Jing shattered apart, and Jiang Mengmeng's figure disappeared without a trace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you use an illusion on me, and step on my precious daughter to trick me? Little man, you're finished. Dad is angry and there are serious consequences. Chapter 61, a melon twisted by force is also very sweet. Squeak! As Jiang Jing's 5 fingers closed in with force, a series of screams came out of the misty pupil phantom sable's mouth, and its small body struggled desperately. However, Jiang Jing seemed to have really moved to kill. The strength in his hand was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like he intended to strangle the misty pupil phantom sable. Sensing Jiang Jing's murderous aura, a flash of panic flashed across the bottom of the bewitching phantom sable's eyes, and its screams became more urgent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The misty pupil phantom sable, who was pinched in Jiang Jing's hand, was breathing more and more difficult, and the strength of her struggle gradually became smaller, and her screams slowly stopped, as if she had already reached the end of her life. Honey, is that a ferret? Ha, it looks like it's hurt. Right at this moment, Xiaomei suddenly came to Jang Jing's side, and also opened her eyes wide, looking at the misty pupil mirage sable with a face full of curiosity. Jang Jing was slightly stunned by what he heard, and subconsciously loosened his hand, while at the same time carefully observing the misty pupil mirage sable in his hand. Just like Xiaomei said, this misty pupil mirage sable was indeed injured, and it was still a very heavy injury. The little guy had a claw mark on his abdomen that was deep enough to see through to the bone. The scar ran from the bottom of its neck, all the way down to its stomach, and it only took a few more moments of force to open it up. Perhaps, the lost pupil phantom sable is trying to use this hot spring to nurse his wounds, right? After all, after Jang Jing soaked in the hot springs, not only did he relieve his own fatigue, but his mental strength also recovered rather quickly. Hubby, this little guy doesn't seem to be hostile to us. Why Don, you just let it go? Xiaomei seemed to have compassion for the misty pupil phantom sable. Women, by nature, have a love for small furry animals. Fluffy plus critters plus cute plus pathetic plus not hostile plus soft and helpless. With this series of halo enchantments, not to mention Xiaomei, even Jang Jing was a little bit reluctant to do so. But, Jang Jing's heart was hardened, and he did not intend to let go of the misty pupil phantom sable so easily. After only a brief thought, he spoke. Little one, I know you can understand human language. I now give you two choices. First, I can let you go, but before I do, I'll have to beat you up real bad, because you used illusions on me, and used my precious daughter to trick me, and that is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. As soon as Jang Jing said this, the misty pupil phantom sable, who had just taken a few breaths, immediately became tense again. In the eyes of the mystic pupil phantom sable, Jang Jing was not only ruthless and cold-blooded, but also that tattoo pattern on his chest caused it to feel a sense of scorn and fear from the depths of its soul. On top of that, the mystic pupil phantom sable was in a state of serious injury, and if it was beaten up by Jang Jing, the chances of it surviving were infinitely close to zero. So, can the misty pupil phantom sable not be afraid? Ha! Seeing that the mystic pupil mirage sable revealed an expression of fear, Jang Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly twice and continued. Second, I can spare your life, and I can also cure your injuries, and I can even let you shed your bones and be reborn in nirvana. However, you must sign a master-servant contract with me. I'm the master and you're the servant. From now on you're my contracted beast. My time is limited. I'll only give you a minute to make considerations, so you're on your own. Trying to gain the recognition of a spirit beast and have it willingly recognize you as its master is a very difficult thing to do. Otherwise, even if you bullied it, insulted it, tortured it, or even beat it to death, it would not be able to sign a contract with you. The main one is that one should never go against a woman's wishes. But, Jang Jing favored to try to go against it. Is a twisted melon sweet or not? What the hell? Let's twist it off first. If you can't twist it off, then destroy it. Swish. Immediately after Jang Jing finished saying these words, he flipped his left hand and directly took out a phoenix blood fruit from inside his storage ring. Squeak! Suddenly smelling the rich spiritual chi emanating from the phoenix blood fruit, the misty pupil phantom sable was first slightly stunned, followed by an urgent cry, only to see it staring at the phoenix blood fruit in Jang Jing's hand, twisting its body frantically, and its four little short legs stomping desperately in midair, with the harumphs at the corners of its mouth almost flowing out. Be quiet, don't make me kick your ass right now. Jang Jing frowned and deliberately put on a vicious expression, while also slightly closing his 5 fingers, as if he wanted to strangle the mystic pupil mirage sable with one hand. Fruity. Being scared by Jang Jing like this, the misty pupil phantom sable immediately became honest. Next, the small eyes of the misty pupil phantom sable, which were like rubies, kept gurgling around, as if they were thinking about how to make a choice. Jang Jing also did not urge it, just put the phoenix blood fruit in his hand, gently threw upward, and then catch, and then again threw upward, and then catch. The little eyes of the bewitching pupil phantom marten just kept moving up and down along with the rise and fall of the phoenix blood fruit, and along with it, its little heart was also following the ups and downs. Ha! Xiaomei, who was standing by the side, seemed to be amused by the silly appearance of the misty pupil phantom sable, although she didn't know what Jang Jing was going to do. As Jang Jing's wife, she would unconditionally stand on Jang Jing's side no matter what he was going to do and would support him without hesitation. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. At home you follow your father. When you marry you follow your husband. When he dies you follow your son. A faithful man does not serve 2 masters. A good woman does not serve 2 husbands. These are all concepts that Xiaomei has had engraved in her bones since she was a child. Deeply rooted and unable to be erased. There is no way to save it. Squeak! Suddenly, the misty phantom sable suddenly softly called out twice, and then raised its hands above its head, making a surrender gesture. This scene directly froze Xiao Mei in her tracks. Never in a million years would I have thought that this little guy would be so humane. As for the river mirror, although a flash of delight flashed through his heart, his face did not show any expression. Swish! Jang Jing loosened his right hand, then placed the misty pupil phantom sable on the ground, while at the same time getting ready to capture the little guy. The hell knows whether the misty pupil phantom sable is truly submissive, or is it pretending to be submissive and then trying to take advantage of the opportunity to escape? You can't be too careful about preventing mink. Squeak! After landing on the ground, the mystic pupil phantom sable first looked at Jang Jing with complicated eyes, then at the phoenix blood fruit in Jang Jing's hand, then after a slight hesitation, he reached out and patted his small head. A magical scene appeared. Only a small vortex made of energy suddenly appeared on the head of the mystic pupil phantom sable, and immediately afterward, a blood drop-shaped mark lit up underneath the vortex. This seal emitted a dazzling light and it flickered. It's like forgetting to fasten your seatbelt while you're driving and a flashing sign on the main control screen is reminding the driver to hurry up and fasten their seatbelt. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, dripping it onto this glowing mark. In the next second, the mark that was flickering immediately stabilized and was also clearly branded on the forehead of the mystic pupil mirage sable. At the same time, Jang Jing's heart also developed an additional marvelous sensation. It was as if he had established some sort of special connection between him and the mystic pupil phantom sable, and he could also clearly sense the other party's thoughts at the moment. Quickly, master, I want to eat the fruit. Greedy, ooh, river mirror. Chapter 62. From now on, your name is Sable. Ding. The host has signed a master-servant contract with the misty pupil phantom sable, a 5th grade spirit beast, obtaining feedback from the contracted beast, with plus 100 spiritual strength. A sudden system beep almost flashed Jang Jing's waist. He never thought that signing a contracted beast would even allow him to get feedback from the other party. The mental power had increased by 100 points, which meant that the duration of Jang Jing's activation of his natural bloodline and summoning the dragon soul possession had directly doubled. On top of that, the misty pupil phantom sable was good at using illusions and spirit-type attacks, and even though it was only a small 5th grade spirit beast, its combat power wasn't weak at all. Jang Jing was equal to obtaining a good fighting partner. General, this wave, earned. Squeak! The misty pupil mirage sable had been staring at the phoenix blood fruit, and its mouth was making incessant grunting noises, as if urging Jang Jing to hurry up and feed it. Ha! Jang Jing couldn't help but smile slightly and directly threw the phoenix blood fruit to the misty pupil mirage sable. Swish! The misty pupil phantom sable's eyes immediately lit up and immediately jumped up, spreading out its limbs and directly holding the phoenix blood fruit firmly in its arms. Immediately afterward, in the amused eyes of Jang Jing and Xiao Mei, misty pupil phantom sable sat on the ground, holding the phoenix blood fruit on click, not up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In less than half a minute's time, the mystic pupil phantom sable had eaten all of the phoenix blood fruit, only to see it stroke its rounded stomach with its little paw, belching, and an extraordinarily satisfied expression on its face. Sable, what's your name? Jang Jing squatted in front of the misty pupil mirage sable and couldn't help but reach out and touch its small head. Squeak! Not only did the bewitching mirage sable not resist Jang Jing, instead, it closed its eyes comfortably, and even rubbed its small head against Jang Jing's palm. This was a far cry from the way it had treated Jang Jing before. That cautious, frightened look. You don't have a name? Then let me help you get one. Before I can name you, I have to check your gender. Should that be okay with you? Squeak, 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 squeak. Be quiet. Ha, you're actually a female sable? Since you are a female sable, from now on, your name will be Sable. Silence, no words. Jang Jing had just given the little sable a good name, and he didn't expect the other party to immediately go quiet. Jang Jing thought that the little sable didn't like the name and was about to give it a new one. But who knew that in the next second, a powerful energy aura erupted from the little sable's body, only to see a piece of red light, firmly clinging to the surface of the body of the little sable, and is also constantly flipping, like a flame that is burning. That's right, the medicinal power of the phoenix blood fruit completely exploded. Sable is about to be reborn in nirvana. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Jang Jing's expectant eyes, the flames on Sable Cicada's body drilled into her body one after another, and soon disappeared cleanly. Immediately afterward, the claw mark on Sable's body, which was deep enough to be seen on the bone, healed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than half a minute, the claw mark then miraculously disappeared and there wasn't even a tiny scar left. On top of that, Sable's original breath, which was still a bit shriveled, immediately became fuller, and her snow-white fur became more oily. When Sable slowly opened her eyelids, those small ruby-like eyes unexpectedly blossomed with 2 sharp rays of light. Cicada, how do you feel now? Jang Jing suddenly grinned and shouted out Sable's nickname, and the latter was first slightly stunned before she excitedly called out, "Squeak squeak squeak." Sable Cicada screamed as she climbed onto Jang Jing's shoulder with lightning speed, and even rubbed her little head affectionately against Jang Jing's cheek. This scene, looking at Xiao Mei, was envious. Such a cute, and so humane, little ferret. She'd like to have one too. Ding! Contracted beast Sable Cicada is reborn in Nirvana, and its level has been raised to a 6th grade spirit beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining feedback from the contracted beast. Mental strength plus 200. The sudden system beep once again caused Jang Jing to freeze in place. I didn't expect that Sable Cicada would immediately raise a grade after eating the Phoenix blood fruit. What's more, he didn't expect that after Sable upgraded, he, the owner of the contracted beast, gained feedback again, and his spiritual power even increased by 200 points at a time. Host, Jang Jing. Level, 5-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 5120. Mental power, 400. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Body technique, Qingfeng steps, instantaneous flash. Ladder cloud vertical stance. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade breath, mad dragon slash. Qigong, true chi transformation. Skill points, 3. It was fully light. After Jang Jing teased Sable Cicada for a bit, he was ready to return to the cave with Xiao Mei and Sable Cicada. Just at this time, Xiao Mei, however, reached out and pulled Jang Jing, saying with a hint of hesitation on her face, "Hubby, can I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Jang Jing turned his head to look at Xiao Mei, and a trace of doubt flashed under his eyes as well. "That thing about the two of us being together, can we not announce it to the public yet?" "Why? I'm not actually from the Xiao family." Xiao Mei pursed her lips, then continued, "I was only favored by the old lady of the Xiao family when I was young. And then I promised the other party to stay in the Xiao family for at least 10 years and do my best for the Xiao family. Now that the 10-year period is down to the last 3 months, I'm worried." Hearing this, Jang Jing instantly understood Xiao Mei's mind. What Xiao Mei was worried about was nothing more than the Xiao family's refusal to release him. Fruity. After Xiao Mei paused for a moment, she opened her mouth again and said, "The Xiao family is a huge family, and all sorts of collusion within the family happens from time to time. If they don't know about us being together, if I'm going to leave the Xiao family at that time, I don't think the Xiao family will make things difficult for me. If they know I'm with you, there's no guarantee that certain people will get greedy, and there's even the possibility of holding me for ransom. After all, the Phoenix blood fruit in your hand is, by far, the most heaven-defying treasure found in the secret realm." Hearing this, Jang Jing's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He had already guessed that Xiao Mei might not be a member of the Xiao family, but he did not expect that Xiao Mei would stay in the Xiao family for a whole decade just because of a promise. What a silly woman. "Hubby, in fact, I can't wait to go with you right now. Wherever you go, I'll go, to the ends of the earth, and I'll follow you to the death. But, there are only the last 3 months left in the 10-year period, and I don't want to break my original promise, much less be a man of my word. During this time, let's pretend that we're just normal friends and don't let outsiders see anything, okay? 3 months from now, no matter what happens, I'm coming for you." River Mirror is not a cutie. He knew that Xiao Mei was doing this entirely for his sake. Only Jang Jing took a deep breath, then looked at Xiao Mei with incomparable seriousness and said, "Okay, I promise you. But, 3 months later, if the Xiao family refuses to let you go, I will personally come to their door and kill their entire clan." Chapter 63. Those who stand on Ruyan Lu's side can all disperse. Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. After Ruyan Lu woke up, she went into the kitchen and ordered herself a bowl of noodles, then sat down on the sofa in the living room with the bowl in her hand and ate absent-mindedly. On the coffee table in front of her lay a cell phone horizontally. The image displayed on the screen of the cell phone is the official live broadcast platform Rainy Night Butcher Jang Jing's personal live broadcast room. Ruyan Lu had waited for 4 hours, starting at 4 a.m. and continuing until 8 a.m. sharp. But, Jang Jing's live room was still in a state of signal interruption, and there was no telling when the connection would be restored. Why is it so hard to eat? Suddenly, Ruyan Lu spat out the noodles in her mouth, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. The noodles are awful. It's not even half as good as what River Mirror makes. The moment she thought of Jang Jing, Lu Ruyan's face immediately changed again. Ever since she and Jang Jing got married, Jang Jing hadn't let her get out of the kitchen. Usually 3 meals a day are made by Jang Jing, and Jang Jing gave all the money earned, not less than a penny, to her. Lu Ruyan only need to close to hand, food to mouth on the line. At that time, Lu Ruyan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world, because she had a husband who loved her, and was on the verge of spoiling her to the sky. Jang Jing is not only gentle and considerate, but also really handsome. handsome enough to make Lu Ruan want to sleep with him in her arms every night, and she even hated to turn Jang Jing into a little doll, stuffing it into her pocket and carrying it around every day. I remember one time, Ruan Lu and Jang Jing went to the movies. It was a martial arts movie interspersed with a love story between the hero and heroine. At the time, there was this scene in the movie that left a deep impression on Ruan Lu. The hero has just met the heroine for the first time, and because of a little misunderstanding, both parties fight. Immediately afterward, the male protagonist made a set of profound swordsmanship, and then cut off the female protagonist's clothes one by one. When she saw this, Lu Ruan couldn't help but turn her head to Jang Jing and ask half-jokingly, "Hubby, who is better in your sword skills compared to this male lead sword skills?" Jang Jing replied without hesitation, "I'm better than him." Ruan Lu, "I don't believe it." Jang Jing, "Why don't you try it at home tonight? I guarantee that I can cut off all the clothes on your body without hurting a single hair on your head." Ruan Lu, "Fine. Just give it a try. As long as you can do it, old lady will massage and wash your feet every day from now on." Results: that night, Jang Jing showed off a set of god-awful knife skills, and Ruan Lu's underwear was chopped up and her stockings were also chopped up. Of course, Jang Jing had only hacked Lu Ruan's clothes and stockings to pieces, and hadn't hurt a single hair on her head at all. But, Ruan Lu can't afford to lose. As soon as she thought of having to massage and wash Jang Jing's feet every day in the future, Lu Ruan's heart immediately recoiled. Perhaps relying on Jang Jing's favor to her, Lu Ruan greatly played the trick of denying the debt, and also made an even more demanding request to Jang Jing. "Honey, what's so unusual about chopping up a few dresses and a pair of stockings? If you have the ability, without hurting me, you cut all my hairs, I will admit that you are indeed powerful, and will be willing to gamble and accept defeat, and will wash and massage your feet every day in the future. Otherwise, you'll have to do the opposite and wash and massage my feet every day." Lu Ruan had thought that this time, it should be a sure thing to eat Jang Jing. Results: without saying a word, Jang Jing once again showed off a set of divine sword techniques. After 3 seconds had passed, Ruan Lu was completely dumbfounded. The hair is gone. She's lost it all. But, Lu Ruan just symbolically gave Jang Jing a massage once, and then left her job. But, Ruan Lu, however, became even more fascinated with Jang Jing's sword technique. During that period of time, Ruan Lu clamored every night to enjoy Jang Jing's knife juggling, and even wore erotic lingerie and stockings every night to serve as a model for Jang Jing's knife practice. Of course, the money for the lingerie and stockings was paid for by River Mirror. The person who said love at the beginning was Ruan Lu, and the person who said no love at the end was also Ruan Lu. It was Ruan Lu who said she wanted to get married in the beginning, and it was Ruan Lu who said she wanted to get divorced in the end. At the beginning, the person who clamored to be a sword model was Ruan Lu, and in the end, the person who disliked Jang Jing for cutting up countless pieces of underwear and stockings was still Ruan Lu. Think about it. Ruan Lu's face became more and more ugly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Obviously at the beginning of his own, he was so fond of Jang Jing, and even couldn't wait to stick together with him every day. Why did his later self, however, become more and more disgusted with Jang Jing, and even impulsively file for divorce with him? Love is love and marriage is marriage. It's two different things. In marriage, most of the time you have to deal with the blandness of wood, rice, oil and salt, lacking the kind of passionate excitement in love. Perhaps it was because of this blandness that Lu Ruan found it uninteresting and tasteless, and that's why she grew to dislike the unchanging Jang Jing. However, Jang Jing stepped into the secret realm this time. It was almost as if he had changed into a different person, subverting all of Lu Ruan's perceptions of him. Ruan Lu had to admit that her heart, which had been dormant for years, was beating again. It was as if when she was young, the first time she saw Jang Jing juggling knives there, Lu Ruan couldn't control her blush and heartbeat accelerated. But, Ruan Lu also knew Jang Jing's temper and character very well. Jang Jing is a typical Leo man, that is absolutely affordable. Put down, can be a second on the head, can also be a second down the head of the man. If River Mirror really laid his head on her, even if she knelt down in front of Jang Jing and kowtowed herself to death in the past, it was estimated that Jang Jing wouldn't generate even half a bit of sympathy. What to do? I seem to have lost my husband. He doesn't want me, does he? Woohoo! Drip! Right at this moment, Ruan Lu's cell phone rang an electronic beep. This was an opening beep that Ruan Lu had purposely set up for Jang Jing's live room. Specifically, swish! Without any hesitation, Lu Ruan hastily raised her head and quickly looked at the cell phone screen. River Mirror's live room finally resumed its connection. Only in the live broadcast image, Jang Jing and Xiao Mei were walking side by side at the bottom of the canyon, looking like they were preparing to return to the elite squad's temporary resting place, the cave on the cliff. However, look no further. Is this Xiao Mei? Why is she suddenly younger? Not good. This old woman must have eaten the phoenix blood fruit. Aha! Jang Jing actually gave Xiaomei a phoenix blood fruit? There was adultery. The two of them must be having an adulterous affair. Phew, phew, phew. Intense jealousy almost made Lu Ruan lose her mind. Only when she clenched her teeth fiercely and took several deep breaths in succession did she slowly suppress the anger in her heart. Immediately afterward, Ruan Lu squinted her eyes and scrutinized the facial expressions of Jang Jing and Xiaomei. First of all, Jang Jing and Xiaomei's demeanor were both very natural. There was nothing odd or unusual about them. Then, although the two walk side by side, but deliberately keep some distance, does not look like lovers' relationship, but more like colleagues' relationship. In the end, Jang Jing's mental state was very full, without any trace of fatigue on his face, and he didn't look like he had just done strenuous exercise. So, Jang Jing shouldn't have had sex with Xiaomei, right? If it was a man and a woman who had a relationship, no matter how much they tried to hide it, it would never be possible for them to see any hint of it. Oops, whatever. Even if Jang Jing and Xiaomei have done that, I will still snatch him back. I'm not doing this to prove how great I am, but I want to tell everyone that what I, Lu Ruan, have lost, I must get it back with my own hands. Chapter 64 Poisonous Snake Attacks. Lao Lu calls Jang Jing his righteous father. The Secret World. Canyon Bottom. Jang Jing and Xiaomei opened their smart bracelets at the same time, then quickly returned along the original path, intending to rejoin the elite squad. However, just as the two were about to reach the bottom of the cave, they suddenly stopped their advance. At the same time, both of them couldn't help but stare blankly ahead with their eyes and mouths wide open, dumbfounded, and both of their faces were filled with expressions of extreme shock. Snake, lots and lots of snakes, colorful, dense and overwhelming. Only thousands of poisonous snakes were seen huddled at the bottom of the canyon. They were intertwined with each other, and then adopting the stacking method, they were climbing upwards without stopping. Looking in the direction they were climbing, the end point turned out to be a cave located on a cliff face. When he pricked up his ears and listened carefully, he could still faintly hear the sounds of fighting and yelling coming from the cave. Not good. They're in danger. Xiaomei's face changed and she immediately drew out the long whip at her waist, seemingly ready to go support her comrades in the elite squad. However, Xiaomei had only just taken a step forward, and in the next second, a thick, fishy odor filled the air. As soon as she smelled this odor, Xiaomei's face changed once again, only to see her subconsciously cover her mouth and nose and take a quick step back, while also frowning slightly. That's right, the fishy odor is toxic. Although Xiaomei had already been promoted to a 6th grade martial artist, she still didn't dare to try to use her flesh and blood to touch these poisonous gases. It's fine, you've drunk my blood. You'll be temporarily immune to all virulent poisons for 3 days. Just then, Jang Jing's voice suddenly drifted over. Xiaomei heard a slight freeze. Her mind cannot help but recall Jang Jing for her cut flesh and feed blood thing. At this moment, a trace of warmth suddenly flowed through Xiaomei's heart, and her eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness as she looked at Jang Jing. I'll open the way in front. You stay close to me and we'll kill straight through. Jang Jing didn't give Xiaomei too much time to be melodramatic, and after throwing down these words, he immediately rushed up with his killing knife. Whoosh! Looking at Jang Jing's handsome back, the corner of Xiaomei's mouth curved up into a nice-looking arc before she followed closely behind him. Mad Dragon Slash. Spirit Snake Dance. Jang Jing opened the way with his sword chi in the front, while Xiaomei covered Jang Jing with her whip shadow in the back. But, the battlefield is ever-changing. Whenever Jang Jing's moves were used up and there was a pause of so many moments in between, Xiaomei would immediately take his place and be responsible for opening up the way in the front, while Jang Jing obediently covered her with his sword chi in the back. When Xiaomei was exhausted, Jang Jing would quickly take her place. General. The two switched places. Jang Jing was in front of Xiaomei's body for a while, behind Xiaomei's body for a while on top of the crazy output, a while below to lie flat. It was as if the two of them had a heart-to-heart, and they worked together very well, practically interpreting the word silky smooth to the fullest extent. Boom boom boom. Ding. Host kills mutant viper. Blood value +3. Ding. Host kills mutant viper. Blood value +3. Ding. Host kills mutant viper. Blood value +3. A series of system beeps rang in his ears, but Jang Jing couldn't help but skim his lips, as if he was a bit disgusted with the low experience value. But, now is not the time to brush up and upgrade. It was imperative to go and support the elite squad before they all die tragically under the Viper's siege. Asterisk. Every time you enter Jiangshan's live room, you'll get an unexpected shock. Mom, so many snakes, densely packed in black. I've got an acute phobia. How did so many poisonous snakes suddenly appear? Did the elite squad stab a nest of snakes? Jiangshan is as domineering as ever. A pig-killing knife, slashing the sky, chop up the earth. I'll cut down all demons and monsters. That said, have you guys noticed that Auntie May seems to have gotten younger? I'm going. Is this Auntie May? What? the young lady following Jiangshan. She's Aunt May? I know. Jiangshan must have given Aunt May a phoenix blood fruit. I didn't expect Aunt May to be so beautiful in her youth. It's almost like she's the most beautiful woman on earth. Aha! I admit I'm red-eyed. I want a phoenix blood fruit, too. Jang Jing had just turned his smart bracelet on when countless fans flooded into his live broadcast. At first, everyone's attention was focused on Jang Jing's body. After all, Jang Jing's divine hand of swordplay was simply like a visual feast, bringing an unparalleled sense of intense impact. However, I don't know which netizen it was that suddenly mentioned Xiao Mei. As a result, netizens turned their attention to Xiao Mei. Look no further. Auntie, who was mature and gorgeous last night, has turned into a sexy and flirtatious young lady at this moment. This scene naturally shocked the jaws of countless people. If Jang Jing and Suing Ro's Nirvana rebirth still had a portion of disbelieving netizens who remained skeptical, then Xiao Mei's Nirvana rebirth completely dispelled this portion of people's skepticism. Regardless of men and women, no matter how old they are, as long as they eat the phoenix blood fruit, they will surely be able to return to their old age and youthfulness. There is no doubt about the efficacy of the phoenix blood fruit. Boom! Under the joint efforts of Jang Jing and Xiao Mei, the snakes were quickly dispersed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jang Jing and Xiao Mei had executed their lightweight skills and quickly jumped onto the cliff platform. Then without making any stops, they turned around and killed their way back into the cave. Old 7, you're finally back. The moment Jang Jing had just stepped into the cave, Shu Gang's surprised shout came from his ears. Swish! Jang Jing hurriedly looked over at the sound, and in the next second, his expression became odd. Only Zhu Gang was seen as if he was drunk, his face flushed, his eyes confused, and his footsteps weak and feeble. In the face of the Viper's siege, the hammer in Zhu Gang's hand couldn't find a target, and every time he swung the sledgehammer 3 times, 2 of them must have smashed empty, and the rest of that time, it didn't hit the Viper's vitals, and at most, it could only cause some minor injuries to the other party. Other than Zhu Gang, Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Suing Rui were all in almost exactly the same state. Apparently, they've all been poisoned by snakes. Whoosh! Jang Jing didn't say anything, and arrived in front of Suing Ru with an instantaneous flash, only to see that he first cut his palm with a pig-killing knife, and then with a gentle flick, he directly flung a few drops of blood into Suing Ru's mouth. Gulp! Suing Ru subconsciously swallowed her throat and swallowed Jang Jing's blood. In the next second, Suing Ru's eyes became clear, and her face, which was still flushed, instantly returned to normal. Ancestral dragon bloodline. It's just so bullish. Old 7, you can't emphasize sex over friends. I'm poisoned too. Shu Gang's shouts floated over again, and the corners of Jang Jing's mouth twitched slightly as he immediately dodged in front of him. Call me righteous father and I'll help you cure the poison. Ha! If you don't call, forget it, I'll go and help the others with the poison first, so you hang in there for a while. Righteous father, stay back. My child really can't hold on much longer. So good, my father will help you cure the poison. Chapter 65, Jang Jing's true identity was revealed. Inside the cave, Xiao Mei guarded the entrance of the cave with 1 person and 1 whip, and most of the poisonous snakes were blocked by her. Jang Jing took this opportunity to first feed a few drops of blood to Suing Ro, and then sprinkled a few drops of blood once again and flung them directly into Zhu Gang's mouth at his cry of righteous father. It had to be said that the ancestral dragon bloodline was a real bull beer. In just a blink of an eye, Suing Lu and Zhu Gang's poisons were detoxified. After the 2 of them recovered, they immediately carried their weapons and aggressively killed the vipers that had broken into the cave. A look of hating to break these vipers into pieces. Swish! Jang Jing looked at Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu who were also suffering from snake venom before he raised his feet and walked towards them. However, as he passed by Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, Jang Jing did not even bother to look at the 2 of them and walked straight towards Xiao Wanqing who was further away. Righteous father! Stay back! Righteous father! Just then, 2 cries rang out almost simultaneously. River Mirror almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He never expected that Xiao Long and Xiao Hu would follow Zhu Gang's example and shout out to him as their righteous father, and that both brothers were looking at him with bated breath. That aggrieved little look, that sultry expression, almost made Jang Jing laugh. Swish! Jang Jing immediately stopped advancing and turned around to the front of the brothers, then without saying a word, he directly flung out a few drops of blood and poured them into the brothers' mouths respectively. Thanks! Thanks a lot! Xiao Long and Xiao Hu clasped their fists in unison and saluted Jang Jing before carrying their respective weapons and rushing over to help Zhu Gang and Suing Ro clear the poisonous snakes in the cave. Soon, Xiao Wanqing was the only one left in the cave who had yet to be detoxified. Jang Jing didn't talk nonsense and arrived in front of Xiao Wanqing with a flash. However, just as Jang Jing was about to raise his hand to spill blood, Xiao Wanqing suddenly flushed her pretty face, then gritted her teeth and said, Jang Jing, I will never recognize a thief as my father. Pust! Jang Jing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who asked you to be a father to a thief? Ah shucks. You're the thief. Your whole family are thieves. Mud. What goes on in this S-head all day? Swish. With a cold face, Jang Jing directly flung out a few drops of blood and poured them into Xiao Wanqing's mouth with unparalleled precision. I have a daughter. Without waiting for Xiao Wanqing to come back to her senses, Jang Jing rolled his eyes at her and said, my daughter is better behaved than you, more obedient than you, kinder than you, better than you in every way. You want to be my daughter, and I'm not happy about it. After throwing down these words, Jang Jing didn't care what expression was on Xiao Wanqing's face. He turned around and ran towards Xiao Mei's side. Xiao Wanqing. Ha ha, I'm amused by Jiangshan. Congratulations to the god of Jiang, receiving 3 righteous sons at once. Ha 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 ha. Father Jiangshan, I want to be your righteous son too. Have you noticed that since Jiangshan returned to his old age, his mentality has also become younger, lively, naughty, bad and gangly? I like it so much. Oh, Sister Wanqing's expression is so funny. How much does Jiangshan dislike her for accepting 3 righteous sons but only refusing to accept her as a righteous daughter? Ha 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 ha. Jiangshan said he has a daughter? Is that true? Woo woo. Why can't I have a good reincarnation and just become the daughter of the river god? Upstairs. Not in this lifetime. Don't even think about it in your next life. The official livestream has been buzzing. No matter what happens in the secret realm, even if it's just something a little bit bigger than a sesame seed, it can cause heated discussions among netizens. Suddenly, I don't know who posted a picture of Jang Jing selling pork in the official forum. The whole internet was abuzz at this moment. The netizens began a human search, and in less than a moment, the real identity of Jang Jing was revealed. The bearer of the Ngao Tao Wan food market, son inherited his father's business, killing pigs for 20 years, nicknamed the Little Prince of Pork. Jang Jing and Lu Ruan married 18 years. The two have a daughter named Jiang Mengmeng. Mengmeng Jiang entered Binhai University and is currently studying in the Department of Financial Management. The power of the internet is terrifying. Not only did they pick out Jang Jing's true identity, but even his wife, Lu Ruan, and daughter, Jiang Mengmeng, were all picked out. Jiangshan is a pig killer? Isn't Jiangshan the head of the Zheng family? Isn't he the rainy night butcher who killed his way through the southern region of Miaozhong? How did he turn into a pig killer? What do you know? It's called hiding in the city. That's right. A big hideout in the city. A small hideout in the wild. A deep hideout in the sea of people. A hidden weapon in the body. The masters are hidden in the people. Wow. The way Jiangshan kills a pig. It's really handsome. I like it so much. Oh, where does the river god sell pork? I'm going to bag his pork stall. Even though Jang Jing's true identity was revealed, the fans' admiration and passion for him did not diminish. Instead, after seeing such a grounded photo of Jang Jing, the fans felt that the distance between themselves and Jang Jing was instantly brought a great deal closer. Even some of Jang Jing's wife fans are already fantasizing about it. Husband went to sell pork during the day. She was responsible for collecting money on the sidelines, and after closing the stall in the afternoon, the two of them together with the sale of leftover pork to make a few dishes, and then a few drinks, and then at night through the strength of the drink was sleeping together. Such a simple and happy day. I feel weak in the knees just thinking about it. Unfortunately, Jang Jing is married and has a daughter who just came of age. Aha! How did that happen? Who the hell is Ruyan Lu? What makes her the wife of Brother Mirror? Who is she to monopolize Brother Mirror's favor? What is her right to be the wife of Brother Mirror? Breaking news, Jang Jing and Lu Ruyan came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they are suspected to have gone through divorce procedures. Just then, a post appeared in the official forum, and it was titled with an extraordinarily compelling title. This post was instantly top trending. Countless netizens with the mindset of eating the food have clicked in, as if they want to see if it's true or not. Results. Netizens just clicked on the post and saw a set of photos. Jang Jing and Lu Ruyan in the photo not only stood in the doorway of the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the hands of both of them, each of them also held a small book similar to a divorce certificate. Jiangshan is really divorced? No way. Jiangshan is such an excellent man. How could Ruyan Lu be willing to divorce him? But then again, this ex-wife of Jiangshan's is really pretty and has a first-rate body. It's simply the ceiling of the young women's world. So, Jiangshan is now single? Aha! Great! Mirror brother is divorced, so I'll have a chance. Brother Mirror, I'm a gentle and virtuous woman, usually especially fond of small children. I can be a little mother to Meng Meng. Upstairs, you want to eat. Chapter 66, Lu Ruyan was depressed. Yu Lily awakened. Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. Ruyan Lu didn't go to work today, but instead took a day off and stayed home alone to watch the Secret Adventure livestream. Just as he saw Jang Jing detoxify his teammate and then prepare to go support Xiao Mei, a WeChat message suddenly popped up on his cell phone screen. Lu Ruan, you divorced Jang Jing? Emoticon, horror. Lu Ruan, who had steeply seen this WeChat, had her heart violently tightened, and almost subconsciously wanted to deny this fact. However, the next second, Lu sent her another WeChat. You Lu Ruan, someone at the official forum broke the news that you and Jang Jing are divorcing, and took pictures of you walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Even the divorce certificate in your hands was clearly photographed. Willow Ruan, what? In the end, which one actually dares to secretly film me and Jang Jing? Lu Ruan, you really divorced Jang Jing? Lu Ruan, Lily, this matter can't be clarified in a moment. In short, there is a little misunderstanding between Jang Jing and I. As long as we explain things clearly, we will immediately remarry. Lu Ruan. Lu's face became ugly. She only saw that she exited the WeChat chat interface, and then logged into the official forum, not expecting to see at the first glance the top position. A post about her divorce with Jang Jing appeared. Using almost trembling fingers, Lu clicked on the thread. Results. In the next second, her face was completely grim. I don't know which boring plus unethical person actually took a picture of her and Jang Jing walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau together. The point was that neither Lu nor Jang Jing were public figures, much less any big celebrities. Is the person who took this picture out of their mind? Or is he or she just fed up with nothing to do? A sneak peek is a sneak peek. Offhand, this person had to post the photo online. Are you up? Did I dig up your family's ancestral grave? Or did I kill your parents? Why do you want to hurt me so much? Lu Ruan can fully imagine that when those female fans of Jang Jing learned that Jang Jing has been divorced news, they would surely be like hungry wolves, pouncing on Jang Jing, even trying everything to climb into his bed. It is often said that when a man chases a woman, he is separated by a mountain, and when a woman chases a man, she is separated by a veil. If Jang Jing can't hold on and is seduced by some vixen, won't I lose a lot of money? At the thought of this, Lu instantly panicked a little, but she didn't know what to do. After all, it's a fact that she divorced Jang Jing. Even if she wanted to refute this thread, she couldn't come up with strong evidence. At this moment, Lu Ruan's mood was simply bad to the extreme, and at the same time, she hated the person who posted this. Marina Del Rey, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Lily held her cell phone, staring intently at the post about Jang Jing and Lu Ruan's divorce, and the expression on her face was wonderful to the extreme. 3 parts shock, 3 parts doubt, 3 parts disbelief, and 91 parts ecstasy. No one knew that Lu had been secretly in love with Jang Jing for 22 whole years. She, like Lu, had moved hard when she first saw Jang Jing at the age of 18. Unfortunately, the teenage girl's reserve slowed her down after all. Lu Ruan confessed to Jang Jing first, which also led to Lily getting in the way of her girlfriends and having to endure the pain of snuffing out her own little bit of heart. However, God seems to be working against Lu. It was hard for Lu to suppress this love, but an incident that happened later on delayed this kind-hearted young girl for the rest of her life. It was a sunny afternoon. Lily accompanied Lu Ruan to find Jang Jing. The two walked along a river road, but the front suddenly rushed out a stray dog. Lily was bitten by a dog when she was a child, and her heart was left with a shadow. And at this moment she suddenly saw a stray dog rushing towards her, and was immediately scared and ran away. Who knows? Lily was so panicked that she accidentally fell into the river next to her as she was trying to avoid a stray dog. Lily, who couldn't swim, merely struggled a few times and quickly sank. At that moment, Lily was truly experiencing the feeling of death. Just when Lily was about to suffocate, her heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker, and her consciousness was getting fuzzy. A strong, powerful arm suddenly emerged from behind her, and clasped her upper body in a death grip. Immediately afterward, Lily felt herself being dragged and pulled, desperately swimming towards the surface of the water. At that time, Lily, already in a semi-comatose state, and her consciousness was blurred, she simply did not know what was happening behind her. But, the moment she regained consciousness, the first thing she saw was that Jang Jing was sitting on her knees and was giving her artificial respiration and CPR. At that moment, Jang Jing's anxious eyes, worried expression, as well as the eyes of a touch of vow to snatch people with the gods of death determination color, do not know to Lily's heart caused a great impact. It was at that moment that Lily's heartbeat value for Jang Jing instantly exploded. Unfortunately, Jang Jing, at that time, was already with Lu. Although Lily likes Jang Jing very much want to be with Jang Jing, even thought of not wanting any name, secretly do Jang Jing's underground lover. But, she couldn't do anything to backstab her best friend, and she didn't want to destroy the happiness between Jang Jing and Lu Ruan. In this way, Lily silently watched Jang Jing and Lu Ruan fall in love, watched them enter the marriage hall, watched them form a family, watched them give birth to a lovely daughter. Meanwhile, Lily has remained single and has never fallen in love. not even having a friend of the opposite sex around her, as if she has lost interest in all men. In these 20 years, every time Yu Lily dreamed, she would dream of the scene where Jang Jing jumped into the river and fought to save her. And, when Jang Jing was giving her artificial respiration, those warm lips, that soft touch, that kind of throbbing that made Yu Lily blush and her heart beat uncontrollably, appeared in her dreams every time. What do you mean by soulful? What do you mean by engraved? What do you mean? Once you see a river mirror, you'll be wrong for life? There was no one in this world who could experience this feeling better than Lily Yu. There are 3,000 diseases that affect people, but only lovesickness cannot be cured. And now, when Yu Lily learned that Lu Ruan and Jang Jing were divorced, her first reaction was regret. A million regrets. Gutted. If I had known that Ruan Lu was so unappreciative of Jang Jing, I could not have said anything to give Jang Jing to Ruan Lu in the first place. Jang Jing must be very sad and heartbroken right now, right? Otherwise, how could he suddenly join the death squad and step into the dangerous 9-death secret realm without a second thought? Jang Jing, nothing can happen to you, no matter what. You must get out of the secret world alive. Ruan Lu failed you. It's no big deal, because you deserve better. Better, someone who cherishes you more and loves you more. And, where you can't see, there is that one silly woman who has been silently liking you and has been silently worrying about you. You laugh, she laughs. If you're sad, she's sad. When you're happy, she's happy. Your knitted brows, a word or a line, or even a subtle expression inadvertently, can touch every nerve of this silly woman. You're her whole world. Phew, hoo. Yu Lily's breathing suddenly became rapid, only to see a blush appear on her pretty face, but her eyes flashed with a color of determination that she had never seen before. Silence, huh? Silence. If you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence. I've already missed Jang Jing for most of my life. Do I have to continue to write this regret to the end for the rest of my life? No, it can't go on like this. If I don't get crazy one more time, I'll be really old. Jang Jing, Jang Jing, listen to me. Since I'm Meng Meng's godmother, I'm your little wife. Ruan Lu doesn't cherish you. I'll cherish you. Ruan Lu doesn't love you. Doesn't love you. I've come to double the pain and love you. What's with all the girlfriendly bull asterisk. What kind of sisterhood is that? Get thee outta here. From this moment on, River Mirror, I only want you. Chapter 67. A mile of cauliflower snakes, 10 miles of non-venomous snakes. The secret world. Jang Jing took Xiaomei's place, a man in a sword dead guard at the entrance of the cave. Quite a kind of one man to hold the gate. 10,000 cannot open momentum. At this moment, the various poisonous snakes that had previously flooded into the cave had been cleared by the crowd. Perhaps it was because they saw Jang Jing alone at the entrance of the cave. The crowd had all gathered around. Old 7, let me help you. No need. Brother Mirror, let me help you? Behave yourself, girl, and don't come over here and cause me any trouble. Jiang Realm, why don't you back off and rest for a while? I'm not tired. What blew the crowd's mind was that no matter who came forward to try to help Jang Jing along with the snakes, they would be ruthlessly driven back by him. What the hell? Is it fun to kill snakes? You're addicted to killing? Everyone didn't understand Jang Jing's behavior, and Jang Jing would never tell everyone that his cultivation method was different from everyone else's, and that the only way to upgrade was to fight monsters. Ding! Host kills mutant viper. Blood value +3. Ding! Host kills mutant viper. Blood value +3. Ding! Host kills mutant viper. Blood value +3. Listening to the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears, Jang Jing's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and his eyes kept flashing with excitement. Almost there. Almost up. As long as he cut down a few dozen more mutated vipers, he would be able to rise to a 6-star martial artist. Old 7, do you have an undying grudge against these vipers? Suddenly, Shu Gang came behind Jang Jing, and he also watched Jang Jing's snake-killing maneuver up close with a look of an idiot. While Jang Jing was hacking and killing the poisonous snake, he took the time to glance at Zhu Gang and said, just now, he was still mouthing the words of my righteous father. What? After the poison has been detoxified and there's no danger to your life, you've changed your tone to call me Old 7? Shu Gang couldn't help but blush his old face, only to see him scratch his head in embarrassment, then stammered for a long time before he finally simply skipped the sensitive topic. Don't say these hurtful words. We are good brothers. Why do we care so much? Right. Where the hell did these vipers come from? Before we entered this cave, we had long ago scoped out all 10 miles around, and there wasn't a single venomous snake in the vicinity at all. Why is it that early this morning they suddenly appeared below the canyon and launched a frenzied attack on us? Upon hearing Zhu Gang's inquisitive voice, all of them, except for Jang Jing, revealed expressions of curiosity and doubt. However, without waiting long for everyone to think about it, Jang Jing relieved the crowd of the doubts in their minds. Old 6. Have you ever heard the old saying? 1 mile of cauliflower snakes, 10 miles of non-venomous snakes. When Jang Jing said this, not only Zhu Gang felt even more puzzled, the rest of the people likewise had question marks on their faces. Old 7. Are you saying that we have a cauliflower snake in this neighborhood, so there are no poisonous snakes within a 10-mile radius? Old 6. You're very smart. Wait a minute. Since there are cauliflower snakes sitting here, what's with these vipers in front of us? Didn't you say that 1 mile of cauliflower snakes and 10 miles of no venomous snakes? Old 6. I just finished praising you for being smart, and you immediately turned stupid. Is this an attempt to slap my face? Jug on. Seeing that the crowd was feeling even more puzzled, Jang Jing shook his head in tears and laughed, speaking again, because that cauliflower snake has already been killed by you guys. Quiet. The cave was quiet for so many moments. Immediately afterward, it was as if the crowd had a heart-to-heart, and they all turned their heads in unison to look at a certain corner of the cavern, because in that corner was lying the corpse of a giant python with a reddish body. Just then, Jang Jing's voice drifted into the crowd's ears once again. The name of that snake was the red-scaled king brocade snake, which is known to be the scientific name of the cauliflower snake. The cauliflower snake you killed got its name, the red-scaled king brocade snake, because its skin was covered with a reddish pattern. Before, with it sitting here, all the poisonous snakes in the neighborhood were scared away, and now that it's dead, the poisonous snakes will naturally come and seize its nest. After all, we have successively discovered a purple jade ganoderma, as well as a large amount of thousand-year bells ooze in this cave. These heavenly treasures are fatally attractive to these vipers in front of us. After hearing Jang Jing's explanation, the crowd all revealed expressions of sudden realization. However, the group quickly reacted and looked at Jang Jing with stunned eyes. Why would River Mirror know this? How could he know so much about the ferocious beasts in the secret realm? Was it not his first time entering the secret realm? Old 7. How do you know so much? Could it be that this isn't the first time you've entered the secret realm? Ahem. Perhaps realizing that he had exposed certain secrets, Jang Jing hastily coughed dryly, then made up nonsense without blushing. Doesn't that our Jiang family have a book passed down from our ancestors? That what ancient herbalism secret book? In the last few pages of this secret book, there are also details of some wild beasts and poisonous insects. After all, our Jiang family is a medicine family, and when our old ancestor went up the mountain to collect medicine, it was inevitable that he would encounter all sorts of wild beasts and poisonous insects. Therefore, the old ancestors recorded information about these beasts and poisonous insects, also to warn future generations. Jang Jing earnestly finished the story, but the group stared at him with a half-hearted, unblinking look. Even Xiao Mei and Suing Rua had a hint of suspicion on their faces. Holy, I've made up the story so perfectly, and my acting skills have been utilized to the fullest. It can be said that there are no loopholes at all. And you guys don't believe me? What about the most basic trust between people? Can the guys still have fun together? Forget it. Believe it or not. Love it. As long as you're not embarrassed yourself, then it's others who are. Ding. Congratulations to the host's chi and blood values for breaking through 10,000 points. And his rank is automatically raised to a 6-star martial artist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 skill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade pack. Please open it. Right at this moment, a series of system beeps suddenly sounded in his ears, and a wave of warmth surged within Jang Jing's body. Literally. Finally upgraded. One step closer to the dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman. A look of delight appeared on Jang Jing's face, only to see him pull Zhu Gang to his body without saying a word. Old 6. Come and stand guard for me while I rest for a while. After throwing down these words, Jang Jing instantly made a flash and left the cave entrance location far away. Asterisk. Old 7. Why don't you say hello in advance too? Aha. My ass. Damn viper. How dare you sneak up on Master Fatty. Let's see how I'll smash you into a meat pie. Zhu Gang was originally standing behind Jang Jing in a daze, but he never expected that Jang Jing would suddenly pull him in front of him. The consequence of doing so was that there were 5 or 6 poisonous snakes that bit hard on Zhu Gang's body right away. There was also a small, flowery snake that took advantage of Zhu Gang's hands and feet to directly bite on his butt. Zhu Gang was screaming in pain, and it was only after a burst of fumbling that he ripped off all the poisonous snakes hanging on his body. Immediately after that, the furious Zhu Gang swung his sledgehammer and ruthlessly smashed into the group of snakes in front of him. Only, the flash of resentment that flowed out from the bottom of Zhu Gang's eyes resembled a young daughter-in-law who had just passed through the door and had been miserably abandoned by her husband. So aggravating. Wanted to cry, but couldn't. It hurts my ass. It's hurting on both sides. Chapter 68 Jang Jing Upgrade. Xiaomei making up lies for love. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 6-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 10,000. Mental power, 400. Kickboxing, Basic Kickboxing. Body technique, Xingfeng steps, Instantaneous flash. Ladder cloud vertical stance. Blade technique, Blast wind blade technique. Blade breath, Mad dragon slash. Qigong, True Qi transformation. Skill points, 6. Brother Tuzi. I want to learn top-notch sword techniques. The first thing Jang Jing wanted to do after raising his rank to a 6-star martial artist was to learn a top-notch blade technique. Ding! Will the host consume 4 skill points to automatically comprehend a top-tier blade technique? Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Jang Jing forced down his inner excitement and murmured with incomparable certainty. Yes, ding! Congratulations to the host for automatically comprehending the top-tier sword technique, Juntian battling blade technique. At this moment, Jang Jing's skill points were instantly deducted by 4, and a huge wave of information suddenly surged in his mind. The Jintian Batu technique is an extremely difficult, explosive, and terrifyingly destructive blade essential technique. Chopping heaven drawing blade technique. The only thing that comes out is one blade for life, one blade for death. Life and death come from no two blades. The art of Jintian drawing the sword, which has extremely high requirements for the inner realm and spirit of the practitioner, requires a strong willpower to burst forth in calmness and instantly enter the realm of human sword unity in order to bring into play the destructive power of destroying the heavens and the earth. In just a split-second's effort, Jang Jing had automatically comprehended the essence of the heaven-slashing battling technique and completely mastered this terrifying must-kill technique. Swish! When Jang Jing slowly opened his eyes suddenly flashed with a bloodthirsty blade aura, and his entire body exuded a dangerous and terrifying aura. Highly skilled people, often with just a look, can scare the piss out of their enemies. This was the feeling that Jang Jing was giving off at the moment. Dangerous people, stay away. Cherish your life and stay away from river mirrors. The other side, Xiao Wanqing was staring blankly at Xiao Mei, until she confirmed that the young lady in her early 20s in front of her was Aunt Mei, who had accompanied her for nearly 10 years. Xiao Wanqing's face finally changed. Envy. Real name Envy. What woman under the sun doesn't love beauty? What woman doesn't want to stay young forever? The first thought that came to Xiao Wanqing's mind after seeing the magical effects of the phoenix blood fruit was that no matter what the cost, she had to get a phoenix blood fruit from Jang Jing's hands. But Jang Jing, however, clearly told everyone that there were only 2 phoenix blood fruits in total. Suing Ro ate 1 and he himself ate 1. Nope. The simple word gone from Jang Jing's mouth almost made Xiao Wanqing lose her mind and explode on the spot. At that moment, she couldn't wait to cut open Jang Jing's stomach and then pull out the phoenix blood fruit that Jang Jing had just eaten. Aha! You can still eat it if you wash it. In the past 2 days, although Xiao Wanqing appeared as if nothing had happened, in her heart, she had been thinking about the phoenix blood fruit. Even when she slept at night, she could dream that she had eaten the phoenix blood fruit and was then reborn in nirvana and youthful. I thought that I had just missed out on the phoenix blood fruit in my life. After all, the phoenix blood fruit is not some crappy cabbage. The formation of the conditions are too harsh. It must be if the legendary phoenix fell after the fall, with their own body's essence blood breeding. It could be said that it was already a great fortune for an ordinary person to see a phoenix blood fruit in their lifetime. If you want to encounter the phoenix blood fruit again, even if the graves of your ancestors have gone up in smoke, you may not be able to encounter it. Xiao Wanqing was on the verge of dying. However, just for today, Aunt Mei, who was already 40 years old, actually appeared alive in the image of a young girl. Therefore, could Xiao Wanqing not feel shocked? Aunt Mei, Jang Jing he gave you a phoenix blood fruit? Xiao Wanqing's heartbeat and breathing sped up by a few points, and in her eyes, in addition to shock, a touch of anger and resentment vaguely surfaced. That old bastard Jang Jing, didn't you say that there were only 2 phoenix blood fruits in total? What's going on with Auntie Mei's situation now? Xiao Mei had long expected Xiao Wanqing to react this way, only to see her stroke the hair around her cheeks and say in a very calm tone, Wanqing, Jang Jing did give me a phoenix blood fruit. What? That old liar Jang Jing. I should have thought that he definitely has more than just 2 phoenix blood fruits in his hands. Xiao Wanqing was enraged. She never expected that Jang Jing, who looked all righteous and moralistic on the outside, would not actually blush or gasp when he lied. Men, indeed, are no good. Aunt Mei, what exactly happened between you and Jang Jing? For a man like him who is so petty and stingy, how could he spare a phoenix blood fruit for you? Xiao Wanqing finally asked to the point. A pair of clear and cold Danfang eyes were also staring tightly at Xiao Mei with an expression of desperately wanting to know the answer. At this moment, Xiao Mei's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, although she really didn't want to deceive Xiao Wanqing, but when she thought of her husband, Jang Jing, she immediately became ruthless and started making up lies. I just helped Jang Jing a small favor. He gave me a phoenix blood fruit. This matter, I also feel very surprised. Auntie Mei, what favor did you do him? Wanqing, see that little sable in Jang Jing's arms? I just helped him catch that little sable, and I didn't expect him to give me a phoenix blood fruit once he was happy. Ha! Xiao Wanqing looked over in the direction Xiao Mei was pointing. It was soon discovered that Jang Jing, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was bulging in his arms as if he was hiding something. Immediately afterward, Xiao Wanqing's eyes narrowed, only to see a small sable covered in snow-white fur that looked to be only the size of a palm, with eyes as beautiful as rubies, suddenly poking its head out of Jang Jing's arms, and was looking around curiously. Aunt Mei, are you sure he gave you a phoenix blood fruit after you just helped him catch that little sable? Aha! It doesn't make sense. With Jang Jing's petty and barbaric character, how could he possibly spare you a phoenix blood fruit just because of such a small favor? Jang Jing said that little sable is a very rare spirit beast. Not only can it sign a master-servant contract with a human and become the human's fighting partner, but it can also enhance its master's cultivation and feed back tons of benefits. Xiao Mei was a little guilty and conscience-stricken at first. After all, she had been following Xiao Wanqing's side for 10 whole years, and she still had more or less some feelings for this big miss of the Xiao family. She also didn't want to lie and deceive Xiao Wanqing. But Jang Jing is her husband. Xiao Mei had a clear idea of which was more important, her husband or the young lady. In order to temporarily conceal her relationship with Jang Jing, in order to smoothly leave the Xiao family, in order not to bring unnecessary trouble to Jang Jing, this lie, it must be told. However, seeing the flash of longing and unwillingness in Xiao Wanqing's eyes, Xiao Mei's heart instantly softened again. Wanqing, why don't I go beg Jang Jing? Only Xiao Mei pursed her lips, then spoke, perhaps for the sake of me helping him catch little sable, he will also give you a phoenix blood fruit? Auntie Mei, there's no need for you to beg him. Xiao Wanqing suddenly raised her willow eyebrows, then turned her head and fiercely glared at Jang Jing, who was not far away. Later, I'm going to personally talk to him. Xiao Mei. Chapter 69 Bloodline Inheritance. Blue Flame Red Chain Serpent. The Caves. Jang Jing was immersed in the joy of the upgrade. Suddenly, he remembered that the system had also given away an upgrade pack. I wonder what surprises will open up this time. Brother Unicorn, open the upgrade packet for me. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately communicated with the system, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret method Bloodline Inheritance. As a system beep sounded in his ears, another stream of unfamiliar information flooded into Jang Jing's mind. Bloodline Inheritance, secret method. Using this secret method, one can pass on one's own natural bloodline to one's direct descendants. Note, the inheritor will not be affected by any side effects or weaken his or her own natural bloodline when using this secret method. Surprise! Surprised and delighted. At this moment, Jang Jing's eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly open, and his face was even filled with an expression of ecstasy. This secret method, isn't it tailor-made for the precious daughter Jiang Mengmeng? The original Jang Jing, on the contrary, hoped that Mengmeng could be like an ordinary family's child, plain, healthy, happy and carefree through this life. But the appearance of the entrance to the secret realm caused Jang Jing to feel a hint of uneasiness. Who could guarantee that those powerful ferocious beasts and demonic beasts inside the secret realm wouldn't suddenly break into the human world one day? Jang Jing was a traveler. Even something as bull as crossing over happened. So what else couldn't possibly happen? As the saying goes, save for a rainy day. For the past 2 days, Jang Jing had been pondering over a serious issue. Should we let Mo step into martial arts as well? Should we train her to become a powerful ancient martial artist? Should she be put on a completely different path from her otherwise quiet life? Jang Jing, who had been thinking about it, finally decided that he would personally go and ask Mo about his thoughts and wishes. If she wanted to learn ancient martial arts, then Jang Jing would definitely support her and do his best to train her to become a powerful ancient martial artist as well. If she didn't want to learn ancient martial arts, then Jang Jing would never force her. But Jang Jing would do his best to protect her for the rest of her life, so that she could live this life without any worries. General, regardless of what choice Meng Meng made in the end, Jang Jing, the father, must save for a rainy day and prepare the resources for his daughter to cultivate ancient martial arts in advance. Swish! Thinking of this, Jang Jing couldn't help but sink his consciousness inside the storage ring. The phoenix blood fruit could allow Meng Meng to shed her bones and be reborn in nirvana, and from then on, she would have a good body that was perfect for practicing ancient martial arts. The 1000-year Bell's milk liquid could quickly boost Mo's chi and blood values, and it wouldn't leave any side effects. As for the ink leaf lotus, this stuff doesn't do much for Mo. 12 lotus seeds could only increase their lifespan by 12 years, so it would be better to cultivate Meng Meng into a 9th grade martial artist. Wouldn't it smell better to increase their lifespan by a total of 310 years? So, it was only then that Jang Jing decided to sell the ink leaf lotus and then give all the money earned to Meng Meng as pocket money. Meng Meng usually loves snacks in particular, and is a total snacker. Aha! Pocket money must be given in full. Definitely don't need to make her crave other people's snacks. In addition to these, inside Jang Jing's storage ring, there were also 2 crystal cores of demonic beasts, one green and one black. If he could find some rare ores, he could give both the ores and the crystal cores to Old Six and ask him to help build a weapon for Meng Meng while he was at it. Old Six is, after all, a descendant heir to the Dryads. Playing iron, he sure is good at it. Finally, it was the secret method that Jang Jing had just obtained, bloodline inheritance. If Meng Meng could also activate the ancestral dragon bloodline, it would simply be a tiny version of Jang Jing. In the future, if anyone dared to bully her, without Jang Jing's help, Meng Meng herself would be able to beat the other party to the point where she wouldn't even recognize his mother. Aha! If you look at it that way, it seems like it would be pretty good to let Mo learn ancient martial arts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Here comes a big guy. Old 7. Quickly, come quickly and help me. Just then, Shu Gang's shouts suddenly drifted over. Jang Jing first froze slightly at the words, then immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. Boo! It was also at this moment that Zhu Gang seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, as his entire body took several consecutive steps back. His face flushed red beyond recognition, while also looking out of the cave with a terrified look. Swish! In the eyes of the people who were horrified, a huge and incomparable snake's head, unexpectedly, slowly poked in from outside the cave. The triangular head is covered with black and red patterns, a pair of turquoise eyes, pupils are vertical diamond-shaped. Sea people is extraordinarily panic. A bloody mouth was tightly closed, but the serpent's letter that spat out of its mouth from time to time, as well as the sharp fangs that flashed by, all exuded a creepy and chilling aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Blue flame red chain snake. Everyone be careful. Not only does this guy spit poison, he also spits fire. If you accidentally touch its flames, ordinary water can't douse it at all, and you can only consume a large amount of true chi to counteract the damage caused by the burning flames. The moment Jang Jing said this, everyone present changed their faces. A fire-breathing snake? A flame that can't be doused by water? You can only use your true chi to resist the damage from the burning flames? I'll go. Is that ing fire? Or is it gasoline? If you accidentally get a little spark of fire on your body, won't you burn your whole body? How the hell is this going to play out? Hisses. Just as the crowd was slightly stunned, the blue flame red chain snake suddenly opened its bloody mouth, not only revealing 2 sharp and long fangs, but a faint blue light seemed to light up deep in its throat. Not good. It's going to breathe fire. In this instant, the thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd almost simultaneously. Swish swish swish. Without the need for Jang Jing's voice to remind them, the group was like frightened rabbits, immediately scattering in all directions, searching everywhere for a cover that could avoid the flames. Crap! Who dares to carry this kind of flame hard? Injuries are trivial. I'm just afraid that my clothes will be burned and then I won't be able to mosaic them in time in front of my friends and viewers across the country. That would be embarrassing. However, in order to collect the 1,000-year-old stalactites, the stalagmites inside the cave had long been smashed by everyone, and now a glance overlooked that there was no shelter inside the entire cave that could hide from the flames at all. Done. There's nowhere to hide. It's going to be a roast suckling pig. At this moment, the entire elite squad, with the exception of Jang Jing, this thought surfaced in the minds of the rest of them. It was also at this moment that a silhouette, however, unexpectedly, ran directly towards the blue flame red chain snake with lightning speed. Whoosh! In the eyes of the dumbfounded crowd, Jang Jing arrived in front of the blue flame red chain snake with an instantaneous flash, and at the same time, he also put the pig-killing knife in his hand and slashed it fiercely at the other party's bloody mouth. Look out! Brother Mirror! Old 7! A few cries of alarm came, but they didn't shake Jang Jing's resolve. Even though the mouth of the blue flame red chain snake had lit up with a dazzling blue light, even though a ball of flame emitting a powerful aura was churning in its mouth, seemingly about to completely erupt in the next second. But, as if he had ignored the other party, Jang Jing resolutely raised the pig-killing knife and slashed down hard at its bloody mouth. Mad Dragon Slash. Boom! Chapter 70, Giant Snake Fury. Jang Jing activates Gifted Bloodline. Rumble. A blue flame violently erupted out, engulfing Jang Jing's figure in an instant. But, the flames came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the flames didn't even fully spread and quickly dissipated in the air. It felt as if a dumb cannon had been fired. Just a burst of sparks, and then nothing more. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the blue flame red chain snake's immense head unexpectedly shrunk back with lightning speed, and the entire snake body retreated outside the cave. It was at this moment that the fire completely dissipated and disappeared, and Jang Jing's figure was reflected in everyone's eyes. Only Jang Jing was half crouched on the ground. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his exposed skin was scorched and black. Fortunately, Jang Jing desperately protected his handsome face the moment the flames erupted so that he wasn't disfigured. He is Still, the most handsome boy in the world. Brother Mirror, are you okay? Suing Rua's movements were the fastest, and with a flash, she came to Jang Jing's side, then checked his injuries with a face full of anxiety. Xiaomei was the second person to come to Jang Jing's side, although her heart had been gripped in mid-air, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with the color of worry. However, she still stiffly stopped her advance, then biting her lips tightly, she stopped in front of Jang Jing and Suing Ru, not squatting down to check Jang Jing's injuries like Suing Ru did. 7. Are you okay? The remaining few people saw this and gathered around. Cough cough cough. Jang Jing coughed a few times, then slowly stood up straight. Wow, who knew that in the next second? Jang Jing's clothes turned into a pile of crummy powder, which fluttered and spilled directly from his body. Hiss. At this moment, a sound of sucking in cool air came from the surroundings. Although the upper half of Jang Jing's body was covered with various traces of being blackened by the flames, it couldn't hide his bronze-colored skin that glowed with a fascinating luster, as well as his toned muscles that exuded endless charm. Inverted triangle back, male dog waist, 8-pack abs. These are not enough to surprise everyone. Mainly, that overbearing dragon head tattoo on Jang Jing's chest. It's like it came to life, especially its eyes, which seemed to be staring at you all the time. The person staring couldn't help but feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. The rest of the people at the scene, except for Xiaomei, were all shocked by the tattoo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing Jiang Shen's tattoo again. This tattoo is too dominant. Who can help me get a tattoo of the same style of river god? I'm willing to pay a high price. I want to get a tattoo of a phoenix and make a couple with Jiang Shen. The dragon and the phoenix will be happy for a lifetime. Ouch, ouch. Mirror Brothers 8-pack abs. That's too tempting, isn't it? Husband is so strong. I love it. Husband, I want you to be savage and never take pity on me because I'm a delicate flower. River Mirror couldn't see the pop-ups in the official broadcast room, so he has no idea that he already has countless wife fans. And these wife fans? One more spirited than the other. One crazier than the other. This is also an eye-opener for men. The original woman is also good astringent. Once they are good astringent up, will be more rogue than men. The caves. River Mirror was angry. Luckily, he had only lost his shirt to the fire. His pants were still on, and he wasn't exposed in any key places. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the face to meet Xiaomei. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing suddenly made an instantaneous flash and chased straight out of the cave. The crowd first froze slightly when they saw this, then they also chased after him with their weapons. Just as he arrived outside the cave, he saw a giant snake more than 10 meters long, with a waist thicker than a bucket, its tail wrapped dead center around the edge of the platform, and its entire upper body standing up. Those green eyes were not only emitting a bloodthirsty glow, but they were also staring intently at the crowd running out of the cave. On top of that, the group of snakes that were originally attacking the cave had now gathered around the blue flame red chain snake. Not only did they heavily protect the blue flame red chain snake, but they were all staring at the 7 ancient martial artists of the elite squad with a wary look in their eyes. Is this the collection to protect our output? To deliver a fatal blow to the enemy? Hisses. While Jiang Jing and the others were still slightly stunned, the blue flame red chain snake opened its bloody mouth once again. This time, the body of the blue flame red chain snake swelled up violently, and its originally huge head was even more like a blown-up balloon, directly distending more than twice its size. At the same time, a blinding flash of blue fire quickly lit up deep in its throat. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura like a titanic pressure instantly enveloped the 7 people of the elite squad. Not good. This serpent is going to go ballistic. The crowd's minds had only just surfaced this thought when, in the next second, Jiang Jing, who was standing at the very front, moved. Whoosh! Only to see Jiang Jing's leg slightly bent, then violently stomped. The whole person jumped into midair with a single leap. Next, in the eyes of the dumbfounded crowd, Jiang Jing's short, black hair turned snow white in a matter of moments. At the same time, a dangerous and terrifying aura violently erupted from Jiang Jing's body. Aha! The river god has changed again. The next moment is the moment to witness the miracle. He's coming! He's coming! He's coming on the clouds. My intended lover is a gaijin, and one day he will take a killing knife, with a head of gray hair, bare shoulders, revealing a domineering dragon head tattoo on his chest, and then gently say to me, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention." Aha! Just thinking about it makes me so excited I can't close my legs. The 4th Hospital Psychiatry Chief Physician, upstairs. This side suggests that you as soon as possible for hospitalization procedures. Do not give up treatment. River God's great aunt, husband is so handsome. I love you. No matter how lively the official live broadcast room was, no matter how excited the netizens were, no matter how flamboyant River Mirror's wife's fans were, the secret world, the battle between the elite squad and the blue flame red chain snake continued. Boom! Just 3 seconds later, the blue flame red chain snake spewed out a huge and incomparable fireball. This blue fireball, as soon as it left the blue flame red chain snake's bloody mouth, immediately expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, its diameter exceeded 10 meters. That's right, an oversized fireball with a diameter of 10 meters was smashing down towards the 7 people of the elite squad at an extremely fast speed. Shoo shoo shoo. Almost subconsciously, the crowd cast out their respective masterstrokes and fiercely blasted at the huge fireball. However, this fireball seems to have the function of devouring, not only swallowed everyone's attacks cleanly, but also seemed to have expanded itself by a circle. At this moment, except for Jang Jing who was flying in midair, the faces of the rest of the people became ugly. Boom boom boom. Seeing that the fireball was getting closer and closer to everyone felt an unprecedented oppression, and even a premonition of death had surfaced in their hearts. However, at the critical moment, a cold and solemn voice suddenly floated over from above the heads of the crowd. Chopping Sky Battling. Choke. Chapter 71 Chopping Sky Drawing Technique. Jang Jing has become a god? In midair, River Mirror put his hand behind his waist and gripped the hilt of the killing knife with his backhand, only to see him squinting his eyes, staring dead on at the huge fireball that smashed over head on. The expression on his face was incomparably calm, and in his pair of deep eyes, not a single ripple could be seen. Choke. Suddenly, Jang Jing made a movement of drawing his sword, but he couldn't see the image of the killing knife being sheathed. But, heaven and earth, but there was a flash of a blade. Swish! Jang Jing loosened the hand that held the hilt of the knife, and a gangly and handsome smile surfaced at the corners of his mouth, and the pig-killing knife hanging behind his waist was as if it had never been unsheathed, still peacefully inserted in its sheath. Boom! Right at this moment, the huge fireball spat out by the blue flame red chain snake was actually neatly cut in half. Immediately afterward, the two halves of the fireball seemed to have gone out of control as if they had separated from left to right, bypassing Jang Jing and the rest of the elite squad, and finally smashing into the cliffs on both sides of the cavern. Rumble! Wow! After a burst of ground shaking, 2 large holes were instantly blown out of the cliff face, debris splattered and mud flew, only to see countless rocks and dirt, all rolling down the cliff wall in a sparse manner. At this moment, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Not far away, the blue flame red chain snake, maintaining the posture of spitting out fireballs, had its entire upper body stiffened in place. A pair of large green eyes were not only staring at Jang Jing in death, a look of horror and disbelief surfaced in their eyes. Snap! Jang Jing finally landed from midair. The moment his feet stepped on the ground, his flowing white hair gradually returned to black. Finish the fight and call it a day. As Jang Jing lightly spat out these 4 words, a vertical line of blood suddenly appeared on the blue flame red chain snake's head. Put! In the next second, a stream of blood sprayed out from the top of the blue flame red chain snake's head as if it were a fountain, spraying very, very high, and then spilling down towards the surroundings like a heavenly maiden. That's not all. About 3 seconds later, the head of the blue flame red chain snake, like a peeled banana skin, neatly split into 2 petals and hung down towards the sides. Quiet. The scene was quiet, but after a short period of silence, immediately a sound of pouring cool air rang out. It's raining under. It's raining blood again? The Rainy Night Butcher truly lives up to his name. What a terrifying sword technique. Is this a move that a human can make? In terms of swordsmanship alone, he has become a god. Expressions of shock to the extreme surfaced on the faces of Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu and Zhu Gang. Suingru looked at Jang Jing dumbfounded, a hint of infatuation flashing through her eyes. I don't know if it was excitement, or something else, but a hint of redness flashed across her pretty face. And then look at Xiao Mei. She, who was always mature and steady, unperturbed, and did not change her color even when Tarzan was pressing down on her, was also shocked by Jang Jing's knife and covered her mouth. Immediately afterward, Xiao Mei's face changed. Those flirtatious peach blossom eyes immediately swirled with surging waves of water, cascading, wave after wave, enduring. A tantalizing blush also surfaced on her beautiful face, and the heart can't help but thump. The pair of extraordinarily striking large headlights, but also in line with her rapid breathing, and up and down, trembling, shaking the ground. It was also at this moment that Xiao Mei's mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene where she and Jang Jing were cavorting in the hot spring pool. Phew, hoo, a screen full of mosaics, Marina del Rey, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Yu Lily was upset. Originally, she was watching Jang Jing's live broadcast and was seeing the key moment, but she didn't realize that a customer suddenly came to the store and specified that she should receive him personally. When Yu Lily put down her cell phone and rushed over to take a look, her face instantly became gloomy. Sun Jia, male, 50 years old, coal mine owner, typical thug. This guy bought a Grand Prix from this 4S store a month ago, and also met Lily Yu, who received him at that time. Since then, Sunja has been pestering you Lily non-stop. Sunja has been sending roses to Lily you every day for the past month. Even though you Lily threw the flowers into the trash can every time. And also more than once clearly rejected Sunja's pursuit. But the other parties still do what I do. The word dead skin to the extreme. Maybe it's because they have money in their pockets. Maybe they've gotten rich. Or maybe what they can't have is always scratching. In the face of you Lily's repeated refusals, Sunja gradually lost patience. Once, Sunja used the excuse of buying a car to ask you Lily out for dinner, then secretly drugged her wine and tried to force you Lily to do it. If you Lily hadn't been alert and realized something was wrong, and had left the meal early, she probably would have gotten away with it by Sunja that night. Aftermath. You Lily angrily calls Sunja and sternly warns that if Sunja dares to harass her again, she'll just report him to the police. Sunja seemed to be startled and immediately subsided, not continuing to pester you Lily. However, to you Lily's surprise, after Sun Shul had subsided for a while, he actually made a comeback and started pestering her again with his dead skin. Lily, I've got my eye on this car. Why don't you take me for a test drive? When you Lily arrived at the showroom, Sunja was already standing in front of a black Maybach and was looking at her with a smile on his face. When other people smile, at most 2 dimples will appear on their face. But when Sun Shul smiles, his face is full of dimples. You Lily, who saw this scene, almost couldn't help but throw up. Compared to the handsome Jang Jing, the fat, short, frustrated, dark-skinned, pleated little old man in front of him was like a maggot in a toilet. One word, disgusting to the core. Boss son, I'm sorry, I'm off duty. You'd better find someone else to take you for a test drive. You Lily threw down these words before turning around and walking away, and her face didn't hide the expression of disgust that appeared on her face. Lily, is this how you treat your customers? Hey, don't you go. Wait a minute. Lily, I have something to say to you. Seeing you Lily's look of oil and salt, Sunja's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and his face darkened completely. Only after he clenched his teeth and thought about it, a flash of viciousness suddenly flashed across his face. Immediately after, he then headed in the direction you Lily had left and quickly chased after her. You Lily didn't know that Sunja had already chased after her. She only had Jang Jing on her mind, wondering if Jang Jing would be injured or in danger when he faced that giant snake. Thus, you Lily hurried into a restroom, intending to watch Jang Jing's live broadcast in peace. Swish! Unexpectedly, just as you Lily was about to close the door, a big fat hand suddenly reached in and stopped her from closing the door. Lily, listen to me. In you Lily's terrified eyes, Sunja barged right through the door, only to see a lewd smile on his face. After entering the room, not only did he backhandedly lock the door to the room, but he also scanned you Lily ruthlessly from head to toe with an evil look. You, who let you in? Get the hell out of here. You Lily subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at Sunja with a face full of vigilance, and a touch of ominous foreboding surfaced in her heart. Lily, I've been chasing you for so long, you should understand my feelings. Get out. Lily, I really like you. I can give you tons of money if you obey me. I told you to get out. Can't you understand human language? Mud. You forced me to do this by refusing to do this. Ah, Chapter 72. I am Jang Jing's woman. Try moving me. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Inside a separate lounge. Not only did Sunja unlock the door to his room, but he also pushed you Lily down onto the sofa. It had to be said that you Lily, who was nearly 40 years old, exuded a unique flavor and flair of a mature woman. She's wearing a standard OL outfit today. Small blouse, wraparound skirt, black stockings, high heels. A head of black satin hair was coiled behind her head, and 2 strands of hair fell casually from her cheeks, adding a little more of the young woman's flavor. Melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, roue fong eyes flooded with peach blossoms. Looking at the posture, the red lips were coated with a layer of nude lipstick that looked rounded and moist and gave off a seductive aura. A pair of at least E-class headlamps held the little shirt up, even pulling out a number of creases horizontally. The extremely exaggerated curves in the little shirt that was so tight to the point that one couldn't help but worry that the second and third buttons, at any moment, could come crashing out. And that wraparound skirt on Lily was also too tight. But it's not about the dress. Rather, it was her extremely exaggerated crotch curve that stiffened a plus-size wraparound dress into a smaller size. Even you Lily, who had collapsed on the sofa, bent her legs just slightly, and Sunjo immediately saw the circle of lace patterns at the end of her stockings. This OL outfit on Lily Yu's body made her exude a seductive aura all over her body. Voluptuous, sexy, seductive, captivating. On the contrary, you Lily also had a clear and stunning face, which contrasted sharply with her mature, plump, sexy and hot body. Phew, hoo. Sunja's breathing suddenly became ragged, and his eyes gradually became bloodshot, and he was swallowing constantly, with the appearance that he was about to transform into a werewolf. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In you Lily's terrified eyes, Sunja suddenly walked towards her in large strides, and while walking, he was still unbuckling the waistband of his pants. Seeing that Sunja pounced over like a madman, Yu Lily, in the heat of the moment, immediately raised one foot and kicked the other party viciously. Sunja, I'm Jang Jing's woman, try touching me. When Lily Yu said this, Sunja froze in place. At that exact moment, Yu Lily's black silk legs had kicked over. Sunja, under the distraction, was immediately tipped over by this kick and ended up falling hard to the ground. Spicy next door, stinky cousin, how dare you kick me, let's see how I get you. Sunja was instantly furious and immediately got up from the ground before he flew and pounced on Yu Lily, who was slumped on the sofa, in a faster and more ferocious position. Swish! Yu Lily's reaction wasn't slow, and she hurriedly held onto the sofa and made a turn, going directly around to the back of the sofa. Sunja pounced and became even angrier. Seeing that Sunja quickly got up and seemed to be ready to pounce towards her again, Yu Lily hurriedly shouted, Sunja, aren't you afraid that Jang Jing will directly kill you in a fit of rage? Quiet! The lounge was suddenly quiet. Sunja violently stopped his forward lunge, then looked straight at Yu Lily with a startled and uncertain look. River mirror? Which river mirror are you talking about? Seeing that Sunja seemed to have calmed down a bit, Yu Lily couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, only to see her quickly reply, which other Jang Jing? Of course it's the seventh member of the elite squad that participated in this secret adventure. The Jiangshin who was nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher Jang Jing. Hiss! Sunja was clearly heard to suck in a breath of cool air, and Yu Lily also clearly saw that a look of shock and fear flashed across his face. However, in the next second, Sunja couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lily Yu, do you think you can scare me by bringing up the name of Jiangshin? You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. For a 40-year-old middle-aged woman like you, Jiangshin will look at you? You don't have to keep making up any more lies. I've seen photos of Jiangshin and his ex-wife on the internet, and the woman in the photos isn't you at all. Looking at Sunja's contemptuous eyes and the certain expression on his face, Yu Lily, however, unhurriedly pulled out her cell phone. Swish! The moment I pressed the unlock button, a screensaver photo came into view, only to see Yu Lily hurriedly raise her cell phone up to face Sunja, and her mouth also quickly explained, although I'm not Jang Jing's main wife, I'm his little wife. I've been with him for 20 whole years, been his underground lover for 20 years, and inside my cell phone, I have all the pictures of him from the age of 20 to 40. Sunja, if you dare to touch me, Jiang Realm will never let you go. Quiet. The lounge was quiet again. Sunja stared with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, and his gaze fixed dead on Yu Lily's cell phone screen, as if he had seen a ghost, and his entire body was dumbfounded in place. Whoosh! Only to see Sunja walked over, snatched away Yu Lily's cell phone, and then put his head in front of the cell phone screen, seriously and carefully checking it out. On top of the cell phone screen was a photo of Jang Jing and Yu Lily together. The young man in the photo was not only handsome, but he was also exactly the same as the Jang Jing in the official live broadcast. That's right, this man in the photo was indeed Jiangshin. After receiving an affirmative answer, Sunja immediately moved his gaze to the side and looked at the woman in the photo. Although the woman in the photo was very young, looking like she was only in her early 20s, her clear and stunning features were practically carved out of the same mold as Yu Lily. No need to think about it. The woman in the photo must be the young Yu Lily. Only in this photo, Jang Jing put a hand on Yu Lily's shoulder, while Yu Lily stood slightly nervous. Both are smiling for the camera. Jang Jing smiled brightly, while Yu Lily smiled a bit coyly and shyly. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell that Yu Lily and Jang Jing had an unusual relationship. What? After all this, you still don't believe I'm Jang Jing's woman? Just then, Lily Yu's voice drifted over. Sunja's eyelids fluttered fiercely, and a flash of ominous foreboding instantly surfaced in his heart. He only saw him tremble his lips and was just about to say something, but he didn't expect Yu Lily's voice to float over once again. If you don't believe me, you can click on the cell phone album. It's mostly filled with photos of Jang Jing, and various videos I took when I was out and about with Jang Jing. Right, haven't you seen the photos of Jang Jing and his ex-wife? Inside my cell phone album, there are also photos and videos of Jang Jing and his ex-wife. I forgot to tell you that Jang Jing's ex-wife and I were good girlfriends growing up together. 20 years ago, I was with Jang Jing. Moreover, I'm also the godmother of Jiang Mirror's daughter, Jiang Meng Meng. Sun Chul. Chapter 73, Surprise. The end of the world is coming? The secret world. The body of the blue flame red chain serpent collapsed with a loud bang. The thousands of poisonous snakes that had gathered near the cave immediately retreated like a tidal wave. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Jang Jing took large strides and walked over to the corpse of the blue flame red chain serpent, then drew out his pig-killing knife and gave it a scanty stir inside its head, which had been split in half. Ding! Suddenly, a dark red crystal core popped out and rolled straight down to Jang Jing's feet. The corners of Jang Jing's mouth curled slightly, and he was about to bend down to pick up this crystal core, Whoosh! Right at this moment, a little guy suddenly drilled out of Jang Jing's pants pocket and snatched this crystal nucleus away in a lightning-fast manner. Click, click, click. In Jang Jing's dumbfounded eyes, Sable Cicada not only snatched the crystal core, but also swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites in front of him. Even after eating the crystal core, Sable even stroked her round little belly and burped extremely lazily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jang Jing couldn't help but curse with a laugh and said, "When we were fighting, I didn't see you come to help. And after the fight, you jumped out to grab the loot. Why do I feel that I have raised a grandpa? Eat eat eat. Such a hard crystal core. Be careful of choking off your teeth." Perhaps sensing Jang Jing's dissatisfaction, Sable Cicada's small ruby eyes immediately grunted and turned a few times. Immediately after that, it jumped onto Jang Jing's shoulder with a whoosh sound, and then opened its 2 cute little paws and hugged Jang Jing's cheeks and kissed it fiercely. "I'll go. Who did you learn that from, little one?" Jang Jing was instantly taken aback. In her heart, she also couldn't help but wonder if her charm was so great that not only could she kill all the human opposites, but even animals were not spared? However, in the next second, Sable Cicada turned her head to look at Xiaomei, who was standing not far away, and squeaked a few times to Jang Jing. Immediately afterward, the little guy just lay on Jang Jing's shoulder and began to gesticulate with his hands. 8th set of radio gymnastics. Now begin. Lumbar exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Change positions. 1 more. Watching Sable squeeze her 2 small paws into fists, placing them on either side of her waist, then holding up her round belly, her body twisted back and forth in rhythm, and a strange humming sound escaped her mouth. Jang Jing was instantly shocked. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing grabbed the Sable Cicada and forced it back into his pants pocket. At the same time, Jang Jing also glanced at his teammates very sheepishly, perhaps realizing that the attention wasn't on him. No one saw the scene where Sable had just done her radio gymnastics. It was only at this moment that Jang Jing let out a slight sigh of relief. Mud. Solid hammer. Everything that happened between Jang Jing and Xiaomei in the hot spring pool was seen by Wolverine, and the little guy was able to mimic his and Xiaomei's movements to perfection. What kind of spirit animal is this? Clearly a rogue ferret. A female rogue ferret that only knows how to eat, doesn't know how to help her master out, and is a mongrel, swinging and laying down, not learning the good ones, learning some of the bad ones. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't have a few pairs of meat at all for its small body, Jang Jing estimated that he wouldn't be able to resist roasting it for a toothsome meal. All members of the elite squad, gather now for the meeting. Right at this moment, Xiao Wanqing's shout suddenly floated over, only to see her clap her hands and say, "I have an important matter to discuss with you." After saying these words, Xiao Wanqing turned around and walked back into the cave. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were like 2 faithful followers, and without saying a word, they followed them in a frenzy. Xiaomei looked at Jang Jing with a gentle look, without a trace, before walking towards the cave without a word. The remaining 3 people, Jang Jing, Su Yinglu and Zhu Gang, stood outside the cave looking at each other, not knowing what Xiao Wanqing was up to again. But, after a short silence, Jang Jing also raised his feet and walked towards the cave. Zhu Gang and Su Yinglu exchanged a glance and immediately followed Jang Jing. Obviously, the elite squad had split into 2 smaller groups. Xiao Wanqing Gang versus Jang Jing Gang. North Sha and South River are divided. The cave's nearly extinguished campfire pile. All 7 members of the elite squad, sitting in a circle, quietly waited for the captain, Xiao Wanqing, to speak. Who knew that the first sentence that Xiao Wanqing opened her mouth to speak out made the eyebrows of the crowd couldn't help but tighten slightly? Because what I'm about to say next concerns state secrets. Please turn off all your smart bracelets for now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu barely hesitated and immediately moved to turn off their smart bracelets. Xiaomei also silently turned off her smart bracelet, and at the same time gave Jang Jing a reassuring look, as if she knew what Xiao Wanqing was going to say next. After Jang Jing received Xiaomei's look, he nodded his head without a trace, and then moved to close the smart bracelet as well. I have to say, the quality of this smart bracelet is pretty top-notch. The flame spewed out by the blue flame red chain snake destroyed Jang Jing's top, but failed to burn the smart bracelet. The label made in China is really a cow beer. After everyone had turned off their smart bracelets, Xiao Wanqing slightly organized her language before opening the door. Old 5, Old 6, Old 7. Before I lead the team into the secret realm of Marina City, the higher-ups gave me one more task. Upon hearing this, Jang Jing, Su Yinglu, and Shu Gang's faces did not show too much of a surprised expression, as if they had already anticipated all of this. After all, Xiao Wanqing was an official. Wasn't it a common thing to enter the secret realm with a mission? But, Jang Jing was rather curious as to what exactly the specifics of Xiao Wanqing's mission were. Why did she have to bring up her mission at this point in time? Ahem. Only Xiao Wanqing lightly coughed twice and did not say what her mission was at first, but instead began to tell something else. Since the beginning of last year, some secret entrances have appeared one after another all over the world, and human beings can go through the secret entrances and directly enter into the otherworldly space. The secret realm is filled with all sorts of dangers, such as powerful ferocious beasts, bugs carrying highly toxic poisons, plants that eat people, and even many powerful creatures that humans have never seen before. Besides the danger, there are many heavenly treasures in the secret realm, such as magical herbs that can cure cancer, magical fruits that can increase lifespan, all kinds of rare ores, and so on. These are all the information that the officials sent into the secret realm unexplored at the cost of countless lives. Speaking here, Xiao Wanqing suddenly paused. Immediately afterward, her face became extraordinarily serious. Of course, all of what I said above is official information released to the public. There is also a portion of important information that the officials have not released because they are worried about causing panic among the people and having a great impact on society. And what I'm going to talk about next is exactly this part of the information that is officially hidden from the public. When Xiao Wanqing said this, she purposely observed the faces of Jang Jing, Su Yinglu and Zhu Gang. It was also discovered that the several people did not have much emotional fluctuation, so Xiao Wanqing hesitated a little and immediately threw out a heavy bomb. Officials have discovered something very frightening through a full year of exploration. We can enter this otherworldly space through the secret entrance, and the various ferocious beasts in this otherworldly space can also come to our world through the secret entrance. In other words, we humans are about to face an alien invasion. If we don't find a way to deal with it soon, then the end of the world is coming. Chapter 74. A sentence of Mrs. Jiang, Yu Lily floated. Marina del Rey, Mercedes-Benz 4S store, VIP lounge. Yu Lily crossed one of her legs and casually sat on the sofa, while a hint of a smile, if any, hung at the corner of her mouth. Sun Jia knelt in front of her, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness while slapping himself, itching to go on his knees and lick Yu Lily's high heels. Lily, oh no, MS. You, I was wrong. I didn't know you were Jiang Shen's woman. If I had known that, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to think ill of you. Sun Jia is a bully. Before, he had investigated Yu Lily's family background and connections. I learned that Yu Lily is a rural person. Her parents are honest farmers, and Yu Lily herself is just a working girl. There is no background at all in Binhai City. That's why Sun Jia dared to unscrupulously lay his hands on her. However, the smack in the face came really fast. Sun Jia never dreamed that Yu Lily would get involved with Jiang Shen, and the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. What kind of person is Jiang Shen? That's a murderous demon. When he started to go crazy, even Xiao Wanqing, who had an official background, was severely beaten by him, and from this point of view, there was basically no law in Jiang Shen's eyes. Bullying Jiang Shen's woman? What is this if not a death wish? Sun Shul doesn't want to die yet. He'd only just gotten filthy rich and was enjoying the luxuries of a rich man's life, with large sums of money in his pocket that he hadn't even spent. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you lost your little life because you angered the river god? Take a step back. Although Yu Lily was half-aged and still charming, definitely a rare and extremely beautiful mature woman, but she was already 40 years old in the end, and no matter how much she compared, she couldn't compare to those young and beautiful young girls. There are so many beautiful women in this world, like what pure female universities, sexy young models, workplace beauties, fitness female coaches, 18-line female stars, and even small young women who just got married. There is no woman you can't pick up if you're willing to spend the money. So, why do you have to hang on to one tree and give up the whole forest? Do you have to go for those few minutes of pleasure in your lower body? Throw away your life. Never enjoy the good life again. Never embrace the whole forest again, and be happy in doing so? It's sad when people die and the money isn't spent. Pop. Thinking of this, Sun Jia gave himself another hard slap, then looked at Yu Lily pitifully and said, Mrs. Jiang, I really know it's wrong. Oh, I can swear to God that if I come back to harass you in the future, I'll be struck by heaven and not be allowed to die. Please, 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 just spare me this time? Sun Jia was kneeling again, kowtowing, slapping himself, and begging bitterly. Yu Lily originally did not have much of a reaction because she felt that it was all Sun Jia's own fault. However, Sun Jia said one sentence, but it made Yu Lily's eyes light up. Sun Chul, what did you just call me? The moment Yu Lily said this, Sun Jia was immediately frozen in place. I only saw Sun Jia's eyes quickly turn a few times, then carefully said, I just called you, Mrs. Jiang? Well, I'm Jiang Jing's woman, and there's nothing wrong with you calling me Mrs. Jiang. Although Yu Lily's voice was calm, the look of joy on her face was clear to anyone who wasn't blind. Sun Jia, who saw this scene, after a brief moment of frothing, was instantly enlightened as if he had been enlightened. Mrs. Jiang, look at what you're saying. You followed Jiangshan in obscurity for so many years. Even if you don't get credit for it, then you've got the hard work, right? In my opinion, only you are worthy of the title Mrs. Jiang, and only you are qualified to be Jiangshan's rightful wife. You and Jiangshan are a match made in heaven. As Sunja patted down this series of horses' asses, although Yu Lily felt her cheeks were a little hot, those clear Ruifeng eyes were almost bent into two crescent moons. Yu Lily, who was in a good mood, instantly threw all the unpleasantness of just now out of the sky, only to see her casually waving her hand at Sunja, her tone indifferent. She said, "Alright, I'll spare your life this time. You can get lost." "Ha, thank you, Mrs. Jiang." Sunja was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly said a few words of thanks before leaving this lounge in a hurry, looking as if he was afraid that Yu Lily would back out. Wait until Sun Shou leaves. Yu Lily suddenly covered her reddened cheeks and said to herself, "Jang Jing, you won't blame me for posing as your woman, right? After all, that situation just now was a real bummer. Jang Jing is not a petty person, not to mention posing as his woman. Even if I really slept with him, would he still kill me?" The moment she thought of Jang Jing, Yu Lily was startled, only to see that she hurriedly took out her cell phone and logged into the official live broadcast once again. However, to Yu Lily's great surprise, Jang Jing's live broadcast was disconnected again. Not only Jang Jing, but even the remaining few members of the elite squad, all of their live streams were disconnected. What's going on? Why is everyone's live feed disconnected? No way. Absolutely not. Jang Jing's body is so powerful. How could something happen to him? Even if Jang Jing couldn't beat that giant snake, but his lightness was so good that if he couldn't beat it, wouldn't he still be able to run? Even though Yu Lily was constantly consoling herself, a touch of ominous foreboding still surfaced, uncontrollably, in her heart, when she thought of the possibility of Jang Jing having an accident and never seeing him again in her life. Yu Lily couldn't help but feel her eyes reddening and her tears starting to fall. However, before Yu Lily could cry out, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a pop-up screen in the live broadcast room out of the corner of her eye. Elite squad meeting? Shu Wanqing ordered everyone to turn off their smart bracelets? The content of the meeting involves state secrets? Swish! In an instant, Yu Lily hurriedly brought her phone a little closer, and then carefully examined the various pop-ups in Jang Jing's live broadcast. After a small half-day, Yu Lily suddenly patted her chest and let out a long breath, and the original anxious and worried expression on her face disappeared in an instant. Scared the out of me. Thought something happened to the elite squad? So it's off to a meeting. Next, Yu Lily quickly sent a pop-up in Jang Jing's livestream. River God's second aunt, may I ask how to watch the replay footage of the live broadcast? That's right. The name of Lily Yu's account was called Jiangshan's second aunt. Originally she wanted to take the name of great aunt, but the result of this account name has been registered first. Disappointed, she can only use the fastest speed to grab the name second aunt. Second auntie is actually quite nice. Since ancient times men have loved their concubines. With the 20 years of friendship between my mother and Jang Jing, if I become his concubine, he'll hurt me hard, unmercifully and hotly until he makes me cry, right? Hiss. It's exciting just to think about it. I can't hold it in. I'll go to the restroom first. Chapter 75, Squad Meeting. Mysterious Altar. The Secret World. The elite squad sat around the campfire. Everyone, including Xiao Wanqing, had a grave and suppressed expression on their faces. A few moments later, Xiao Wanqing lightly coughed twice and continued. The country had all originally initiated a level 1 state of war readiness, and even drew up a nuclear strike plan, ready to fully meet the invasion of the alien race. However, the former leader of the Martial Arts Authority's Special Warfare Team 1, that is, my father, unintentionally discovered a shocking secret while leading a team into the secret realm of Black River City once. It was because of this secret that the country stopped its nuclear strike program and then kept sending ancient martial artists into the secret realm in an attempt to close the entrance to the secret realm. When Xiao Wanqing said this, apart from Xiao Mei, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, the remaining Jiang Jing, Suing Lu and Zhu Gang all had surprised expressions on their faces. The entrance to the secret realm can still be closed? Jiang Jing couldn't help but interject a question. Xiao Wanqing, as the captain of the elite squad, when she spoke at the meeting, only Jiang Jing dared to go and interrupt. What I'm about to say next is the point. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips and did not feel any dissatisfaction because of Jiang Jing's interjection. Only after a moment of contemplation did she say, my father found an altar in the secret realm, and the discovery shocked him greatly, because countless times before when we explored the secret realm, we never found any traces of human existence, and the appearance of this altar seems to be telling everyone that there are not only ferocious beasts in the secret realm, but also humans. To find out, my father ascended this altar. I didn't realize that just the moment he stepped onto the altar, the entire altar lit up with a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, the ferocious beasts within a 100-mile radius, As if summoned, all surged towards this side of the altar. Speaking here, Xiao Wanqing's emotions seemed to be a bit out of control, and her tone became choked up, and her pair of clear and cold Danfang eyes were flooded with tears. Although she had only told the beginning of a story, Jang Jing had already guessed the ending. Fruity. After Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath, she continued in a heavy voice. In that battle, my father died in the secret realm, but he did not die in vain. He and the special combat team he led accidentally destroyed that altar during the course of the battle with the ferocious beasts. At the same time, one of the secret realm entrances within our dragon kingdom also disappeared without a sound at that moment. Speaking of this, Xiao Wanqing's sadness seemed to be swept away and replaced by a wave of pride and pride. It was obvious that in her eyes, her father was a superhero. Silence, no words. A flash of respect appeared on the faces of the crowd. Even Zhu Gang, who was quite dissatisfied with Xiao Wanqing, had also put away his dissatisfaction with Xiao Wanqing at this moment, and his attitude had obviously undergone a sea change. Do you guys know how many secret realm entrances there are within our dragon kingdom right now? Xiao Wanqing quickly gathered her emotions and asked such a question. However, without waiting for the crowd to open their mouths to speak, she continued, other than the one secret realm entrance that my father closed, there are still 15 secret realm entrances in our dragon kingdom. According to the speculation of the National Academy of Sciences, once we let the entrance of the secret realm increase to 20, then the ferocious beasts in the secret realm will pass through these portals and come directly to this world where we exist. Originally, this was just a speculation, and at first it didn't attract the attention of the country's top management, until something happened later, and this speculation was completely confirmed. Hearing this, Jang Jing couldn't help but interject again. It wasn't that Jang Jing liked to interrupt when Xiao Wanqing was speaking, but when Xiao Wanqing spoke, she always liked to sell her words and whet everyone's appetite. Bottom line, this woman is bad. 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 Not a nice person. What happened after that? As Jang Jing asked the question in everyone's mind, Xiao Wanqing suddenly changed her face and said in an extraordinarily grave tone, in the distant Antarctica, 20 secret realm entrances have appeared. It was also the moment the 20th secret realm entrance appeared that countless ferocious beasts traveled through these secret realm entrances and directly crossed over, descending into the Antarctic continent. Now, that place has completely fallen into a paradise for ferocious beasts, and there are very powerful demonic beasts sitting there. In other words, this world we depend on has been invaded by a foreign race. The moment Xiao Wanqing said this, a chorus of voices sucking in cool air resounded within the cavern. None of the people seemed to have expected the situation to be so dire. Antarctica has fallen, so where will it fall next? Currently, 15 secret realm entrances have appeared in our dragon country, making it the country with the most secret realm entrances in the world. In second place is the Bald Eagle Kingdom, with 14 secret entrances. In third place is the Woolly Bear Country, with 13 secret entrances. And the Sakura Country, which is neighboring us, only has 9 secret realm entrances. Hearing this, Jang Jing also roughly guessed what task Xiao Wanqing had been given by her superiors before she led the team into the secret realm. It was nothing more than finding the altar, destroying it, closing the entrance to the secret realm, and stopping the ferocious beasts from descending into the dragon kingdom. Fruity. Xiao Wanqing continued, my task is to destroy the altar in the secret realm at all costs during these 10 days. If you can destroy one, it's one. If we can find and destroy 15 altars in one breath, then our dragon kingdom will be completely safe. Speaking here, Xiao Wanqing suddenly turned her words around, only to see her staring closely at Jang Jing, Suing Lu, and Zhu Gang. She said, Old 5, Old 6, and Old 7. I am now formally launching an invitation to the three of you in my capacity as the captain of the first team of the Special Warfare of the WMA. I hope that you can join the Armed Forces Administration and become members of our Special Warfare Team 1, and then together you can contribute to the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Would you like to? Silence, no words. The cave was suddenly quiet. What made Xiao Wanqing unexpected was that she had just said so much. Not only had she analyzed the current grim situation of the Dragon Kingdom, clearly, but she had also issued a sincere invitation to Jang Jing, Suing Lu and Zhu Gang. But, the Jang Jing gang all frowned tightly and fell silent. None of them opened their mouths to speak or took the initiative to state that they were willing to join her team. At this moment, Xiao Wanqing seemed a bit angry. The eyes that looked at Jang Jing also flashed a faint trace of disappointment. In her opinion, Jang Jing possessed such a strong strength that he should stand out like a hero and fight for the survival of mankind. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. If one has all the skills in the world but does not think of serving the motherland and only wants to hide behind others to enjoy the blessings, what is the difference between that and being a coward? However, Jang Jing's next words, however, caused Xiao Wanqing to hate and rejoice at the same time, and her face was also a shade of red coming to a shade of white. I'm sorry, Captain Xiao, I won't be joining your Special Warfare Team 1, but I will do my best to find the altar and then destroy it, in a bid to prevent the ferocious beasts from descending into our Dragon Kingdom territory. As soon as Jang Jing said this, Su Yingru, who was sitting beside him, immediately took a stand. Brother Mirror, I don't want to join Special Warfare Team 1 either. Su Yingru shook her head. Then with a look full of anticipation, she looked blearily at Jang Jing and said, I want to act together with you, to find the altar and destroy it. Good. Then we'll do it together. Jang Jing smiled faintly and couldn't help but raise one hand, gently pinching Su Yingru's nose. Quiet. The scene was quiet for a moment. In the next second, Su Yingru's pretty face turned red with a swish. But Su Yingru didn't get angry, much less resent Jang Jing's such an intimate move. But instead, a huge wave of delight and sweetness surged in her heart. Did Brother Mirror just pinch my nose? What does he mean by that? Such an intimate gesture can only be made between a couple. That's right. Brother Mirror must like me. Chapter 76. Old 6 is a pure love warrior. The secret world. Inside the cave, Su Yingru found a piece of wolf skin from somewhere and said that she wanted to make a dress for Jang Jing. Next, the little Nini sat quietly beside Jang Jing, holding a needle and thread and sewing up, looking like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law. Right at this moment, Shu Gang suddenly came over with a look of desire on his face. Old 7, can I consult you about something? What is it? Jang Jing raised his eyes to look at Zhu Gang, then fished out a box of cigarettes from his pants pocket, pulled out one and handed it to him. Shu Gang took the cigarette and said thank you, but instead of holding it in his mouth, he hung it on his ear. Old 7, it's come to this. I don't want to hide anything anymore. The reason why I entered the secret realm was actually because I wanted to search for a heavenly material that could revive a person's severed limbs. This is very important to me. I beg you, can you tell me where I can find this heavenly treasure? When Shu Gang said this, Jang Jing was only slightly surprised for a moment, and his face quickly regained its calmness. The secret realm was a treacherous place of 9 deaths and 1 life for ordinary people, and even ancient martial artists who entered the secret realm could not guarantee that they would return in one piece. Throughout the entire elite squad, everyone wasn't fed up with nothing to do and specialized in traveling to the secret realm. Rather, everyone has a reason for having to enter the secret world. Xiao Wanqing brought Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, and Xiao Hu into the secret realm. Firstly, to carry out a mission to find the altar and destroy it. The second was to look for ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum type heavenly treasures to be used to heal the injured members of the first team of special operations. Su Yingru entered the secret realm in search of heavenly treasures, wanting to recover her lost memories. Jang Jing entered the secret realm, firstly to fight monsters and upgrade, and secondly to earn some money for his daughter to spend. And finally, there's Jugong. Jang Jing thought that this descendant of Dryad Moxie was trying to find some special or to use to forge some divine weapon. Now it didn't seem to be what he had suspected it would be. Old 6, you have a friend who's hurt? Jang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, while his brain was rapidly thinking about what heavenly materials could bring back a severed limb. Well, she's my fiancée. What made Jang Jing unexpected was that he just casually asked, and Shu Gang explained the whole thing. She and I were engaged earlier this year and were going to get married at the end of the year. But, just 2 months ago, my fiancée was in a car accident that resulted in both legs being amputated, and she'll have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Ever since that car accident, my fiancé's will sank. There was no light in her eyes. Her attitude toward me was particularly cold, and she even committed suicide several times. Speaking here, Zhu Gang's eyes suddenly reddened, and a look of guilt and self-reproach flashed across his face. Pop, only to see him suddenly raise his hand and give himself a hard slap. His voice also choked. It's all my fault. It's me who didn't protect her. That night, when it was clearly pouring outside, she said she had to make a trip out in an emergency, and I was going to drive her. But she was so distressed that I had worked all day that she let me rest at home for fear that I would be exhausted. So I'll just... Oh, speaking of which, Shu Gang, a big fat man of more than 200 pounds, was like a small child who had been robbed of candy, crying in a loud and sad manner. It wasn't until this moment that Jang Jing realized with a jolt. With a big, heartless exterior, Shu Gang turns out to be a pure love warrior. Swish! Right at this moment, Su Yingru suddenly took out a tissue from her bag and casually handed it to Zhu Gang. Thanks! Woohoo! Shu Kong gave a polite thank you, then went back to sobbing. Come on, don't cry. Jang Jing cried and laughed as he shook his head, then quickly said, I know there are many kinds of heavenly materials that can bring your fiancé's severed limbs back to life. Swish! Shu Gang immediately stopped sobbing, and raised his head violently, his eyes blazing towards Jang Jing. Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, Blood Lotus Essence, Chi Velvet Tongue Tian Chrysanthemum, Cockspur Phoenix Anemone, Wood Spirit Fruit, Sky Cicada Spirit Leaf. Jang Jing reported the names of more than a dozen kinds of heavenly treasures in one breath, directly putting Zhu Gang in a daze as he listened to them, and the whole person was dumbfounded in place. However, as if he knew Zhu Gang's mind, Jang Jing immediately opened his mouth again after reporting the names of these heavenly materials and geomaterials. Among these heavenly materials and geomaterials, the one that is the easiest to find and has the best effect belongs to the wood spirit fruit. Wood spirit fruit? Shu Gang softly recited the name, and his eyes gradually brightened. He only saw him tremble his lips and just wanted to ask something, but then Jang Jing's voice drifted over once again. Wood spirit fruit? A spirit fruit born from absorbing the essence of wood. It looks like a green date, with an incomparable emerald green appearance and crystal clear. Looking over from afar, one can clearly see that it is enveloped by a layer of faint green light. As for where do wood spirit fruits usually grow? Old 6. You're still lucky. Only in the deepest part of the primordial forest, where the essence of wood is the most dense, can the wood spirit fruit be born. And the misty forest we're in right now has a great probability of being able to give birth to a wood spirit fruit. As soon as Jang Jing said this, Shu Gang's eyes instantly became miserably bright, and his heartbeat and breathing increased sharply. Old 7. Thank you. The information you've given me is really so important to me. Old 7. Oh no, righteous father is above. Please accept my child's bow. After Zhu Gang finished his last sentence, he immediately kneeled down on one knee and directly gave Jang Jing a big salute. Jang Jing had wanted to reach out to help Zhu Gang, but on second thought, there was nothing wrong with a pure love warrior like Zhu Gang taking in a righteous son. Okay. The father expressed his relief that his righteous son was so affectionate. This gift is accepted by dad. Swish. After Zhu Gang paid his respects to Jang Jing, he immediately got up and looked at Xiao Wancheng. Captain, I'm sorry, but I can't join your Special Ops 1 team either. But like old 7, I will do my best to find the altar and destroy it. It's just that I still have to go searching for the wood spirit fruit to use to heal my fiance's leg. Silence. No words. The conversation between Jang Jing and Zhu Gang just now was not only heard by Xiao Wancheng, but by the entire elite squad. At this moment, Zhu Gang very frankly refused Xiao Wancheng's invitation, and no one felt that there was anything wrong with him. Instead, the guys kind of admired him for that kind of sentimental character. For the sake of their loved ones, not to risk their lives, determined to step into the secret world of 9 deaths. In this materialistic age, pure love fighters like Zhu Gang are almost on the verge of extinction. So, come on, old 6, daddy thinks highly of you. Chapter 77, Xiaomei, Sister Zoe. Call me sister. Xiao Wanqing was a bit depressed. Unexpectedly, Jang Jing, Su Yinglu and Zhu Gang, none of them were willing to join her special combat team 1. She also understood very well that ancient martial artists were a bunch of condescending people. In the ancient martial arts world, it had always been practiced that the strongest man was the most respected. Strength was paramount, and whoever had the biggest fist would be able to gain respect. It was clear that she wasn't convincing with her current strength. Phew! Xiao Wanqing suddenly took a deep breath, and a complex look flashed across her eyes. If that accident hadn't happened, my body wouldn't have been so badly damaged. With my talent, coupled with the Xiao family's massive cultivation resources, even if I can't reach the 9th grade martial artist, I'm at least an 8th grade martial artist now, right? Right. Jang Jing had the phoenix blood fruit in his hand. If the phoenix blood was really as miraculous as Jang Jing said, not to mention restoring the previous cultivation realm, there was even a possibility that the strength could be further advanced. As soon as she thought of this, Xiao Wanqing instantly stared at Jang Jing dead in the face. River Mirror, come out with me for a moment. I have something to talk to you alone. In the eyes of the crowd that were slightly surprised, Xiao Wanqing suddenly stood up and walked straight towards the outside of the cave. River Mirror. Although Xiao Wanqing didn't explicitly say what it was about, Jang Jing vaguely guessed that it should be related to the phoenix blood fruit. After all, as soon as Xiaomei came back, Xiao Wanqing scanned Xiaomei from head to toe with a kind of little star. Bright, twinkle put bright eyes. As long as one was not blind, they could clearly see the look of extreme longing in Xiao Wanqing's eyes. Swish! Jang Jing was about to walk towards the outside of the cave, but who knew that at this time? Su Yingru suddenly shouted out, Brother Jing, wait a moment. In Jang Jing's puzzled eyes, Su Yingru handed the wolfskin coat she had just finished, directly to Jang Jing's face. Brother Mirror, the clothes are done, so hurry up and try them on to see if they fit? Su Yingru's pretty face was flushed with a hint of redness. A flash of anticipation flashed through her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she was very happy to be able to make a dress with her own hands and give it to Jang Jing. Swish swish swish, Jang Jing wasn't polite either, and took the wolfskin coat and put it on himself. It had to be said that Su Yingru was really a good girl with a good heart. This wolfskin coat on Jang Jing's body was not only just right, but it was also very handsome and even filled him with a wild charm. Close your eyes when it's dark. I'm a werewolf. Zoe, thank you. Jang Jing smiled to Su Yingru to a thank you. This was the first time he received a girl's handmade clothes. Brother Mirror, what? Did you call me? Su Yingru was first slightly stunned, followed by her pretty face becoming more and more flushed, and even her speech began to stutter. What? Don't like it when I call you Zoe? Then I'll just keep calling you girl. No, I love it. Seeing Suing Ro being teased and blushing, her two cute little ears already red, Jang Jing couldn't help but laugh and said, then I'll call you Rower from now on. Aha! Suing Ru nodded with incomparable seriousness, and that little look in her eyes towards Jang Jing was like a spring lake rippling with layers of water. Eyes of autumn? No, 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 it should be a river flowing east, not far. Xiao Mei, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cover her forehead, and a look of crying and laughter appeared on her face. When you find an honest husband, you have to put up with his boringness. When you find a flamboyant and dashing husband, you have to put up with the countless bees and butterflies around him. Looking for a husband who is so handsome that all women can't breathe, very powerful, exudes a charm that women can't get enough of, and simply can't find any flaws. This kind of heavenly goodness will wake you up with a smile in your dreams. Not to mention that Jang Jing is attracting butterflies all around, even if he has a harem of 3,000 and is surrounded by a group of beauties. Xiao Mei also thinks that this is normal. In Xiao Mei's feudal conception, a manly man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and the more women that followed her husband around, the more it proved that he was good. What's more, Xiao Mei was already engaged to Jang Jing and would soon become his proper wife. As long as this palace doesn't die, you will always be consorts. So, what could Xiao Mei not be satisfied with? Isn't it just a Suing Ru? When the little girl enters, she will have to offer herself tea and call herself a sister. You can't be petty as a sister. You have to be generous so that your sisters will be happy with you. As soon as she thought of this, Xiao Mei's face immediately put on a trace of amiable smile and immediately stood up to change her position, sitting next to Suing Ru. Sister Zoe, I didn't expect you to know how to sew. You're really a good girl with a good heart. Auntie Mei, you flatter me. Don't call me Aunt Mei, call me sister. Ha, Mei. Mei's sister? Hee. Sister Zoe is so good, so delightful. Outside the cave, Xiao Wanqing stood quietly at the edge of the cliff. A breeze blew by, ruffling the bangs on her forehead and at the same time revealing a pair of cold as ice eyes. No one knew she was under a lot of pressure. After her father's heroic death, she decisively reactivated her father's martial artist badge, took over the position of captain of the Special Warfare Team 1, and vowed to keep all foreigners out of the country. However, when she was leading a group into the secret realm once, she was unlucky enough to encounter a large beast tide and almost died there. Because most of the members of the Special Combat Team 1 were veterans under Xiao Father's hand, they desperately protected Xiao Wanqing from the beast tide in order to preserve the old captain's bloodline. In that battle, many people sacrificed their lives and many were seriously injured. There were even a few veteran members who had their meridians broken and were reduced to invalids for the rest of their lives. Even Xiao Wanqing herself was injured, her dantian broken, and her cultivation realm directly fell from the 7th rank to the 4th rank. This time, Xiao Wanqing took the initiative to ask for orders to enter the secret realm of Marina City. In addition to searching for heavenly treasures that could heal her teammates, she was also eager to find elixirs that could repair her dantian. Originally, she had wanted to ask Jang Jing secretly. After all, Jang Jing had an ancient herbal secret book which recorded many heavenly treasures that even the Xiao family did not know about. But, Jang Jing's attitude of deliberately making things difficult at that time made Xiao Wanqing so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to bite him twice. So, Xiao Wanqing, in a fit of rage at the time, immediately threw her hands up and walked away before she could ask for any results. Later, Xiao Wanqing calmed down and quickly backtracked. Sheep let Jang Jing to take advantage of. But he did not get the answer he wanted. Simply a big loss. No way. This time, he definitely couldn't let Jang Jing off easily. Doesn't he like to take advantage? Then I'll give it to him and let him have it until he wants to puke. But, if you have taken advantage of my lady, you have to take out the phoenix blood fruit as compensation. There's no such thing as a free lunch for you in this world. Chapter 78, If a person is shameless, the world is invincible. Ta. Jang Jing strutted out of the cave with a 6-parent pace and came straight to Xiao Wanqing's side. Swish! It was too late. Before Jang Jing could react, Xiao Wanqing quickly grabbed one of his hands, and then in a swift motion, she tugged Jang Jing's hand and placed it in front of her. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Jang Jing instantly stared with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, and the hairs on his body stood up, even forgetting to breathe. So big. Barbecue bomb. Although not as domineering and majestic as Xiao Mei, she had already outshone 95% of the Dragon Kingdom women. Asterisk. What are you doing? A thousandth of a second later, Jang Jing first subconsciously pinched, and then he quickly took a few steps back, pulling away the distance between himself and Xiao Wanqing. Jang Jing, you're responsible for me. When Xiao Wanqing said this, Jang Jing almost stumbled and fell to the ground, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be skeptical in his heart. Has Xiao Wanqing been brought down by Xiao Mei? Why do these two women say the exact same thing? You're addicted to touching porcelain? Again? Xiao Wanqing, what exactly do you want? Jang Jing cried and laughed as he raised one hand and scratched his nose. Suddenly, a faint scent of milk chocolate instantly flooded his nostrils. Looks like, probably, seems like, this hand, just now, was still on Xiao Wanqing's body. This scent, milk is understandable, but where did chocolate come from? I want a phoenix blood fruit. Xiao Wanqing's pretty face surfaced a touch of redness. She did not dream that she would actually shamelessly sell her color one day and make a move of the beauty plan. Oh no, it was a fairy jump, just to blackmail someone for the same thing. But, Xiao Wanqing can't beat Jang Jing. She can't talk to Jang Jing. She wants to spend money to buy the phoenix blood fruit in Jang Jing's hand, but he refuses to sell it. Facing this smelly and hard rock, Jang Jing, what else could she do? What's done is done. Blackmail is blackmail. Even if she had to carry 1,000 curses and be despised and reviled by countless descendants, she would still get her hands on the phoenix blood fruit today. Ouch! Jang Jing suddenly slapped his thigh, then said with a smile, so you want the phoenix blood fruit? Aha! Xiao Wanqing's pretty face still had a touch of redness, but her eyes were quite determined. With a look of if I can't get the phoenix blood fruit, I won't give up. You wanted the phoenix blood fruit, you could have said that to me? How do I know you want it if you don't tell me? If you said you wanted it, wouldn't I still give it to you? Why did you grab my hand and molest you for a while before telling me you wanted the phoenix blood fruit? You're trying to blackmail me because you're afraid I won't give it to you, aren't you? How can you be so bad? Where has the most basic trust between people gone? Can the little ones continue to play happily together? Jang Jing spewed out a whole bunch of nonsense in one breath, the main hit being a wordy one, as if he wanted to gloss over what had just happened. Shut up! Xiao Wanqing's head was about to explode. She never thought that Jang Jing's most powerful thing was not his fabulous sword skills, but his mouth that could make people's blood pressure soar wildly and make life worse than death. Swish! Only to see Xiao Wanqing's cold face, she directly stretched out a hand towards Jang Jing and said, Phoenix blood fruit, bring it! Ha! Jang Jing didn't say anything, but only laughed softly, and at the same time, he also used an unsuspecting look to recklessly survey Xiao Wanqing from head to toe. You just said yourself that you'll give it to me whenever I want it. Xiao Wanqing was a bit flustered inside by Jang Jing's stare, but she still forced herself to be calm and asked, could it be that your words don't count, and now you're backing out? Swish! Jang Jing didn't answer Xiao Wanqing's question. He only saw a flip of his wrist and instantly took out a phoenix blood fruit from his storage ring. The moment she saw the phoenix blood fruit, Xiao Wanqing's breathing immediately became rapid, and her pair of clear and cold Danfang eyes even shot out 2 lines of horrifying light. This look, as if a wife who has been alone in the house for 27 years, finally waited for her husband to come home tonight. That feeling of impatience, of being on fire, of not being able to wait a second, of being about to explode, scared Jang Jing so much that he couldn't help but shiver. I can give you a phoenix blood fruit, but you must promise me a request. Jang Jing suddenly put away the cynicism on his face. His expression instantly became extraordinarily serious, and even looked at Xiao Wanqing with a hint of warning in his eyes. What's the request? Although Xiao Wanqing was very red-eyed with the phoenix blood fruit, she hadn't completely lost her mind and knew to ask Jang Jing what exactly he wanted to request first. However, Jang Jing, suddenly changed his serious expression and said cheekily, that, I haven't thought about what exactly I'm asking you to do, so I'll tell you when I do. A blank check first, fill in whatever you want after that? Xiao Wanqing frowned slightly, always feeling that Jang Jing's stomach did not have a good heart. But, the temptation of the phoenix blood fruit was too great for her, not to mention that Jang Jing only made one request. Even if he made a few more requests, Xiao Wanqing would not be able to refuse this phoenix blood fruit. Okay, I promise. Xiao Wanqing only pondered a little before agreeing without hesitation. Okay. Jang Jing didn't squirm and directly threw the phoenix blood fruit to Xiao Wanqing before adding, I believe in you. You're definitely not a villain who goes back on his word. Xiao Wanqing, who had obtained the phoenix blood fruit, a flash of joy flashed across the bottom of her eyes, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling slightly due to her excitement. Don't worry, I, Xiao Wanqing, have always been true to my word. After Xiao Wanqing got the phoenix blood fruit, she didn't back out on the spot and even made a very solemn promise to Jang Jing. At this moment, Jang Jing expressed great relief. Swish, only to see Jang Jing turn around, just about to return to the cave. It seemed that he had thought of something. He immediately turned around again and looked straight at Xiao Wanqing. Anything else? Seeing Jang Jing suddenly turn back again, Xiao Wanqing forcefully suppressed the urge to eat the phoenix blood fruit on the spot, then raised her eyes to Jang Jing. That, Jang Jing touched his ears, and his eyes quickly scanned around Xiao Wanqing's body before he curiously asked, weren't you wearing a steel underwear before? Why aren't you wearing it today? What steel underwear? Xiao Wanqing was slightly stunned, as if she had thought of something, and an expression of shame and anger immediately surfaced on her face. That's a gold silk soft armor. This soft armor can withstand the attacks of divine weapons, but it was already cut by you last time. I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. How dare you have the nerve to ask me now? Upon hearing this, a black line sprang up on Jang Jing's forehead. Turns out it's not steel underwear, but a gold silk soft armor. I told you. Who wears steel lampshades these days? Doesn't that hurt? That. I have things to do, so I'll go ahead. Bye. After saying those words, Jang Jing was like a rabbit as he scurried into the cave. As for the compensation for Xiao Wanqing's damaged gold silk soft armor, this matter he froze without mentioning a single word. If a tree doesn't want its skin, it will die. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. Anyway, it was Xiao Wanqing who was shameless first. Jang Jing was just following her example. Chapter 79. This underwear. Jang Jing should like it, right? River Mirror is no ingrate. The phoenix blood fruit isn't some crappy cabbage either. The reason he was willing to give Xiao Wanqing a phoenix blood fruit was entirely for Xiao Mei. If after 3 months, the Xiao family backtracked and refused to let Xiao Mei go, then Jang Jing could use Xiao Wanqing's promise to force them to release her. If Xiao Wanqing went back on her word and didn't fulfill the promise she made, then Jang Jing wouldn't mind giving the nickname Rainy Night Butcher a real name. General. In Jang Jing's opinion, there was really no difference between killing people and killing monsters. The knife comes out of its sheath and rains blood. The knife returns to its sheath and heads fall. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles to leave no trace. The matter of whisking away, deep hiding body and name. Ta. Jang Jing walked slowly into the cave with an extremely lazy pace. Just after stepping into the cave, he saw Xiao Mei and Lu Ruan sitting together. Not only were the two women close together, but they were also talking and laughing, looking as if they were a pair of close and good sisters. On the other side of the bonfire pile, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were sitting together, and the two of them were whispering something to each other. As for Zhegong, the guy was sitting alone, his head drooping slightly, and although his eyes were staring straight into the campfire, they had long since lost focus. As soon as Jang Jing took a look at Zhu Gang's soulful appearance, he knew that he must be thinking about his fiancée. LOL. It's good to be young, because young people believe in love. Swish. Jang Jing thought about it and did not walk over towards Suing Ro and Xiao Mei's side. Instead, he came straight to Zhu Gang's side and sat down. Old 6, what are your plans now? Jang Jing took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and casually handed one to Zhu Gang, and in the process, he also used a lighter to light it for him. Thanks. Zhu Gang took a sharp drag on his cigarette, and the expression on his face gradually became firm as he said, Old 7, I intend to break away from the elite squad and act alone by myself. Have you thought it over? There was no expression of surprise on Jang Jing's face, as if he had expected Zhu Gang to do this. Well, I've given it some thought. Zhu Gang nodded, then looked at Jang Jing with a grateful look and said, Old 7, if I can find the wood spirit fruit and cure my fiancé's leg, I will definitely invite you to come and drink our wedding wine then. Okay, I'll drink this wedding wine. Jang Jing reached out and patted Zhu Gang's shoulder, seemed to be a bit uneasy, so he added a sentence saying, say yes to drink the wedding wine. You kid can't go back on your word and let me off the hook. Man to man, it doesn't take much pretense. Jang Jing, just a simple sentence, cannot let me pigeon. Zhu Gang immediately understood what he meant. At this moment, Zhu Gang, a big fat man of more than 200 pounds, suddenly had some slightly red eyes, but his heart was warm. Although he hadn't known Jang Jing for a long time, he didn't know why, but he just felt that he got along with Jang Jing and was very comfortable with him. This wonderful feeling was as if the two had known each other in their previous life, and in this life they could naturally become good friends without any words at all. Don't worry, the fortune teller said I'll live to be at least 300 years old. My life is so hard that it's not that easy to die. How much did the fortune teller charge you? $2,000. *******. Are you stupid? You gave someone $2,000 after they casually fooled you for a few words? I think that old man, the fortune teller, has a point. Marina del Rey, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Because the entire elite squad had turned off their smart bracelets, all the signals from the official live broadcast room were interrupted, and everyone couldn't watch the live broadcast for the time being. Yu Lily is getting bored. Unexpectedly, Ruyan Lu suddenly gave her a call and asked her to go shopping together. Thus, Yu Lily immediately looked for her manager to ask for a vacation, and then took a taxi to the Yida Commercial Plaza in Binhai City. Next, Yu Lily and Lu Ruyan converged smoothly, and the two women happily strolled around the mall. Time passes by. The two women were strolling around when they suddenly walked into a ladies' lingerie store. Just stepping into the door of this store, Lily Yu's eyes broke into a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, all kinds of sexy lingerie were hanging everywhere, and the scene was quite spectacular. Lily, why don't you hang out over here while I go over there and pick out some clothes? After Lu Ruan threw down these words, she immediately left Yu Lily alone, but she herself lightly walked into a specialized area inside, erotic lingerie specialty area. Yu Lily didn't say a word, and although she pretended to hang out in the general lingerie section, she would sneak a glance at the erotic lingerie specialty section every now and then. In the past, when Yu Lily accompanied Lu Ruan to the lingerie store, it was Lu Ruan who was the only one who went to buy erotic lingerie, while Yu Lily, as a single noble, never touched this. But today's Yu Lily was uncharacteristic, only to see that she hesitated for a while and finally couldn't help but walk towards the erotic lingerie specialty area. Swish, just stepped into this piece of floral green, lace flying all over the sky, suspenders raised everywhere, full of endless ambiguous atmosphere of the specialty zone. Yu Lily's gaze was instantly drawn to a mannequin. The mannequin's body was wearing a set of black skeleton lace underwear. There's very little fabric, but it's flattering without being tacky. As if the raw manufacturer had taken careful measurements of a woman's body, it just happened to snap tightly and definitely not a hair more than necessary. On top of that, the outfit, both the lampshade and the shorts, are cut to look like a piece of butterfly wings. But, in the middle of the butterfly's wings, but slightly cracked a gap. Swish, perhaps associating it with something? Yu Lily's pretty face instantly became a little hot, and a blush flashed in her eyes. However, she hesitated for just a fraction of a second, and immediately waved at the shopgirl not far away. Hello, ma'am, how may I help you? A young female clerk walked over quickly and gave a very polite smile. That black erotic lingerie on the model. Well, please go and find a 37E set for me. I want to try it on. Yu Lily held back the shyness in her heart and whispered the size she needed. It was obvious to see a flash of surprise on the shopgirl's face, and her eyes subconsciously glanced at Yu Lily's proud capital as they widened. Please wait a moment. I'll go look for it. Okay, thanks. Yu Lily politely said a thank you, and at the same time, she also quickly glanced at Lu Ruan, who was picking out clothes on the other side of the specialty area. Maybe there's a bit of a heartbreak? Yu Lily didn't dare to make more stops in the erotic lingerie specialty area, immediately lifted her feet and walked towards the fitting room, and also deliberately explained to the female clerk that she would directly send the clothes to the fitting room later. About 5 minutes later, the door of the fitting room was knocked, and the female clerk held a brand new set of underwear and sent it to Yu Lily in a respectful manner. However, just as the shopgirl was about to turn around and leave, Yu Lily suddenly called out to her, please bring me another pair of garter stockings over here. Not fishnet stockings, but long black silk garter stockings. Yes, just a moment, please. And, get me another lace eye mask and a little bow tie. Okay. 20 minutes later, Lily Yu changed into a full outfit, only to see her pretty face Scarlet standing inside the fitting room, looking at the mature and plump, enchanting and charming, sexy and hot, scratchy to the extreme self in the mirror. The heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of anticipation. Jang Jing, he should like this underwear, right? No way. Get a couple more sets. There was always one that was sure to be River Mirror's favorite. Chapter 80, Phoenix Bloodfruit Side Effects. The Secret World. Inside the cave, Jang Jing and Xu Gang were chatting happily. Suddenly, however, an inquiring voice drifted over from the side. Mr. Jian, where is our Missy? Upon hearing these words, Jang Jing subconsciously turned his head and looked over, just in time to meet the gazes of the two brothers, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, with a hint of doubt. Your first lady. Jang Jing lifted his wrist to look at the time, then estimated back. At this point in time, she should have already been reborn in Nirvana, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a crisp sound of footsteps from outside the cave. Ta-ta-ta-ta. As the sound of footsteps came from far away, everyone, including Jang Jing, couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the cave entrance in unison. First, it was a long leg that stepped through the hole, slim calves with firm, meaty thighs. Even loose combat pants can't hide the graceful curves of these legs. Next, a pair of proud headlights of a car poking out violently from the corner of the hole. A capital C letter is sufficient to describe the scene. Then, a shapely and graceful silhouette quickly came into everyone's eyes. In the end, everyone, including Jang Jing, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and a look of stunned amazement appeared on their faces. That's right, Xiao Wanqing was reborn in Nirvana. The whole person was not only 7 or 8 years younger, but the aura on his body had also changed radically. A classical melon face with a pair of cool Danfeng eyes, coupled with an agar nose and Yao lips, skin like gelatin, long hair like a waterfall, just like a fairy coming out of an ink painting. The looks were already infinitely close to perfection, favoring her even more perfect body. 168-ish height, big bear, thin waist, long legs, tunica. There wasn't a single ounce of excess flesh on her body, and even in her rather loose combat uniform, She couldn't hide her good figure that was both convex and curvaceous. There is a beautiful woman in the north, absolutely independent. One look at the city, and then look at the country. That was what was going through Jang Jing's head at the moment. Ahem. Perhaps a little uncomfortable by the crowd's stares, Xiao Wanqing dryly coughed twice and deliberately asked with a cold face, "Why are you all looking at me like this? Missy, you." Xiao Long trembled his lips and first looked at Xiao Wanqing with a surprised look before turning his head to Jang Jing, who was sitting on the side. "Well, Jang Jing gave me a phoenix blood fruit, and my cultivation strength has been restored." Xiao Wanqing knew what Xiao Long wanted to ask, so she simply told the truth in a generous manner. But Xiao Wanqing obviously cared more about her own strength, and on the contrary, she didn't seem to be particularly concerned about her return to old age and eternal youth. Swish! To the great surprise of the crowd, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu looked at each other and immediately got up and came in front of Jang Jing. "Righteous father! Righteous father!" Looking at the Longhu brothers who clasped their fists and saluted, Jang Jing's eyelids jumped slightly and almost subconsciously dodged to the side, while his mouth also yelled, "Don't recognize your righteous father indiscriminately. I'm not your righteous father. Don't panic, righteous father. Please listen to our brothers. Don't listen, don't listen." Wanker chanting, "Righteous father, the last phoenix blood fruit has already been eaten by your family's eldest young lady. If you have the ability to cut open her stomach and take out the remnants of the phoenix blood fruit and wash it, you might still be able to eat it." See, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu did not even want to face, has been to Jang Jing stalking. That one voice, "Righteous father," shouted, "Then the real father are sweeter." Xiao Wanqing's eyelids twitched fiercely a few times, and a black line ran across her forehead. This is the best of the younger generation of the Xiao family? The family's key talent in the future? Why did it suddenly feel like the Xiao family's future was in jeopardy, and that they couldn't see any hope in the future at all? It's a nasty shame. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, all come back here. Xiao Wanqing had to speak out and call Xiao Long and Xiao Hu back. If we let the two of them continue to fool around, the face of the Xiao family will be completely disgraced. Don't you guys go pestering Jang Jing? I also spent a tremendous amount of money to trade away a phoenix blood fruit from him. If you guys can come up with a bargaining chip that will make his heart flutter, I'm sure he'll be willing to trade with you. And, for the sake of a tiny phoenix blood fruit, the two of you actually recognized a thief as. Ahem. How can you guys just call someone your righteous father? As the leaders of the younger generation of the Xiao family, can you two have some backbone? What is the ancestral motto of our Xiao family? Now, right now, right now. Memorize it from beginning to end for me. Xiao Wanqing was lecturing. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were like children who had made a mistake, drooping their heads, looking down at their toes, silent, and on their faces, they didn't even dare to show any hint of dissatisfaction. It was only until this moment that Jang Jing was able to see clearly what Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were. Nima. This pair of twin brothers with fierce faces were only tall and powerful in appearance, but in reality, they were the two simple-minded Iron Bean. Xiao Wanqing has trained the two of them like a dog. The two of them still have the heart. Take the time to secretly make a ghost face at the river mirror. Xiao Wanqing. Okay, don't lecture. Well, they're both just kids. Half an hour later, Xiao Wanqing seemed to be tired of training, so she let Xiao Long and Xiao Hu go. Both brothers couldn't help but let out a long breath before they silently sat to the side, never daring to come over and disturb Jang Jing again. Right at this moment, Xiao Wanqing, however, walked straight to Jang Jing's side and then sat down with great generosity. I thought Xiao Wanqing had something to say. Who knows? After she sat down, she didn't say a word, just kept frowning tightly and had a rather odd expression on her face. Jang Jing was a curious person. Seeing Xiao Wanqing reveal such an odd expression, he waited for less than 3 seconds before he couldn't help but ask out loud, "Captain Xiao, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Jang Jing's voice, Xiao Wanqing looked as if she had suddenly come to her senses and jerked her head up before staring straight into Jang Jing's eyes. Jang Jing subconsciously hid his hands behind himself, and at the same time quickly moved back some distance, fearing that Xiao Wanqing would come to him again to touch him. However, Xiao Wanqing's next sentence, however, caused Jang Jing to freeze in place. Jang Jing, does the phoenix blood fruit have any side effects? Nirvana rebirth, marrow cleansing, rejuvenation, youthfulness, a spiritual fruit with such heaven-defying efficacy. I don't believe it doesn't have a single side effect. Well. Seeing Jang Jing's expression of stammering and wanting to say something, at this moment, Su Yingru, Xiao Mei and Xiao Wanqing, those who had already taken the phoenix blood fruit, couldn't help but drop their gazes on Jang Jing's face. As for Zhu Gang, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, who had not eaten the phoenix blood fruit, they also turned their heads curiously and looked straight at Jang Jing. General, all the members of the entire elite squad were looking at Jang Jing with bated breath at this moment, causing Jang Jing to be under a lot of pressure, and his old face couldn't help but be slightly hot. Ahem. Only Jang Jing lightly coughed twice, then with his eyes closed and his teeth clenched, he quickly explained, the phoenix blood fruit doesn't have any side effects, and if you have to pick out a little problem for it, it's, those who take the phoenix blood fruit will not only become younger in body and appearance, but also in mind. Of course, if you're a strong-minded person, then you won't be affected in any way. So, this problem with the phoenix blood fruit is not a problem at all. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but frown. After only a brief moment of contemplation, she immediately interjected and asked, what if it's someone with a weak heart? How would they react after eating the phoenix blood fruit? Quiet. The scene was quiet. Jang Jing was silent for roughly 3 seconds before he slowly spoke. If it's someone with a weak heart who eats the phoenix blood fruit, they will become more and more childish. But it doesn't affect his intelligence or emotional intelligence. It's just a sign of a youthful mindset. Young people should be young. If the appearance alone has become younger, but the mind is like an 80-year-old man, the soul and the body don't match at all. Can you understand if I explain it this way? Chapter 81, The Elite Squad is being disbanded. The Secret World. Inside the cave, the group all looked straight at Jang Jing with a strange look in their eyes. At first, Jang Jing did not notice anything wrong. About 3 seconds later, Jang Jing seemed to have reacted and burst into a rage. Choke, only to see him draw his own killing knife and thrust it violently into the ground, then said with a cold face, I, Jang Jing, as a swordsman, am definitely someone with a firm heart, so, I won't be affected by the phoenix blood fruit's side effects at all. Quiet. The cave was dead silent. Everyone, including Xiao Mei and Suing Ru, all stared straight at Jang Jing with an odd look. Although no one spoke, Jang Jing deeply experienced the feeling of not being trusted. But, Jang Jing knew that there was no way to explain this kind of thing. And only the more you explain, the more vain you look. Forget it. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. A frog in a well cannot speak of the sea. A mortal cannot speak of the way. And a floating swimmer cannot speak of the bright moon. The thing of talking to a cow. Jang Jing didn't want to do it. Swish. Jang Jing had just put the killing knife back and had not yet inserted it into its sheath when a royal voice with a smirk drifted in his ears. Ah yes, 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 you have the best ass. You're right about everything. Quiet. The cave was quiet for so many seconds. This was followed by a chorus of At this moment, Jang Jing's face carried a trace of shock as he violently turned his head to follow the sound, only to see Xiao Mei covering her own mouth. Both of her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and her shoulders were trembling slightly, a look of desperately forcing back a laugh. On the other hand, holding back a very hard time. Obviously, Xiao Mei had encountered such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with great difficulty, so of course she had to return Jang Jing's previous words that had deliberately exasperated her to him ruthlessly. What did Jang Jing say about Xiao Mei before? Ah yes, 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 you bear. You're right about everything. It is such a sentence. The then Xiao Mei was so angry that the lampshade was hard to hold a big circle. At this moment, Xiao Mei finally returned the words to Jang Jing. I just feel that my qi and blood are flowing. My thoughts are flowing. My spirit is refreshed. And I'm smiling. That smile caused the lampshade to expand another large hard circle. Sure enough, women who love to smile are attractive. Phew. Jang Jing took a deep breath, then gave Xiao Mei a vicious look. And in his heart, he also thought, women can't be spoiled. As the saying goes, if you don't fight for 3 days, you're going to the roof. There had to be an opportunity, a whip with a candle, to teach Xiao Mei a hard lesson, to make her realize deeply what it means to have a husband who is the biggest and a wife who is the second. And if you offend your husband, you're just waiting to go cry. Okay. Xiao Wanqing suddenly clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention, then said with a straight face, I have one more thing to announce. Since Old 5, Old 6, and Old 7 are all unwilling to join the Special Warfare Team 1, I naturally won't force you. However, the next part of our elite squad's journey may have to change a little bit. Speaking here, Xiao Wanqing suddenly drew out a branch from the bonfire pile and then drew on the ground. At this moment, the group all gathered around, looking at Xiao Wanqing with curiosity. Soon, under Xiao Wanqing's careful drawing, a very scribbled map came into everyone's eyes. Swish! Only Xiao Wanqing marked the location of the word cave on the map and drew an arc directly to the north. Next, I will take the 2nd, 3rd and 4th and search north along the bottom of the canyon. According to my observation, the temperature is higher in the north, and there is also a faint sulfuric odor wafting in the air. There is a high probability that there will be a volcano in the north, and the Dragon Emperor ginseng I'm looking for can only grow in a place of extreme sunlight, so I want to take my chances. Speaking here, Xiao Wanqing suddenly stopped, then swept her eyes around Jang Jing, Suing Yu and Zhu Gang. Xiao Wanqing's meaning was obvious. She was now going to lead the group northward, and it was up to her own will whether Jang Jing, Suing Lu, and Zhu Gang wanted to join them or not. Captain. Zhu Gang suddenly quivered his lips, only to see him also picked up a tree branch, and then along the map of the cave location, directly to the east to draw a straight line. I want to go to the deepest part of the misty forest. I like what old Seven said, life and death have their own destiny, wealth and honor, either I die in the forest, or I bring back the wood spirit fruit. Other than that, there is no third outcome. As Zhu Gang spoke these words without hesitation, everyone present couldn't help but turn their heads and give him a cheering look in unison. A few moments later, Xiao Wanqing, Xiao Mei, Xiao Long, and Xiao Hu again shifted their gazes to Jang Jing and Lu Ruan after another. At this moment, Ru couldn't help but blush with her pretty face and turned her head to look at Jang Jing and said, "That, wherever brother Jing goes, I'll go." Seeing that Ru had handed over the decision to Jang Jing, the group's gazes landed on Jang Jing's face again in unison. Phew, he only saw Jang Jing gently exhale, then pulled out a branch from the campfire. Then he casually drew a straight line on the map in front of the crowd's astonished eyes. This straight line starts from the cave position on the map and extends all the way to the south. The strokes are strong and forceful, without any bit of bending, which seems to represent Jang Jing's determination that he will never modify the line. It's cooler in the south, and the cold winds are coming from that direction, so I want to take Zoe's sister to see the snow. Jang Jing lightly finished this sentence and casually threw the branch aside. Although Jang Jing's reason for watching the snow sounds a bit unprofessional, there is always a flavor of dangling. Do not take the secret world seriously. But Su Yingru, however, raised her head violently, looking straight at Jang Jing's side face, and layers of water waves also swirled in her beautiful eyes. Ice soul grass, doesn't it grow in extremely cold places? Brother Mirror is taking me to find the ice soul grass? That must be it. Are you so sure that there is snow in the south? Xiao Wenqing's brows couldn't help but frown slightly, and at the same time, she quickly scanned over Jang Jing and Su Yingru's bodies with a suspicious look. There are ghosts. There's definitely a ghost. Although this pair of dogs, one of them is a love brain and the other one is a childish child, their intelligence is absolutely fine and there is no way that they can run off to see the snow for no reason. Snow, wherever you look. Why do you have to run to see snow in a secret place? Do you really think we're all idiots with such a poor excuse? It's okay, even if there's no snow in the south, a random ice seller will barely make it. Jang Jing smiled and snorted, seemingly determined not to tell everyone the real reason why he and Su Yingru went to see the snow. After all, the matter of Su Yingru's memory loss was her personal privacy, and Jang Jing naturally wouldn't expose her privacy. Phew, Xiao Wenqing seemed to understand Jang Jing's temper, only to see her take a deep breath and no longer dwell on why Jang Jing wanted to take Su Yingru to see the snow. Old 5, Old 6, Old 7, I now solemnly ask you, as the captain of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Authority, Special Warfare Team 1, 2, if you come across the altar on your travels, make sure you destroy it. If you really can't destroy it, please make sure to contact us with your smart bracelet. As soon as we receive the signal, we will immediately come over as fast as we can. Chapter 82, Parting of Ways, each carrying his own weight. 2 p.m. The blazing sun is high in the sky. This point in time was also when the misty forest fog was at its lightest. All the members of the elite squad, all came outside the cave and stood on top of the platform on the cliff face. Gentlemen, take care. Chu Kong was the first to speak up. He only clasped his fists at the crowd, then took another deep look at Jang Jing, and then turned around, seemingly ready to perform a light power to fly to the opposite side of the canyon. Old 6, wait a minute. Right at this moment, Jang Jing but suddenly called out to Zhu Gang, only to see him walk quickly to Zhu Gang's side, and then both pulled out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and shoved it directly into Zhu Gang's hand. Old 7, this is. Zhu Gang subconsciously took the small transparent medicine bottle and lifted his hand to take a look, not realizing that it was filled with blood. This is my blood. Keep it with you just in case. Jang Jing patted Zhu Gang's shoulder and gave him a cheering look before not saying any more nonsense. Thanks. A warm current flowed through Zhu Gang's heart. He only saw that he carefully, and very solemnly, put this vial of blood into his left breast pocket, and then clasped his fist at Jang Jing. Immediately after that, he made a turn and flew directly to the opposite side of the canyon by executing light energy. Have to say, although Zhu Gang was a big fat man of 200 pounds, the way he performed his light power and flew in midair, he really looked like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring. Aha! Inside the divine eagles, Yang's big eagle, seeing that Zhu Gang landed on the opposite side of the canyon, and also turned around and waved his hand to the side. Immediately after that, he plunged headlong into the dense forest. Jang Jing couldn't help but sigh, and muttered under his breath, "Son, Dad wishes you a safe journey." Put. Seemingly hearing what Jang Jing was chanting, Su Yingru, who was following closely beside him, couldn't help but squirt out a laugh on the spot. Zoe, how is this new righteous son that brother has taken in? Well, I think it's fine. What exactly is good about it? Although he's a bit fat and a bit naive, He's affectionate and has a good character. I think so too. Ha ha, ha. Seeing Jang Jing and Su Yingru exchanging pleasantries, giggling and chatting, with the intimate appearance of a young couple biting their ears, Xiaomei couldn't help but cover her forehead again. At the same time, my heart was wondering if my husband likes girls who are a bit more lively and cute. So should I wear a double ponytail, change into a JK suit, carry a small school bag and show my youthful and lively side in front of him? It's a picture that doesn't bear watching. Let's just forget about it. Jang Jing, we should go too. Take care. Just then, Xiao Wanqing walked over. Only a complex look flashed across her face, and the look she gave Jang Jing was also very odd. But what was strange about it? Jang Jing couldn't tell. Take care. Jang Jing cupped his fists and returned the salute, and although he was addressing Xiao Wanqing, his eyes glanced at Xiaomei, who was standing behind Xiao Wanqing. Honey, be safe. Xiaomei's eyes stared straight at Jang Jing. Her red lips opened and closed. Although she didn't make any sound, Jang Jing was able to judge what she had just said from the shape of her mouth. Same to you, wife. Stay safe. Jang Jing quivered his lips and similarly used his mouth to convey what he wanted to say to Xiaomei. After receiving Jang Jing's secret telegram, the corner of Xiaomei's mouth hooked up into a nice-looking arc, and her eyes towards Jang Jing became more and more gentle. At the same time, Xiaomei subconsciously touched a small pill bottle in her pocket. What was contained in the bottle was none other than Jang Jing's blood. This bottle of blood was what Jang Jing had just secretly slipped to Xiaomei. And this bottle, obviously, was more than a circle larger than the one Jang Jing had given Zhu Gang, and there was more than double the amount of blood contained within. From this, it could be seen that Xiaomei was much more important in Jang Jing's heart than that righteous son of Zhu Gang. Next, Xiao Wanqing brought Xiaomei. Xiao Long and Xiao Huan climbed directly down the cliff to the bottom of the valley before carefully exploring towards the north. When only Jang Jing and Su Yingru were left on the platform, Su Yingru suddenly made a bold move. Swish! She only saw that she leaned over towards Jang Jing's side, then gathered her courage and carefully, tentatively, tried to hold Jang Jing's hand. Seemingly worried about being rejected by Jang Jing, Su Yingru had just touched Jang Jing's finger and immediately retracted it again. Seemingly unwilling, Su Yingru just retracted her hand and quickly reached over again, wanting to hold Jang Jing's hand again. After repeating this several times, Su Yingru did not succeed in holding Jang Jing's hand. However, just after Su Yingru's nth attempt to hold hands failed, the next second, Jang Jing took the initiative to reach his hand over and steadily held her hand. Brother mirror. Su Yingru was instantly surprised and delighted, and a blush instantly appeared on her pretty face. They're all gone. Why don't we go too? Jang Jing smiled and held Su Yingru's hand tightly, giving the little ninny enough security and sweetness. Aha! Su Yingru nodded her head obediently, then smiled like a little fool and was led away by Jang Jing in such a daze. Young girl, it's easy to be cheated out of love because you believe in it. This was a problem that Jang Jing had been worrying about for 18 years, because he had given birth not to a son, but to a daughter. When he thought of his precious daughter, there would always be a day when she would marry. Jang Jing's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This was going to be a vicious cut in his heart. Woo woo, the signal in the live room is back online. Aha! I've been waiting for a whole morning, and I can finally watch Brother Mirror fight monsters again. Ha! What's going on? Why aren't the elite squads together, but split into 3 groups, and also heading in 3 different directions? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why did the elite squad split up? I don't know. As soon as I came in, I saw Su Yingru holding Brother Mirror's hand, causing my heart to break all over. Su Yingru, let go of Brother Mirror's hand. Let me hold it. Mirror and Shadow CP, finally officially announced together. Great. The official livestream had just restored the signal connection, and it immediately exploded. Everyone wonders why the elite squad was disbanded. There is speculation that the players may have had a disagreement at the meeting, had a conflict, and then had a complete falling out. There was also speculation that it was the captain, Xiao Wanqing, who was on an important mission. Because it involved state secrets and could not be known to outsiders, they could only leave behind Jang Jing, Su Yinglu and Zhu Gang and turned around to carry out the mission. There was also speculation that it must have been because Jang Jing and Su Yingru had gotten together and didn't want outsiders to disturb their two-person world, so they took the initiative to break away from the group. General, all sorts of speculations and rumors were flying around, and the official broadcast room was almost flooded with pop-ups from netizens. Soon, the administrator of the official broadcast room popped up and directly banned everyone from sending pop-ups. And an announcement was quickly made on the official broadcast. The general idea is that the Daredevil Squad is just a temporary team of adventurers. All members are separate individuals, and when they enter the secret realm, they can either stick together as a group or go it alone. In other words, everyone in the elite squad was not affected in any way in all their activities in the secret realm, and everything came and went freely. On top of that, a second official announcement was quickly made. Designated pharmacies in major cities across the country have shelved the qi and blood pills required for practicing ancient martial arts, and citizens who need to raise their qi and blood values can go to the pharmacies and purchase them on their own. The nation was in an uproar at this news. The netizens who were guarding the official live broadcast room instantly ran off a large portion of them, seemingly all running off to scramble for the qi blood pills that had just hit the shelves. But a search on the internet for the price of the qi blood elixir immediately scared off most of the netizens. A qi blood elixir of 100,000 yuan could only raise 10 points of qi blood value at a time, and the effect would be directly reduced by half if a second qi blood elixir was taken subsequently. Lean. The saying poor in literature and rich in martial arts is indeed true. If you're poor, you can't really do anything. Chapter 83, Sable showing warning. Creepy figures. The secret world. Jang Jing and Suingru walked at the bottom of the quiet canyon for about an hour, and they actually didn't encounter a single ferocious beast on the way. Listening to the various birdsongs coming from the neighborhood and smelling the fresh air of nature, coupled with not being able to detect any aura of danger, both of them couldn't help but relax. Brother Mirror, can I ask you a question? Suingru held Jang Jing's hand tightly all the way. Her little face was flushed and the corners of her mouth had been rising slightly, looking lovely. What do you want to ask? Jang Jing seemed to be infected by Suingru's smile, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as well. His mood seemed to be quite good. Brother Mirror, everyone in our elite squad has their own reasons for entering the secret realm, so what about you? And what did you enter the secret realm for? The moment Suingru said this, Jang Jing was first slightly stunned, then he half squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought. Jang Jing had to admit that in addition to wanting to fight monsters and upgrade, and incidentally earn some money for his baby daughter to spend, he actually had another small selfishness when he entered the secret realm. Didn't his ex-wife Ruyan Lu always dislike him? Ruyan Lu's original words were this: "You only know how to kill and kill pigs every day. You don't know anything else in this life except killing pigs. You are simply a loser. How could my mother have been blind in the first place, choosing from 1,000 choices, only to end up choosing such a loser like you? If you like killing pigs so much, why don't you just hug them for the rest of your life?" Jang Jing also did not expect that success also kills pigs, but also kills pigs. When Ruyan Lu was young, she was attracted by Jang Jing's pig-killing knife skills, and then married him without a second thought. 20 years have passed in a flash. Lu Ruyan had reached middle age, but she began to dislike Jang Jing's profession, and along with it, she began to dislike Jang Jing's sword technique, and even Jang Jing himself. This is love? I love your hemp-selling twist, love. Scientists have confirmed that the shelf life of love is only 3 months at most. Once after this time period, the freshness will be over, and the so-called love will naturally fade. Thinking back now, Lu Ruyan actually managed to stay by his side for 18 years, seemingly, probably, as if it was quite difficult for her. Oh, over the years, if not for Jang Jing killing pigs diligently, earn more, and he himself does not spend much money. The money was Lu Ruyan took to spend. If it wasn't for the sake of money, I guess Ruyan Lu would have patted her butt and left long ago, right? Back to the main topic. Jang Jing joined the Daredevil team and subsequently entered the secret realm, not to prove how great he was, but to fight for his breath. That's what he was going to tell Ruyan Lu. Open your eyes and see if I'm a loser or not. On top of that, Jang Jing also wanted to tell Ruyan Lu, you said that you had chosen me from 1,000 choices and finally went blind. How could I not have turned down thousands of women's advances and finally agreed to yours blindly? Do you think that by divorcing me and kicking me out, I'm a wasted man who's abandoned and unwanted? Oh, I'll only be better off without you, and there are tons of women prettier and better than you waiting for the old man to pick them out. In the future, I will only become a god that you can't reach. You, on the other hand, will only grow old and eventually wither away in some unknown corner. Who's a loser? Who's the wimp? Who's never going to amount to anything in their life? It should be obvious at a glance now. Brother Mirror, what are you thinking about? Right at this moment, Suingrua's voice pulled Jang Jing back from his contemplation. Only Jang Jing shook his head, then smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Brother Mirror, if it's not convenient for you to tell me the reason for entering the secret realm, then I won't ask." Suingru was really well behaved, and Jang Jing really couldn't help but like her. However, just as Jiang Chen trembled his lips, he was just about to tell Suingru directly the reason why he had entered the secret realm. Squeak! The little cicada that was originally hiding in Jiang Jing's arms and huffing and puffing, suddenly poked its head out from inside the wolfskin coat, and it was also screaming one after another. Wow! What a cute little sable! Suingrua's attention was instantly attracted by little cicada, and a pair of big, beautiful eyes also bloomed with a twofold glow of fondness. Brother Mirror, can I touch it? Could be. Ha! Why does it keep squeaking? Is it hungry and wants to eat? Jiang Jing had thought that little cicada had just woken up from her nap and wanted to come out for some air. Who knows? The little cicada's eyes were dead set on a direction, and not only did his mouth emit a sharp cry, his demeanor and movements looked particularly anxious. Swish! Jang Jing, who had a feeling in his heart, immediately turned his head and looked over in the direction that little cicada was looking. Look no further. Right in front of Jang Jing and Suing Rua's left, on a cliff face roughly a dozen meters high, a silhouette unexpectedly appeared. Because of the thick fog that filled the canyon above, Jang Jing couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, but judging from the other party's size, he was at least a sturdy man over 2 meters tall. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing hastily let go of Suing Rua's hand, and then touched the pig-killing knife hanging behind his waist, instantly entering a state of combat. Crap! In this alien space where ferocious beasts were rampant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, regardless of whether the other party was a foe or a friend. Jang Jing absolutely did not dare to slack off. Swish! Suing Rua's movements weren't slow, and after noticing Jang Jing's abnormality, she also followed Jang Jing's gaze. Upon seeing that there was actually a person standing on the cliff, and the other party seemed to be quietly staring at them, Suing Rua immediately shook her hands, and 2 cold and shining daggers slipped out of her sleeves. Quiet. The canyon was quiet. Sable Cicada didn't know when, but shrunk back into Jang Jing's arms, as if she had just suddenly popped up and called out twice on purpose to remind Jang Jing that there was someone in front of him. Jang Jing made an effort to open his eyes wide and stared at the silhouette on the cliff, as if trying to see clearly what kind of goods the other party was. However, the fog drifting above the canyon was simply too thick, and Jang Jing looked at it for a long time without being able to get a clear look at the other party's appearance. Just then, an unexpected thing happened. Only a thick fog floated past the cliff, and when the fog dispersed, the silhouette that was originally standing on the cliff had disappeared without a sound. Brother Mirror, where's that guy from earlier? Jang Jing thought that he was blinking or hallucinating something. However, when he heard Suing Rua's inquiring voice, Jang Jing was then incomparably certain that he was not blinkered, and that there was indeed a person standing there just now. Phew! Only Jang Jing took a deep breath, and after a little contemplation, he spoke. Roar! We may have stepped into the territory of a certain demonic beast. For the rest of the journey, we must remain highly vigilant, and must not take it lightly. Aha! Suing Ro nodded obediently, her eyes once again looking towards the cliff, and a puzzled expression flashed across her face. What was standing there just now? Was it a human being? Or was it a ferocious beast? If it's a ferocious beast, that's easy to explain. After all, the entire secret realm was a paradise for ferocious beasts, and the occasional appearance of 1 or 2 ferocious beasts with a human-like body type did not seem to be surprising. But if it's a human being, Suing Rua didn't dare to imagine at all that the people living in this otherworldly space. What kind of race were they? Could it be the legendary demon clan? The witch race? The gods? The blood race? The soul race? The underworld? Or maybe it's hell eaters? Hiss. Just thinking about it makes your heart grow fuzzy. Chapter 84. It's that shadowy figure again. Canyon bottom. Jang Jing and Suing Ru maintained a high level of vigilance as they groped their way south. After about 10 minutes of walking, the two of them clearly felt the temperature around them getting lower and lower, and a gust of piercing cold wind was blowing over in front of them. But, even though there was a cold wind blowing over in front of them, the thick fog floating above the canyon still didn't decrease a bit, but instead became thicker and thicker. The fog that can't even be blown away by the wind. It's so bossy. How capricious. Real cow beer. Zoe, get behind me. Seeing that a turn close to 90 degrees appeared ahead, Jang Jing hurriedly pulled Suing Ro behind him, and at the same time, he also gripped his killing knife tightly, ready to fight at any time. Jang Jing had suffered a loss once. The last time he felt his way north along the bottom of the canyon, he also encountered such a 90-degree bend. Results: he had just turned that corner when 10,000 dogs appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the fighting strength of those dogs was not very strong. Jang Jing could easily deal with it alone. If it was replaced with any other powerful beasts, Jang Jing did not dare to guarantee that he could retreat in one piece. Therefore, at the sight of another identical bend in front of him, Jang Jing's heart instantly sounded the alarm. Swish! He was seen quickly sticking to the cliff wall, and then carefully, slowly, bit by bit, he moved his feet forward. When Suing Ru saw this, she thought that there was some kind of danger ahead, and her entire body immediately tensed up, only to see her following closely behind Jang Jing, half squatting, her body slightly leaning forward. Her upturned back tunic instantly collapsed the loose combat pants, giving an extremely full arc. Shura Assassin? No, no, no. It would be more appropriate to call her the Peach Assassin. Swish! Jang Jing finally touched the corner of the bend, only to see him cautiously pop his head out and quickly glance ahead. It was this glance that instantly caused Jang Jing to freeze in place, and an odd expression appeared on his face. Seeing that Jang Jing hadn't said anything for a long time, He had kept this probing posture, staring stupidly ahead, and the expression on his face was quite strange. Suingru couldn't help but tug on Jang Jing's wolfskin coat, then inquired in a low voice, "Brother Jing, what's wrong?" "That. You come and see for yourself." After Jang Jing came back to his senses, he immediately inserted the pig-killing knife back into its sheath, and also walked out from the corner in a big way. Seeing this, Suingru was slightly stunned and immediately followed closely behind Jang Jing, also dodging out from the corner. In the next second, Suingrua's pupils shrunk slightly, and an expression of surprise surfaced on her face. Snow. Lots and lots of snow. The front was white, as if the whole earth was covered with a snowy coat. Jang Jing also didn't expect that turning out from this near 90-degree bend would be the end of this canyon. Although there was still a dense forest ahead, it was snowy and silver, as if it had come to a world of ice and snow. That feels, well, abrupt. With the exit of the canyon as the dividing line, there is a cold winter climate on one side and a normal climate on the other, with no excess in between. It was as if someone had taken these two worlds with different climates and hardwired them together. Sure enough, what's in the secret realm can't even be measured by a normal human mind. The main theme is one of caprice. Puff! Jang Jing stepped out of the canyon and stepped on the thick snow, and a crisp yet dull sound immediately came from under his feet. That's right, it's really snowing. The desire to bring Zoe's sister along to see the snow was fulfilled by mistake. Brother Mirror, I didn't realize there was really snow on the south side of the canyon. Suingru also stepped into the world of ice and snow with one foot, only to see her crouch down and grab a handful of snow on the ground before scattering it again casually, a happy expression soon surfacing on her face. Since there was snow here, it shouldn't be far from the land of extreme cold. As long as she could find the ice soul grass, Suingru would be able to recover her lost 18 years of memories. So can she not be happy? Come on, let's go to the front. Jang Jing stroked his chin, then casually pointed his finger in a direction and immediately took a step over. Although this was a world of ice and snow, the surrounding area was still filled with fog, and the visibility definitely did not exceed 10 meters. Trying to find the ice soul grass that could restore one's memory in such an environment was undoubtedly difficult. Aha! With an obstructed view, one has to take one's chances. Brother Mirror, wait for me. Suingru hurriedly followed and took the initiative to hold Jang Jing's hand. Although her little face was slightly flushed, it wasn't as shy as the first time she held hands with Jang Jing. Puff, puffing, puffing, walking on the snowy ground of the forest, the well-behaved sister is my companion. The blue sky with a sunset in the chest, the colorful clouds are the clothes of the evening sun. Jang Jing and Suingru had only just walked forward for more than 10 meters when suddenly, both of them stopped their advance almost simultaneously and looked ahead with a face full of astonishment. Swish, swish. In the next second, Jang Jing reached out and touched the pig-killing knife behind his waist, while Suingru also shook her sleeve and instantly gripped a cold, shining dagger. Someone, it was that lanky 2-meter-tall man again. He just appeared without a sound, like a PPO, in front of Jang Jing and Suingru's left side. Due to the foggy forest, Jang Jing and Suingru still couldn't see each other's appearance. Who are you? Jang Jing's eyes narrowed, and after hesitating for a moment, he still had the guts to take the initiative to ask about the other party's identity. However, this lanky man just stood quietly in front, not moving at all, as if he was a statue, and ignored Jang Jing's shouts. How are you? Seeing that the other party didn't have any reaction, Jang Jing tried to change the language again, wanting to communicate with this burly man in a friendly manner. Results: the other party still didn't react half-heartedly, still standing still and not moving at all. Savadika? Ashi it. Yay for buying a disc? Ola. Jang Jing tried to switch several languages in a row, but the other party was like a little cutie. The other party was like a little cutie pie, standing still and not reacting at all from beginning to end. Mard, I'd like to see what the hell you are. River Mirror got a little angry. He hated this kind of trick of pretending to be a god, so he directly drew his killing knife and took a big step towards the figure. However, in the next second, Jang Jing froze in place, for the tall figure, again, disappeared without a trace in an instant as a heavy fog drifted over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hit a ghost? Jang Jing couldn't help but rub his eyes and looked ahead again, but it was already empty. The figure from before had truly disappeared. Brother Mirror, what exactly is that shadow? Just now? Suingru also witnessed the scene that happened just now, only to see her shiver. She immediately moved to Jang Jing's side, and she also tightly hugged his arm. At this moment, Jang Chen only felt as if his arms were caught in 2 balls of cotton candy. But, before he could savor it, Suingru's shocked cry came from his ears. Brother Mirror, look over there. Swish. Jang Jing was first slightly stunned, then hurriedly looked over in the direction Suingru had pointed. Look no further. The black shadow that had been in front of them on the left just now had unexpectedly appeared behind them on the left at this moment. The other party was still standing still. It was impossible to see his appearance. Only his burly figure could be seen. But Jang Jing, however, had a strong premonition that the other party's pair of eyes hidden in the darkness were staring straight at him and Suingru without blinking. When a martial artist was being stared at with his eyes, his heart would instinctively surface with alertness, and this strong sixth sense could never be wrong. The guy, who was surveying them with impunity. It's as if we're watching the prey. Chapter 85, Suingru was switched. Asterisk. Why do I get the feeling I'm watching a horror movie? What the hell is that black shadow? How come it appears in front one moment and runs behind the other? Is this thing a human or a ghost? I'll bet a pack of chili fries that this thing is definitely an a-hole. Nima, Jiangshun and Suingru hit a ghost? Don't scare me. Why do I feel like my whole back is chilling in broad daylight? Upstairs, you're a sister, right? Don't be afraid. Come into brother's arms. Brother will protect you. Rolling. I'm a man. River Mirror's live stream had exploded. Many of the timid netizens were scared a little to the core after witnessing the eerie figure. Imagine that. In the middle of a foggy, silent forest, an unknown figure suddenly appeared ahead. He just stood there quietly, staring at you without moving. When you try to get close to him, he immediately disappears without a trace. Immediately afterward, he reappears very suddenly behind you and continues to stare at you without moving a muscle. It's damn near the same plot as in a horror movie. In the face of this situation, not only the timid netizens were frightened, but even Suingru, who was following Jang Jing's side, was also frightened. Brother Mirror, we can't be bumping into a ghost, right? Although the expression on Suingru's face was still quite calm, the two hands holding Jang Jing's arms could not stop trembling slightly. Zoe, you're the peach assassin who terrorizes your enemies, and you're actually afraid of ghosts and monsters? Jang Jing cried and laughed as he glanced at Suingru, and was just about to turn his head away to continue observing that mysterious black shadow. However, it was such a short moment that the black shadow that originally stood behind them on the left side disappeared again. At this moment, Jang Jing couldn't help but frown, and his heart began to grow a little fuzzy. Coming without a trace, going without a shadow, no footprints left in the snow. When the black shadow disappeared, the fog around it did not produce a single flow. I'll go. That mysterious black shadow. It can't really be a PPO, can it? No fear. Lao Zi has the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, which has an extremely strong restraining effect on all evil things. If you really met PPO, the male directly killed. As for the female, well, dragged home and then killed. Brother Mirror, who stipulated that assassins can't be afraid of ghosts, Suingru couldn't help but blush with a pretty face, perhaps because she realized that the dark shadow had disappeared again. The little nymph immediately hugged Jang Jing even tighter. It doesn't make sense? It's not scientific? Brother Mirror, do you feel something is wrong too? I told you, that black shadow is probably a ghost. No, when I say wrong, I mean you're very wrong. Ha, it was too late. Just as Suingru was slightly stunned, Jang Jing slashed out a knife directly towards her with lightning speed. Swish, only to see a cold light flashed. Suingru was caught unawares, and was immediately sent flying 7 or 8 meters away by this knife, and finally fell heavily on the snow. However, instead of any wounds appearing on Suingru's body, a light pink halo lit up in front of her chest, and it seemed that it was this light halo that counteracted the damage from Jang Jing's slash just now. Quiet. The scene was quiet. The official broadcast room was also dead silent. Netizens seemed to be petrified in place by this scene. Ha! Right at this moment, a puzzled voice came out of Suingru's mouth. Brother Mirror, how did you find out? Only to see that she changed her timid and scared appearance from earlier, and stood up from the snow in a big way. And by the way, she also straightened her clothes. And then she looked at Jang Jing with a curious look. You really aren't Suingru. Jang Jing's face instantly grimaced while his brain raced. Where did the real Suingru go? Is she in danger at the moment? And this imposter in front of her, when exactly did she secretly carry out the transfer with Suingru? Brother Mirror, you haven't answered my question. In Jang Jing's dumbfounded eyes, Suingru first twisted her erect rear tunic, then licked her lips with her tongue, revealing an extremely flirtatious expression, and even threw a wink to Jang Jing. This action, this demeanor, this look, this tone of voice, simply put the word flirty to the extreme. The real Suingru, she wouldn't even frown at death, so how could she be afraid of ghosts and monsters, or even show an expression of cowardice and fear? While Jang Jing was conversing with the imposter Suingru, he was rapidly thinking of ways to cope. The imposter in front of me can be killed at any time, but the real Suingru must be retrieved. With that, you're sure I'm not your Zoe sister? The imposter Suingru suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at Jang Jing with a face full of suspicion, as if she didn't really believe this explanation from Jang Jing. Of course, that's just one of the things that makes me suspicious. Jang Jing seemed to have figured out something. The corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up into a nice-looking arc, and his originally tightly wrinkled brows also stretched out. Yes? The imposter Su Yingru frowned, then looked at Jang Jing with a winking expression again and asked, "Then I'd like to ask, what other flaws did I have just now that you saw?" Ha! Jang Jing couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, "Su Yingru's nickname isn't Peach Assassin, and you didn't react at all when I called you Peach Assassin just now, so that's your biggest break. You." The imposter Su Yingru was slightly stunned by what she heard, and seemed to have thought of something, and immediately opened her mouth to say, "So you have long since begun to suspect me, and just now it was you who were intentionally trying to test me?" "That's right." Jang Jing nodded his head graciously, then looked at the imposter Su Yingru with a smirk, a look of contempt on his face as well. At this moment, imposter Su Yingru's face was quite wonderful. 3 parts reluctance, 3 parts frustration, 3 parts chagrin, and 91 parts exasperation. Humph. Only to hear the imposter Su Yingru snort coldly and said in annoyance, "Even if you have recognized my disguise, so what? Don't forget, your Zoe's sister is in my hands now. I advise you that you'd better behave yourself and follow my orders, or else." Choke. Before the imposter Su Yingru could finish her words, a cold light suddenly flashed between heaven and earth. In the next second, imposter Su Yingru's body flew backwards, then heavily smashed into a large tree not far away. This time, although a light pink halo lit up again in front of imposter Su Yingru's chest, the halo was split apart by the blade chi in an instant. The knife chi went on unabated, not only leaving a bone-deep wound on her body, but also splattering a scarlet splash of blood. You, cough, you, the imposter, Su Yingru, also didn't expect Jang Jing to pull out a knife and kill someone at the drop of a hat. Just now, this blade, whether it was in terms of power or speed, caused imposter Su Yingru to feel palpitations. Almost. It was really only that close. She died under this knife of Jang Jing. Ha, you're not even dead from this? You have a tough life. Jang Jing's voice floated over from a short distance away, and imposter Su Yingru hurriedly looked up just in time to see Jang Jing taking a step towards her. You don't come over here. Cough cough cough. The imposter Su Yingru almost subconsciously shrunk back, seemingly frightened by Jang Jing's ruthlessness. However, behind her was a large tree, and just as she took a step backward, her back was pressed against the thick trunk. At the moment, she was tempted to go around the tree and scamper away, but Jang Jing had already walked over, his eyes locked on her with a deadly gaze, and the killing knife in his hand was flashing with a cold light. Imposter Su Yingru had a strong premonition that as long as she dared to escape, the next second, Jang Jing's killing knife would ruthlessly slash at her body. Done. The old ladies in the gutter on this one. Humans, indeed, are a very cunning and insidious race. You don't come over. Chapter 86. A fox is not a fox. It's pure scratching light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Why did the river god suddenly strike out at Su Yingru? I'll be damned. Su Yingru is an imposter? Then where did the real Su Yingru go? Why can't I understand it? Can that big brother explain it to me? The real Su Yingru disappeared, and this fake Su Yingru, not knowing what method she used, silently blended into Zhang Shen's side, intending to misbehave with him, only to be caught by Zhang Shen on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When was Su Yingru dropped? Why didn't I realize? And how did Zhang Shen know that this Su Yingru in front of him was an imposter? I am now curious. Is this imposter Su Yingru a human being? A ghost? Or a demonic beast? Brother Mirror is awesome. I love you. The official livestream blew up once again. The moment they saw Jang Jing make a stab at Su Yingru without warning, countless netizens' faces were filled with question marks. However, upon learning that the Su Yingru in front of them was actually an imposter, countless netizens' faces were filled with exclamation points. Next, after seeing the imposter Su Yingru threatening Jang Jing, she was sent flying by Jang Jing with a knife, and her mouth was even shouting, "Don't come over here." The faces of countless netizens were a sea of ellipses. Anyway, in just 10 seconds or so, the plot reversed several times in a row, and the wonderful expressions on the faces of the netizens could have been made into a short drama. The secret world. Jang Jing had already walked up to the imposter Su Yingru. He squatted down and looked at the other party's face, which was exactly the same as Su Yingru's, and couldn't help but tisk twice. "Let me guess, what breed of demon are you?" Jang Jing reached out and cupped the imposter Su Yingru's chin, scrutinizing it as if he was looking at a commodity. Under the imposter Su Yingru's eyes, a trace of annoyance immediately flashed through, but she didn't dare to move a single muscle for fear of angering the bogeyman in front of her and thus losing her little life. To be able to make my misty pupil phantom sable fall into a coma without realizing it, such a brilliant illusionist tactic is not common. As Jang Jing slowly uttered such words, the bottom of imposter Su Yingru's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of panic. and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ha! Seeing that the imposter Su Ruan still hadn't yet revealed her true form, Jang Jing suddenly laughed softly and said, "Ordinary foxes, naturally, can't possibly be the opponent of our family's little cicada. Only the emperor of the fox clan, the legendary nine-tailed fox, can suppress our little cicada. Little fox, why don't you show your fox tail?" Swish! As soon as the words left his mouth, Jang Jing suddenly shot out and choked her neck, and then his 5 fingers gradually exerted force, as if he intended to slowly strangle her to death here. Cough cough cough. Let go of me. Imposter Su was choked to the point that she couldn't breathe, and could only use her own hands, desperately trying to wrench Jang Jing's palms. However, Jang Jing's strength was so great that the seriously injured imposter Su couldn't break his grip at all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The imposter Su Rua's pretty face had already been suffocated with an incomparable redness, and even her lips had begun to turn slightly white. But Jang Jing still didn't stop. Instead, he even increased the force in his hands by a few points. Right at this moment, a large plume of green smoke suddenly emerged from the body of the imposter Su Ruan. In the next second, 3 fluffy fox tails just burst out of her warren. At the same time, her face and body underwent a radical change, directly transforming from Su Ruan's appearance into a pure and cute little loli. Big eyes, long eyelashes, little pink lips, and 2 fluffy fox ears. Lean, childish giant lamp. Wouldn't that be a pure beast-eared lady? Ha! How come there are only 3 tails? Where are the other 6? Jang Jing was slightly stunned by the situation, and at the same time, he also loosened his palm, not really strangling this vixen. Cough cough cough. The vixen collapsed to the ground, covering her neck, coughing non-stop, coughing up tears, and with a look of panic and fear on her face. This pearly, weak, helpless, pitiful and miserable appearance, if placed in the usual way, would definitely be able to stir up the protective desire of many men. However, what protectiveness after she reveals her true form as a beast-eared lady? Compassion? It's all gone. The vast majority of male netizens are now presumably only possessive. Don't kill me, please, please. I can give your Zoe's sister back to you. After the fox spirit revealed her real body, she seemed to be even more scared, only to see her kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowing towards Jang Jing and begging for forgiveness. Her tears were even more sporadic. Take me to Zoe first. If she has half a scratch on her, you're dead today. Jang Jing first picked her up with one hand, then put the killing knife on her neck, and also pushed her towards the direction of the canyon. How did you know your Zoe's sister was in that place? A look of doubt flashed across the vixen's face, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire at once. Ha! Jang Jing once again laughed softly and said, "When Zoe and I first saw the black shadow, a cold wind happened to blow over, so I guess it should be you using illusions on us, right? It's just that I'm a very strong-willed person, and I won't be affected by your illusions at all. But Zoe's sister, and my contracted beast, little cicada, should have been controlled by you at that time, right?" Hearing this, a complex expression flashed across the fox spirit's face, and her 2 lovely fox ears slowly drooped. "It looks like a failure. At first, I didn't know exactly what method you used, but you actually switched with Zoe's sister under my nose, without a sound, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that I've been thinking about it for a while, and I've finally figured out the moment in which you got rid of my Zoe's sister and replaced her with yourself. All this way, Zoe has always been within my line of sight, and there was only one moment when Zoe ever left my sight." Speaking of which, Jang Jing had already escorted the vixen into the canyon, and right in front of their eyes was the bend that was close to 90 degrees. Swish! Only Jang Jing pushed the fox spirit to turn the corner, and immediately saw a woman lying peacefully underneath the cliff wall next to him. That's right. This woman who had fallen into a coma was none other than Su Ingru. The me at the time had my back to Zoe and was checking out the outside of the canyon. You, on the other hand, took the opportunity to knock out Zoe's sister, then transformed into her form and quietly followed me. I knew I smelled a scratchy odor at that time, so it was you. The vixen. Jang Jing couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart even after seeing the real Su Ingru. He only saw that he inserted the killing knife back into its sheath, then used one hand to pinch the back of the vixen's neck, and walked directly in front of Su Ingru. Next, Jang Jing slowly crouched down, one hand still pinching the back of the vixen's neck, while the other hand carefully examined Su Ingru's physical condition. Phew! When Jang Jing realized that Su Ingru had only fainted and her body wasn't in any serious condition, she couldn't help but let out a long breath, and the heart that was originally hanging in the air was finally released. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that something unexpected happened to Jang Jing. The fox spirit that he had choked on the back of his neck instantly transformed into a small snow-white fox, then broke free from his grip with lightning speed. In Jang Jing's dumbfounded eyes, the little fox whoosh scurried to the side, and then quickly climbed up along the cliff face. Careless, foxes, indeed, are all very cunning and devious creatures. Vixens are not only cunning and insidious, they're also scratchy. Jang Jing didn't go after this vixen. He just couldn't help but curse a few times before taking Suingru, who had fallen to the ground, in his arms. Next, Jang Jing cut his finger, squeezed out a few drops of blood, and dripped it into Suingrua's mouth. In less than 3 seconds, Suingrua's mouth let out a few murmurs, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. However, just at this time, a furious and angry voice suddenly floated from the cliff face. Brother Mirror, you're the one with the scratchy odor. You and your Zoe sister both smell scratchy. Your whole family smells like scratch. Poof. River Mirror almost stumbled and fell to the ground. I didn't expect this little vixen to be so vindictive, only to see that he raised his head violently and looked towards the fox spirit standing above the cliff. Then without hesitation, he shouted, "Little fox, you only have 3 tails. You obviously haven't cultivated into a spirit yet. Brother now sends you a word of advice. The fox has not become refined, pure scratching light. If you are more bold and brave, put aside all worldly moral concepts and release your scratchy nature to the fullest, you may immediately grow 9 tails and become a real 9-tailed fox. Cheer up, my brother thinks highly of you." Chapter 87. I've thought of a name for the baby. It's actually a vixen. My goodness, even the legendary fox spirit has appeared. What demons and devils can't appear in the secret realm? The fox has not become a spirit. It is purely a light scratch. I'm so amused by Jiangshan's words. What a cute beast-eared lady. Love. Jiangshan's charm is just extraordinary. Even the fox spirit is attracted to him. Next step, is it going to invite all the spider spirits, white bone spirits, peepa spirits and whatnot? Don't run away. Eat my old son's stick. There are a lot of internet comedians in this session. The atmosphere of Jang Jing's live broadcast room was very lively and festive under their baking, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of tension or depression. It was like the group was watching a movie, and many of them were even getting high on melon seeds, eating fruits, smoking cigarettes, and watching Jang Jing fight monsters with great interest. No way. Jang Jing's strength was too strong, at least so far. There were no demonic beasts that could pose a threat to him, and the netizens enjoyed watching this kind of drama that crushed its way through. Brother Mirror, what's wrong with me? Suingru, who had just woken up, gripped her dagger at the first opportunity and her body subconsciously tightened up. However, when she realized that there was no dangerous situation around her, and her entire body was held in Jang Jing's arms, Suingru couldn't help but blush, but her body gradually relaxed, only to see her pursing her lips. Then she burrowed into Jang Jing's arms, and even took a deep breath, as if she was secretly sniffing the manly odor of Jang Jing's body. The matter is like this. Just now we encountered a sinister and cunning demonic beast. It first stunned you with its illusions, then took on your appearance and quietly followed behind me. Jang Jing didn't notice Suingru's small movements, but used concise language to quickly explain to Suingru what had just happened. After hearing Jang Jing's account, a flash of anger appeared on Suingrua's face. Little vixen? Not only did it mesmerize me, but it also took my form to seduce Brother Mirror? Aha! Who gave it the nerve? Can't stand it. Definitely can't stand a little. Don't ever let me meet this little vixen. Otherwise, I would definitely skin it and make it into a foxskin scarf for Brother Mirror as a gift. Squeaky. Just then, Cicada suddenly woke up, only to see it drilled out from inside Jang Jing's clothes and quickly climbed onto Jang Jing's shoulder, squeaking and gesticulating at the same time. Cicada wiggled her ass into a blossom, and her little ruby red eyes were even more glazed over, almost out of their sockets, obviously a look of exasperation. Ha! Jang Jing couldn't help but laugh softly, then reached out and stroked little Cicada's head, softly comforting. Little Cicada, don't be angry. Wasn't it just a case of being mesmerized? What's the big deal? How about next time I get that little vixen over here so you can beat it up and get a good breath of fresh air? Squeak! Little Cicada first nodded vigorously, then grimaced, eyes fierce, 2 small claws also in mid-air gesture a tear movement. Tick! A drop of cold sweat immediately ran down Jang Jing's forehead. Sure enough, whether it was humans, spirit beasts, or goblins, as long as they were female, they were all particularly careful and vindictive species. The woman at the bottom of the mountain is a tiger. If you meet her, you must avoid. After a few minutes of rest, Jang Jing, Suinglu, and little Cicada once again embarked on the path of searching for the ice soul grass. This time, Suingrua was extra cautious, fearing that she would encounter the little vixen again and then be dazed by the other party's illusions. Jang Jing had wanted to tell Suingru not to be so nervous. After all, Jang Jing carried the bloodline of an ancestral dragon, immune to all illusions, curses, evil spirits, virulent poisons, and so on. and his own blood had an extremely strong restraining effect on evil things. As long as a demonic beast dared to use illusion magic on him, the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern on Jang Jing's chest would immediately create a blazing sensation and lift all negative effects on the spot. This amounts to a warning in disguise. Jang Jing just relied on this kind of early warning to quickly see through the little vixen's disguise and analyze the other party's modus operandi. But on second thought, in addition to this type of ferocious beasts in the secret realm that were good at using illusions, there were also quite a few monsters that were powerful, sinister and cunning, and good at hiding their tracks. It's right to be cautious. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jang Jing and Suing Ro didn't know how long they had been walking. The sky was gradually darkening, not to mention any heavenly treasures. They didn't even encounter a single ferocious beast. It was as if all the ferocious beasts had run off to hibernate in this world of ice and snow, and not a single one of them was blindly wandering around outside. Seeing that it was getting late, Jang Jing and Suing Ru discussed it and decided to find a safe place to land first, rest for a night, and then continue to look for ice soul grass tomorrow. Here's the problem. Where they were now, there was no place around them to land safely except for endless trees and thick snow. You can't play a pit in the snow and jump in to make do for the night, can you? Or find a big tree and hide in it for the night? Swish! Jang Jing's gaze swept around the area and quickly locked onto a huge tree that was hugged by 7 people. Zoe, come with me. Only Jang Jing greeted Suing Ro. Then he came to the front of that big tree, drew out his killing knife, and slashed directly towards the trunk of the tree. Boom boom boom. With Jang Jing's quick blade, a hole was quickly chiseled out of the tree trunk. Next, Jang Jing probed inside the tree hole, and the killing knife continued to slash sparingly. Countless wood shavings and chunks of wood have splashed out from within the tree hole, and then fell under the tree, slowly piling up into a small mountain. 10 minutes later, a brand new tree hole was just chiseled out by Jang Jing. The hole was almost 5 meters above the ground, which would prevent some small reptiles, by mistake, from climbing into this tree hole. On top of that, the hole was so narrow that it could barely accommodate a person climbing in. The interior of the tree hole, however, was more spacious and could accommodate at least 2 adults lying side by side in it without feeling cramped. Jang Jing also deliberately chiseled 2 vents to ensure air circulation while still being able to go through these 2 small holes to observe the situation outside the tree hole. Roar, let's make do within this tree cave for the night, and wait until tomorrow after dawn. Brother will take you to look for the ice soul grass, okay? Aha. Then go into the tree hole and organize yourself while I clean up the chunks of wood and wood chips under the tree. Okay. Suing Rua's pretty face was suddenly a little hot. When she thought of tonight, she would have to sleep together with Brother Mirror squeezed inside a tree hole. She couldn't help but feel her heartbeat accelerate, and her little head began to think wildly. What's a good name for a child? A boy will be called Jiang Baobao and a girl will be called Jiang Bebe? No way no way. It's too cheesy. Since it's in an icy forest with occasional cold winds blowing around, the boy will be called Jiang Feng and the girl will be called Jiang Shui? Oops. It's so hard to name a baby. How about letting Brother Mirror make up his mind? I'll just give birth. Chapter 88 Brother Mirror. I like you. Nightfall. A blood moon slowly emerged in the sky. The scarlet moonlight spilled down, and the entire misty forest seemed to be covered in a demonic red veil. Jang Jing and Suing Ro simply ate some dry food to pad their stomachs. Then they drilled into the tree hole one after another. Ka-ching! When Jang Jing was chiseling the tree hole, he purposely left behind a large piece of tough bark, which could just be used as a doorplate at this moment, tightly blocking the entrance of the tree hole. Inside the hole in the tree, Suing Ru had already folded the 2 waterproof blankets and laid them underneath to use as mattresses. Jang Jing had just closed the door panel, and the moment he turned his head, he saw Suing Ru take off the smart bracelet, press the off button, and casually stuffed it into his backpack. After a slight hesitation, Jang Jing also turned off his smart bracelet. Crap, it's nationally televised. Jang Jing didn't want to live stream the entire process of him and Suing Ru sleeping together in front of the nation's netizens. Swish, swish. Suing Ru placed both her and Jang Jing's backpacks at the bedside position, seemingly to be used as pillows. Immediately after that, Suing Ru turned her back to Jang Jing, took off her jacket, and then lay down, and used her jacket as a quilt to cover her body. Although the light in the tree hole was dim, River Mirror could still see clearly. The tiny piece of sports underwear on Suing Ru's body couldn't even pocket her proud headlights, and even more so, it couldn't hide a tight and elastic skin. Especially the shallow abs and tantalizing waistline are full of wild beauty. How does this look like a shy, bashful little girl? Say she is a professional female fitness trainer and no one would probably doubt it. Swish, Jang Jing thought about it, and simply took off his wolfskin coat and directly covered Suing Ru's body. It's colder at night and you can't make a fire right now, so you should be able to warm up a bit by covering yourself with this wolfskin coat. What do you cover then, Brother Mirror? I'm a big old man with thick skin and I'm not afraid of the cold. No, You'll catch a cold like that. Suing Ro pushed the wolfskin coat over and refused to use it as a quilt cover. With an expression of fear that Jang Jing would be frozen. The 2 lifetimes of Jang Jing had added up to over 60 years of age. How can you let a 20-year-old girl go out into the cold while you sleep wrapped up in a warm wolfskin coat? Zoe, do as you're told and cover up the wolfskin coat. Brother Mirror, I'm not cold at all. Why don't you cover yourself? What? You don't listen to your brother now? No, Brother Mirror. In this way, the 2 men pushed the wolfskin coat around and argued about it for a long time without arriving at a result. Finally, Su Yingru bit her lip, stole a glance at Jang Jing, then said with a pretty scarlet face, Brother Jing, why don't we both cover this wolfskin coat together? Perhaps he was worried that Jang Jing would refuse. Without waiting for Jang Jing to open her mouth, Su Yingru continued, at night here, the temperature is extremely low. Even if you're a martial artist, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to harden yourself against this kind of cold for a night, right? In case you catch a cold, your strength will be greatly reduced. And how are you going to deal with the various dangers in the secret realm tomorrow? What's more, when spread out, this wolfskin coat is big enough to cover both of us. Brother Mirror, sleep over a bit. We can keep each other warm when we're huddled together. Su Yingru said as she spread out her wolfskin coat and covered herself. Immediately afterward, she lifted a corner of her wolfskin coat, then beckoned to Jang Jing, signaling him to hurry up and get under her quilt. Then, well, Su Yingru's hospitality was hard to resist, and Jang Jing could only reluctantly agree. Who knows? Jang Jing had only just laid down into the comforter when Su Yingru took the initiative to stick over and burrowed into his arms like a kitten. Immediately after that, Su Yingru also stretched out a hand and very thoughtfully tucked in the quilt for Jang Jing, fearing that Jang Jing's shoulders or arms were exposed. After tucking in the quilt, this hand of Su Yingru didn't take it back, but instead, she smoothly put it down and gently wrapped her arms around Jang Jing's waist. Silence, no words. Immediately there was silence in the tree hole, smelling the faint fragrance of Su Yingru's body, listening to her increasingly fast heartbeat, feeling the temperature coming from her body. Jang Jing, however, was in a tangle at this time. It was as if 2 voices had appeared in his head, arguing fiercely all the time. Su Yingru is a good girl. You can't bully her, right? Since it's a good girl, you can't miss it. She's only 20 years old, and at your age, you could be her father. You've already eaten the phoenix blood fruit. Your appearance, body, and mind have all returned to 20 years old. You are now a 20-year-old lad. Don't forget, you're already engaged to Xiaomei. Xiaomei allowed you to take a concubine. Inside the hole in the tree, Jang Jing closed his eyes tightly, but a tangled expression hung on his face. Right at this moment, he clearly sensed that Su Yingru in his arms suddenly lifted her head slightly. Jang Jing was still puzzled as to what exactly Su Yingru was going to do. The next second, a shy voice drifted into his ears. Brother Mirror, I like you. As soon as Su Yingru said this, Jang Jing instantly felt as if the string that was tightly taut in his mind had snapped all of a sudden. Got it. Nikki took the initiative to confess. To reject her would be to break her heart. Accepting her would hurt her again. No matter which choice she made, Su Yingru was destined to be hurt. It's a sin. Perhaps it was because she saw that Jang Jing hadn't opened her mouth to speak for a long time. Su Yingru couldn't help but get a little nervous. Brother Mirror, do you not like me? Hearing Su Yingru's voice with a few moments of nervousness and uneasiness, Jang Jing hastily shook off the random thoughts in his head, then softly replied, like, really? Su Yingru's eyes immediately lit up, and her tone was filled with surprise and happiness. You're so well-behaved, obedient, understanding, and gentle. How could Brother Mirror not like you? Jang Jing reached out and scraped Su Yingru's nose, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Not. Su Yingru suddenly frowned and said in a very serious tone, Brother Mirror, when I say like, I mean the kind of like between lovers. Ha! Jang Jing gently smiled, then also said in a serious tone, the liking I'm talking about is this liking between lovers. Su Yingru, really? River Mirror, aha. Su Yingru, Brother Mirror, then can I be your girlfriend? River Mirror, yeah. Once again receiving Jang Jing's affirmative answer, Su Yingru's big beautiful eyes immediately curved into 2 crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop curling up. Boo! Suddenly, Su Yingru brought her mouth over and flew a kiss on Jang Jing's face. After kissing, Su Yingru was like a shy little rabbit, her whole body burrowed into Jang Jing's arms, not daring to lift her head up for a long time. But, Jang Jing, however, clearly saw that Su Yingru's 2 little ears that were exposed were already scarlet. It was so red it was dripping blood. Lovely. Chapter 89. What if you have a childhood friend? Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. Ruyan Lu returned home with a large bag. She was seen running to take a shower before putting on a set of erotic lingerie that she had just bought today. Immediately after that, she went to the bedroom, posed provocatively in the mirror, and took a number of provocative photos on her cell phone. Jang Jing likes black silk with suspenders the most. Lao Ao will send these sexy photos to him at that time. Let's see if he can top it. Lu Ruan was playing a small game in her heart while holding her cell phone and lying on the bed, then carefully retouching these photos one by one. After all this was done, the night was late. Lu Ruan reached out and tugged on the garter stockings, although it felt like it was strangling her flesh a bit, but once she thought of Jang Jing liking this tone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Right, what is Jang Jing doing in the secret realm at this moment? Go check it out. Lu Ruan did as she thought, and immediately used her cell phone to log into the official live broadcast platform, lightly entering Jang Jing's live broadcast room. Signal interrupted. When these 4 big words appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room, Ruyan Lu was a question mark. At noon, the elite squad had all turned off their smart bracelets because of a meeting, so the signal of the live broadcast was interrupted. But, it's already nighttime. Haven't they finished the meeting yet? What kind of meeting is it that takes all day? Ruyan Lu casually clicked on the video replay function of the live broadcast room, then pulled the progress bar and quickly realized that something was wrong. Jang Jing's live broadcast room. There was still a signal in the afternoon, but by the time it got dark, the signal was broken once again. Swish swish swish. Only Lu Ruyan hurriedly operated on her cell phone and intercepted Jang Jing's live video in the afternoon. Then she watched it carefully and attentively. Elite squad disbanded. Jang Jing and Suingru choose to go south together. Suingru takes the initiative to hold Jang Jing's hand. Mirror Shadow CP has officially been announced together. Jang Jing and Suingru step into a world of ice and snow and meet a fox spirit. The end of the end. Jang Jing and Suingru actually had to squeeze into a tree hole for the night? Snap. Seeing this, the cell phone suddenly slipped out of Lu Ruyan's hand and fell onto the bed before bouncing a bit and falling onto the floor again. However, Ruyan Lu, did not react half-heartedly. She was seen staring blankly at the ceiling, muttering, "It's over. My man is going to be swept away by another woman. A Xiao Mei just left, and now a Suingru has jumped out. What kind of bull ***** ancient martial artists? All a bunch of shameless little scratchy hooves. Calm down. I have to be calm." Suingyu and Jang Jing slept together. This has already become a fact. No matter how much I dwell on it and how angry I am, it won't change anything. The most urgent thing to do is to formulate a set of foolproof plans. And when Jang Jing comes out of the secret realm, no matter what, we must obtain his forgiveness, and then go and remarry with him. As long as I can successfully remarry Jang Jing, what Xiao Mei, what Suingru, what Xiao Wanqing, all of them, get the hell out of my way. The secret world, inside the hole in the tree. Suingrua's sudden words directly froze Jang Jing in place. Brother Mirror, are you lying to me? In fact, you don't like me at all? Through the moonlight that shone through the ventilation holes, Jang Jing clearly saw that Suingrua's eyes were slightly red, and her beautiful eyes were full of sadness. Zoe, why would you think that? Jang Jing trembled his lips and looked at Suingrua with a face full of incomprehension. In the next second, Suingrua's voice with a hint of grudge drifted into his ears once again. Then why don't you even kiss me or want me anymore? As soon as Suingrua said this, Jang Jing almost choked on his own saliva, and a crying expression appeared on his face. Seeing that the little nymph's mood was getting lower and lower, Jang Jing couldn't help but hug her a little tighter, then quickly lowered his head and kissed on top of her red lips. Boing! Suingru gave a ding-dong. Her pretty face instantly became scarlet, while all the unpleasant emotions just now disappeared cleanly with this kiss from Jang Jing. Embrace and kiss each other. Inside this little hole in the tree, Jang Jing and Suingru went from shallow kisses, to deep kisses, to unbridled wild kisses. Everything was so natural and watery. Gradual. The temperature in the tree cave seemed to have raised several degrees, and a hot and dry mood gradually spread to Jang Jing and Suingru's hearts. Swish! At a certain moment, Suingru suddenly stretched out a small white hand, then tremblingly grabbed Jang Jing's belt. However, Jang Jing, snapped out of it and hastily reached out to stop Suingrua's next move. Brother Mirror. Suingru hurriedly raised her head and looked straight at Jang Jing with a shy and puzzled look. Zoe, we can't right now. Jang Jing gritted his teeth, then pinched Suingrua's wrist and slowly moved her hand away. Why? A flash of doubt flashed across Suingrua's face once again, and the way she looked at Jang Jing also changed slightly. Swish! Jang Jing held Suingru gently in his arms, stroking her hair while patiently explaining. Roar, you only have 2 years of memories right now, and all of your memories before you were 18 were lost. Brother Mirror, even though I've lost my memory, what does that have to do with me liking you? Suingru frowned, seemingly not satisfied with this explanation from Jang Jing. Jang Jing sighed softly, then said in a half-joking tone, what if you have a childhood friend's fiancé, and when you regain your memory, you think of him, what are you going to do? No way. Suing Rua's eyelashes suddenly trembled a few times, only to see her hastily shaking her head and saying, although I lost 18 years of memories, I have a strong feeling that you're the man I fell in love with for the first time in my entire life. It's a feeling that comes from the depths of the soul and simply can't be faked. Brother Mirror, believe me, I don't have any childhood friends at all, and it's impossible for me to like another man. Seeing Suing Ru's eyes reddened again as she spoke, Jang Jing, while speechless, could only hug her and coax her in a small voice, just like he coaxed his own baby girl when he was a child. Wait until Suing Rua's emotions gradually smoothed out. Jang Jing thought for a moment, but still said with a very firm attitude, Roar, no matter what, I still want to wait for you to recover all your memories before making a decision. Brother Mirror, Zoe, I don't want you to regret it. Brother Mirror, but, I can promise you that after you recover your memory, no matter what your identity is or what you've been through before, as long as you're willing to stay with me, I will definitely not abandon you. Listening to the solemn promise made by Jang Jing, Suing Ru was moved to tears. Although there was still a small regret in her heart, it seemed that she wouldn't have the chance to become Brother Mirror's woman tonight. But Suing Ru knew that Jang Jing was doing all this for her. LOL, had I known this was the case, I shouldn't have told Brother Mirror about the memory loss in the first place. In case it's really like what Brother Mirror said, I have a childhood fiancé. No way, absolutely not. How could I possibly like another man besides Brother Mirror? If I do have a childhood fiancé, then I will kill him. I won't allow anyone to destroy the relationship between me and Brother Mirror. Absolutely not allowed. Zoe, it's getting late. Hurry up and rest. Aha. Good night. Good night, Brother Mirror. Chapter 90, Suing Rua's Kick. The consequences are old and tragic. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Jang Jing woke up from his sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, instead of scarlet moonlight, a warm ray of sunlight shone through the small ventilation hole. Looks like it should be a good day. Jang Jing yawned and was just about to climb out of bed, but the next second he suddenly froze in place. What's the situation? Why does it feel like I'm holding something in my hand? Where did SpongeBob come from? Swish! Jang Jing hurriedly looked down. In a flash, a face with a closed moon and a sunken face came into view. Suing Zhua. At this moment, Jang Jing not only had Suing Ro in his arms, but also had his left hand on her headlight, although through a sports underwear, but, the feel is not bad. Oh, phew. Suing Ro seemed to have not yet woken up from sleep. Her entire body was languidly leaning in Jang Jing's arms, and her nose was still emitting an even breathing sound. Maybe she wasn't too honest when she slept and liked to roll over or something. The combat pants on Suing Rua's body had slipped down a bit at some point. Thus, a splash of sexy black lace pattern playfully poked its head out from the fringe area of the pants and seemed to be greeting Jang Jing. Come here. Tick. A drop of cold sweat immediately flowed down Jang Jing's forehead. Opening his eyes early in the morning, he saw such a stunning image. Can't stand it. Can't stand it at all. Phew. Jang Jing took a deep breath, and after a moment of slight agonizing, a determined expression quickly appeared on his face, only to see that he did not take his hand back, but moved very carefully and cautiously, holding it lightly, and studied it earnestly. It was this time that seemed to wake Suing Ru up. The little ninny not only moved her body, but also let out an unconscious murmur from her mouth. Jang Jing stopped in a hurry. The eyes quickly glanced at Suing Rua's face. Luckily, Suing Ru only gave a light grunt and didn't wake up. Her eyes were still tightly closed. Jang Jing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After waiting a little while, he began to carefully study it again like a curious baby. Swish! It was also at this time that Suing Rua violently opened her eyes, only to see her body tense up, as if she had received some kind of shock. Her hands clasped Jang Jing's head in a swift manner. Boo! Before Jang Jing could react, Suing Rua's knee toppled over, ruthlessly hitting the underside of his stomach. Ouch! Under the pain, Jang Jing let out a miserable scream from his mouth. The whole person instantly shrunk into a ball, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Ha! Brother Mirror, why you? Perhaps hearing Jang Jing's voice, Suing Ru was first slightly stunned, and a panicked expression quickly appeared on her face. Zoe, you're going to me up with this kick. Ah! Jang Jing desperately curled up his body and shivered. His lips turned white, and bean-sized beads of sweat emerged from his forehead. Brother Mirror, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. How are you doing? Where are you hurt? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Woo 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 woo. Seeing Jang Jing in this miserable state, Suing Ru was so anxious that tears were about to fall out of her eyes, only to see that she hurriedly hugged Jang Jing. Her mouth kept apologizing, and her face was covered with an expression of heartache and self-reproach. Zoe, don't cry. I'm fine. Jang Jing let out a bitter smile. He truly did not expect that Suing Ru's instinctive reaction would be so strong. The kick Suing Ru had just made, as long as it was slightly off by half a point again, it would basically him up. Shura assassin. It's really fierce. Brother Mirror, I'm sorry, I forgot that we slept together last night. As Su Yingru spoke, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Jang Jing just wanted to speak out to comfort her. Who knew that in the next second, Su Yingru made an unexpected move. Brother Mirror, show me, where exactly did I hurt you? Su Yingru didn't care what Jang Jing's expression was. She reached out and unbuckled his belt. Then her entire body shrank downward, as if she intended to go and check Jang Jing's injuries up close. Don't! Jang Jing wanted to reach out and stop it, but it was too late. Brother Mirror, is it hurting here? Let me rub it for you? Su Yingru, whose pretty face was scarlet, suddenly bit her lips before she reached out and pressed her hand on Jang Jing's stomach, and at the same time, she also looked up and glanced at Jang Jing's face. Silence, no words. Jang Jing didn't even know what to say. Looking at Su Yingru's self-condemning and heartbroken eyes, Jang Jing really couldn't harden his heart to reject her good intentions. Thus, Jang Jing hesitated a little, then spoke, not here, but a little further down. Is it here? Su Yingru's palm moved down some distance, but Jang Jing shook his head again and said, no, it's still going down. Here? Su Yingru's palm continued to descend while Jang Jing shook his head once again. Once, twice, 3 times, just like that. When Su Yingsoft's white and tender little hand touched a bruised place on Jang Jing's stomach, Jang Jing immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and said, pain, pain, pain. This is it. Quiet. It was quiet inside the tree cave. Although Su Yingru was only 20 years old, she was already an adult and had a clear understanding of the affairs of men and women. So how could she not understand Jang Jing's mind? Brother Mirror, you, only to see Su Yingru's shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, her beautiful eyes rippled with layers of water waves, and her pretty face became scarlet. Seeing that Su Yingru seemed to understand what he meant, Jang Jing suddenly put away the bad smile on his face, then said in a serious manner, Roar, please. Swish. In an instant, Su Yingru's pretty face reddened to the bottom of her neck, and even her 2 cute little ears were flushed with a layer of charming redness. Brother Mirror, you bad. Although Su Yingru was saying that Jang Jing was very bad on her lips, she only hesitated for a mere moment and immediately carefully rubbed the bruises for Jang Jing. Zoe, you're so good. Brother loves you so much. Having received Jang Jing's praise, the corners of Su Yingru's mouth immediately curled up. Half an hour later, a blush lingered on Su Yingru's pretty face as she directly drilled out of the tree hole, and her feet also stepped on the snowy ground outside. The first thing she did when she got out was to crouch down and grab a big handful of snow, then rub it in her hands. Seemingly thinking of something, a hint of cunning suddenly flashed under Su Yingru's eyes, only to see her grab a large handful of snow once again and knead it into a snowball. Then with a bad smile on her face, she quickly burrowed back into the tree hole. Soon, the alarming sound of Jang Jing came from the tree hole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is it? So cold? Brother Mirror, I call this an ice compress. It will ease your pain. Zoe, how dare you play bad tricks on me? Hee. Let's see if I don't break your little ass. Yikes. Chapter 91 Ice Storm Bear. Ice Heart Grass. AM. The sun is shining. The fog in the misty forest also became much lighter, and the visibility gradually extended from less than 10 meters at the beginning to about 50 meters. Put. Jang Jing and Su Yingru were walking hand in hand in the snow. The surrounding area was terribly quiet. Couldn't hear any insect chirping or birds chirping. Could only hear the dull sound of boots stepping into the snow. Snap. Suddenly, Jang Jing stopped his advance and quickly crouched down on the ground, as if he had discovered something. Brother Mirror, what's wrong? Su Yingru hurriedly came over and squatted by Jang Jing's side, then inexplicably looked at the snow under her feet. Swish! Only Jang Jing stretched out a hand and swept it lightly on the snow, and a huge footprint was immediately revealed underneath the snow layer. Hiss! Such big footprints! Su Yingru's eyelids fluttered slightly, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Ha! Jang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly before he said with slight excitement, if I'm not mistaken, these are the footprints left behind by the ice blizzard bear. Ice and snowstorm bear? Is this kind of ferocious beast hard to deal with? Su Yingru couldn't help but frown. Perhaps in her cognitive range, the larger the size of the ferocious beast, the worse it was to deal with. The ice storm bear's strength is just average, though, Jang Jing said as he stood up, his eyes quickly scanning around before he raised his feet and continued walking towards the south. Su Yingru hurriedly followed behind Jang Jing and continued to ask after him. Brother Jing, but what? You should finish your sentence instead. Jang Jing once again smiled gently and quickly explained. Wherever there are ice and snow tyrant bears, there will definitely be a plant called ice heart grass, and if we want to collect ice soul grass, we have to pick some ice heart grass first. What kind of heavenly material is the ice heart grass again? Su Yingru was like a curious baby, asking questions all the way behind Jang Jing. Jang Jing, although there is only a one-word difference between ice heart grass and ice soul grass, It doesn't count as a heavenly treasure because its effects are basically useless to us humans. Suing Ruan, what are the effects of the ice heart grass? Jang Jing, ice heart grass is a purine thing, very sensitive to yang qi. So, some people will take ice heart grass to test the yang qi in the body. Suing Ruan, brother mirror, why am I getting more and more confused? Why do we need to test the yang qi in our body? What's the use of that? Looking at the little ninny with a puzzled expression, Jang Jing simply stopped his advance. He only saw that he drew out his killing knife and chopped down a big tree beside him, leaving only a stump more than half a meter high. Then he took a big stride and sat on the stump with his butt. Suing Gru happened to be a bit tired as well, so she also walked over and sat down right next to Jang Jing. Swish! Jang Jing touched out a cigarette in his mouth, and was about to use the lighter to light it. Who knew that Suing Gru immediately unlocked her jacket, and seemed to be planning to come over to Jang Jing to block the wind again. Thanks, I don't drink milk. Jang Jing hurriedly waved his hand to refuse, and Suing Gru was first slightly stunned, followed by a big red face. Brother mirror, you hate it. Suing Gru stomped her feet in shame and annoyance, and hurriedly buttoned up her clothes before giving Jang Jing a big blank stare. Oh, next time I'll drink. This time it's even. Brother mirror, you, if you have to shove it down my throat, I'll just have to grudgingly drink some of it. Ha 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 ha. Brother mirror, if you keep this up, I'm going to ignore you. Suing Ruo was teased by Jang Jing to the point of blushing. Looking at this shy appearance of the little ninny, Jang Jing's mood became extraordinarily comfortable. Phew, I only saw Jang Jing take a drag on his cigarette, then slowly spoke. Didn't you want to know what ice heartgrass does? I'll tell you now. As soon as she heard Jang Jing mention the icy heartgrass once again, Suing Gru hurriedly sat up straight, then perked up her ears to listen carefully. Human beings are divided into two genders, men and women. Men are yang and have a strong yang energy in their bodies, and women are yin and have a strong yin energy in their bodies. As long as a woman is united with a man, her body will be tainted with a wisp of that man's yang energy, and the more men a woman experiences, the more yang energy she will be tainted with. The ice heartgrass is pure yin and is very sensitive to yang qi. Just drop the juice of the ice heartgrass on a woman's skin and you can detect how many different yang qis are in her body. As a simple example, if you put a drop of juice from the ice heart herb on the back of a virgin's hand, then a green dot will appear, because a virgin has not been united with any man, and her body is pure of yin and not tainted with any yang. When the ice heartgrass can't detect yang qi, it will coalesce into a green dot. Hearing this, Suing Gru couldn't help but ask curiously, if it's not a virgin, what kind of result will the ice heartgrass detect? Ha! Jang Jing once again smiled gently and said, if one is not a virgin and has only experienced one man, the juice of the ice heartgrass will coalesce into a red dot, which represents the woman's body, mixed with a wisp of a man's yang qi. If the woman, experiencing two men, coalesces into two red dots, by analogy, as long as the more men you experience, the more miscellaneous the yang energy in your body is, the more red dots will coalesce from the ice heartgrass. Hearing this, Suing Gru came to a realization, only to see her touching her chin and pondering for a while, and finally came to a conclusion. It turns out that the ice heartgrass is a herb used to test a woman's chastity. Well, there's nothing wrong with you saying that. Jang Jing nodded his head, indicating that he agreed with this statement from Suing Ruo. Suddenly, Suing Gru seemed to have thought of something, only to see her open her mouth again and ask, Brother mirror, if you were to put a drop of ice heartgrass's juice on the back of a man's hand, what would be detected? Jang Jing was slightly stunned at his words, and he was suddenly in deep thought. That, the ice heartgrass is only sensitive to yang qi, while it will not react to yin qi. No matter how many women this man has experienced, and no matter how many strands of yin qi are stained in his body, the ice heartgrass can only detect his own yang qi. So, a drop of icy heartgrass juice on the back of a man's hand will normally only result in a red dot. Hearing this, Suing Ruo asked out of the blue, what if this man, two red dots appeared on the back of his hand? What does that represent? Jang Jing couldn't help but shiver and said, then it only proves that this man and other men have had that. So in his body, he carries two different kinds of yang qi. Quiet. The scene was suddenly quiet. Jang Jing and Suing Ru looked at each other, and immediately afterward, both of them couldn't help but rub their arms together, as if goosebumps were rising all over their bodies. Suing Ru frowned and said, so disgusting. Jang Jing dry heaved. Yeah, it's all your fault for having to ask such a disgusting question. Suing Ru, how would I know? I'm just curious. Jang Jing, curiosity killed the cat. Are you happy now? Brother mirror, why don't I use the ice heartgrass later, and test it for you? What do you want? I was wondering if you've ever gotten a boyfriend. He. Asterisk. Your ass itchy again? Want to get your ass kicked by me again? Chapter 92 Big Dog Bear is a vegetable? Suing Gru was pure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the ice heartgrass so magical? The ice heartgrass can not only detect whether or not a woman is a virgin, but also how many men a woman has experienced. This is too heavenly, right? I suspect my wife is cheating on me, but I haven't found any evidence. If I can get an ice heartgrass, all the truth can surface. Jiang Shun, I'm begging for an ice heartgrass on my knees. I'm willing to pay a high price. I'm getting married, but my fiancé refuses to take a marriage test, so I want to kneel down and beg for an ice plant. 2. What kind of girlfriend are you, suspicious men who don't even have the most basic trust in your other half? What kind of marriage? Upstairs. What's your hurry? Do you have a ghost in your heart? I'm a man. I just want a child of my own. Why is it so hard? The official livestream blew up again. That conversation between Jang Jing and Suingru just now was heard by hundreds of millions of viewers across the country. At this moment, as long as one was a normal man, almost all of them were extremely interested in the ice heartgrass. No way. In this materialistic age, cheating happens all the time and men in hats abound. Men who don't want to be cuckolded, or who don't want to be cheated on by their significant others, naturally want to use ice heartgrass to verify that their heads are not all green. No man can tolerate this sort of thing. Perverts accepted. The secret world. River Mirror has finished a cigarette. Seeing that he was about to get up to look for the ice heartgrass, Suingru suddenly opened her mouth again and asked, Brother Mirror, you just said that if you want to collect the ice soul grass, you must first get some ice heartgrass. Isn't the ice heartgrass used to test yang qi? What is the connection between this and collecting the ice soul grass? After hearing Suingrua's inquiry, Jang Jing immediately opened his mouth and explained, ice heartgrass is a purine thing, so if you use it to wrap the extremely fragile ice soul grass, it won't allow the ice soul grass to shatter easily. Oh, so that's it. Suingru nodded. Seeing that Jang Jing had already stood up, she, who had already rested enough, followed suit. Let's go. Brother will take you to find the ice heartgrass. Aha. Hey, found the ice heartgrass. Ha, that fast? The two had only just stood up when Jiang Jing's gaze locked onto a large tree not far away, and a light smile bloomed on his face. Just ahead of them on the right, underneath a large tree, covered in snow, two tiny leaf tips peeked out quietly from under the snow cover. Jiang Jing's eyes were sharp. Just such a little bit of tiny leaf tip was actually discovered by him. It was really like a torch and a fiery eye. Whoosh! Only Jiang Jing made a flash and came under that big tree, then swept away the layer of snow covering it, immediately revealing a large green ice heartgrass underneath. 2, 3, 4. In a rough count, there were at least 20 or so ice heartgrasses. The appearance of the ice plant looks a lot like a tiny squash seedling, a long straight stem with a leaf on each side of the top, resembling the Chinese character. Zwire. You cut down all these ice heartgrasses and weave them into a small grass basket that can be used to hold the ice soul grass. Okay, when you cut it, try to cut it as long as possible. If it's too short, it won't be good for weaving straw baskets. Brother Mirror, aren't you going to help mow the lawn? I have to deal with the ice storm bear. How can I have time to mow your lawn? Ha! Suingru had just lifted her head up when she saw an immense and incomparable figure appear less than 50 meters behind Jiang Jing. Bear! What a big bear! A bear covered in snow-white fur, showing its teeth and fierce eyes, and as big as a small mountain. It was staring deathly at Jiang Jing and Suingru. Then step by step, it slowly walked towards them. Brother Mirror. Suingru stood up in a hurry, and the dagger in her hand flashed with two cold lights. Obey, you go mow the lawn and I'll slaughter it. Jiang Jing reached out and stopped Suingru, and although his eyes were staring straight at the ice storm bear, his face was a breezy expression. Brother Mirror, be careful then. Suingru uneasily barked out a sentence, then clenched her teeth and squatted under the tree once again, quickly harvesting the ice heartgrass. Ow! Right at this moment, the ice and snow tyrant bear suddenly roared up to the sky, and then it stepped away from its limbs and quickly ran towards Jiang Jing and Suingru. Knock! 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 As the ice storm bear's body, which was as tall as a small mountain, ran rapidly on the ground, the entire earth trembled along with it. Swish! Jiang Jing immediately drew out his pig-killing knife and slashed a half-moon-shaped blade chi in the air at the ice storm bear. The moment the blade chi was fired out, Jiang Jing immediately performed the clear wind steps and quickly followed the blade chi, meaning it towards the ice blizzard bear without fear. A fierce battle was kicked off. 3 seconds later, Suingru cut all the ice heartgrass. However, as she stood up, she turned her head to look at the battlefield. Just in time, he saw Jiang Jing insert the killing knife back into its sheath, while the tall body of the ice blizzard bear, which was as tall as a small mountain, collapsed heavily into the snow. Soon, a trace of crimson blood flowed out from underneath the corpse of the ice storm bear. In less than 3 seconds, the blood flowed more and more, reddening a large portion of the nearby snow. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Right at this moment, Jiang Jing walked with unhurried steps to the dazed Suingru. Zoe, what are you gawking at? Ha? Oh, Brother Mirror, is this big dog bear such a dish? It was okay, at least it took me 2 slashes to kill it. Suing Ro had taken a large amount of the Millennium Bell milk liquid. Her cultivation had broken through to the peak of a 5th grade martial artist in one fell swoop, and she was only one final step away from breaking through to a 6th grade martial artist. She had thought that she, herself, should be able to catch up with River Mirror soon. Results: how do I feel that I'm getting farther and farther away from Brother Mirror? That's a big confidence hit. Suing Rue looked at Jang Jing with complicated eyes. Then she silently walked to the side and quickly wove a grass basket with the ice heart grass she had just cut. Zoe, what's wrong with you? Jang Jing walked over and squatted beside Suing Rue, watching with interest as she was weaving a straw basket. Nothing. Suing Rue shook her head before revealing a sweet smile and said, Brother Mirror, you're awesome. After saying these words, Suing Rue suddenly plucked a leaf from the top of an ice heart grass, then squeezed out a drop of juice and directly dripped it onto the back of her hand. In the next second, the drop of juice was absorbed by the skin on the back of Suing Rue's hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It was just a short moment's effort. A small green dot gradually appeared on the back of Suing Rue's hand. Brother Mirror, look, I'm still a virgin. With a hint of a delighted smile on her face, Suing Rue hurriedly raised her hand, showing that green dot on the back of her hand in front of Jang Jing's eyes. River Mirror. Chapter 93. Ruyan Lu's first parents' meeting. Marina del Rey, Orchid Garden neighborhood. Ruyan Lu got up early today. Not only did she put on a delicate makeup, but she also changed into a new Chinese national-style long dress, pink and gold dress halter long dress with exquisite hand-embroidered flowers, and then with an ancient-style tool mini mallet, the ancient kind of small temperament of the great lady, scratching a little up. A head of long hair was coiled behind her head, and a hairpin was casually inserted, instantly adding a few points of the young woman's soft and charming atmosphere. Underneath the long skirt, it was only through the ankle and instep portions that a thin layer of flesh stockings wrapped around her legs could be detected. The pair of nude-colored high heels stepping under her feet not only drew her figure up a few points, but also made her figure look even more forward and backward. Still, if Ruyan Lu wasn't an extremely beautiful woman, how could she have gotten into Jang Jing's eyes? After breakfast, Lu Ruyan briefly touched up her makeup, then carried her newly purchased bag out the door. Next, Ruyan Lu drove the new Passat that Jang Jing had bought for her and came directly to Binhai University. Damn girl, knowing that it's mom's first time at your school, you don't know to come down and pick her up. After Ruyan Lu parked her car, she immediately took out her cell phone and tapped on the WeChat dialogue box between herself and her daughter. Mo, mommy's already here, where are you now? After this voice was sent over, Jiang Mengming's side quickly replied with a voice. Mom, come straight to Academic Building 1, the faculty meeting room on the 5th floor. I'll meet you here. After listening to this voice, Lu Ruyan wanted to scold Jiang Mengming and question why she didn't come to pick up her mom in person. But, when he thought of all these years, Jiang Mengming was only close to her father, Jang Jing, but her relationship with her mother, was only average. A flash of bitterness flashed through Lu Ruyan's heart. At the same time, for the first time, she also had self-doubt. Was she a very incompetent mother? Is she a failure as a mother? Probably, seemingly. As if Mo hadn't gone to a single parent-teacher conference herself from the time she was in kindergarten until she was in college. And every time Meng Meng was sick since she was a child, it was Jiang Jing who stayed by her side and was busy, simply taking care of Meng Meng as if she were a princess. Lu Ruyan had even been jealous of her daughter a few times because of this. In retrospect, the reason why Meng Meng was so close to Jiang Jing could not be separated from Jiang Jing's companionship and care for her over the years. And Lu Ruyan only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, either spending money or on her way to spend money. And even she shamelessly makes excuses for herself. She can't lower her quality of life just because she's married. As a wife, she doesn't sympathize with her husband's hard work, she doesn't take care of her family, and she doesn't even have her heart in this family. As a mom, she's even less than halfway through her responsibilities as a mother. Jiang Jing had also seen through it. A woman as selfish and self-serving as Lu Ruyan was simply not suitable to take home as a wife. She's only good for casual play for a man's amusement. Squeak! Ruyan Lu arrived at the No. 1 teaching building, the faculty meeting room on the 5th floor, and pushed open the door to go in. In a flash, the conference room, which was still a bit rowdy, immediately quieted down. The dozen or so parents and students sitting in the conference room turned their heads almost in unison to look over. When everyone realized that the woman who walked in through the door was actually a great beauty whose figure and appearance were of the very best, mature and dignified with a hint of high spirits and flirtatiousness, many of the students' fathers couldn't help but secretly exclaimed goblin in their hearts, and some of them even stiffened their bodies. Mom, I'm here. Perhaps seeing Lu Ruyan looking around, Jiang Mengming, who was sitting in the corner, immediately waved at her before putting her hand down expressionlessly. Mommy's here. Lu Ruan revealed what she thought was the most gracious smile and quickly walked over to Jiang Mengmeng's side and sat down. Mom, why are you dressed a little differently than usual today? Jiang Mengmeng curiously surveyed Lu Ruan. In her impression, her mother's dressing style had always been very sexy and hot, and she had never seen her wear this kind of dignified and atmospheric new Chinese national style set dress. Well, Mommy didn't embarrass you by wearing this to the parent-teacher conference today, did she? Ruan Lu smiled smugly, seemingly quite satisfied with the outfit she had picked out. Jiang Mengmeng also had to admit that Lu Ruan was a natural clothes rack. No matter what style of clothing you wear, not only can you manage it easily, but you can also perfectly show the unique temperament of that clothing. It's okay. Jiang Mengmeng nodded casually before opening her mouth to correct herself. Mom, I didn't ask you to come to a parent-teacher conference. This time it's the leaders of the martial arts administration who came to our school to conduct a chi and blood value test on us. Blood and gas value test? A trace of doubt flashed across Ruan Lu's face, and her gaze also turned around the conference room before she curiously asked, is it the entire school that is tested? Why do we have to call the parents to the school as well? Mom, Jiang Mengmeng sighed helplessly, then pulled Lu Ruan to explain in a whisper. Not a school-wide test, but a specialized test for those students whose chi and blood values have reached 100 points or more, and who have the talent to cultivate ancient martial arts. What do you mean? That's right, my chi and blood values have exceeded 100 points. An ordinary test paper can only detect a maximum of 100 chi and blood values, so I must redo a more accurate test. The leader of the Armed Forces Administration, personally giving you a test? I'm not the only one. Any student sitting in this meeting today is a genius with a chi blood value of over 100 points. Jiang Mengmeng told Lu Ruan all about what had happened, and Lu Ruan quickly understood what she had been called to the school by her daughter this time. To put it simply, there was a group of talented students at Binhai University whose chi and blood values exceeded 100 points, and the WAA wanted to recruit these people into their ranks as their reserve combatants. This time, the Armed Forces Administration sent someone to Binhai University. Not only did they have to do precise chi and blood value tests on this group of students, but they also called the parents of the students over, seemingly asking them to sign a document of some kind. After listening to Jiang Mengmeng's narration, Lu Ruan's face instantly became grave. Isn't it obvious? The martial arts authority wanted to capture strong men, and Jiang Mengmeng, a group of talented young men, became their target of choice. At this moment, Ruan Lu was angry. One could guess with one's buttocks that the WUA had recruited these young people into its ranks, surely to train them to become ancient martial artists, and in the future, they would surely be asked to enter the secret realm to fight against those ferocious demonic beasts. On what grounds? Why should my daughter be allowed to join the Armed Forces Council? Why should my daughter be trained as a warrior and then sell her life for the WMA to fight to the death against those ferocious beasts? It was also at this moment that Lu Ruan finally had a little bit of being a mother, and for the first time, she considered for her daughter. Chapter 94. Squeak! The door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open from outside. A valiant female officer, accompanied by the principal and a bunch of school leaders, strides into this conference hall. On top of that, the female officer was followed by 2 men and 2 women, a total of 4 heavily armed soldiers. Students, parents, everyone be quiet for a moment. This chief standing beside me, she is the newly appointed chief of our Binhai City Armed Forces Administration, Chen Yun. Chief Chen. Next, I would like to invite Director Chen to say a few words to you. Everyone applaud. Snap. The conference room was filled with sparse applause, and most of the students and parents were quite facetious, clapping along. But Lu Ruan, who was sitting in the corner, but skimmed her mouth disdainfully. Not only did she not applaud, but instead, she wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at Chen Yun from head to toe with a hateful look. No way. Beauty and beauty are born to hate each other. Chen Yun looked to be only in her early 30s. Not only was her appearance quite stunning, her body was also very hot, coupled with a valiant temperament. Her comprehensive rating even overshadowed Lu Ruan. The only thing that Ruan Lu could beat Chen Yun was the unique young woman hot mom flavor she had. Swish! Chen Yun walked to the podium and just slightly raised her hand. A powerful aura immediately spread out. The students and parents sitting at the bottom who were applauding seemed to have been affected by this aura, and actually stopped their clapping motions unanimously. Quiet! The conference room immediately fell silent. Chen Yun, also no nonsense, immediately opened the door and said, after the emergence of the secret realm, our country has also begun to implement the national cultivation of martial arts. In the future, the Dragon country's ancient martial artists will only become more and more, and the Martial Arts Authority, as a department specializing in regulating ancient martial artists, is undoubtedly a sharp weapon in the hands of the state. Now, in my capacity as the director of the Marina City Martial Arts Control Bureau, I formally extend an invitation to all the ancient martial arts geniuses here. hoping that you can join our team and contribute to the country. Of course, you can also decline my invitation. We won't force you to join the WAA. But, before that, I will tell you all about the various treatments of the officially on-board staff of the Armed Forces Administration, as well as the obligations that need to be fulfilled, and so on. As for whether or not you are willing to join the Armed Forces Council, I still say that it's all up to the individual's will. We will never force it. After saying these words, Chen Yun immediately retreated from the podium. Immediately afterward, a female warrior stepped onto the stage, only to open a pamphlet she held in her hands and then read aloud. According to the National Supreme Combat Command, the No. 1 Redhead document issued yesterday clearly stipulates that the Central Armed Forces Administration of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the local Armed Forces Administration bureaus, wherever the official on-staff personnel, will enjoy the following various welfare benefits. The female warrior reads carefully from the stage. All the students and parents were listening carefully at the bottom. Only Lu Ruan and Jiang Mengmeng, who were sitting in the corner, were exchanging words at this time, seemingly discussing something in a whisper. Meng, are you crazy? You're really going to join the Armed Forces Council? There was a hint of surprise in Ruyan Lu's voice, and her tone was slightly trembling, as if she was very dissatisfied with the decision Jiang Mengmeng had made. Mom, I had no choice. Jiang Mengmeng sighed helplessly, and then stared straight at Lu Ruyan with a kind of looking at an idiot look, and an odd expression appeared on her face. Compelled? Lu Ruyan first frowned, then immediately exploded in place. Meng, is it someone who forced you to join the Martial Arts Council? Was it these school leaders of Binhai University? You hurry up and tell your mom who was forcing you to join the WAA. With mom here today, I'm just going to spell out my life, and I'm definitely not going to allow anyone to force you to do anything you don't want to do. When Ruyan Lu said this, Jiang Mengmeng suddenly froze in place. Since childhood, Lu Ruyan had a nonchalant attitude towards her as a daughter, and Jiang Mengmeng had never really felt what mother's love really was. So, when Lu Ruyan said such protective words today, Jiang Mengmeng's first reaction was not to be touched, but rather to be quite uncomfortable, and even goosebumps sprang up all over her body. There are ghosts. Mom must be up to something if she's suddenly being so nice, warm and gentle with me. Right, it's Dad. Mom must be trying to play the emotional card for Dad through me, her daughter, so she can remarry him. After figuring this out, a trace of bitterness suddenly flooded Jiang Mengmeng's heart. Mom is still the same mom. She loves no one but herself. She has always been a selfish woman. But, Jiang Mengmeng sad, but she is, after all, Lu Ruyan October pregnancy-born daughter. Even if Lu Ruyan selfish, even if Lu Ruyan do not like her, but she cannot not recognize this mother. Phew. Only Jiang Mengmeng took a deep breath and tried to calm down her emotions, then said with a slight mockery, Mom, I even feel strange. How did Dad see you in the first place? You have nothing but a pretty face, nothing else, pure and simple vase one. The key is no brain. No wonder Dad always said you were a bear of a woman. When Jiang Mengmeng said this, Lu Ruyan froze in place. Only her eyes were wide and her mouth was open, a look of shock and disbelief on her face. She had never dreamed that her own daughter would speak such words that would make her useless as a mother. Hey, you damned girl, how do you talk to mommy? Lu Ruyan's anger instantly bubbled up, just wanting to ruthlessly scold Jiang Mengmeng for a few sentences. Who knew that Jiang Mengmeng's next sentence froze her in place again? Mom, if I don't join the WAA soon, both of our lives will be in danger. Do you understand? Mom, do you know what it means to be a piker? Mo, what do you mean? Looking at Lu Ruyan's puzzled eyes, Jiang Mengmeng couldn't help but sigh, and in her heart she couldn't help but start to doubt whether Lu Ruyan was her mother or not. Why was her IQ so low? After Dad entered the secret realm, so far he has harvested many heavenly treasures of great value. A while ago, Dad, my information, all by the netizens to pick up, our family of 3, and so exposed to the public eye. As the saying goes, people die for money, birds die for food. Although our country has always had good law and order, there will always be outlaws who are desperate for wealth. You know, Dad still has a dozen or so phoenix blood fruits in his hands, and today, there's even a bid of $50 billion for a phoenix blood fruit online. All those outlaws need to do is kidnap us and casually find Dad to extort a phoenix blood fruit, and it'll be enough for them to squander for the rest of their lives. Dad is in the secret realm right now. He can't even come to protect us. Mom, you and I are weak women with no hands. Do you think those outlaws would let go of such a great opportunity? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and a flash of panic flashed under her eyes. It was also at this moment that Ruyan Lu suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter, and even a large cold sweat broke out across her entire back. That's right, there's nothing wrong with what Mo said. The heavenly treasures that Jang Jing had obtained in the secret realm were just too eye-catching. not to mention those outlaws. It was estimated that people all over the world would hate to rob the river mirror. Jang Jing was powerful and naturally wouldn't be afraid of these people. But, how could she and Mo defend themselves when they were both weak women with no hands? It's a piker's fault. But it's not a piker's fault. Chapter 95, Father and daughter are one and the same. Both militants. Marina University. Academic Building 1. Faculty and Staff Conference Room. Secretary Chen Yun's female secretary had been mouthing off on stage, blowing the benefits and treatment of the WAA's officially on-staff personnel out of proportion. But, a certain perk mentioned by the female secretary, on the contrary, made all the students and parents in the conference room couldn't help but be moved. As long as you join the Martial Arts Council and become an official on-staff member, the state will provide you with the resources to cultivate ancient martial arts for free. Not only the cultivation resources, but also various advanced martial arts secrets would be open to the insiders of the WAA. Mo, is there no other way to go besides joining the Armed Forces Council? The Armed Forces Council is treated very well. But, what about in the future? When you become ancient martial artists, you will definitely be sent to the secret realm to deal with all kinds of ferocious demonic beasts. Ruyan Lu frowned, a tangled expression flashing across her face. After all, she was Jiang Mengming's mother, and in her heart, she was more or less unwilling to see her own daughter joining such a dangerous department, and then going to fight with ferocious beasts, and even possibly losing her life at any time. Seemingly sensing Lu Ruyan's uneasiness, a trace of warmth flowed through Jiang Mengming's heart, regardless of whether Lu Ruyan's words came from a sincere place or a fake one. This was the love and care from her mother that Jiang Mengming had longed for. So, she's really happy. Mom, what's wrong with joining the WAA? I can use the resources they provide to grow up fast and eventually become a powerful ancient martial artist. Just like Dad, I'll beat up whoever I see as displeased. Once I grow up, I'll turn the other cheek and take the supreme command of the WMA, then embrace the army and establish myself as king. Well. Before Jiang Mengming could finish her words, she was given a hand to cover her mouth by Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu was truly taken aback. I didn't realize that this daughter of his, not only was she bold, but her ambition was even greater, that she had even thought of making herself king. Damn girl, are you trying to rebel? Lu Ruyan exasperatedly pinched Jiang Mengming's ear, then questioned in shock and fear. Say, who on earth taught you all this? Did you join some evil organization and then get brainwashed? Mom! Jiang Mengming cried and laughed as she slapped off Lu Ruyan's hand, then said in a serious manner, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I'm just giving you an example. Why are you nervous? I've already thought about it. I'm going to join the WUA and then climb up the ladder step by step until I reach the highest point and become a female general or a female god of war that is admired by all. I didn't have that opportunity before, and I didn't dare to think about it, but times are different now, and Speaking here, Jiang Mengming suddenly realized that she seemed to have let her words slip, and immediately stopped, not finishing her last sentence. What's wrong with you already? Lu Ruyan frowned, looking towards Jiang Mengming with a face full of curiosity, always feeling that this daughter of hers seemed to have some secret she was hiding from her. Mom, it's nothing. In short, I just want to join the WAA. I just want to become a powerful ancient martial artist. Whether you agree or not, it won't change my decision. Silence, no words. Ruyan Lu quieted down. At this moment, she suddenly realized with some guilt that she really knew too little about her daughter Jiang Mengming. What does my daughter like to eat? What does she like to do? And what are the things she hates? What are her dreams? And what is her personality like? It was surprising that Lu Ruyan didn't know all of these things. Fail. As Mo's mom, I'm really not qualified at all. Mo, it's mommy who's been sorry for you all these years. Perhaps it was because of her conscience, or perhaps she felt guilty. Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened slightly before she apologized to Jiang Mengming in a trembling voice. Jiang Mengming didn't say a word, just pursed her lips tightly and looked at Lu Ruyan with a complicated look. Mo, it's all mommy's fault. Since I was a kid, mom only knew how to eat, drink and enjoy life alone, and didn't even care much about you, what you like, what you hate, and what your dreams are, all of which mom doesn't know. Time flies, in the blink of an eye you're an adult, but mommy never got the chance to be there for you, and mommy missed out on your childhood forever. Mom really knows it's wrong now and is really sorry. Mo, mommy really wants to be a good mother for once and do her duty as a mother. Can you forgive mommy and give her another chance to make it up to you? Lu Ruyan said these words with tears and true feelings. It does not look like lying, but like words from the heart. Jiang Mengming is a kind girl and has longed for her mother's love since she was a child. At the moment, she seemed to be impressed by Lu Ruyan's words. After hesitating again and again, Jiang Mengming really couldn't harden her heart to reject her own mother, and finally nodded gently. Mom, I can forgive you and I'm willing to give you a chance. Hearing Jiang Mengming's reply, Lu Ruyan's face immediately blossomed into a delighted smile, only to see that she stretched out her hands and took Jiang Mengmeng in her arms, hugging her very tightly, with a look of fear of losing her daughter, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. The bottom of Jiang Mengmeng's eyes were also flooded with tears, but she was stubborn and held them back, because her father had taught her from a young age that men and women were only allowed to shed blood, not tears. Although Jiang Mengmeng didn't agree with her father, she listened to him very well and had hardly cried since she was a child. I've said all that needs to be said. I will now give you 30 minutes to think about it. And those of you who would like to join the Marina City Armed Forces Bureau, please report to me in the next classroom. At that time, I will do a precise test on you, and then give you different treatment and cultivation resources based on your talent level. After finishing this sentence, Chen Yun immediately left the conference room with 4 warriors, leaving behind a group of school leaders, students and parents, chattering away in the conference room. This is a good thing to do for our country. Of course I'm raising my hands in favor of letting our family how join the Armed Forces Bureau. The Martial Affairs Bureau and the military can be different. What the WMA has to face is a variety of powerful beasts in the secret realm. And if you're not careful, you can lose your life. Didn't Director Chen say earlier? As long as they haven't reached the rank of a 3rd grade or higher martial artist, they will never be arranged to enter the secret realm. Even if a 3rd grade martial artist enters the secret realm, it's still a 1 in 9 chance of survival. Do you think everyone is like Jiang Shen, a pig-killing knife that can hack the secret realm upside down? Joining the WMA is like letting the state raise your children for free. And the expenses required for practicing ancient martial arts are not something an average family can afford. There's no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. And since you want your child to embark on the martial arts path, you'll have to pay accordingly. I think it's better to ask the kids what they think. They're all adults now, too, and can decide their own future paths. Listening to the parents' chattering discussions, Lu Ruyan suddenly let go of Jiang Mengmeng, then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and inquired in a low voice, Mengmeng, have you really made up your mind that you want to join the WMA? Mom, the world is full of dangers. You can be walking down the street and be killed by a flower pot falling from a building. Or you can be crossing the street and suddenly be hit by a car. Or even while driving, you can die in a car accident. Since you never know which will come first, tomorrow or the accident, why not try to follow your dreams while you can? Even if your dreams don't come true, you'll be incredibly happy in the process of chasing them, won't you? I know what Dad's dream is. He wants to be the world's #1 swordsman, and my dream is even bigger than his. I want to become the #1 ancient martial artist in the world, and then I'm going to kick Dad's ass. Ruyan Lu, Chapter 96, White-haired Jiang Mengmeng, you are the daughter of Jiang Xin, Marina University, Academic Building No. 1, 5th floor corridor. Lu Ruyan held a hand-signed consent form and looked at Jiang Mengmeng, who was sitting quietly in the classroom, waiting in line to have her qi and blood values tested. For a moment, her emotions were overwhelming. I just handed my daughter over to the state? I haven't even had a chance to see my daughter properly, and she's going to leave me and turn around to serve her country? At this moment, it was as if Lu Ruyan's vision had traveled through time and space to her own home, and then she saw a small figure, sitting obediently at the desk, conscientiously working on her homework. But the tiny figure quickly disappeared. All that remained was a desk and a chair, along with a variety of extracurricular books neatly arranged on the desk, and a pencil holder resting peacefully on the table. My daughter is growing up. She was, at last, leaving the house. From now on, she will have her own life path to take, and at the same time she will be farther and farther away from her parents, until her life path and her parents' life path become 2 parallel lines that do not intersect with each other. It was also at this moment that a strong wave of reluctance bubbled up in Ruyan Lu's heart. Blood is thicker than water. After all, Jiang Mengmeng is her daughter born in October. Even if Lu Ruyan is no longer how selfish and self-interested, in the end, still can't give up this piece of meat that fell off his body. Hello, this beautiful lady, may I add your contact information? Right at this moment, a mature and steady voice suddenly drifted into Lu Ruyan's ears. Swish, Lu Ruyan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted, and a wave of annoyance instantly bubbled up in her heart, only to see her turn her head, and a middle-aged man in a suit immediately intruded in her line of sight. The other party looked like he was in his early 40s, in an Armani suit, with his hair combed and oiled, and a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, so he knew at a glance that he was a rich man. Get out! Ruyan Lu frowned and nonchalantly rejected the other party's accosting. Although this man is not bad-looking, perfectly fits the image of handsome uncle in the mouth of the little girls, and also seems to be very rich. But, comparing him to today's Jang Jing, it was like one was on the ground and the other was in the sky. Hearing Lu Ruyan's unceremonious refusal, the man's face changed slightly, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. But, after only a second, the man pushed down the hint of irritation, while a quick and kind smile appeared on his face. this beautiful young mom, I really don't mean any harm. It's just that my daughter and your daughter, they're about to enter the WMA together, and in the future they'll be colleagues, and in the future they'll even be teammates fighting side by side together. So, I just wanted to add a way for you to get in touch with me so we can talk about the child's future together later. Under the pretext of all for the sake of the child, the man wanted to add Ruyan Lu's contact information. How could Ruyan Lu not see through a man's mind? Convenient to discuss your child's future together later? The point of this sentence is the word later. I say again, get lost. Don't come and affect my mood. Lu Ruyan's face was completely gloomy. If placed in the past, facing this kind of rich man, even if she had 10,000 unwillingness in her heart, she would at least make false pretenses with the other party. After all, Ruyan Lu is doing sales, eating this bowl of rice. However, times are different now. Lu Ruyan only thought of snatching her husband Jang Jing back. As long as we can successfully remarry with Jang Jing, we can be Mrs. Jiang in peace. What's the point of selling? Do you still need to curry favor with these rich people? The second time he was unceremoniously rejected by Lu Ruyan, the man's face finally became a bit strained. He had wanted to just shake his hand and walk away. After all, he was the president of a listed company. His status was right here. Didn't he need to save face? However, Ruyan Lu had grown into his heart, whether it was her figure or her looks. At the first sight of Ruyan Lu, it was as if a kitten had burrowed into his heart and was scratching and scratching. It tickled him so much that his blood boiled, and even his body stiffened uncontrollably. Mud, a stinking cousin. What's the point of pretending in front of me? After I take you down, let's see how you kneel in front of me and sing your conquest. The man's name was Zhou Zihua, the youngest master of the Zhou family in Binhai City, as well as the current president of the Zhou Group, whose worth had exceeded $10 billion. Over the years, any woman that Zhou Zihua had taken a fancy to, which one didn't end up obediently crawling into his bed? As far as he was concerned, there was only one reason why a woman wouldn't give you sleep. That is, you're not giving enough chips. Thinking of this, Zhou Zihua suddenly smiled slightly, then said to Lu Ruyan, introduce myself. My humble self is the current president of Zhou Group. Zhou Zihua, I wonder if I can have the honor of knowing your name? Lu Ruyan was really annoyed by this fly, Zhou Zihua, and had a headache. Thus, with a twinkle in her eye, she immediately revealed a flirtatious smile, and then asked in the southern girl's characteristic clip-top voice, soft and whiny, Mr. Zhou, are you trying to pick me up? The smile of Ruyan Lu's and this clip sound instantly made the blood in Zhou Zihua's entire body begin to flow backwards. So scratchy, the one who scratches loses his 3 souls. This is a big demon that is a scourge of the nation and the people. Miss, I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting you to a meal tonight. Zhou Zihua took a step forward and seemed to want to reach out to embrace Lu Ruyan's waist, but was quickly dodged away by Lu Ruyan. Only Lu Ruyan gave Zhou Zihua a look of contempt, then said with a sneer, oh, you ask my husband first. As long as my husband agrees, I can let you soak. Zhou Zihua. Awkward. The scene was a little awkward. Zhou Zihua never expected that Lu Ruyan would be indifferent after he had already blown his own identity. It was the first time Zhou Zihua had met such a difficult woman. At the same time, Zhou Zihua's desire for conquest was completely ignited. However, without waiting for Zhou Zihua's next move, a sudden gasp came from the classroom, and even the parents who stood in the corridor watching, all covered their mouths and gasped. Swish! Zhou Zihua and Lu Ruyan turned their heads almost simultaneously and looked into the classroom in unison, only to see a young and beautiful girl, walking to the podium, and placing one of her hands on top of the crystal ball that was specialized in testing chi and blood values. That's not the point. The point was that the girl's originally long black hair had turned snow white at this moment, and it was still fluttering without wind. The original black pupils had also turned blood red at this moment, and they were emitting a demonic glow. On top of that, the blood value floating on top of the crystal ball was soaring from 120 points, directly rising to 1,200 points before coming to a halt. 1,200 points of blood value? Isn't that the realm of a third-grade martial artist? How could an 18-year-old girl be a third-grade martial artist? And so on. White hair, bloody pupils? This image, why does it feel a bit familiar? Jiang Meng, you're Jiang Shen's daughter? All of a sudden, a startled cry came from Director Chen Yun in the classroom. At this moment, all the people at the scene, no matter whether they were the school leaders, or the students, or the parents standing in the corridor, all looked at Jiang Meng standing on the podium in unison. That's right, my father is none other than Jang Jing. Jiang Meng blinked her eyes, and in less than 3 seconds, a head of white hair slowly turned back to black, and her blood-colored pupils gradually returned to normal. At this moment, the whole room was shocked. Everyone looked straight at Jiang Meng with a look of surprise, envy, jealousy, and fervor. Zhou Zihua was even more shocked, his eyes wide and mouth open, with an expression of having seen a ghost, and his entire body stiffened in place. Done. That girl turned out to be the daughter of the river god. So this woman standing next to me is Jiangshan's wife? Have I eaten my bear's heart and leopard's guts? How dare I pick up Jiangshan's wife? Mom, it's too dangerous here. I want to go home. Woohoo. Chapter 97, The Altar Covered by Ice. River Mirror's identity information was picked up by netizens. Lu Ruan and Zhang Mengmeng were also exposed to the public eye. However, not everyone in the world knew Ruan Lu and Mengmeng Zhang. Zhou Zihua is one of them. He was such a big president of a listed company. He was busy dealing with big and small matters every day. He simply didn't have much free time to go online. Even though he had inadvertently seen Lu Ruyan's photo on the internet, a photo was a photo after all, and there was still a big difference between it and the real person. Zhou Zihua failed to recognize Ruyan Lu at first glance, and even had the audacity to try to pick up this Jiangshan's ex-wife. After learning about Ruyan Lu's identity, he was about to pee in his pants. It is really Jang Jing's ferocious reputation. At the drop of a hat, every time you pull the knife must be a bloody rain. People send nickname Rain Night Butcher. The richer you are, the less bold you are. Zhou Zihua is not the brain-dead president in the skit. He doesn't want to bury his great future for a woman, and he doesn't want to turn into a strand of dead souls under the Jiangshan sword. Mr. Zhou, aren't you trying to pick me up? Just at this moment, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly drifted over, only to see her leathery smile said, I will give you my husband's contact information, or, you make a phone call to ask his opinion? No, no, no. Zhou Zihua was immediately startled, only to see him waving his hands and saying, that, Mrs. Jiang, when I came over just now, my head was accidentally caught in the door. Really? No kidding, my head seems to have been caught in a door, and none of the things I said to you just now came from me. I sincerely apologize to you now, and I hope you don't mind. That, I have a brain ache and want to go to the doctor, so if there's nothing else you want to do, I'll go first? After saying the last sentence, Zhou Zihua didn't care what Lu Ruyan's expression was, and immediately slipped away quickly with his feet on the ground. Looking at Zhou Zihua's fleeing back, Lu Ruyan disdainfully skimmed her mouth, and a flash of thick mockery flashed under her eyes. That's it? The youngest master of the Chao family? Chao's successor? The future of the Zhou family and the Zhou group seems to be a bit worrisome. The secret world. Jang Jing had just inserted the pig-killing knife back into its sheath when a series of system beeps rang in his ears. Ding! Host kills Ice Storm Bear, cub, blood value +5. Ding! Host kills Ice Storm Bear, adult male, blood value +10. Ding! Host kills Ice Storm Bear, adult female, blood value +10. Looking at the neatly organized family of 3 in front of him, Jang Jing nodded with satisfaction before turning to look at Suingru, who was not far away. At this moment, Suingru was squatting under a large tree, quickly harvesting a large area of ice heartgrass. When Jang Jing came to her side, the little ninny happened to have stuffed dozens of ice heartgrasses into her backpack, and her face was filled with a bright smile. Zoe, what are you doing collecting so many ice heartgrasses? Jang Jing couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. In his opinion, the ice heartgrass had no value and could only be used as a disposable tool to collect the ice soul grass. However, Suingru, gave a different answer. Brother Mirror, I'm collecting these ice heartgrasses. Of course I'm waiting for us to leave the secret realm and take them outside to sell them for money. Zoe, are you short of money? I don't lack money, but I want to save up a dowry for myself so I can marry you in style later. Jang Jing didn't know what to say. At this moment, both his and Suingru's smart bracelets were on, which meant that they were now broadcasting live across the country. In front of the national audience and friends, Jang Jing is really afraid to speak casually. Zoe, I can feel it. The temperature here has gone down to an extreme. Perhaps we've come to a place of extreme cold, and the ice soul grass will likely be born nearby. Forget about these ice heart grasses for now. Let's look around carefully and see if we can find ice soul grass. Jang Jing hastily changed the topic, and at the same time, he also used his keen eyes to carefully search around. As soon as she heard the words ice soul grass, Suingru immediately became energized, only to see that she hurriedly put her backpack on her body, and then followed closely beside Jang Jing, with a pair of big beautiful eyes, staring like copper bells, and constantly looking towards the surrounding. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the two of them searched forward carefully for some distance, the light in their vision suddenly brightened, and a clearing unexpectedly appeared in front of them. The sun poured down overhead, illuminating the clearing beyond measure, only to see a 4-square big cake, so abruptly appeared in this open space, and clearly reflected in the eyes of Jiang Jing and Suingru. Why is it a big piece of cake? Because this piece of 4-square cake, about 3 meters high, side length of about 30 meters, all wrapped up by the snow, cannot see what is inside, but, from its shape, it looks like a square cake made of ice and snow. In this foggy, lush forest with ferocious beasts and snakes crawling all over the place. The sudden appearance of such a big cake naturally aroused the curiosity of Jang Jing and Su-ing-ru. Brother Mirror, what is this? Su-ing-ru pulled Jang Jing's arm, then blinked her eyes again, looking at the large snow-white cake with a face full of curiosity. I don't know. Why don't we both take a closer look? Jang Jing didn't know what was hidden inside the snow-covered cake, so he proposed to walk a little closer to take a look. Next, Jang Jing and Su-ing-ru cautiously approached this big cake, and at the same time, they also raised their vigilance, carefully guarding against any unforeseen circumstances. However, until the two walked to the front of the big cake, the surrounding area is still quiet, cannot hear any abnormal noise, also did not detect any beast's breath. Phew! Jang Jing took a deep breath and gave Su-ing-ru a careful and wary look before he raised a hand and slowly touched the large cake. Swish! As Jang Jing swept away the layer of snow on the surface of the cake, a pure black stone slab was unexpectedly revealed underneath, with many mysterious patterns engraved on it. It's not, is it? Could this be? At this very moment, Jang Jing couldn't help but thump in his heart. A thought that shocked him instantly surfaced in his mind. The altar? Could this be the mysterious altar that Xiao Wanqing had said could close the entrance to the secret realm by destroying it? Swish! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately drew out his pig-killing knife, and then flew into midair with a jump. Mad Dragon Slash! As Jang Jing ruthlessly slashed down, thousands of blade chi burst out, directly encompassing the entire large cake. Boom boom boom! After a muffled sound, the entire earth trembled slightly, and the layer of snow covering the top of the cake was cleared in the blink of an eye. Next second, a blackened altar covered with all sorts of mysterious patterns, with an evil aura, was reflected in Jang Jing and Su-ing-ru's eyes. Chapter 98. A knife doesn't work. Another knife still doesn't work. Asterisk. What the hell is this? Foursquare. Black. Why do I feel this thing? Like a piece of stinky tofu? What's stinky tofu? This is clearly an altar. Holy, an altar has appeared in the secret realm? In that case, besides the ferocious beasts, there are still humans living in the secret realm? Maybe not human, but an alien or extraterrestrial race? I don't believe a ferocious beast could build an altar out of this. Only a race with intelligence could build this. Jiangshan has found traces of a foreign civilization. In addition to the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, there are also the existence of higher intelligence civilizations. The official livestream blew up again. The moment Jiang Jing discovered the mysterious altar, the entire Dragon Kingdom, up and down the country, almost set off a massive earthquake of no less than magnitude 10. Humans have been exploring the universe for hundreds of years, but so far no aliens have been found, let alone a higher intelligent civilization other than humans. It wasn't until the entrance to the secret realm was suddenly revealed that humans discovered life outside of the blue planet for the first time. However, the various ferocious beasts and snakes, insects, rats and ants that survived in the secret realm were all animals with little intelligence. The secret world is more like a supersized zoo for humans, nowadays. The sudden appearance of an altar in the secret realm was enough to prove that a high-intelligent civilization had existed in this otherworldly space. Shock, panic, disturbance, anxiety. For a moment, a wide range of emotions began to spread across the human world on the blue planet. I wonder if this unknown higher intelligent civilization is strong. Are they friendly to humans, or hostile? If they discover the blue planet and the humans that survive on it, will they launch an attack on human civilization? The dark law of the jungle can't be beat. The secret world. Naturally, Jang Jing didn't know that because he had discovered an altar, he had already caused a major earthquake in the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Jang Jing had already brought Su-ing-ru and circled around this altar, but never dared to step on it. Xiao Wanqing had said that her father was immediately besieged by countless ferocious beasts precisely because he had stepped onto the altar. Jang Jing didn't want to fall into a passive place, so he could only act carefully. Brother Mirror, is this the altar that Captain Xiao spoke of? Su-ing-ru reached out and touched the stone wall in front of her, and immediately put her hand back, fearing that she might accidentally trigger some kind of mechanism. That should be right. This is indeed an altar. Jang Jing stroked his chin and thought. Then he pulled Su-ing-ru back a dozen meters away from this blackened altar. Brother Mirror, are you destroying this altar? Seeing that Jang Jing was rubbing his fists and his eyes were also fixed on the altar in front of him, Su-ing-ru's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if she guessed what Jang Jing wanted to do next. Aha! Jang Jing nodded, then uneasily instructed. Zoeer, step back a little more in case something unexpected happens. Su-ing-ru hesitated. However, she still followed Jang Jing's instructions and took a few steps back once again. Brother Jing, you be careful too. If you encounter any uncontrollable situation, then run. Don't try to be strong. Okay. Jang Jing gave Su-ing-ru a reassuring look before he turned his head to look at the altar in front of him, and his gaze became stern in an instant. Since he had promised Xiao Wanqing that he would definitely destroy the altar when he encountered it, he had to be true to his word. Swish! Only to see Jang Jing once again jumped into midair, and his right hand also flew to touch the pig-killing knife hanging behind his waist. At the same time, a mountainous and powerful aura erupted from Jang Jing's body, chopping sky battling. Choke! In the middle of the sky and earth, a blade aura flashed away, followed by an ear-piercing air-breaking sound. Boo! In the next second, the blade slammed hard into the altar, sending out another deafening roar. Snap! It was also at this time that Jang Jing's body fell from midair and his feet steadily stepped on the ground. However, the imagined image of the altar being split in half with a single slash did not appear. The altar was still well and truly standing there, safe and sound. Jang Jing instantly stared at the altar in front of him without the slightest breakage, his mouth wide open, and a shocked expression was also on his face. What's the situation? Without activating my natural bloodline, that slash just now was my full strength. Such a terrifying and destructive slash, but it didn't even cut off a single hair of the altar? Mud! All these years of practicing hard on Lu Ruan's sword skills, had they been in vain? Brother Mirror, what is it now? Behind him came Suing Ruo's inquiring voice. Jang Jing couldn't help but blush his old face and hurriedly waved his hand toward his back and said, Zoe, don't come over, I'll try again. After saying these words, Jang Jing unwillingly jumped into midair once again. This time, his black hair turned white in an instant, and his originally black pupils turned blood red in a flash. That's right, Jang Jing was furious. The natural bloodline was completely activated, chopping sky battling. Choke! Between the heavens and the earth, another blade flash passed by. Boo! In the next second, the sword on once again crashed hard into the altar and let out a deafening roar. However, the scene that made River Mirror's eyes drop appeared again. The altar was still the same altar, not broken in the slightest. It only shook slightly and then fell silent. Lean! This stinky tofu, it's so hard? What kind of material is it built out of? Anyway, it's too resistant to beatings. Snap! Jang Jing landed on the ground. His white hair gradually turned black, and his blood pupils slowly returned to normal, but a look of concentration flashed across his face. What went wrong? Didn't Xiao Wanqing say that his father had once unintentionally destroyed an altar, and a secret entrance had disappeared within the Dragon Kingdom as a result? An altar that can be destroyed. This has already been confirmed by Xiao Wanqing's father, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. What are the defense mechanisms of the altar itself? Must this defense mechanism be shut down before you can destroy it successfully? As soon as he thought of this, Jang Jing's face became more and more gloomy. If it's as he suspects, the altar's defense mechanism must be turned off before it can be destroyed. That meant that one had to step on this altar, and Xiao Wanqing had clearly told everyone that her father had just stepped onto the altar, and all of the ferocious beasts within a 100-mile radius were attracted to it. Mud! Did they have to follow the same old path of Xiao Wanqing's father and stand against the siege of the beasts in order to destroy this altar? Brother Mirror, what should we do now? Suing Ruo was not a little cutie. Seeing that Jang Jing's 2 strikes had failed to cause a single bit of damage to the altar, she naturally guessed that there must be something fishy about this altar. Silence, no words, only Jang Jing looked down and pondered for a while, then he turned to look at Suing Ruo and said, Roar, why don't you leave this place first? I'll stay and study what method to use to destroy this altar. I don't. Before Jang Jing finished his words, Suing Ruo immediately grabbed his arm, and her little head shook like a rattle. Brother Mirror, I'm not leaving, only to see Suing Ruo having red eyes, full of stubbornness. She said, no matter what happens, even if it's death, I'll be with you. River Mirror, Chapter 99, Stepping onto the Altar. For bizarre stone pillars, the secret world. Near the altar, Jang Jing operated on the smart bracelet, but his brows couldn't help but furrow. The smart bracelet can detect the exact location of all Daredevil members within a 10-kilometer radius. However, Jang Jing had already turned up the detection power to the maximum, and except for the yellow dots representing him and Suing Ruo, which were still lit up, the signals of the remaining members of the elite squad could not be detected at all. In other words, the position that Jang Jing and Suing Ruo were currently in was more than 10 kilometers away from where the remaining few teammates were. Phew! Jang Jing took a deep breath and didn't care if Xiao Wanqing could receive the signal or not. Pressed the emergency call button of the smart bracelet, and then stopped bothering about this mess. It's better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. The altar that related to the survival of real-world humans. It was right in front of us, and we had to find a way to destroy it, no matter what we said. Zoe, let's jump up to the altar and see what happens. I've planned a way back. If anything happens, we'll jump from the altar to that big tree and then to the one to the north. At that time, the two of us will use those trees as a springboard all the way to the north and quickly withdraw to that big canyon from before. After listening to Jang Jing's retreat plan, Suing Ruo nodded without hesitation and said, Brother Jing, I'll listen to everything you say. Okay, Then get ready for battle. Jang Jing's tone became serious, only to see him raise his eyes to the altar in front of him. His eyes flashed with a touch of determination. No matter if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den in front of us, we're going to go and break into it. Yes. Su Yingru took the initiative to hold Jang Jing's hand. She felt the warmth coming from Jang Jing's hand. No matter what dangers lay ahead, as long as Brother Mirror was by my side, I would be satisfied with death. Next, under the nervous gaze of their friends and viewers across the country, Jang Jing and Su Yingru leaned towards the altar step by step. When the two of them were less than 3 meters away from the altar, Jang Jing suddenly performed a light power and jumped to the edge of the altar with a single leap. Su Yingru's movements weren't slow either. The moment Jang Jing had just jumped, she also immediately performed a light skill and landed on the edge of the altar right after her. Quiet. There was silence all around. The imagined scene of the altar suddenly emitting a dazzling light and countless ferocious beasts being attracted to it did not happen. The altar was still the same dead altar, without any hint of abnormality, and the surrounding foggy ice forest was still quiet like a pool of stagnant water. How come it's a bit different from what Captain Xiao said? Su Yingru blinked her eyes and quickly looked towards her surroundings, a trace of doubt also appearing on her face. Jang Jing didn't speak, but instead quickly surveyed the altar with his gaze. The altar was covered with black square stone slabs, and on top of each slab, there were some patterns carved that Jang Jing couldn't understand. In addition to this, in the center of the altar, according to the 4 directions of southeast, west, north and west, there were 4 square stone pillars dealing with each other. Each stone pillar was as big as a chessboard, about 3 meters in height, and on the body of each pillar, about 1.5 meters from the ground, a handle as thick as an arm and about a foot long protruded horizontally. To put it simply, these 4 stone pillars were a bit like wooden stakes, but there was only one handle on them, and the pillars were black all over, with a faint hint of dark red blood on their surfaces. Of course, the top of the altar was bare, and apart from the floor carved with mysterious patterns, and these 4 bizarre stone pillars, there was nothing else. Ta. Jang Jing suddenly took a step, and step by step, carefully, he slowly walked towards these 4 stone pillars. Su Yingru held 2 chilling daggers, half crouching, her upper body slightly leaning forward, her small Chao Tun standing tall, closely following Jang Jing's back, while also carefully guarding her surroundings. When the two of them walked near a stone pillar, the entire altar above was still silent, and nothing unusual had happened. Is this altar broken? Su Yingru couldn't help but gently exhale, but didn't let her guard down. The 2 daggers were still firmly clutched in her hands. If this altar is really broken, it would certainly be a good thing for us to be afraid. Jang Jing stroked his chin, then circled around the stone pillar, even touching it with his hand. The altar was still silent, dead and unresponsive. Just afraid of what? Su Yingru also curiously touched the stone pillar, only to feel a coldness in her hand. This cold sensation instantly burrowed into her skin, broke through her flesh and blood, and dug into her bones. Hiss! It's cold! Su Yingru couldn't help but shiver and immediately put her hand back, and at the same time, she also quickly operated the true qi in her body, wanting to dispel this trace of coldness. However, no matter how much she worked her true qi, it was as if this trace of coldness had taken root in her bones and could not be dispersed at all. I'm afraid that this altar is only sleeping temporarily. Once it wakes up, I don't know what terrible things will happen. Ever since Jang Jing stepped onto this altar, the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern on his chest had been slightly burning. It felt as if the altar itself was an evil object and was emitting an evil aura all the time. Therefore, the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern had been emitting warmth, continuously repelling this evil energy and protecting Jang Jing's body from evil invasion. Swish! Jang Jing suddenly took Su Yingru's hand. In the next second, a warm breath instantly passed from the heart of Jang Jing's palm to Su Yingru's palm before spreading throughout her body. Brother Mirror, your hand is so warm. Su Yingru comfortably squinted her eyes, and the trace of coldness that had just burrowed into her bones disappeared without a trace in an instant. Brother has a warmer place. Would you like to touch it? The corners of Jang Jing's mouth suddenly curled slightly, revealing a bad, gangly and handsome smile, instantly bashfulizing Su Yingru. Brother Mirror, you are bad. Who wants to touch that place of yours? Su Yingru stomped her foot, and that little look she gave Jang Jing was on the verge of being drawn. Oh, I was talking about the chest. What were you thinking? Jang Jing couldn't help but reach out and scrape Su Yingru's nose. Looking at the little nymph's blushing, shy and angry appearance, his mood also became beautiful. Brother Mirror, you deliberately bait me? What did I induce you to do? You deliberately induced me to think in that direction. You're just bad. Jang Jing's smile immediately bashfully made Su Yingru even more ashamed of herself, only to see Su Yingru glaring fiercely at Jang Jing, then storing the dagger into her sleeve, followed by raising her 2 small fists and smashing them against Jang Jing's chest in shame and anger. Jang Jing hastily dodged, and Su Yingru suddenly pounced. Su Yingru gritted her teeth and once again raised her small fist to attack Jang Jing, while Jang Jing continued to choose to dodge. Just like that, Jang Jing and Su Yingru were actually on top of this altar, playing around recklessly. She chased, he ran, he had no way out. There was a putrid odor of love in the air. Ka-ching! Suddenly, Su Yingru accidentally touched the handle on the stone pillar. I didn't expect that this stone pillar was actually movable, and after being touched by Su Yingru's handle, the stone pillar instantly turned a 90-degree bend. Rumble! Immediately afterward, the entire altar trembled. Jang Jing and Su Yingru were so frightened that they stopped fighting in a hurry. Both of them half crouched in place, subconsciously drew their respective weapons, and then nervously observed the situation around them. To the dumbfounded surprise of both men, the danger didn't happen. Instead, in the center position surrounded by the 4 stone pillars, a stone slab was automatically opened, revealing a stone step path that could lead to the underground level. River Mirror, Su Yingru, Chapter 100, Mysterious Coffin. Ice Soul Grass. Brother Mirror, am I in trouble? Su Yingru spat out her tongue. A look of fear appeared on her face, and then she also looked pitifully at Jang Jing. What's all this nonsense? Jang Jing cried and laughed as he glared at Su Yingru, only to see his expression suddenly change, and then said in a deep tone, let alone the fact that you didn't get into trouble at all. Even if you did, no matter how big the trouble is, even if you break the sky, Brother Mirror will cover for you. Brother will never let you get hurt halfway. As soon as Jang Jing said this, Su Yingru was immediately moved. He even hated to jump into Jang Jing's arms on the spot, holding him tightly and never letting go for the rest of his life. Little girls. A few random sweet words can lull them into a frenzy. There's nothing technical about picking up little girls. Wow 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 wow. The Mirror and Shadow CP is too sweet. Brother Mirror's words just now would have been so good if he had said them to me. Brother Mirror is overbearingly protective of Zoe's sister. Even if Zoe's sister breaks into great trouble, he will back up Zoe's sister. I love you. I love you. Husband, can you take a look at me? I'm better behaved, more obedient, more gentle, more considerate, and more knowledgeable about taking care of men than Su Yingru. This wave of dog food caught me off guard. I can smell the stench of love through my cell phone screen. Egami, you're confused. A woman will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. There's no woman in my heart. Drawing the sword is naturally divine. The first page of the swordsmith's manual is to chop off the man of your dreams first. River Mirror couldn't see the pop-ups in the official broadcast room. Naturally, he also didn't know that the interaction between him and Su Yingru just now had set off a hot debate on the internet, and at the same time caused the public anger of countless single dogs. At this moment, Jang Jing carefully observed the situation around him, and after determining that there wasn't any danger, he slowly walked towards that stone step path. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Su Yingru nervously followed behind Jang Jing, shaking her lips several times as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, not a single word came out. Since Brother Mirror is so good to me, then, whatever Brother Mirror wants to do, I will support him unconditionally and fully. Isn't it just a stone path? Isn't it just an altar? Even if there is a horrible demon hiding under the altar that will take our lives, as long as Brother Mirror wants to go to the bottom and take a look, I am willing to accompany him there. That's all. Jang Jing and Su Yingru dug into this stone step pathway one after the other. The passageway was dimly lit and the temperature was so low that it was as if he had walked into an ice cellar. The stone staircase wasn't very high, and after about a few meters down, turning a corner, and then continuing down for a few more meters, Jang Jing and Su Yingru arrived in an empty stone room. This stone room is really cold. The temperature seemed a couple dozen degrees cooler than outside. The ceiling overhead was covered with a type of stone that could emit fluorescent light, illuminating the entire stone room. So, Jang Jing and Su Yingru could clearly see that in the center of this stone room, there was actually a huge sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was made of unknown materials, and was grayish-white in color, with strange patterns carved all over it. But, the patterns were all blood red. From a distance, it looks like a map of the distribution of blood vessels in the human body. In short, the entire sarcophagus was permeated with a bizarre and oozing aura, and at a glance, it was clear that it was not an auspicious object. In addition to the sarcophagus, there were also several mysterious murals on the surrounding walls, which were not only engraved with all kinds of strange arrows, but also corresponded to several different patterns underneath the arrows. However, just as Jang Jing was carefully surveying this stone room, Su Yingru's alarmed cry suddenly came from his ears. Brother Mirror, look over there. Is that an ice soul grass? Upon hearing these words, Jang Jing hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction Su Yingru was pointing, only to see that in front of that huge sarcophagus, a stone slab had disappeared, revealing the dirt underneath the ground. But, on top of such a small piece of soil, there was actually a small plant that was crystal clear, like it was made of transparent crystal. The grass has 3 ice-like leaves, clustered together in a spiral that looks a bit like the icon of a windmill. It is rumored that man has 3 souls and 7 spirits, and the 3 leaves of the ice soul grass represent the 3 souls of a person. To explain it in superstitious terms, Suingru's loss of 18 years of memories was that her 3 souls were damaged. All that was needed was to take a strain of ice soul grass to repair the 3 souls, and naturally, one would be able to regain their memories as well. Of course, River Mirror believes in science and is not superstitious at all. The above statement, he would only keep his mind entertained to find out about it and not take it seriously. That's right, it is indeed an ice soul grass. Jang Jing's eyes narrowed, and a flash of joy appeared on his face, only to see that he immediately took Suingrua's hand and quickly walked towards that sarcophagus. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Just as the two of them approached the sarcophagus and arrived in front of the ice soul grass, and were about to squat down to pick this spirit grass, the accidents happen. Put. As if the ice soul grass had a spirit, as soon as it sensed that someone was approaching, it immediately spewed out a dense cold air. Look out! Jang Jing's face changed violently, and he instantly turned around and held Suingru in his arms to death. In the next second, the ice soul grass spewed out cold air like a fog, not only engulfing Jang Jing and Suingru, but even filling up the entire stone room. Click 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 click. In just a blink of an eye, the walls around the stone room, the ceiling above his head, and the floor under his feet all formed a thick layer of frost. The ones who bore the brunt, Jang Jing and Suingru, were even frozen into 2 ice sculptures in an instant. River Mirror's live broadcast, signal interrupted. Suingru's live room, signal interrupted. It was also at this moment that Jang Jing's and Suingru's live broadcast rooms almost simultaneously interrupted their live signals. On the public channel of the live broadcast, it was only quiet for a second, and countless pop-ups immediately appeared. The whole internet is abuzz. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Why is the signal in the live room cut off again? It's over. Jiang Shun and Suingru are in danger. Did you guys notice that the moment before the live signal was disconnected? I seem to have seen Jiang Shun and Suingru frozen into ice sculptures. I also saw that Jiang Shun and Suingru were really frozen into ice sculptures. My mirror brother, why are you so careless? Oh, the smart bracelets are frozen and automatically turned off. Jiang Shun and Suingru won't really be in trouble, right? Brother Mirror will never be in trouble. All of you crows, shut your mouths. Husband, I'm still so young. I don't want to be widowed. Woohoo! Chapter 101, if you can't give true love, then give her favoritism. Inside the stone room, the chill gradually dissipated. Jang Jing and Suingru, who had been frozen into 2 ice sculptures, were so tightly embracing each other, standing motionless in front of the ice soul grass. The entire stone room was quiet, without a single sound. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Ka-ching! Suddenly, the ice sculpture seemed to tremble slightly, while a slight sound was also emitted. Immediately afterward, the one ice sculpture that represented Jiang Jing unexpectedly cracked a tiny slit on it. Wow! It didn't take long for a palm-sized snow-white figure to break through the ice directly from inside this crevice, then quickly climbed onto the shoulders of the ice sculpture. That's right, this little guy was none other than Jiang Jing's contracted spirit beast, Wolverine. Whoosh! The little cicada first looked around for a while, perhaps to find that there is no danger around, immediately came to the ice sculpture's ears, and then squeak called out, click, ka-chow, click. Right at this moment, the 2 ice sculptures made a crisp sound almost simultaneously, and a crack spread out like a spider's web across the body of the ice sculpture. Boo! After about 3 seconds, the thick layer of ice and snow that covered Jiang Jing and Suingru's bodies all shattered into ice cubes after a muffled sound, falling to the ground one after another. Jiang Jing and Suingru broke the ice. Zoe, are you okay? I'm fine. Brother Mirror, are you hurt? I'm fine too. Phew, it's good to be okay. Suingru let out a slight sigh of relief, and immediately afterward, she tidied up Jiang Jing's clothes and gently patted away some of the ice slag crumbs that were sticking to his clothes. I have to say, Suingru, this little nymph, more and more has that flavor of a little petite wife. Roar, take out the basket you wove with the ice heart grass before. Let's collect this ice soul grass first. Jiang Jing reached out to help Suingru straighten her hair, and in the process, gently scraped on her small nose. Suingru couldn't help but blush with her pretty face, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she liked this intimate little action of Jiang Jing. Brother Mirror, the ice soul grass won't spit out ice again and freeze both of us into 2 ice sculptures again, right? Suingru glanced at the ice soul grass at her feet, and a crying expression appeared on her face as well. Although the ice soul grass could spit out cold air and instantly freeze a person into an ice sculpture, this amount of damage was simply harmless to a martial artist. No, it won't. For every cold breath that the ice soul grass spews out, there must be at least an hour's interval before it has the strength to spew out a second breath of cold breath. As soon as Jiang Jing said this, Suing Rua's face immediately revealed an expression of curiosity and said, "Is that so amazing? Jang Jing, hee, there are many magical heavenly treasures in the secret realm, and the ice soul grass is just one of them." Suing Rua, brother mirror, then how should we collect this ice soul grass? Jang Jing, just do whatever I say later. Suing Ru, okay. Next, Jang Jing drew out his killing knife, and with an amiable smile on his face, he squatted directly in front of the ice soul grass. Suing Ru then took the basket woven from the ice heart grass, took it out and cupped it in her hands, then squatted on the other side of the ice soul grass. Seemingly sensing Jang Jing and Suing Ru's kindness, the ice soul grass actually trembled gently, as if expressing its inner joy. Swish! In the next second, Jang Jing's hand rose up and directly chopped off the ice soul grass. Whoosh! Suing Rua's movements weren't slow, and immediately stretched the grass basket over to catch the decapitated ice soul grass. A magical scene appeared. In the curious eyes of Jang Jing and Suing Ru, the ice soul grass, which was packed into the grass basket, glowed with a faint white light all over. Immediately afterward, the ice soul grass began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and water droplets dripped down the grass basket. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In less than 3 seconds, the ice soul grass disappeared, leaving only a thumb-sized, crystal-clear crystal seed lying alone inside the grass basket. Is this the seed of the ice soul grass? Suing Ru couldn't help but stare at the seed with wide eyes and curiosity, and an expression of excitement appeared on her face. That's right, this is the seed of the ice soul grass. Jang Jing nodded, then urged Suing Ru, hurry up and eat it. Freshly baked ice soul grass seeds, the sooner you eat it, the better the effect will be. Aha! Suing Ru was almost obedient to Jang Jing, only to see her pinching the grass basket and gently shaking it, directly shaking out the ice soul grass seeds inside. The ice soul grass seed was still in midair when Suing Ru opened her mouth and quickly came over to it before swallowing it into her mouth in one gulp. Sit on your knees, run your true chi, slowly digest the medicinal effects of the ice soul grass seed. Don't rush it. Under Jang Jing's guidance, Suing Rua immediately sat down on her knees and closed her eyes, slowly digesting the medicinal effects of the ice soul grass seeds. This process can take as little as half an hour or as much as 2 hours. The main point is to see how much of Suing Ru's brain memory area has been damaged. If the damage is high, the longer it will take to repair the memory area. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As Suing Rua was digesting the medicinal effects of the ice soul grass seeds, Jang Jing was not idle either, only to see that he left Suing Rua's side, then wandered around the stone room, and in the meantime, he carefully admired all the murals engraved on the surrounding walls. In the first mural, 4 arrows are depicted in the upper part, with the top arrow pointing down, the bottom arrow pointing up, the left arrow pointing right, and the right arrow pointing left. If you draw another dot right in the center of the 4 arrows, you will see that all 4 arrows point to this dot. Just by looking at the 4 arrows alone, Jang Jing didn't know what it meant, but when he looked at the content of the second half of the mural, it instantly dawned on him, for in the lower part of the mural is carved a door that has been opened. Isn't it obvious? The 4 arrows in the upper part of the mural represent the 4 stone pillars above the altar. Oh no! To be precise, the arrows represent the handles on the stone pillars. When the handles on the 4 stone pillars all face towards the center point, the door will be opened. Jang Jing thought back carefully. Just now, when he and Suing Ru were playing around on top of the altar, there were indeed 3 stone pillars with their handles facing the center point, and only 1 stone pillar with its handle facing the other direction. Suing Ru unintentionally touched the handle, causing it to make a 90-degree turn towards the center point. Thus, the handles of the 4 stone pillars, all facing the center point, so they triggered the mechanism and opened the door leading to the interior of the altar. I'll go. If you look at it that way, Suing Ru's luck was really good. If you marry her home, you don't have to think about it. She will definitely be a prosperous husband in the future. I just don't know if she minds being small. After all, Jang Jing had already promised Xiaomei that he would take her as his main wife, and the two of them had even made a private bet for life. Jang Jing couldn't go back on his word, abandon Xiaomei and turn around to marry Suing Ru as his main wife again, right? Oops. It's not easy being a scumbag. The tiny bit of conscience left in my buddy doesn't allow me to hurt such a good girl as Suing Ru, but if I miss such a good girl, my buddy's conscience will be even more disturbed. Whatever. What conscience does a scumbag need? Since he couldn't give Suing Ru true love, he would give her favoritism. Chapter 102, Instruction Manual on Mural Painting. Inside the stone room, Jang Jing looked toward the second mural. Only the 4 arrows in the upper part of the mural, all back to the center point, that is, all towards the outside, and the bottom half of the mural features a pot lid. Jang Jing stared at the pattern and studied it for a small amount of time, and in the end, he was incomparably certain that it was a pot lid. But what does the pot lid represent? Could it be a defense shield? Can the altar's defense shield be activated by following the 4 arrows in the upper part of the wall and turning the 4 stone pillars around a corner, all facing outward? And what would it take to disarm this defense shield? Swish! As soon as he thought of this, Jang Jing hurriedly looked at the third mural, as if trying to find a way to close the altar's defense shield. The third mural has 4 arrows, 2 at the top and bottom towards the center point, and 2 at the left and right with their backs to the center point. The lower half of the mural is inscribed with what looks like a horn. Since it's a horn, it must mean call. Summon what? Is that even a question? In addition to the endless trees and ice around the altar, only ferocious beasts were left. Surely all the ferocious beasts within a 100-mile radius were summoned to the vicinity of the altar. At this moment, Jang Jing suddenly thought of Xiao Wanqing's father. Was there a possibility that Xiao Wanqing's father hadn't immediately caused countless ferocious beasts to surround him because he had stepped onto the altar at all? Instead, he touched the 4 stone pillars on the altar, which happened to be in the shape of the 4 arrows on the mural, thus triggering the corresponding mechanism of the horn, which summoned all the ferocious beasts within a 100-mile radius. Lean. Case solved. Dude really has potential to be a detective. Swish. After Jang Jing was slightly excited for a moment, he immediately landed his gaze on the 4th mural. This 4th mural is also the last mural inside the stone room. The 4 arrows in the top half of the mural have the left and right ones facing the center point, while the top and bottom ones have their backs to the center point, just the opposite of the 3rd mural. As for the lower half of the mural, it looks a bit like an open matchbox. What's going on? How come it's an open matchbox? Why can't it just be an open lid? If it was an open pot lid, then there was no need for Jang Jing to guess. It must be the method to close the altar's defense shield. But matchboxes and pot lids, there's still a big difference. The lid of the pot is round, the matchbox is rectangular, and the two obviously don't mix in the same way, and so on. Rectangular? Throughout the altar. What is rectangular? Swish. Almost subconsciously, Jang Jing made a turn, his eyes dead set on the immense sarcophagus not far away. It's not, is it? Could it be that the contents of this 4th mural referred to the method of opening the sarcophagus? What's in the sarcophagus? Jang Jing was a particularly curious person. Only one step towards the sarcophagus was seen, and while he felt nervous and uneasy, a feeling of excitement and exhilaration bubbled up in the bottom of his heart. Open it. Dude wants to see what's inside this sarcophagus? Never open it. This thing is ominous at first glance. Once opened, the consequences are unimaginable. Scared of what? When a man dies, he doesn't die. Aren't you curious as to what's inside the sarcophagus? Curiosity killed the cat. In order to satisfy such a little curiosity of yours, to disregard your own life and Su Yingro's life, you are acting selfishly. At this moment, 2 different voices appeared in Jang Jing's mind. These 2 voices are arguing fiercely. Neither one can convince anyone, causing Jang Jing's heart to be in turmoil, thumping, deer in the headlights, and blushing. Swish. Only Jang Jing raised a hand and gently touched the sarcophagus. In the next second, a ray of bone-piercing cold air came from the sarcophagus, then followed his fingers and darted into his arm. Asterisk. Jang Jing was instantly startled and hastily withdrew his finger. But it's too late for everything. This strand of bizarre coldness had followed his arm and drilled into his chest cavity, and it was still running rapidly towards his heart. Buzz. At the critical moment, the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern on Jang Jing's chest suddenly emitted a fiery energy. In just a blink of an eye, this wisp of cold air that had drilled into Jang Jing's body was vaporized by this blazing energy. Miss. River Mirror is safe and sound. Ancestral dragon bloodline is bull beer. Seemingly thinking that he was carrying the bloodline of an ancestral dragon that could restrain all evil things, Jang Jing made a decision on the spot that went against his ancestors. I'm going to open the sarcophagus and take a look at it today, no matter what I say. If he didn't open the sarcophagus, Jang Jing would definitely not even be able to sleep well when he went back, and would even be haunted for the rest of his life, never having peace. Brother Mirror, what are you doing? Right at this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly drifted into Jang Jing's ears. Familiar because in the entire elite squad, only Su Yingru would call him Brother Mirror. It was strange because Su Yingru's voice had become much more composed, and the lowly voice had directly turned into an imperial sister voice. Swish! Jang Jing turned around and looked. At some point, Su Yingru had already stood up from the ground. Although Su Yingru's appearance hadn't changed in any way, Jang Jing clearly sensed that her entire aura had become different, especially her eyes, which were so pure and innocent before, as if they were the clearest spring of water in this world. However, at the moment, her eyes were but full of vicissitudes, and at the same time carried a hint of indifference and ruthlessness. Zoe, have you regained your memory? Jang Jing sized Su Yingru up from head to toe, but hesitated to walk over to identify with her, as if he was worried about something, or was concerned about something. Aha! Su Yingru seemed to have seen through Jang Jing's inner thoughts, only to see that she first nodded, and then she took the initiative to walk over and hold Jang Jing's hand as always. Jang Jing was slightly stunned, and the corners of his mouth quickly curved up into a nice-looking arc. Zoe, since you have regained your memory, your life should all come back to you, right? Silence, no words. To Jang Jing's great surprise, instead of nodding, Su Yingru's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. I don't know who my parents are. I don't know where my family is. Maybe I'm just an abandoned orphan. Listening to Su Yingru's voice with a hint of despondency, Jang Jing's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly, and an expression of heartache surfaced on his face. Can you tell me what you've remembered since you regained your memory? Jang Jing suddenly stretched out his hands and gently wrapped Su Yingru in his arms. Su Yingru shuddered slightly, her body instantly tightening, but after a blink of an eye, she leaned her head on Jang Jing's shoulder and her body slowly relaxed. The memories before the age of 6 are a little fuzzy and I don't remember them too well. All I know is that I was abducted by traffickers when I was 6 years old and sold abroad to that killer organization. I'm not the only one who was also sold into this assassins organization. There are probably more than 200 little kids my age. In order to train a group of gold medal assassins, the organization arranged many instructors to teach us all kinds of knowledge. Fighting, assassination, stealth, disguise, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, hacking, etiquette. By the time all of us turned 18, the instructors suddenly threw us on an island and made us kill each other, and the last one to survive is the organization's only gold medalist assassin. Chapter 103. I heard all the conversation between you and Xiaomei. Jang Jing didn't expect it either. Instead of remembering who her family was, Su Yingru, who had taken the ice soul grass, had conjured up an unpleasant past. Before recovering her memory, Su Yingru's eyes had light, hope, and even a hint of a young girl's naivety. But, after recovering her memories, Su Yingru's eyes only had a coldness in them, like a 10,000-year-old ball of ice that never melted, completely freezing her heart. Fortunately, there was still a crack in the puck. Whenever Su Yingru looked at Jang Jing, a trace of tenderness would subconsciously flow from her eyes. It was obvious that whether Su Yingru had recovered her memories or not, Jang Jing had already entered her heart long ago. Roar, if you want to find your family, after we leave the secret realm, brother will help you look for them together. Jang Jing touched Su Yingru's hair and solemnly gave a promise. However, Su Yingru, gently shook her head and said, forget it, let everything be as it is. Upon hearing this, Jang Jing's hand froze in midair. Although Su Yingru didn't have any explanation, Jang Jing heard a hint of confusion, a hint of fear, a hint of inferiority, and a hint of overwhelming resistance from her tone. After all, Su Yingru had lived under a killing environment since she was 6 years old. In this life, she didn't know how many people she had killed, and she didn't know how much blood was on her hands. Maybe, deep down she thinks she's a dirty executioner, that even her soul is no longer clean, and that's why she's resisting going to look for her family, isn't it? Beyond that, Jang Jing kills monsters without blinking an eye, and every time he creates a rain of blood, it seems to make Su Yingru feel like she has found a kindred spirit, which is why she has become close to Jang Jing, coupled with Jang Jing's repeated rescues, as well as his favoritism towards Su Yingru, which in turn caused Su Yingru to fall hopelessly in love with Jang Jing. Zoe, no matter what decision you make, Brother Mirror will be on your side. Jang Jing did not persuade Su Yingru, nor did he use the banner of for her own good to help her to find her family. But as long as Su Yingru opened her mouth and said that she wanted to go and look for her family, Jang Jing would definitely do everything in his power to help her. Because, Jang Jing also felt that he was in the same category as Su Yingru. Su Yingru didn't know how many people she had killed. Jang Jing didn't know how many pigs she had killed. Both of them had been killing people all their lives. If there really was a hell in this world, it was estimated that Jang Jing and Su Yingru should be able to be cellmates together in the 18th layer of hell after they died, right? Boo. Suddenly, Su Yingru raised her head, stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her hands around Jang Jing's neck, and took the initiative to kiss on his lips. Jang Jing was first slightly stunned, then he wrapped his arms around Su Ying's soft and slender willow-like waist, and carefully and thoughtfully savored her fragrance. Embrace and kiss each other. A blush surfaced on Su Yingru's pretty face, her breathing and heartbeat became a bit rapid, and her eyes became mesmerized, and even her body began to soften. At the critical moment, Jang Jing, however, gently pushed Su Yingru away. Phew! I only saw Jang Jing take a deep breath. Then in Su Yingru's puzzled eyes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Roar, in fact, I have a fiancée. She, are you talking about Xiaomei? To Jang Jing's great surprise, Su Yingru called out Xiaomei's name in a single breath, and did not show any expression of surprise or dissatisfaction on her face. How did you know? Jang Jing covered his forehead in embarrassment, and in his heart he was also thinking that he and Xiaomei had done things so covertly. How did they still leak out the wind? I've had a very sensitive sense of hearing since I was a child. And since I've been practicing ancient martial arts, this talent has been strengthened once again as well. Suing Ruo looked at Jang Jing with a calm face. No joy or sadness could be heard in her tone, only to see her slowly say, "That night, the conversation between you and Xiao Mei, I heard it all." Jang Jing's forehead was suddenly covered in black lines, only to see that he trembled his lips and just wanted to say something. Who knew that Suing Ruo's next words directly caused him to be dumbfounded and freeze in place? Didn't the Dragon Kingdom just introduce a new marriage law at the beginning of this year? A husband can take a concubine with honor, as long as the main wife agrees and pays a certain tax. Since Sister Mei allows you to take a concubine, I'll just be your junior wife when the time comes. I won't make things difficult for you. River Mirror. Since the beginning of last year, secret entrances have appeared one after another all over the world. And the Dragon Kingdom, which has introduced so many new policies one after another during this year. This includes the latest marriage law, which was introduced at the beginning of this year. Simply put, the new marriage law abolished the monogamous system and also added a tax on concubinage. Husbands are allowed to have concubines as long as the main wife agrees, and there is no upper limit. But the husband needs to pay 100,000 yuan in taxes to the state for each concubine he takes. While $100,000 isn't much, most of the average people at the bottom of the ladder can't afford such a large tax. Only men with incomes above the middle level have money left over for concubines. On top of that, the Dragon Kingdom has also introduced a series of fertility incentives to greatly encourage its citizens to have more children and even offer real cash rewards. General, the attitude displayed by the Dragon Kingdom is that since young people refuse to get married, the monogamous system should simply be abolished. You don't want to get married. Some are willing to take concubines, and the marriage rate will naturally increase. Young people won't have children, so tempt them with real rewards. When you see other people getting a ton of benefits from having kids, it's only natural to go ahead and have kids when your eyes are glazed over. And these policies have only one purpose, and that is to increase the population of the Dragon Kingdom so that it can cope with future invasions by foreign races. Brother Mirror, aren't you willing to take me as a concubine? Perhaps it was because she saw that Jang Jing didn't say anything for a long time. Suing Ruo frowned slightly, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Who says I don't? Jang Jing cried and laughed and shook his head, then sighed and said, Zoe, marrying me as a concubine, has wronged you. Hearing that Jang Jing was willing to take her as a concubine, Suing Ruo's eyes immediately softened, and the two daggers that had just slipped into her hand were silently withdrawn into her sleeve. Although she loves Jang Jing very much, but as long as Jang Jing dares to say a no word, Su Yingru will immediately kill him, and then commit suicide, and finally go to the netherworld to be a ghost couple with Jang Jing. The love of a lady killer is so simple and pure. Next, the two warmed up inside the stone room for a while. It was just kissing, hugging, lifting high, and so on, not doing anything over the top. Jang Jing suddenly remembered that there was still one thing he hadn't gone to do, so he said to Suing Rue, Zoe, go above the altar and reverse the direction of all four of those stone pillars, just like the arrows on the fourth mural. Brother Mirror, what are you doing? Suing Ru glanced at Jang Jing in surprise before she followed the direction Jang Jing was pointing to and looked at the fourth mural within the stone room. Pop! Jang Jing didn't explain anything. Instead, he slapped Suing Ruo's upturned rear tunic, and his mouth also said quickly, don't ask so many questions. Listen to your husband's words, and hurry up to do as you're told. Oh, Suing Ruo's body subconsciously tightened. A blush immediately rose on her face, and a blush flashed across her icy eyes. Without saying a word, she turned around and walked towards the passage from which she had come. After waiting for Suing Ruo to leave, Jang Jing immediately made a turn, his eyes dead set on the immense sarcophagus. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. I'm going to be the cat today. Come on. Buddy today would like to see if a 1,000-year-old zombie is sealed inside this sarcophagus. Chapter 104, The Beautiful Woman in the Sarcophagus. Jang Jing was sucking blood. On the altar, Su Yingru walked to the center of the four stone pillars, only to see her cover her little warped tunic. Recalling Jang Jing's slap just now, she instantly felt that both cheeks were a little hot. However, she hadn't forgotten what Jang Jing had explained. After only a brief moment of hesitation, he immediately began to do so, turning the four stone pillars in one direction in turn. The east and west stone pillars, both facing the center point, while the north and south stone pillars both have their backs to the center point. Ka-ching! Just as Suing Ruo completed the last step, only a crisp sound was heard, and the passageway that led to the interior of the altar was unexpectedly closed automatically. Not good. Brother Mirror is in danger. An ominous premonition immediately surfaced in Suing Ruo's mind, only to see her dodge and arrive at the entrance where the passage was closed. Drink! Without any hesitation, Suing Ruo frantically operated her true chi and used her full strength to fiercely blast at this closed stone door. Boo! After a loud bang, instead of the stone door being blasted open, Ruo was instead shocked by the powerful reaction force, causing her to take several consecutive steps back. Boom boom boom. Unwillingly, Ruo raised her fist again and continuously blasted dozens of punches towards the stone door. However, no matter how hard Ruo exerted, the stone door did not move since the beginning, but instead, her fist was smashed and bloodied. How come? How did the stone door suddenly close when it was fine? Wait, it's those 4 stone pillars. Ruo briefly pondered for a moment, and immediately landed her gaze on top of those 4 stone pillars. Swish! She only saw a flash and once again came to the center of the 4 stone pillars. Then, according to the memory in her mind, she quickly turned the pillars and restored all 4 pillars to their original appearance. However, the entire altar was silent. The stone-stepped pathway that led to the interior of the altar had not been reopened and remained in a tightly closed position. At this moment, Ruo's face immediately turned ugly. Inside the stone room, River Mirror also heard the sound of the stone pathway closing. Like Ruo, he first ran to the entrance of the stone-step pathway and madly blasted a few punches at the stone door, and even pulled out his killing knife and ruthlessly slashed a few times towards the stone door. When he realized that he had no way to blast open the stone door, he simply held the idea of if it comes, then it will be safe and focused on the sarcophagus again. Ta. After hesitating for a few moments, Jang Jing walked step by step to the front of the sarcophagus with a death-defying stride. Swish! The moment his hands were placed on the sarcophagus, a bone-piercing coldness instantly passed through his arms and quickly drilled into his body. But Jang Jing was carrying an ancestral dragon bloodline, and the ancestral dragon tattoo pattern on his chest merely released a warm current that completely dispelled the coldness coming from the sarcophagus. At this moment, Jang Jing was even more confident. Brother is a veteran driver, with Yushi in his mouth and an explosive head, specializing in waiting for lightning to strike. Drink! Only to hear Jang Jing gulp softly, violently sending force to push the lid of the coffin, and the muscles on both arms bulged. However, to Jang Jing's great surprise, no matter how hard he exerted himself, the lid of the sarcophagus was as if it had been locked. It simply did not move at all. What the hell? What went wrong? Could it be that Suingru didn't follow my instructions and put the 4 stone pillars on the altar with the correct unlocking pattern? No, Suingru shouldn't be mistaken. Such a simple unlocking method, even kindergartners would know it. How could Suingru get it wrong? Since I can't push the lid of the sarcophagus, why don't I do it the other way around and pull it? As soon as he thought of it, Jang Jing immediately clasped the raised portion of the coffin lid's edge with both hands and then exerted all his strength to pull the lid. Click 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 click. To Jang Jing's surprise and delight, a sound similar to that of a mill turning came, and the immense and incomparable sarcophagus lid was actually pulled open by him inch by inch. Wow! It was also at this time that an even colder chill suddenly emerged from the sarcophagus. Jang Jing, however, didn't care and continued to pull hard on the lid of the sarcophagus until he had pulled the lid of the coffin apart by about a meter or so, and only then did he stop exerting his power. Quiet. The stone room was quiet. Jang Jing stood near the end of the sarcophagus, and from his angle of view, he could only see the gap where the lid of the coffin had been opened, and could not see what was inside the coffin at all. To get a good look inside the coffin, it would require him to take a few more steps, go around to the other end of the coffin, and then look down to check it out. Phew! Jang Jing took a deep breath and stood still for a moment, waiting, while at the same time, he also pricked up his ears to listen to the movements in the coffin. 1 minute later, there was silence inside the sarcophagus. What Jang Jing imagined, a scene where a large dumpling suddenly jumped out of the coffin, did not happen. Next, Jang Jing hesitated just a little before taking a resounding step and walking step by step to the other end of the coffin. Swish! Only to see Jang Jing lying on the edge of the sarcophagus. He once again took a deep breath, and then fiercely poked his head out to look towards the sarcophagus. Look no further. What Jang Jing never expected was that the sarcophagus did not lie in any 1,000-year-old zombie, but instead lay a woman, a mature, voluptuous and charming beauty, long hair like a waterfall, skin like snow, under the light thin eyebrows, a pair of tightly closed eyes, under the high bridge of the nose, there are 2 pieces of red lips like rose petals. The whole face was flushed with a ripe and charming flavor. Although she looked like she was all at least 35 years old, it was this aura of a mature woman that was more likely to stir a man's desire to conquer. On top of that, the woman was voluptuous to a fault. The loose-fitting palace dress on her body froze with an extreme tightness, perfectly outlining the curves of her fat body. The proud capital seems not to lose to Xiaomei at all. The waist of a full grasp, such as the weak wind to help the willow. Extremely exaggerated hip curve, noticeably wider than the shoulders. Standard gourd-shaped body. There was a crime-inducing aura all over her body. Swish! After Jang Jing froze slightly for a moment, he subconsciously stretched out 2 fingers and slowly brought them under the beautiful woman's nose. He seemed to want to check if the stunningly beautiful woman sleeping in the coffin was dead or alive. However, Accidents happen. Right at the moment Jang Jing had just brought her fingers over, the beautiful woman, who had originally closed her eyes tightly, suddenly opened them. In Jang Jing's stunned eyes, the beautiful woman opened her mouth, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth, then with a swift and hard bite on his wrist, "Gollum, Gollum, Gollum." A strange sound came from him, and Jang Jing realized with horror that the beautiful woman was actually sucking his blood. She was like a person who had been thirsty for 100 years, suddenly encountered a clear spring, immediately defiantly pounced on it, and the main thing to do was to have a quick drink. Jang Jing, who reacted, immediately roared angrily and immediately tried to retract this hand of his. However, the beautiful woman, snatched a step ahead of him and locked her hands deadlocked on Jang Jing's arm, her mouth still biting on his wrist, continuing to suck his blood freely. Seek death. Angry and furious, Jang Jing immediately used his other hand and quickly drew out the pig-killing knife, then ruthlessly slashed at the beautiful woman's head. Dang! What made Jang Jing greatly surprised again was that the beautiful woman merely raised a hand and put up 2 fingers. Then she easily clamped Jang Jing's pig-killing knife, and throughout the entire process, the beautiful woman's mouth had never left Jang Jing's wrist, and had been constantly sucking his blood like a hunger. Let go of me now. I'll kill you. Sister, big sister, I was wrong. If you keep sucking, little brother, I'm going to turn into a human. Chapter 105, Terrifying Woman. Jang Jing planted. Inside the sarcophagus, the upper half of the beautiful woman's body had risen upright. She cupped Jang Jing's arm with one hand, and cupped Jang Jing's killing knife with the other. Her bright red lips stayed pressed against Jang Jing's wrist, and her 2 sharp tiger teeth pierced deep inside Jang Jing's veins. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. Regardless of whether Jang Jing was threatening or softly pleading, the beautiful woman kept on sucking his blood non-stop as if she didn't even hear him. Jang Jing was furious. In this life, other than his ex-wife, Ruan Lu, he hadn't been bullied so much by any woman. I can't stand my uncle, but I can't stand my aunt. Mud. If a tiger doesn't make a move, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Dragon soul possession. Anxious and angry, Jang Jing instantly activated his natural bloodline. In a blink of an eye, white issued, bloody pupils appeared, heaven and earth changed, ghosts and gods cried, and a powerful aura also erupted from Jang Jing's body. Drink! Without any hesitation, Jang Jing suddenly exerted his strength and pulled the pig-killing knife out from between the beautiful woman's fingers before he raised the knife once again and slashed viciously at her head. This slash was as fast as lightning. This blade carried the power of a thunderous thunderclap. With this blade, Jang Jing was confident in splitting everything in front of him. However, the beautiful woman, suddenly raised her head and glanced at Jang Jing with a face full of calmness, and a pink light flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the next second, Jang Jing only felt a dizziness in his brain, and then a lightheadedness. His body's strength seemed to have been drained as if it had been drained. Even his spirit had become depressed. Swish! In such a split second of effort, Jang Jing realized with horror that his white hair had changed back to black hair, his blood pupils had changed back to black pupils, and the dragon soul possession state had even been automatically lifted. Jang Jing trembled his lips, the shock inside him simply unable to be described in words. He had never expected that the female vampire in front of him had a strength that had far exceeded the range of his expectations. 9th grade? Or is it above the 9th grade? A mere glance broke my dragon soul possession, and by casually extending 2 fingers, he could easily catch my full force strike. Moreover, this woman didn't look like she was in her prime, but more like she was in a weakened state after being in a coma for many years and had just awakened. It was already so powerful in her weakened state. How terrifying would it be if she were to return to her full strength? Done. Dude is kicking ass this time. Curiosity really does kill the cat. Squeaky. Right at this moment, the little cicada that was originally shrinking in Jang Jing's arms suddenly scurried out like crazy. The little guy first climbed onto Jang Jing's shoulders, then folded his hands and glared fiercely at the beautiful woman in the sarcophagus. Swish! In a blink of an eye, the little guy's 2 ruby-like eyes immediately turned into a demonic purple color and shot out 2 channels like substantial ultraviolet rays. Seeing this scene, Jang Jing's spirit, which had just withered down, instantly perked up again. Little cicada, brother didn't hurt you for nothing. You're still dependable in a pinch. Come on, her ass. Although I don't know the power of the 2 ultraviolet rays from cicada's eyes, could they subdue this female vampire in one move? But, from the expression of the cicadas showing their teeth, as well as the powerful aura that erupted from its body, as well as the harsh cold aura emanating from the 2 ultraviolet, Jang Jing could conclude that this must be a great move that little cicada had exerted all her strength to perform. Even if she couldn't kill the beautiful woman, she could at least seriously injure her, right? However, what Blue River Mirror's mind was this. The corners of the beautiful woman's mouth suddenly hooked into a mocking smile. only to see her eyelids gently lifted. Then she looked at little cicada with a smile or not, and a flash of pink color flashed in her beautiful eyes again. In the next second, the two ultraviolet rays that shot out from cicada's eyes just disappeared into thin air. It was also at this moment that little cicada suddenly screamed, as if she had been struck by an evil spirit. Her little body instantly became stiff and rigid, and then she fell straight down from Jang Jing's shoulders. Little cicadas. Jang Jing's eyes instantly glared and his face went pale, only to see him trembling his lips feebly, and a feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. Seeing that the beautiful woman slowly raised a hand, slowly pointing it at the small cicada that fell to the ground, seemingly ready to put it to death with one move, Jang Jing hurriedly spoke out to stop. Release little cicada. I can be at your disposal. Jang Jing could face death openly, but could not bear to involve little cicada. After all, little cicada had done nothing wrong, yet she had been abducted by him to become a contracted beast, and had to face today's dangers with him. Either way, the little cicadas are innocent. Little human. I didn't expect you to be a sentimental person. To Jang Jing's great surprise, the beautiful woman spoke. She was seen licking her own lips, her mature voice with a hint of huskiness, but also with a strong feeling of seduction. That look, that demeanor, that gesture, that tone. Not good. This is scratchy. Seeing as you opened the sealing prohibition for me and fed me blood, I can spare this misty pupil illusion sable. But, as the beautiful woman said this, her entire body floated out of the sarcophagus, and then silently hovered in midair. Immediately afterward, a heaven-destroying pressure violently erupted from her body. Jang Jing's already incredibly weak body naturally couldn't carry this terrifying pressure, only to see him gritting his teeth and struggling to support himself, but he was still pressured by this pressure and knelt on one knee on the ground. Quiet. The stone room was quiet. The beautiful woman just quietly hovered in midair. Then with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, she sized up Jang Jing from head to toe in a serious manner. A few moments later, the beautiful woman suddenly exhaled softly, and a complex expression flashed across her face as she said, "Little human fellow, since you carry the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, it's not an indignity to my father. River Mirror, it was you yourself who said just now that as long as my father releases this mystic pupil mirage sable, you'll be at my disposal, right?" The beautiful woman fell down from mid-air, a pair of jade-like bare feet, gently stepping on the ground. The 10 toes with red nail polish were like the claws of a kitten, wiggling and scratching at one's heart. This woman, from head to toe, from the outside to the inside, every knit of her brows, every look, every movement, even a hair strand swinging in the wind, all exuded a strong seductive aura, born with a charming bone. It should be this kind of woman, right? Swish. Noticing that the beautiful woman had landed her gaze on her own body, Jang Jing gritted his teeth and nodded despite being speechless to the core. Mud. I can't beat you, can I? If I can beat you, it's my turn to do whatever I want with you. Great. The beautiful woman nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly reached out a hand and clasped Jang Jing's shoulder in a death grip. Then with a gentle lift, she lifted his entire body up. What are you doing? After Jang Jing slightly froze, he subconsciously asked offhandedly. However, the beautiful woman, did not make any reply, but instead carried Jang Jing and flew directly toward the immense and incomparable sarcophagus. Next, in Jang Jing's astonished eyes, the beautiful woman threw him into the coffin before jumping into it herself. Swish! With a wave of the beautiful woman's sleeve, the original was pushed open by Jang Jing a meter-wide coffin cover, but also bang sound automatically closed. Seeing this scene, Jang Jing slowly closed his eyes, then quietly waited for death to come. However, the imagined image of being drained of blood all over his body, or being dismembered into a pile of crumbs, did not appear. Instead, there was a warm body that quickly pressed against him and even hugged him tightly. Swish! Jang Jing snapped his eyes open, and his lips twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something. In the next second, a bright red lip printed up, blocking Jang Jing's mouth and the words he wanted to say. Stinky brother, didn't you just say you were going to me to death? Sister is giving you that chance now. Come on, vent your anger and resentment all you want. Cackle cackle cackle. Jang Jing, Chapter 106, Nine Tails? It's a fox spirit. Jang Jing never dreamed of it. One day, he would actually be kidnapped by a strange woman and thrown inside a coffin, left to be slaughtered without the ability to fight back. It was also at this moment that Jang Jing profoundly understood a truth. Life is like a forced X. Since you can't fight it, you have to learn to enjoy it. Time passes by. At first, Jang Jing's mindset was still very optimistic. After all, it's just a little bullying. It's not going to kill him, so what's there to worry about? Chastity is precious. Love is more expensive. If for life, both can be thrown away. However, an hour later, Jang Jing's face looked a little off. 2 hours later, Jang Jing's lips began to turn white. 3 hours later, Jang Jing's face had completely changed drastically. Not only had his face and lips completely lost their blood color, even the dark circles under his eyes had popped up. On the contrary, the beautiful woman, instead, her face became more and more rosy, and the breath on her body became more and more solidified. The whole person was simply in a good state. Obviously, the beautiful woman was like a female ghost that had been hungry for 1,000 years, and today she said that she would suck all of Jang Jing's young energy. She treated Jang Jing like a cauldron. What to do? Is it still hard for a buddy to escape death today? Not willingly. It's really upsetting. There is an idiom called creating wisdom out of haste. Jang Jing, at this time of life and death, his mind suddenly flashed with a bright light, and surprisingly, in the middle of the desperate situation, he hardened his mind to think of a way to save himself. Swish! Just a flip of Jang Jing's wrist immediately brought out a dark green lotus flower from inside his storage ring. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing opened his mouth and bit into this lotus flower and swallowed one of the petals. Buzz! In a flash, a warm warmth slowly spread from the pit of his stomach and soon trickled through his entire body. In the next second, Jang Jing's whitened face and lips immediately regained a few shades of blood, and the thick black circles under his eyes seemed to fade a few points. Well, Jang Jing couldn't help but let out a soft murmur, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Useful. The ink leaf lotus is worthy of being a heavenly treasure. The lotus seeds increase longevity, while the petals strengthen the kidneys and replenish yang energy. This one, it should be a sure thing, right? However, when Jang Jing quietly raised his head and glanced at the maddened-looking beauty, he immediately couldn't help but shiver. Not enough. One petal is definitely not enough. If you want to save this little life of yours, you must go all out and not hold anything back. Click, click, click. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing once again opened his mouth and swallowed all the remaining 15 petals of the ink leaf lotus. In a flash, a fiery energy like a volcano eruption swept directly inside Jang Jing's body uncontrollably, almost bursting his body. The good thing about this feeling is that it comes and goes quickly. In just a blink of an eye, all of this fiery energy that burned the heavens and destroyed the earth was absorbed by Jang Jing's body. Heat. So hot. At this moment, Jang Jing only felt that his body, like a meteor burning with a blazing flame, instantly erupted with endless power. Come on, come here, I'm gonna hit 100. Ha! It seemed to have sensed the change in Jang Jing. Although a flash of doubt flashed across the beautiful woman's face, she didn't stop her actions, but instead, she even became a bit more flamboyant. She had been sealed in the sarcophagus for a long time and her body had long been weakened. Now that she had broken out of the seal, she was in desperate need of a tonic, and Jang Jing, a human with an ancestral dragon bloodline, couldn't be a better tonic. However, the world is full of surprises. The beautiful woman was just about to completely refine Jang Jing and then have a good tonic, but she didn't expect Jang Jing's body to violently erupt with a terrifying aura like burning the sky and destroying the earth. Ah! It was also at this moment that the beautiful woman screamed in horror, and a thick green smoke immediately emerged from her body. In Jang Jing's stunned eyes, 9 furry fox tails instantly burrowed out from behind the beautiful woman. Swish! Jang Jing hurriedly looked at the beautiful woman's face, and was once again shocked to find that 2 furry fox ears had also sprung up on top of the other party's head. All you up! It turns out that the beautiful woman is not a vampire of any kind, but a vixen, and a proper 9-tailed fox. An hour later, the stone room was finally quiet. Jang Jing was silently lying inside the coffin, his eyes staring blankly at the lid of the coffin above his head, while his face revealed an odd and complicated expression. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slender jade hand reached out from the side and gently wrapped around Jang Jing's neck. Stinky brother, that terrifying aura you just erupted almost killed sister. In a soft and sticky tone, the beautiful woman softly uttered such a sentence in Jang Jing's ear. You! Jang Jing trembled his lips and just wanted to say something. In the next second, his voice ended abruptly and his face changed dramatically, because the palm of the beautiful woman's hand had already choked his neck. Jang Jing clearly saw that a killing intent flashed underneath the beautiful woman's eyes, and her 5 fingers gradually exerted force and slowly closed in, as if she intended to strangle Jang Jing alive here. Stinky brother, remember my sister's name. My name is Tu Shanyu. After the beautiful woman said this, she stopped babbling, and her 5 fingers fiercely exerted force, directly choking Jang Jing to the point that she rolled up her eyes. Why? Is this the legendary X before killing? No way. I can't just die here as a loser. I'm going to fight back. At this moment, the strong desire to survive prompted Jang Jing to pick up his killing knife, then stabbed at the location of Tu Shanyu's heart. However, just when the tip of the blade was about to touch Tu Shanyu, Jang Jing's body stiffened in place, as if it had been under a fixation spell, completely unable to move. Stinky brother, although you carry an ancestral dragon bloodline, this little bit of thin bloodline power is not enough to fight against my spells of prohibition. My sister actually likes you a lot. After all, The pleasure you bring to my sister is something I have never experienced in my life. But, sister once swore that any man who dared to touch my body must die. So, just be a good boy and die for me. Tu Shan Yu sneered, and as her palms closed in with force, she actually leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Jang Jing's face. The look seemed to be a final farewell to his beloved lover. Jang Jing's body was completely confined, completely unable to move a single inch. Seeing that his little life would soon be accounted for here, his heart could not help but give birth to a wave of despair. However, the unexpected happened again. Just at the moment when Jang Jing closed his eyes in despair, the pig-killing knife that was held in his hand suddenly trembled gently, and at the same time lit up with a dazzling light. Boom! In the next second, a shapely figure unexpectedly came out from within the killing knife. At the same time, a cold, angry voice drifted into the ears of Jang Jing and Tu Shanyu. Damned vixen! Don't hurt my husband! Chapter 107, Sword Spirit appears. Jang Jing's biggest secret. Boo! A loud bang came, and the flap that was originally tightly covered on the sarcophagus was suddenly lifted out by a powerful force. Whoosh! Only to see a beautiful woman with disheveled clothes, a cloak of hair, and spent lipstick, but mature and plump to the extreme, fly out directly from within the sarcophagus. That's right, this woman was none other than the nine-tailed fox, Tu Shanyu, floating in mid-air. Tu Shanyu first quickly straightened out her clothes and makeup before looking at the lifted sarcophagus without haste. Whoosh! In the next second, a woman with a dark red glow all over her body also flew out from within the sarcophagus, only to see her head lowered as she silently floated right across from Tu Shanyu. However, the moment she raised her head, a stunning face so beautiful that all men couldn't breathe was clearly reflected in Tu Shanyu's eyes. Tu Shanyu, as a nine-tailed fox with a pure bloodline, had always been extremely confident in her looks and figure, but in front of this woman, she actually felt a hint of pressure. It wasn't because the other party's strength was stronger than hers, but the other party's looks and figure, surprisingly, vaguely overpowered her by one step. Willow leaf eyebrows, danfang eyes, under the high bridge of the nose, a lip like a rose petal, with a hint of seductive luster. The white and flawless skin was permeated with a light reddish pink, and the whole person exuded a noble, dignified, elegant, and cold temperament. Her face is already explosive, but her body is even more so. The headlights on the 38F Plus are as dominant as the Tuscan moon. The black, palace-waisted gown on her body had an open collar, revealing a small blood-red wrap inside. The hem of the skirt opened up on both sides with two high forks, revealing a pair of long, white, flawless legs. Surplus a grasp of the waist, suddenly looked tongue curve extraordinarily exaggerated. In a nutshell, this is a combination of noble and sexy, dignified and hot, elegant and enchanting, cold and charming, super invincible absolute beauty. If Jiang Mengmeng was there, she would have exclaimed in shock. It was because this woman's appearance was surprisingly similar to her mother, Lu Ruan, by at least 7 points. But, Ruyan Lu's appearance and figure were clearly inferior to this woman's by a few points, and also lacked the dusty temperament of the woman. Mori, be careful. Right at this moment, Jang Jing also jumped out from within the sarcophagus, only to see his eyes flash with a complicated look as he looked at the woman floating in mid-air. Husband, don't worry. The woman suddenly turned her head and looked straight at Jang Jing with a look that was gentle to the core. Seeing that the two are on the verge of sparking love, a discordant voice suddenly drifted over, instantly breaking this rare coziness. A tiny blade spirit, how dare you act recklessly in front of this father? Tu Shanyu snorted coldly, and the 9 tails behind her suddenly swung wildly, and at the same time, her pupils turned a demonic purple color. In a blink of an eye, an invisible and powerful pressure enveloped towards Jang Jing and Mori. Seek death. Mori suddenly snorted coldly, and the layer of dark red light on his body suddenly became dazzling, and in just a blink of an eye, the brightness of the light even surpassed that of the sun. At this moment, Jang Jing hastily closed his eyes, and Tu Shanyu also raised her arms and blocked her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the light dispersed, Mo Li's figure had disappeared, and in its place was a black dragon that emitted a faint bloodlight, cold, majestic, and domineering without losing its elegance. You're actually an ancient dark dragon, Tu Shanyu exclaimed, her face instantly turning ugly. A tiny vixen, how dare you bully my husband? Today this honored one will skin you and pull out your tendons, giving my husband a fierce outburst of bad anger. After Mori said these words, he immediately opened his mouth and directly spewed out a mouthful of powerful dragon's breath, instantly wrapping up Tu Shanyu. Swish! To Mori's great surprise, Tu Shanyu did not choose to confront her head-on, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spur of the moment, not only wrapping himself up, but also in a blink of an eye the entire person disappeared into thin air. The blood transportation? Mori was first slightly stunned, and a flash of anger immediately appeared on her face, only to see her twist her huge body, her mouth coldly droned. It's not that easy to escape in front of my father. Boo! Only to see that Mori slapped out a palm fiercely at the air in front of her. The sharp dragon claws seemed to cut through the void and struck something heavily. Put! In the next second, a sound of spitting blood came from the mouth, and a shower of blood sprinkled down in the void. Actually not dead? Then I'll give you another slap. Mori's face changed slightly, twisting her massive body once again, and at the same time raising her front claws as well, as if she intended to perform the move she had just done once more. Mori, don't! At the critical moment, an anxious voice suddenly drifted over. The dragon claw that Mori had just raised stiffened in midair, and an expression of hesitation and entanglement appeared on his face. It's not worth it to waste your origin power just to kill a fox. Jang Jing once again spoke out to persuade, and in his tone, besides anxiety, there was only a strong concern and worry. That's right, Mori was the spirit of the Dragon Slayer sword. Her original body was an ancient dark dragon, and because she died under this Dragon Slayer sword, her soul was trapped inside the sword and finally transformed into a sword spirit. When the system gifted the dragon-slaying knife to Jang Jing, not only the knife, but also the knife spirit, Mori recognized Jang Jing as the master together. But, after all, Mori was only a spirit body, and every strike she made would consume a large amount of origin power. Once the power of the origin was exhausted, she would completely disappear into this world, never to be resurrected again. The only way to replenish Mori's origin power was to have the dragon-slaying blade absorb enough chi and blood values to be used to nourish Mori's spirit body. So, every time Jang Jing fought monsters and upgraded, half of his blood value would be sucked away by the Dragon Slayer. This was the main reason why Jang Jing had killed so many monsters in the secret realm, but his upgrade speed wasn't very fast. But, Jang Jing, however, didn't complain half as much. When Emily first showed up to pay his respects to Jang Jing was not only stunned by her stunning beauty, but also abducted her home as his wife on the spot. No way. Jang Jing was still a young boy with a strong blood, and Mori, whether it was her looks or her figure, had grown into his heart, so how could Jang Jing endure this temptation? However, when Jang Jing wanted to kiss, hug, and lift high with Mori, it was only then that he realized with a jolt that she was only a spirit body and had no physical body at all. Without a physical body, Mori was equivalent to a 3D virtual girlfriend. Jang Jing could only have a passing glance and could not touch Mori at all, which depressed him. Jang Jing had also asked the system if there was any way to remake Mori's physical body. The answer to waiting is that there is no way around it. At that moment, Jang Jing's feelings couldn't even be described in words. It felt as if someone had bitten him in the heart, and from then on, he would always have a gaping hole in his heart, never having a whole heart again. Later, Jang Jing was pleasantly surprised to find that a girl who looked at least 7% similar to Mori had suddenly launched a frantic pursuit of him. This is a real human girl. Real women who can be seen, touched, flesh and blood, who can be kissed, hugged, lifted high, and have babies. That's right, this girl who looked 7 times similar to Mori was Lu Ruan. Chapter 108, The Token in the Coffin. In charge of the altar. Husband, I'm sorry I couldn't kill that vixen. Mori transformed from a dark dragon back into the form of a human woman, and then floated to Jang Jing's face, which also wore a trace of deep guilt. That's okay. Jang Jing couldn't help but reach out and hug Mori, but his hands went through her body and onto a cloud of air. At this moment, a complex expression once again flashed across Jang Jing's face. It seems he was overthinking it. Even though he had killed countless ferocious beasts after stepping into the secret realm, he had also allowed the dragon-slaying sword to suck away quite a bit of his chi and blood value. But, Mori was still the same Mori. She was still a spirit body and had never been able to coalesce a physical body. Husband, I'm running out of time. When Mori said this, Jang Jing was immediately startled. Only when he fixed his eyes, he realized that Mori's body, little by little, was turning into a translucent state. Mori, what's wrong with you? Jang Jing hurriedly spoke out to inquire, and his eyes were also filled with a look of anxiety. Husband, I have just consumed too much origin power. My spirit body is already extremely weak. I will have to enter a long period of slumber next. I'm sorry that my concubine can no longer protect you. Husband, during the time I'm asleep, you must take care of yourself and don't let me worry. Before Emily could finish his words, his body had already turned into a green smoke, then flew back into the Dragon Slayer sword. Quiet. Quiet. Jang Jing stood frozen in place, looking at the empty stone room, as if everything just now was like a dream. The whole person looked a little disoriented. After a small amount of time, Jang Jing walked over and bent down to pick up the Dragon Slayer sword that had fallen on the ground, only to see that with trembling fingers, he gently stroked the ice-cold dragon-slaying sword, and muttered, Mori, just sleep in peace. I'll take care of myself. Seemingly hearing Jang Jing's voice, the dragon-slaying sword trembled slightly before going completely silent. It was also at this moment that the wisp of scent about Mori that remained in the air instantly disappeared cleanly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, time passes by. Jang Jing was like a statue, standing motionless in place, holding the Dragon Slayer sword tightly in his hand, and his eyes gradually lost focus. Squeak! Suddenly, the small cicada's call interrupted Jang Jing's thoughts, pulling him back from his sleepwalking state. River Mirror turned his head to look. At some point, the little cicada had woken up, and it had climbed on top of that sarcophagus, constantly sending reminders to Jang Jing. Cicada, what did you find? Jang Jing and little cicada had telepathic communication, and even though he couldn't understand the sable language, he could sense little cicada's inner thoughts. Little cicada had found some kind of treasure inside the sarcophagus. All that was why she was excited and thrilled to call out to Jang Jing to go over and take a look. Whoosh! Jang Jing arrived beside the sarcophagus in a flash, then looked in the direction that little cicada had pointed. In the next second, a token that was pitch black, with strange patterns engraved on it, and which also emitted a bit of starbursts, was clearly reflected in Jang Jing's eyes. Jang Jing only hesitated for a moment, then reached out and fished this token out of the sarcophagus. The token was cold in the hand, not very hard to the touch, not gold, not iron, not jade. Jang Jing did not know what material this thing was actually built from, not to mention what the use of this thing was. However, the little cicada, climbed onto Jang Jing's shoulder, squeaking and squealing while dancing with his hands. His appearance looked to be quite excited, as if he had picked up a heavenly treasure. Little cicada, will you let me try dropping a drop of blood onto this token? This token was sealed inside the sarcophagus along with the nine-tailed fox. It can't be some kind of evil thing, right? Squeak, really dripping blood? Jang Jing knew that little cicada wouldn't harm him. After all, he and little cicada had already signed a contract. One for all. If Jang Jing died, little cicada was affected by the master-servant contract and would die along with Jang Jing. Therefore, cicada had no reason to harm Jang Jing. Swish, only to see Jang Jing cut his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood and dropping it directly onto this mysterious token. Shoo! To Jang Jing's great surprise, right at the moment the blood was dripped on, the token immediately transformed into a ray of light as if it had come to life, drilling into the center of his forehead. What the hell? Jang Jing hastily reached out and covered his forehead, as if he was trying to pick out the token. However, in the next second, Jang Jing froze in place, because there was a stream of unfamiliar information that suddenly flooded into his mind. This feeling was very familiar to Jang Jing, because every time Jang Jing used skill points, the system would use this forceful installation method, directly allowing him to automatically comprehend various martial arts. I didn't expect this mysterious token to have the same effect. Swish! Jang Jing immediately closed his eyes and tried to digest the information in his mind. He wanted to see what this mysterious token was actually useful for. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In just 3 short minutes, Jang Jing slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Asterisk. I didn't think I'd really pick up a treasure this time. Only Jang Jing shouted excitedly, then quickly spread out his right hand, and in the next second, a pitch-black token emerged in his hand. Jang Jing was truly not expecting that this token was actually the only key to control this altar in front of him. On top of that, this altar in front of him was the only hub connecting the entrance to the Marina City's secret realm. Simply put, by offering one sacrifice, one could activate this altar and also open a spatial passage in the secret realm that would lead straight to the Marina City of the Dragon Kingdom on the Blue Planet. And the nine-tailed fox sealed inside the sarcophagus was the last sacrifice. Of course, in addition to opening the spatial channel and connecting the secret realm to the Blue Star, the altar also had some other functions. For example, turning on a defense shield to ward off foreign invasions, like sending out a signal to summon all the ferocious beasts in the neighborhood. For example, by offering specific sacrifices, the sacrificer gains certain special abilities. Anyway, when Jang Jing was in charge of the token, he was in charge of this altar. From this moment on, he was the sole owner of this altar. One word, awesome. But, while Jang Jing was pleasantly surprised, a series of questions surfaced in his mind. Why would such an important token be casually placed in a sarcophagus? And who was the previous owner of the token? Who actually built the altar? And who had sacrificed the nine-tailed fox? Who was so powerful? As a sacrifice? This superb terror who had sacrificed the nine-tailed fox. How strong was he? Although Jang Jing did not know the answers to these questions, he smelled a hint of intrigue. In the secret realm, there is a mysterious and powerful horrible creature that is brewing a huge conspiracy of unprecedented proportions. Without knowing exactly what bad things the other party was going to do, there was only one way Jang Jing could come to grips with the situation. What the enemy embraces, I will oppose. What the enemy opposes, I will embrace. Bottom line, you can never go wrong by going against him. Brother is an old Chinese doctor, driving a tractor, running around inside the secret realm, specializing in blowing up. Chapter 109, Opening the Altar Defense Shield, Summoning Fierce Beasts, Ka-ching. The stone door leading to the exterior of the altar was suddenly opened. Jang Jing was about to walk out, but he didn't expect a silhouette to flash in front of him, and in the next second, Su Yingru rushed right in from outside. Perhaps it was because she saw Jang Jing standing intact in front of her eyes. Su Yingru first froze slightly, then she turned her gaze around Jang Jing and quickly scanned around the stone room. Brother Mirror, are you okay? When Su Yingru realized that the coffin lid of the immense and incomparable sarcophagus had been lifted, her face immediately changed. I'm fine, don't worry. Jang Jing smiled faintly and didn't bother to explain anything. Instead, he even held Su Yingru's hand and made a gesture to walk out of this stone room. However, Su Yingru, withdrew her hand lightning fast, and even retracted her palm into her sleeve. Jang Jing's face changed slightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately grabbed Su Yingru's wrist and then quickly lifted her sleeve. In a blink of an eye, a bloody palm was just reflected in Jang Jing's eyes. Zoe, you. Jang Jing's pupils shrunk violently, as if he had associated it with something, and a look of self-reproach immediately appeared on his face. I'm fine. Su Yingru put down her sleeve with a calm face, and then added in a whirlwind, a small injury, it will automatically heal after a while. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that the stone door would close automatically after triggering the mechanism. Jang Jing trembled his lips, and the color of guilt under his eyes became even more intense. But, as a qualified scumbag, Jang Jing still knows very well how to make a girl happy. Swish, only to see that without saying a word, he grabbed Su Yingru's wrist, then gently lifted up her sleeve, and then he took this bloody palm and slowly brought it to his mouth. Phew, who? Next, Jang Jing had a very distressed expression on his face and moved very carefully, gently blowing on this hand of Su Yingru's. While blowing on it, he also asked in a heartbreaking manner, does it hurt? In the face of Jang Jing's gentle to the extreme care, where could Su Yingru resist? A heart instantly melts. In just a blink of an eye, Su Yingru's pretty face flushed, and the eyes that looked at Jang Jing began to pull in, and her long eyelashes couldn't stop trembling. It doesn't hurt. Even though this hand was already a bit numb from the pain, Su Yingru still bit her lips and gently shook her head. Liar. It's all hurt like this. How can it not hurt? Jang Jing blankly glanced at Su Yingru before pulling her out of this stone room and onto the altar outside. Immediately afterward, Jang Jing found a random place for Su Yingru to sit down. Instead, he found some gauze and potion from inside his backpack, first sterilizing the wound on Su Yingru's hand, and then carefully bandaging it up for her. Throughout the entire process, Su Yingru didn't say a single word and was just staring blankly at Jang Jing. Jang Jing didn't say anything either, concentrating on bandaging Su Yingru's wounds. Although the two didn't communicate in any way, the two hearts seemed to be closer together than before. Taking advantage of the gap between bandaging Su Yingru's wounds, Jang Jing simply told her what had just happened, selectively and slowly. Of course, Jang Jing hid what happened to Mori, and also hid the fact that he was bullied by the nine-tailed fox. In the former case, it was because Jang Jing didn't want anyone to know about Mori's existence. The latter, because Jang Jing didn't have the face to tell Su Yingru that he, a big man, had been bullied by a vixen. It's really embarrassing. Woohoo! After listening to Jang Jing's narration, Su Yingru's eyes brightened slightly. Brother Jing, now that you're holding the token in your hand, it's the same as controlling this altar? River Mirror nodded. Aha! So what's next for you? Is it to destroy this altar? Or do you want to use this altar to do something else? An odd expression flashed across Su Yingru's face. Although she hadn't known Jang Jing for a long time, she understood Jang Jing's mind, and Jang Jing was definitely not a peaceful person. You guess? The corners of Jang Jing's mouth curled slightly, then he spread out his palm and directly summoned the token. I'm not guessing. Su Yingru shook her head, her eyes staring curiously at the token in Jang Jing's hand, and her tone of voice was also extremely calm as she said, no matter what you're going to do, I'll be on your side. River Mirror. Just as Su Yingru guessed, Jang Jing was not a peaceful person at all. Destroy this altar? No, no, no. He was now in full control of this altar and could close the entrance to the secret realm and Marina City at any time. So why did he still need to destroy it? What good does this do to River Mirror? For the future of mankind? For world peace? To become a savior? Ah shucks. Jang Jing's ideological awareness wasn't that high. Don't forget, Jang Jing was not from this world, and in his heart, he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to this world. So, it is better to leave the task of saving the world and maintaining peace by burning yourself and illuminating others to someone else. Rumble. Under Jang Jing's control, the 4 stone pillars on top of the altar suddenly turned on their own, and soon assumed the arrowhead formation from the second mural. Buzz. In the next second, a light blue curtain of light instantly enveloped the entire altar, forming a semicircular defense shield. The corners of Jang Jing's mouth curled slightly as he gently waved the token in his hand. Rumble! The 4 stone pillars above the altar, once again, turned on their own, and quickly assumed the arrowhead formation from the 3rd mural. Quiet. A quiet. Whether it was above the altar, below the altar, or the perimeter of the altar, all of them fell into absolute silence at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A very slight rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance, and immediately afterward, the sound grew louder and louder, and even the entire earth began to tremble slightly. Lu Ruan hurriedly stood up, her gaze peering over toward the distance, only to see that heavy black shadows had appeared in the foggy forest at some point, and they were all running quickly in this direction towards the altar. Whoosh! It wasn't long before a huge and incomparable black shadow, directly drilled out of the thick fog, and then also showed its teeth and rushed towards the altar. Ice storm bears. This was a ferocious beast that Jang Jing and Ru were very familiar with. Nothing to make a fuss about. Whoosh! Following the first ice blizzard bear, dozens of other ice blizzard bears drilled out of the fog and rushed towards the altar in unison, showing their teeth. It's just a bunch of rabble. It's no big deal. Whoosh! Ho ho ho! Hisses! When thousands of ferocious beasts, one after another, had burrowed out of the thick fog and were all rushing towards the altar's side, Lu Ruan suddenly felt a hint of pressure. Lion, tiger, bear, leopard, wolf, ox, elephant, rhinoceros, horse, camel, pig, monkey, python, snake, rat, cat, dog, lizard, spider, centipede, toad. In addition to those that crawl on the ground, there are those that fly in the sky: eagle, rock, eagle, falcon, finch, crane, griffin, bat, parrot, aspen, mosquito, moth, praying mantis, bee, butterfly. All the animals that Suingru had seen on TV almost all appeared in front of her eyes. Even, there was also a large portion of oddly shaped ferocious beasts that Suingru couldn't even name them. In just a blink of an eye, the entire altar was surrounded by these ferocious beasts. A huge piece, dense, watertight. Brother Mirror, the ferocious beasts you summoned over, isn't it a bit too much? Suingrua's eyelids jumped fiercely, and a crying expression hung on her face. Zoe, don't be afraid. Even if there were a million more ferocious beasts, they wouldn't be able to break through the altar's defense shield. They wouldn't be able to attack at all. Go rest next to me for a while. Brother is going to start practicing. Oh no, brother, I'm going to utilize these ferocious beasts to sharpen my blade skills. Chapter 110, The Butcher on a Rainy Night. So scared the children dare not cry. Aha, Mirror brother is fine. That's great. Jiangshun and Suingru's live room finally restored the signal. I thought something had happened to Jiangshun, causing me to cry, but now that I see that Jiangshun is still alive and well, I'm really happy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? Where did all these ferocious beasts come from? This damn thing is estimated to be over 100,000. What's going on? I don't know. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I saw Jiangshun calling for blessings. Has Jiangshun stirred up a hornet's nest? How did he attract so many ferocious beasts at once? Brother Mirror, can you develop indecently? Don't wave. Smart bracelets are equipped with self-healing features. Previously, it shut off automatically because it was frozen by the frost and the battery could not supply power to the smart bracelet at low temperatures. At this moment, the layer of frost covering the smart bracelet had completely melted. The smart bracelet also restarts and turns on automatically. However, as soon as the netizens entered Jang Jing's live room, they were taken aback by the images in front of them, only to see Jang Jing and Suingru standing on the altar, surrounded by densely packed, strange, a huge, countless variety of ferocious beasts. It's a scene that anyone who sees it can't help but shout. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Next, in the heart-stopping eyes of the netizens, Jang Jing didn't even furrow his brows, and instantly wielded the butcher knife in his hand, aggressively slashing at the dense group of ferocious beasts in front of him. Clunk! At this moment, the jaws of countless netizens were dropped to the ground in shock. Meanwhile, at the same time, almost all of the netizens felt their blood burning and their souls roaring when they saw Jang Jing, one man and one sword, preparing to single-handedly take on 1,000 armies. Pooh. Without any surprise, a familiar scene from across the internet reappeared. Jang Jing's blade chi was like it didn't need any money, sparingly smashing into the densest places in the group of ferocious beasts. Claptrap. The sky rained the familiar blood, and a single blood flower bloomed out one after another, as if it was setting off a grand fireworks banquet. The scene was so splendid and brilliant, so bright and glittering. It's thundering, it's raining, go home and collect your clothes. Watching Jang Jing slash after slash, blood flower after blood flower after blood flower, the ferocious beasts fall down one after another, All the online viewers and friends couldn't help but stare, open their mouths wide, hold their breaths, and were petrified in place in unison. Butcher. He is a ruthless, cold-blooded, murderous butcher. What kind of murderous demon? Killing God in the world, killing the wolf, killing the eagle, in front of Jiangshan was simply weak. Oh, I'm not eating, I want a snack. It so happens that at this time, one of Jang Jing's female fans home, the small child is noisy, refuses to eat, and has to eat some kind of snacks. When the kid's mom wouldn't give him a snack, he rolled around on the floor and refused to get up. The child's mother, who had a million headaches, suddenly saw the video of Jang Jing slaughtering thousands of ferocious beasts on her cell phone screen. Thus, the boy's mother had a bright idea and immediately said to her son fiercely, "If you don't listen to your mother, I'll send you to Jiangshan's house." Upon hearing Jiangshan's name, the child was immediately shocked and shivered. Without having to be prodded again by his mom, the little guy immediately climbed up, dutifully ran to the table and sat down, then took a big bite out of the bowl of rice. "Mommy, I don't want a snack anymore. I want to eat rice. Please, don't send me to Uncle Zhang's house, okay? I'll be good to my mommy from now on." Looking at her son behave so well and obediently, the child's mother was very pleased, and at the same time silently apologized to Jang Jing in her heart. "Jiangshan, Jiangshan, I'm really sorry. If my son misbehaves in the future, I'll continue to use your name to scare him. I hope you don't mind, and I hope you can understand the sorrow and helplessness of a mother. And how wonderful it would be if you were really the baby's father." Oops, what was I thinking? Shame on you. The secret world. Jang Jing, one man and one sword, killed in the dark. The corpses were everywhere, and the blood flowed into a river. Just like he said, the dense swarm of ferocious beasts around them couldn't even break through the altar's defense shield, and could only rage impotently and furiously at Jang Jing ensuing Ru on the altar. However, Jang Jing, was able to pass through this layer of defense shield and shoot his blade chi fiercely towards the group of ferocious beasts, easily harvesting away the small lives of countless ferocious beasts. It was the same as driving a tank, charging into the flock and slaughtering them indiscriminately, just harvesting heads and not having to worry about defense at all. It's simply unbeatable. Ding! Host kills the ice white lion. Blood value +5. Ding! Host kills the snowy spotted tiger. +5 blood value. Ding! Host kills the frost giant wolf. +5 to his blood value. Listening to the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears, Jang Jing's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and his eyes kept flashing with excitement. According to the current way and speed of killing monsters, it probably wouldn't take more than a few days to rise from a 6-star martial artist to a 9-star martial artist in one fell swoop. Mud. To Shan Yu, that little, you wait for your father. The next time we meet, Dad will tie you up and throw you in a coffin with all the penalties for you. Daddy is going to make you cry from dark to dawn, from summer to winter, until there's not a single drop of water left in your body and then you die of gas. Ding! Congratulations to the host's chi and blood values for breaking through 20,000 points, and his rank is automatically raised to 7-star martial artist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 skill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an upgrade pack. Please open it. Nightfall. The system beep of the upgrade finally came to Jang Jing's ears. At the same time, a powerful warm current flowed through Jang Jing's entire body. This was the sensation of chi and blood values churning within the body. At this moment, a flash of joy flashed across Jang Jing's face, and he immediately stopped his hand movements before tapping the personal information panel with his mind. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 7-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 20,000. Mental power, 400. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Body technique, Qingfeng steps, instantaneous flash. Ladder cloud vertical stance. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade chi, mad dragon chop. Zantian battling technique, Qigong, true chi transformation. Skill points, 5. Grandma's leg. Finally, he had gathered enough 5 skill points, and his sword technique had learned the 4th level of the top level sword technique. Next, one could learn the 5th level of divine grade blade technique. Brother Tuzi, I want to learn the divine grade blade technique. Without any hesitation, Jang Jing immediately murmured in his heart, while an expression of anticipation hung on his face. Ding! Will the host consume 5 skill points to automatically comprehend a divine grade blade technique? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for automatically comprehending the divine grade blade technique, Blade Intent. A system beep sounded in his ears once again, and Jang Jing's skill points were instantly deducted, and a huge wave of information surged in his mind. Blade Intent, an extension of the origin. This origin belongs only to the blade, with the dominance of the blade, the coldness and arrogance of the blade, the sharpness of the blade, and the original heart of the blade. For the swordsman, when he truly understands what the sword is, he can bring out the original characteristics of the sword. No tricks are better than tricks. Everything comes from the heart, and is completely integrated with the sword. Blade intent is actually the comprehension of the blade. The deeper the comprehension, the stronger the blade intent. I have a blade that can cut through the sky, the earth, and the gods and devils. Chapter 111 8-star martial artist. 2 upgrade gift packs. The sun rises and the moon sets. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of the 10th day. As long as they stayed up until 12 o'clock tonight, all those who were in the secret realm, dead or alive, would be automatically teleported back to the blue star. Unless you've been eaten clean by a ferocious beast with no crumbs left. Otherwise, even if you have a strand of hair left, that strand will be transported back. It felt as if you were not qualified to stay in this otherworldly space if you were not from the secret realm. The secret world, south of the misty forest. Thousands of miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. Silver, enchanting. If you pull the camera up into the middle of the sky and look down, you'll see a black and red patch on top of the pristine, icy earth. If you pull the camera in close quickly on this patch, you will see a 4-square altar covered in a light blue shroud of light. However, around the altar, the corpses of various ferocious beasts were piled up. Some had their heads chopped off, some had their bellies busted open, some were split in half, and some were sliced into a pile of minced meat scraps. With the altar as the center, the earth within a radius of several hundred meters was stained with a layer of scarlet color. If I were to use a poem to describe this scene, the author could only think of a few lines after thinking about it. Skeletons are piled up around the altar, and the forest of skeletons is intimidating. The skins of the beasts fly like pieces of felt, and the flesh and blood rot and turn to dust. Tendons wrapped around the tree glittering silver. Corpses mountain and sea of blood fishy stench waving. The butcher cuts the meat and cooks it for food, so hideous and horrible that he dares not disobey. Swish! A bonfire was built on the altar. The firelight was small, but it was bright in the darkness. In the man's hand were 2 thick, long branches, each with a fat hair strung on it. Zip! Suddenly, a drop of golden-colored oil juice, sliding down the grain of the full rabbit meat, dripped onto the campfire with a mouth-watering sound. The aroma is overflowing. The young woman sitting next to the man merely twitched her nose and couldn't help but gulp, her cravings instantly aroused. After an unknown amount of time, the man suddenly handed one of the branches, along with the roasted hare skewered on it, to the woman sitting beside him. Zoe, here, brother Mirror, you eat first. There are 2 wild rabbits here, one for each of us, and if we don't have enough to eat, my brother will go and hunt a wild boar back later, and get you a roasted whole pig to try. I can't eat a pig. Jang Jing shoved a roasted hare into Suing Rua's hand. Suing Rua was no longer polite, picking up the roasted hare and taking a big bite. Soon, Suing Rua narrowed her eyes, and an expression of extreme intoxication appeared on her face. Although the freshly baked rabbit was hot, it was a fiery boil in your mouth. But this meat after the charcoal fire, already fragrant, plus Jang Jing do not know where to get a special seasoning, so that the meat becomes more flavorful, tender, crispy, fresh and salty, spicy. In an instant, the flavor of the rabbit meat tumbles in your mouth and the texture goes right to the tip of your tongue. One chew and forget all the unpleasantness. Second chewing, one seems to float in the sky. 3 chews, as in feathering, the hare roasted by Brother Mirror. This is too delicious. Although Suing Gru wanted to try to play a good lady in front of Jang Jing, but under the temptation of barbecue meat. What lady, what gentleness, what reserve, it was all thrown out of her hands. Bark, bark, bark. In less than half an hour, this big fat rabbit that weighed at least 10 pounds was gnawed cleanly by Suing Rua, leaving only a pile of bone scraps thrown at her feet. After finishing eating, Suing Gru touched her round belly and her mouth couldn't help but burp. Quiet. There was silence around the campfire, seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. Suing Gru turned her head to look and suddenly realized that Jang Jing was staring straight at her with an odd expression on her face. At this moment, Suing Gru couldn't help but blush with a pretty face, only to see that she immediately sat straight, slightly lowered her head, and said with averted eyes, "Brother Mirror, I'm full. I'm going to go for a walk, and in the meantime, I'm going to dissipate my food." After saying these words, Suing Rua didn't wait for Jang Jing to respond and immediately stood up before walking towards the edge of the altar. "Oh, so it's a snacker." Jang Jing couldn't help but smile gently and glanced at Suing Rua's departing back before he held the roasted hare and feasted on it. Host, Jang Jing. Rank, 8-star martial artist. Talent, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Blood value, 99, 999, 999. Mental power, 400. Kickboxing, basic kickboxing. Body technique, Qingfeng steps, instantaneous flash. Ladder cloud vertical stance. Blade technique, blast wind blade technique. Blade chi, mad dragon chop. Zantian battling blade technique. Blade intention. Qigong, True Chi Transformation. Flame True Chi. Skill points, 3. In the past few days, Jang Jing used the altar's defense shield and summoning ferocious beasts function to fight and upgrade monsters at a rapid pace, directly raising his chi blood value to 999 points. However, just as he was about to break through 100,000 points of chi blood value in one fell swoop and directly advance to a 9-star martial artist, he was suddenly stuck again. The ferocious beasts around the altar could no longer provide Jang Jing with half a point of chi and blood value. Jang Jing needed to go and kill higher-level ferocious beasts before he could gain the chi blood value and be promoted to a 9-star martial artist. No way. Jang Jing could only stop the behavior of upgrading the monsters and let go of the low-level ferocious beasts that had been summoned by the altar. In the past few days, Lu Ruan hadn't been idle either. She took all of the 1,000-year-old bell milk liquid that she had previously scavenged in the cave and refined and absorbed it, and her cultivation realm broke through to the ranks of an 8th-grade martial artist in one fell swoop. To be honest, Jang Jing was a little envious of Lu Ruan. He was exhausted from fighting monsters and upgrading, and only then was he promoted to an 8th-grade martial artist, while Lu Ruan only drank a few bottles of water and then meditated within the altar for a few days before she was also promoted to an 8th-grade martial artist. Is that the difference between a wage earner and a boss? Different people really do have different lives. LOL. Dude was born to labor. But Jang Jing had risen from a 6-star martial artist to an 8-star martial artist, and the system had rewarded him with a total of 2 upgrade packs, which was a small consolation. The first gift pack, Jang Jing opened out a Qigong secret book, Flame True Chi. Flame True Chi, Qigong. After learning this secret, you can transform your own True Chi into a special Flame True Chi, and every time you use Flame True Chi for an attack, it will come with burning damage. Remember the blue flame red chain snake that broke into the cave? The flames that came out of that guy's mouth, which even water couldn't douse, were actually a special kind of Flame True Chi. Jang Jing had learned this, Flame True Chi. His strength was undoubtedly on a higher level. As for the second upgrade gift pack, it actually opened a treasure that surprised and delighted Jang Jing. Martial Way Inheritance, secret method. Using this secret method, one can pass down all of one's own martial arts skills, as well as one's own sense of the martial way, to a designated target person using the method of memory infusion. Note 1, each time the secret method is used, 1,000 points of mental energy are consumed. Note 2, the target character who receives the martial arts inheritance needs to decide the completeness of the inheritance to be obtained based on his/her talent level. Note 3, martial arts inheritance between direct bloodlines, regardless of talent level. Inheritance degree defaults to 100%. Chapter 112, Secret Realm entrance closed. Elite squad reunited. 11:50 p.m. Jang Jing and Lu Ruan sat side by side on the edge of the altar, only to see the two of them looking up at the blood moon in the sky in unison, both of them wearing a complex expression on their faces. Zoe, it's almost 12 midnight. Jang Jing suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Lu Ruan's side face and asked, "What are your plans after leaving the secret realm?" Silence. No words. A trace of confusion flashed across Lu Ruan's face, but after touching Jang Jing's gaze, her eyes immediately became firm. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. Naturally, I'll go with you. Su Yinru rolled her eyes and moved her body towards Jang Jing before leaning her head on his shoulder. I actually have a daughter. She's 18. Well, only 2 years younger than you. As soon as Jang Jing said this, Su Yinru immediately raised her head, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. At this moment, Jang Jing couldn't help but blush in his old face, so embarrassed that even his toes curled up. Jang Jing, Jang Jing, you're with your age, you could be Su Yinru's father, and you actually abducted someone home to be your wife, and as a concubine at that. A tree of pear blossoms pressing down on the begonia? Doesn't your conscience hurt? But, it seems, probably, as if scum have no conscience, no pain. It doesn't hurt at all, and it's kind of cool, that, Zoe, you. Only Jang Jing trembled his lips and was just about to say something. Who knew that Su Yinru had spoken before him? So what kind of a meet and greet gift should I, a little mom, prepare for my daughter to be considered appropriate? Su Yinru suddenly frowned, stroking her chin and thinking seriously, her face completely devoid of a hint of mindfulness. Seeing this scene, Jang Jing was first slightly stunned, and the corner of his mouth quickly curved up into a nice-looking arc. There's no need to prepare any meet and greet gifts. Our family doesn't have so many rules. That won't do. After all, this is my first meeting with her. How can I lose my manners? Then just give her a random red packet. No, this is my first time being a little mom. How can I just give a red packet and send my daughter away? By the way, what's our daughter's name? What does she like? What are her hobbies? Time passes by. Jang Jing and Su Yinru chatted and soon it was 12 midnight. Right at this moment, the altar underneath his feet suddenly shook gently, followed by a light layer of blood-colored light. At the same time, the blood moon in the sky seemed to have been sensed by something, and immediately descended a bloodlight that shone straight onto this altar. The altar was red, the moon was red, and the line of blood between heaven and earth that connected the moon and the altar was even more red and unusually blinding. Swish! Jang Jing suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and then a feeling of lightheadedness hit him. In the next second, he and Su Yingru disappeared onto the altar together. Quiet. The altar was quiet. It was as if Jang Jing and Su Yingru had never been here at all. All traces had been wiped clean. Whoosh! A few minutes later, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky and landed lightly on the altar. Next, the dark figure looked around the altar and also turned the 4 stone pillars right in the center. Ka-ching! Only a muffled sound came from the stone door that led to the interior of the altar, and it opened automatically. Without any hesitation, the black shadow immediately passed through this stone door and flew into the interior of the altar. However, it didn't take long for a woman's growl to come from within the altar. Who stole the palace's token? Aha! That old fox, Tu Shan Yu. How dare she escape? Shameless little thief who stole the token. No matter how far you escape to the ends of the earth, this palace will definitely find you out and then skin you and bone you. Dragon Nation, Marina del Rey, the entrance to the secret world. Even though it was 12 midnight at the moment, there were crowds of people all around. Many of them had support signs in their hands, with several names that had become household names in the recent past. River God, Sister Wanqing, Auntie May, Zoe, Aaron and Tiger. Old 6. The scene is clear at a glance. It's the Elite Squad's fans, coming to welcome their idols back safely. Of course, in addition to these enthusiastic fans, there were also reporters from major newspapers, media, and TV stations, as well as some netizen anchors who wanted to rub off on the heat, squatting at the place early. Officials also sent a large number of patrolmen to maintain order at the scene. Even Chen Yun, the director of the Marina City Armed Forces Bureau, had personally led a team to guard the place early. Anyway, the entrance to the secret realm at this moment was like a train station during the Spring Festival. It was simply bustling to the extreme. Swish! Right at this moment, the huge stone door that represented the entrance to the secret realm, the layer of light blue light curtain above it, suddenly lit up with a demonic blood-colored glow. In the next second, 7 silhouettes flew out from the curtain of light and landed one after another on the open space in front of the stone gate. Wow! Look! They're coming out! Aha! Brother Mirror, I've finally waited for you. Evening sister, please look at me. I can be your most obedient little milk dog. Auntie May, I don't want to make an effort. Ah long ahoo, sis has plenty of money. Want to consider going with sis. Sister Zoe, you mustn't go with Jiang Shun. He won't be able to give you happiness. Woo woo, old 6, you're the best show. Seeing the 7 members of the elite squad, one after another, being teleported to the open space in front of the stone gate, the scene immediately boiled over. The fans were like a tidal wave, frantically surging towards the entrance of the secret realm. The patrolmen who were responsible for maintaining order at the scene immediately became nervous, and each one of them exerted their utmost efforts to barely keep these fans outside the cordon. The other side, Jang Jing's feet had just stepped on the ground, and his dizziness hadn't dissipated yet, so he immediately squinted his eyes and looked around. Soon, a familiar figure caught his eye. Melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, agar nose and cherry lips, skin like snow, exquisite features, as if it was a perfect goddess created by AI. No flaws could be picked out at all. A pair of soul-seducing peach blossom eyes, and a mole of tears below the corner of her right eye, which added a bit of softness and flirtatiousness to her already charming face. What a big soft and charming siren. Looks had sealed the deal, favoring her body to do the same. A pair of eye-catching headlights is at least the pinnacle of G-class territory, coupled with a section of weak wind willow-like waist, giving people a kind of thin branches hanging fruit a strong sense of impact. That's right. This woman was none other than Jang Jing's unmarried first wife, Xiao Mei. Although Xiao Mei, at this moment, had a trace of weariness hanging on her face, and her spirit seemed to be a bit tired. She was not missing an arm or a leg, and there were no obvious injuries on her body, so she looked healthy. Phew! Jang Jing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. At that exact moment, Xiao Mei seemed to have gotten rid of that feeling of dizziness, and then just like Jang Jing, she immediately looked around. When she realized that Jang Jing was looking at her with a smile on his face. Moreover, Jang Jing seemed to be in a very good state. Not only was there no trace of injuries on his body, but even his entire body was in high spirits. At this moment, Xiao Mei also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief before she handed Jang Jing a tender look. The smile on Jang Jing's face suddenly became even brighter, because he knows that spring is here, the flowers are blooming, and it's time for the critters to exchange feelings again. Chapter 113, Old 6 broke his arm and couldn't afford to eat the wood spirit fruit. the entrance to the secret world. All 7 members of the elite squad were teleported out. Jang Jing and Xiao Mei were also secretly sneaking around, completing an ambiguous eye contact. However, without waiting for Jang Jing to make his next move, the layer of blood-colored light curtain above the portal suddenly tumbled rapidly. In the next second, countless mutilated human corpses, including broken limbs, skeletal hair, crumbs of flesh, viscera and blood foam, etc., were teleported to the top of the small square in front of the entrance to the secret realm in a single stream. In a flash, a fishy, unmistakable odor filled the air. Many of those fans of the elite squad who had gathered around the scene could not help but vomit on the spot, vomiting profusely, their faces turning white, their legs softening, and there were even a lot of cowards who were so frightened by the scene that they sat on the ground. A flash of surprise also flashed across Jang Jing's face. He remembered clearly that there were only 100 members of the Daredevil squad, and those 100 were the only ones who entered the secret realm at that time. But the human corpses that had been teleported back by the secret realm at the moment amounted to at least 1,000 or more. In other words, in addition to the 100 members of the Death Squad who had entered the secret realm, there were at least 900 stowaways who had quietly slipped into the secret realm through the spatial gap near the entrance. Moreover, 900 was only the number estimated by Jang Jing, and perhaps the real figure had to be doubled upwards. After all, some stowaways might have been eaten by the ferocious beasts with no crumbs left, and their bodies naturally could not be teleported back. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, the layer of blood-colored light curtain above the portal, once again tossed a few times, the light immediately dimmed, and then the entire light curtain disappeared. All that was left was a huge empty stone door, standing alone in the middle of nowhere, as if nothing had happened just now. This also represented that this secret entrance of Marina City had officially entered a dormant period, and would need to wait until 20 days before it would reopen. Phew! Jang Jing couldn't help but let out a long breath, then brought his gaze back from the small square, and turned to land on the few people from the elite squad. Among them, Su Yingru was in the best shape. After all, she and Jang Jing had been hiding in the altar for the past few days and had turned on the defense shield, so they didn't have to worry about their own safety at all. Xiao Mei and Xiao Wanqing were also in good shape. The 2 women did not have any injuries on their bodies other than being slightly tired. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were in a bit of a sorry state. Not only were their clothes tattered and torn, but their bodies were also covered with large and small wounds, as if they had experienced several bitter battles in the secret realm. But all these injuries on the brothers' bodies were just superficial wounds that looked a bit scary, but they didn't actually hurt their muscles and bones. Aha! Just go home and put a couple band-aids on it. The doctor didn't even have to see it. However, when Jang Jing landed his gaze on Zhu Gang's body, he was immediately taken aback and his face instantly became ugly. Old 6, you. With a flash, Jang Jing arrived directly in front of Zhu Gang. At this moment, Zhu Gang's body was dyed red with blood, there were deep bone wounds everywhere, and even his cheeks were left with several long wounds. If left untreated, perhaps these wounds will later turn into irreparable scars. Old 7, I seem to have found the wood spirit fruit. Zhu Gang didn't seem to care about his injuries at all, only to see him raise his head, grin, and show a naive smile to Jang Jing. You kid, you really don't want to die for a wood spirit fruit? A complex expression flashed across Jang Jing's face. Even though Zhu Gang had gotten himself all bruised up and almost lost half of his life, he had at least made it back alive. It's kind of a blessing in disguise, isn't it? Old 7, quickly help me see if this fruit in my pocket is a wood spirit fruit or not. The fruit is in my left pants pocket. Help me get it. Zhu Gang's tone suddenly became urgent, only to see his eyes flashing with excitement, urging Jang Jing one after another to hurry up and help him identify the authenticity of the wood spirit fruit. What's your hurry? I'll check your injuries first. Jang Jing couldn't help but roll his eyes and reached out to grab Zhu Gang's left arm that had been drooping. From the moment he met Zhu Gang, this arm of his had been hanging there, and it would also swing back and forth inertially as he moved his body. Jang Jing guessed that this arm of Zhu Gang's was either dislocated or broken. However, when Jang Jing reached out and grabbed Zhu Gang's sleeve, he suddenly noticed that inside the sleeve, it was surprisingly empty. In a flash, Jang Jing's entire body froze in place. Old 6, your arm. Jang Jing hurriedly lifted up Zhu Gang's sleeve, as if he wanted to determine if this kid Zhu Gang was deliberately joking with him. Old 7, there's no need to look. I've only broken an arm. It's nothing serious. Zhu Gang laughed dryly twice, then urged in an eager tone. Don't you freeze? Hurry up and help me see if the fruit I managed to snatch back is a wood spirit fruit or not. Silence. No words. Jang Jing's eyes once again flashed with a complex look. Then without a word, he pulled out an emerald green incomparable fruit from his left pants pocket. This fruit looks like a green date, with a bright green appearance. Crystal clear. The surface is also covered with a layer of faint green aura, and even faintly emits a strong breath of life. Old 7. How is it? Is this a wood spirit fruit or not? Shu Gang stared at Jang Jing dead on, as if he was trying to get the answer he wanted in advance through Jang Jing's facial expression. That's right, this is indeed a wood spirit fruit. As soon as Jang Jing said this, Shu Gang first let out a sharp breath of relief, and immediately afterward, an ecstatic smile blossomed on his face. Great! Vivi is saved. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Shu Gang's happy laughter, looking at his empty left sleeve, and the bruises that could be seen everywhere on his body. Those dried bloodstains were on the verge of congealing into a scab on his body. At this moment, Jang Jing didn't even know what to say. Old 6, I suggest that you eat this wood spirit fruit yourself first. After all, you have this injury. Before Jang Jing could finish his words, Shu Gang's face changed violently and immediately extended his right hand, taking the wood spirit fruit back from Jang Jing's hand. Old 7, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this wood spirit fruit, I can't eat it. What's this injury of mine? It won't kill me anyway. Wei Wei is still waiting for me. I must feed her the wood spirit fruit. Right at this moment, the remaining few members of the elite squad all gathered around. They all heard the conversation between Jang Jing and Zhu Gang. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhu Gang, who had been dyed into a bloody man, with a complicated look. A wave of admiration seemed to flash through the depths of everyone's eyes. Zhu Gang had spelled out half of his life to retrieve a wood spirit fruit, and had even broken an arm to do so. He could have eaten this wood spirit fruit to bring his broken arm back to life, as well as restore his severely injured body to its original state. But, yet he couldn't bear to eat this wood spirit fruit, preferring to turn himself into a cripple and leave the wood spirit fruit to his fiancée. Pure love warriors, great indeed. Men like that are a very rare breed in these materialistic times. Let's hope he doesn't lose, right? Pure love warriors, never fall. Chapter 114 Old 6 Gift to Jang Jing. Buddha Heart Fruit. Ula 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 ula. The sirens suddenly sounded, and the ambulances, police cars, fire trucks, and corpse carriers that had long been waiting at the entrance to the secret realm all started up at this moment. The inspectors, doctors, paramedics, staff, and a group of mysterious people wearing the uniforms of the Armed Forces Administration, all of whom the officials had long arranged to be here, were all busy. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Just then, a rush of footsteps drifted into Jang Jing's ears. Jang Jing subconsciously turned his head to look, and immediately saw a beautiful young woman with a hot body, leading a group of people hurriedly walking towards their side. Heroes, welcome back safely. First of all, introduce myself. I am the newly appointed director of the Binhai City Armed Forces Bureau, Chen Yun. This time I am specially here to take you back to the city. I've already notified the paramedics in advance and waited at the scene early. Let's take the injured team members to the hospital for treatment first. Although Chen Yun was the director of the Marina City Martial Arts Bureau, her attitude and tone were extremely respectful when facing the 7 ancient martial artists of the elite squad. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. And inside the elite squad, 3 members needed to travel to the hospital for treatment. Thus, under Chen Yun's arrangement, Shu Gang, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were stuffed into 3 ambulances respectively. As Shu Gang's righteous father, Jang Jing naturally drilled into Zhu Gang's ambulance. Su Yingru, as Jang Jing's little petite wife, of course she would follow wherever Jang Jing went. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, on the other hand, were accompanied to the hospital by Xiao Wanqing and Xiao Mei. The 3 ambulances pulled their sirens and sped toward the hospital, escorted by a dozen police cars. Oozing road. Jang Jing carefully checked Zhu Gang's injuries and made sure that his life was not in danger before he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief, just as Jang Jing was about to close his eyes and rest a little. However, Shu Gang pulled him back, and then from his own right pants pocket, he pulled out a yellow fruit, and shoved it into Jang Jing's hand. Old 6, this is. Jang Jing was slightly stunned, and his gaze subconsciously landed on this yellow fruit. After only 3 seconds, Jang Jing's heartbeat and breathing sped up by a few points, and a look of surprise and joy surfaced on his face. Buddha Mind Fruit, an extremely rare, heavenly treasure that could enhance spiritual power. Where on earth did Zhu Gang get this Buddha Heart Fruit? This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? Looking at the inquiring eyes cast over by Jang Jing, Shu Gang trembled his lips before quickly explaining. Old 7, this is another kind of fruit I found next to the wood spirit fruit when I was picking it. Although I don't know what kind of fruit this is or what it does, I instinctively feel that this fruit exudes a mysterious and powerful aura. Old 7, I'm very thankful for the way you took care of me in the secret realm, and you did me such a great favor by allowing me to find the wood spirit fruit. So, I want to give you this mysterious fruit. You mustn't mind it. Other than the wood spirit fruit, this is the only piece I can get my hands on. Marina del Rey, First People's Hospital. Yugen has been wheeled into the operating room. Jang Jing and Su Yingru were sitting on the bench in the corridor. The two of them exchanged words and laughed. and didn't seem to be worried about Zhu Gang's safety at all. A martial artist's physique is different from an ordinary person's. Don't look at Zhu Gang. His body was covered with deep visible wounds. He didn't know how much blood he had shed, and he even broke an arm. But both Jang Jing and Suingru could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Zhu Gang was not only very smooth, but also a lot stronger than before. This aura, it definitely wouldn't be lower than an 8th grade martial artist. Zhu Gang was only a 5th grade martial artist before, but now he had jumped 3 levels in a row and was promoted to an 8th grade martial artist. Jang Jing thought about it and only thought of one possibility. That is, Zhu Gang had refined and absorbed all 5 bottles of the 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid that he had collected. This guy is really putting his life on the line. Suingru refined 5 bottles of 1,000-year-old bell milk liquid. It was in the case of the altar opening the defense shield, without having to worry about their own safety and security, and continuous refining continuously for 7 days, before the cultivation realm was raised to the 8th grade. And then look at Jugong. This guy was in the center of the misty forest, and he had to be wary of sneak attacks from ferocious beasts at all times, and he also had to go around looking for wood spirit fruits. Where would he find the time to refine the 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid? So, there is only one truth. He could only drink all 5 bottles of the 1,000-year-old clockwork emulsion in one gulp, and then risked bursting his body to death by fighting to the death against various ferocious beasts, using the exertion of the battle to forcibly refine the majestic spiritual power of the 1,000-year-old clockwork emulsion. During this process, Zhu Gang would either be burst by the aura of the 1,000-year-old clockwork liquid or die under the claws and teeth of the ferocious beast if he was not careful. It's all or nothing. The main focus is dancing on the tip of a knife and walking a tightrope over a cliff. Still, pure love warriors, great indeed. Zwire, come and help me protect my magic. I'm going to refine this Buddha heart fruit now. Jang Jing waited outside the door of the operating room, idly bored, so he decided to refine the Buddha heart fruit that Zhu Gang had given him on the spot. Good. Suingru nodded and immediately gave all the chairs to Jang Jing, while she herself stood up and carefully guarded the side. Swish! With a flip of his wrist, Jang Jing took out the Buddha's heart fruit from inside his storage ring, then stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful yet soft energy aura emanated from Jang Jing's body. Ding! Host's mental strength plus 10. Ding! Host's mental strength plus 20. Ding! Host's mental strength plus 30. Listening to the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears, a flash of joy flashed across Jang Jing's face. He only saw that he hastily shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then concentrated and focused, quickly digesting the spiritual power of the Buddha heart fruit. The monster fighting and upgrading system, while restricting Jang Jing to only fighting monsters to raise his chi and blood values, did not restrict him from utilizing heavenly materials and treasures to raise his spiritual power. It was only that heavenly materials that could enhance spiritual power were too scarce. Zhu Gang had been lucky to find a Buddha heart fruit, so, Jang Jing treasured this hard-won fruit very much. He had to refine it properly, and absolutely couldn't waste a single bit of the Buddha heart fruit's spiritual power. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Just at this time, a sudden rush of footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Jang Jing was in the process of refining the Buddha heart fruit with all his might. Even if he could hear the outside world, he didn't dare to casually open his eyes at this time, for fear of accidentally wasting the spiritual power of the Buddha heart fruit. Suingru also knew that Jang Jing at this time absolutely could not be affected in any way. She only frowned and immediately turned to face the other end of the hallway. Soon, a pair of middle-aged couples dressed in very expensive attire, as well as a group of bodyguards following them, were clearly reflected in Suingruo's eyes. The middle-aged couple froze in unison for a moment the moment they saw Suingruo. Then they jogged all the way towards her, and both of their faces were filled with excitement, especially the middle-aged woman. Before the person even ran to Suingruo's face, she began to shed tears while crying, "My poor daughter, Mom has finally found you. Woo woo, Su Yinru."